Chapter 1. The Ninja World Konoha. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the leaves, adorning the lush greenery with the warmth of sunlight. Have I failed once again? A child beneath the tree gazed at the golden light upon his fingers, a hint of helplessness etched upon his face. The child's name was Bei Xuan, who, through the fortuitous method of transmigration, found himself in the world of Naruto. Upon his arrival, Bei Xuan had envisioned himself as a transmigrator wielding a golden finger capable of kicking the formidable Obito and striking down the legendary Madara. Regrettably, while he possessed a golden finger, it was not of the kind that rendered one invincible. Since Bei Xuan's birth, whether due to the nature of his transmigration or not, he could only vaguely perceive the world around him as an infant were it not for the constant sounds of voices nearby. He might have believed himself to be reborn as a mere ball of flesh. Moreover, the frailty of his infant body rendered him incapable of controlling his new form, and the limitations of his physical state obscured his vision and confined him to brief moments of consciousness each day. He drifted through his early childhood in a haze, until the age of 1, when he began to regain some semblance of control over his body. Upon learning that he had arrived in the world of Naruto, Bei Xuan was filled with trepidation, for it was a realm fraught with peril, and he was devoid of the legendary Sharingan or Byakugan. In this world of ocular legends, a common ninja faced a bleak future. Even if one lived a lifetime, they would merely catch a glimpse of the backs of prodigies. However, Bei Xuan did not initially feel disheartened, for were there not commoners like Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru who had risen to greatness? Though their destinies changed through mentorship, it did not negate the possibility of others like Minato ascending through their own efforts. As for Guy, despite being a commoner, he possessed a family secret technique, which Bei Xuan believed separated him from the true commoners. At least in Bei Xuan's family, there were no techniques that could elevate one to the level of a Kage merely through relentless training. Note, in the Naruto world, the term Kage does not exist for the sake of narrative clarity. The distinctions of Kage and Super Kage have been delineated, along with the later 6 paths. Yet, on his 3rd birthday, all of Bei Xuan's anxieties vanished with the emergence of a golden light. On the day of his 3rd birthday, Bei Xuan entered a misty realm in his dreams, surrounded by darkness and dense fog. In the midst of the haze, a lottery barrel swayed rhythmically, the sound of bamboo slips clashing echoing throughout the space. Occasionally, a bamboo slip would soar from the barrel, floating in the air, and soon Bei Xuan found himself surrounded by slips radiating various hues of light. Upon grasping one of the slips, he immediately understood its significance. Each slip represented a unique ability, though its nature was inscrutable from its appearance. The first ability he acquired was named Golden Light Spell. From that point on, every 3 years, Bei Xuan would enter the Misty Realm to select another bamboo slip, though the powers he would receive remained a matter of chance. Tomorrow, I must report for school. I wonder what the 4th Hokage was like when he was just a child. Now 6 years of age, Bei Xuan had reached the age to enroll in a ninja academy after acquiring the Golden Light Spell. He had devoted himself to rigorous training. In this 6th year, he drew his 2nd bamboo slip, gaining the blue-silver Royal Soul Bone, imbued with an inexhaustible vitality. However, the powers of the blue-silver Royal Soul Bone leaned more towards passive abilities, aside from flight, so Bei Xuan's focus remained on mastering the Golden Light Spell despite his relentless efforts. The Golden Light could only encompass his entire form and could not transform into physical entities. Bei Xuan understood that the Golden Light Spell was a dual cultivation technique of life and spirit as a transmigrator. His cultivation of spirit had far surpassed that of life. The spirit represented the consciousness of the body, while life symbolized its vitality. Even though Bei Xuan had not systematically practiced the path of the heart, the creation of spirit was inherently linked to the heart. Due to the imbalance between spirit and life, Bei Xuan's progress with the Golden Light Spell was exceedingly slow, leaving him with no choice but to continuously enhance his vitality cultivation. Yet, all of this felt incredibly ethereal without a teacher to guide him. Bei Xuan could only navigate this path through trial and error. Nevertheless, Achieving the ability to envelop his entire being in golden light was already an extraordinary feat, although its intensity was questionable. At least he had succeeded in enveloping himself, hadn't he? Rising to his feet, Beixuan brushed the dust from his bottom and made his way home, finding solace in the fact that he was not an orphan at the outset, though his circumstances were not far removed from such. After Beixuan's birth, his father had perished while fulfilling a mission assigned by the village, and his mother had succumbed to illness when Beixuan was 5, leaving only his grandmother to care for him. Now, the family's income relied solely on the village's subsidies and the proceeds from his grandmother's grilled fish, while Beixuan's tuition at the Ninja Academy was fully waived. However, the village could not sustain him indefinitely. Once Beixuan officially became a ninja, the subsidies would cease. Yet, Beixuan would not develop any fondness for the management of Konoha due to this meager support, well aware of the nature of those within the Hokage Tower. He understood them to be a collection of lunatics and zealots. Early the next morning, Beixuan was roused by his grandmother, dressed in the new clothes she had prepared for him with great care, and he set off towards the Ninja Academy. His grandmother had intended to accompany him, but Beixuan firmly refused, leaving her to watch him depart alone for the academy. On the day of enrollment, the academy was bustling with activity. Being an ordinary person, his grandmother might easily be knocked over in the throng, which would be quite unfortunate. Beixuan, are you reporting today? Have you eaten breakfast? Would you like a bowl of red bean soup? I have eaten. Thank you, Aunt Bai Hui. Big brother, are you going to report? Remember to tell us all about the Ninja Academy when you return. Have you not grown weary of this? Surely, your brother has told you all before? It's different. It's different. Very well. When I return, I'll regale you with tales. Since childhood, Beixuan had been known as the well-behaved child of the neighborhood, and his extensive knowledge of various games had earned him the affectionate title of Big Brother among the local children. Before long, Beixuan arrived at the Ninja Academy. After presenting his credentials, he successfully entered the school and found a seat in his class. As soon as Beixuan sat down, he began to observe the other students in the classroom. He could not help but note that the hairstyles in the ninja world were remarkably unconventional, and with the array of hair colors, he felt fortunate that his own hair was black and styled quite normally. Bang! Silence. After a considerable wait, as the classroom filled to capacity, a scarred man entered, slamming his hand on the podium, instantly commanding silence throughout the room. A tip for readers. The Golden Light spell is a dual cultivation technique that enhances life cultivation by entering a state of zheng, while simultaneously allowing the practitioner to cultivate the Golden Light spell, which manifests as a versatile and manipulable derivative. The strength of the Golden Light spell lies in its dual cultivation rather than the Golden Light itself being the foundation of the protagonist's power. P.S. The author acknowledges that the essence of the Golden Light spell is dual cultivation. The earlier chapter's pursuit of transforming Golden Light into physical entities was a lofty aspiration for the sake of style. This will be clarified later. The protagonist's auxiliary powers acquired every 3 years will be detailed, but extensive elaboration in the earlier chapters was not feasible. Hints will be laid instead. And for those eager to know, please refer to the synopsis or skip to chapter 15. Recognizing that his intimidation tactics had taken effect, Sarutobi Noichi mentally commended his wife for the idea. Due to his somewhat timid nature, he was deemed unsuitable for the role of a ninja. Hence, he was assigned by the clan leader to teach at the Ninja Academy. Unsure of how to interact with his students, Sarutobi Noichi sought counsel from his wife and learned that he merely needed to maintain a stern expression to impose authority. To enhance his intimidating presence, he even requested his wife to draw a scar on his face. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Sarutobi Noichi obscured his nervousness with the podium and pinched his thigh firmly before speaking. Hello, everyone. I am your teacher for the next 6 years, Sarutobi Noichi. I prefer obedient students and have little tolerance for the disobedient. If you have any issues, feel free to approach me, but do try to avoid it now. Let's go down the line. Please introduce yourselves one by one. With that, he stationed himself at the door, arms crossed, wearing a stern expression while intently watching those who approached the podium. Yet, unbeknownst to the students, his back was drenched in sweat. He merely stood at the door to catch a breeze and steady himself. Hello, everyone. Hello, my name is Hyuga Hinata. My hobby is assisting my brother, and I have nothing that I dislike. Beixuan rested his chin on his hand, observing the pale-eyed boy at the podium, particularly the bandage wrapped around his forehead. Such a young age, and already branded like a caged bird? Truly a peculiar clan in Bei Xuan's perspective. The caged bird policy of the Hyuga clan is, to a large extent, a legitimate strategy. It is merely a matter of discord between the main and branch families. Moreover, the caged bird's function has been burdened with additional, perhaps unwarranted, elements. After all, an eye that can be easily awakened incites immense greed in this readily accessible ninja world. Reports suggest that each Byakugan commands an exorbitant price in the underground black market. It is likely that the absence of any mention regarding the unlocking of the caged bird in Boruto reflects this reality. Should the Hyuga clan attempt to liberate the caged bird without sufficient strength, their extinction would be imminent. From the Warring States period to the era of Boruto, the Hyuga clan has consistently maintained its presence, even rising to prominence as the foremost clan of ocular jutsu in the ninja world, a feat intrinsically linked to the caged bird policy. In contrast, the Uchiha and Senju clans have faded into obscurity over the passage of time, no longer regarded as formidable clans. Greetings, everyone. I am Minato Namikaze. Aspiring to become a distinguished Hokage, I have yet to encounter anything I despise, and I am delighted to meet all of you. Following Hinata Hayashi, a young boy with golden hair approached the podium, observing Minato Namikaze's gentle smile. Beixuan found himself in agreement with Kushina's remarks that followed. The youthful Minato truly possesses a delicate charm, outshining most of the girls in the class. Subsequently, others took turns introducing themselves, yet Beixuan noticed the absence of Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku, likely due to their training within their respective clans, preventing them from attending the Ninja Academy. Soon, it was Beixuan's turn. Hello, everyone. My name is Beixuan. I have no particular likes or dislikes, and my aspiration is to become a competent medical ninja. In Beixuan's view, becoming a medical ninja in the rear ranks before fully maturing seems quite appealing. Furthermore, acquiring medical ninjutsu and knowledge would aid in understanding his own body better. Since the passing of his mother at the age of 5, Beixuan has mastered chakra refinement techniques. However, it is somewhat disheartening for him that, in his conception, his chi should have been separate from chakra, allowing him to possess two distinct energy reserves. Unfortunately, when he successfully extracted chakra for the first time, his chi merged with the chakra he had just gathered. Over the course of this year, the chi and chakra within Beixuan have fused, forming a new, deep blue energy. This energy enables him to utilize the golden light technique. Yet Beixuan is uncertain whether he can still perform ninjutsu, as his parents left him no scrolls of jutsu. Everyone, please gather on the school playground in 10 minutes for the opening ceremony conducted by the Hokage. As soon as the final individual finished their introduction, Sarutobi Noichi stepped in promptly. During every opening ceremony, Sarutobi Hiruzen delivers a speech on the will of fire at the Ninja Academy, and this occasion is no exception. Led by Sarutobi Noichi, Beixuan's entire class proceeded to the playground, standing amidst the crowd. Beixuan raised his head to behold the man clad in ceremonial robes upon the stage. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his prime, stood on the platform with a warm, inviting smile, radiating an infectious energy under the sunlight. Truly, he is renowned as the master of Jinjutsu and the embodiment of the will of fire. Even Beixuan could not help but feel a sense of approachability from Sarutobi Hiruzen at that moment. To summarize, Sarutobi Hiruzen has achieved success. With phrases like, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall endure, and the light of fire will continue to illuminate the village." Nurturing the new leaves, he stirred the enthusiasm of many newcomers, who fervently declared their aspirations to become Hokage. Beixuan observed Minato Namikaze, whose face mirrored the excitement of the crowd. However, it was disheartening for Beixuan that Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke for over an hour, as indeed, speeches can be an effective means of inspiring others. The duration of Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was matched only by the fervent cheers of the enthusiastic newcomers below. Even after the ceremony concluded, these spirited individuals remained enraptured in their dreams of becoming Hokage and contributing to the village. As for Beixuan, He displayed little emotion throughout the event. He did not perceive himself as someone greatly influenced by the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no fool. It would be misguided to assume that an inexperienced individual could perform theatrics before him. One might even speculate that this age figure had nearby ninja taking notes during his speech. After the assembly, the students returned to their respective classes, where the teachers imparted chakra refinement techniques. However, it appeared that Beixuan's class had no one truly in need of such instruction. Most had already mastered chakra even before the academy commenced, which likely explains why Beixuan and others were placed in the same class as clan heirs. An amusing scene unfolded as Sarutobi Noichi lectured on chakra refinement techniques while the students below engaged in their own activities, some practicing, others sleeping, and still others chatting. Of course, there were those who paid attention to Sarutobi Noichi's lecture, such as our future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Although Beixuan lacked the perception of ninjutsu, he was still capable of sensing the chakra possessed by others, a gift bestowed upon him by his innate abilities. However, after observing his classmates and teachers for an extended period, Beixuan discerned that his instructor did not seem as fierce as he portrayed. Rather than teaching, it appeared that he was merely reciting lines, completely oblivious to the students' actions. Two words sprang to mind for Beixuan: social anxiety. Suddenly, he felt that his life at the Ninja Academy would likely not be too lonely. As Sarutobi Noichi prepared to recite his lesson plan, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. On the Academy's training grounds, Sarutobi Noichi was leading a practical combat test that a year had passed since their enrollment, and he had gradually become accustomed to the role of a teacher, no longer maintaining a stern demeanor. Largely due to the antics of a mischievous student that moment, Sarutobi held a sheet of paper recording the combat scores of the various students. Next group, Namikaze Minato versus Beixuan. Beixuan, it's our turn. You should be able to unleash your full strength this time. Upon hearing his name, Namikaze Minato stepped onto the combat platform with anticipation in his eyes. However, Beixuan appeared rather disinterested. Throughout the year, although he had not pretended to be a novice, he had also refrained from overtly showcasing his strength. Given the current situation in Konoha, a moderate approach was most suitable for commoners. Beixuan was not like Namikaze Minato, who would be indifferent to the will of fire. Thus, displaying exceptional talent could likely draw the attention of some extremist lurking in the shadows. Despite Beixuan's lack of enthusiasm, the onlooking classmates were quite excited, continuously cheering him on, hoping he would teach Namikaze Minato a lesson. They all understood that Beixuan was unlikely to be Minato's match, but that did not deter them from wishing to see the top student of the class reprimanded. Even in a class predominantly comprised of clan heirs, Namikaze Minato maintained an unassailable lead. Beixuan found this unsurprising, considering that Minato had effortlessly dispatched 3 Cloud Ninja while flirting under the moonlight. Even if those Cloud Ninja were relatively weak and should possess at least the strength of a Chunin. After all, while Cloud Ninja were muscular, they were not devoid of intelligence. It was inconceivable that they would send a few genin to abduct a Jinchuriki from a village. Beixuan, can you truly bring forth all your strength to compete with me? Namikaze Minato inquired earnestly, gazing at Beixuan as he formed the hand signs. Why would I seek a fight when I can't even win against you? Beixuan yawned and pondered whether he had ever revealed his strength. No, he hadn't, or was this little yellow-haired boy special? Furthermore, he feared that using his full power might accidentally injure Minato. Enough chatter. Let the match begin. As Sarutobi Noichi's voice faded, Beixuan and Namikaze Minato sprang into action. In the realm of practical combat of the Ninja Academy, it was merely for show. The two quickly closed the distance between them, engaging in close-quarters combat. Over the past year, Beixuan and Namikaze Minato had faced each other numerous times, largely due to a certain shameless teacher wishing for Minato to teach the disrespectful Beixuan a lesson. Minato dashed forward with a straight punch aimed at Beixuan's face, but Beixuan simply crouched to evade the blow, countering with a sweeping kick aimed at Minato's lower body. Seeing his punch dodged, Minato transformed his fist into a palm, pressing down on Beixuan's shoulder, using his grip to evade Beixuan's counterattack mid-air. In response, Beixuan seized Minato's hand on his shoulder, exerting force in an attempt to throw Minato off. As Beixuan grasped Minato's hand, Minato also grasped Bei Xuan in return, and both engaged in a test of strength. Ultimately, as Minato executed a spinning kick, they were forced apart. Noticing Minato forming hand signs, Beixuan immediately raised his hand. "I concede." Beixuan's sudden surrender sparked public outrage. The classmates watching began to be OOTO them. It was unacceptable to give up without putting forth a full effort. Sarutobi Noichi's face reflected a tinge of regret, having missed the chance to witness this little rascal get thrashed. Seeing Beixuan concede, Minato was left with no choice but to lower his hand and approach Beixuan with a hint of exasperation. "It is always like this. Beixuan, you should possess more strength than this." Beixuan placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. "Didn't I say that there's no point in fighting if I can't win?" This is clearly Noichi's scheme to incite discord between us. Despite Minato's overwhelming superiority in strength within the class, he maintained excellent relationships with his classmates, as he was akin to a little son. Radiating charm, Beixuan, too, shared a strong bond with Minato, as the wisdom imparted by Mr. Zurin allowed him to engage in conversations that prompted deep reflection in Minato. Initially, Beixuan sought to cultivate a connection with Minato for future support when he became Hokage. However, now, it was Minato's charisma that genuinely earned Beixuan's recognition as a friend. Beixuan was not a child, which made it challenging for him to engage with the other students at the Ninja Academy. Their conversations rarely aligned. Even though children in the ninja world matured quickly, they remained fundamentally children. When Beixuan first sat in class, observing these kids, he struggled to comprehend those who conversed about love and relationships with children after their transmigration. Just because their bodies were youthful did not imply their minds were childlike as well. Could one truly bring themselves to act upon the face of such innocence? In Beixuan's view, although he currently inhabited a child's body, his actual age was still that of his pre-transmigration self. His physical form was simply beyond his control. Thus, he felt an absence of understanding and respect. Wouldn't you agree? "Tang-san, Beixuan, wake up, school is over." After class, Namikaze Minato approached Beixuan, nudging him awake from his meditation to "So soon. Let us go." Beixuan stood up, stretching as he followed Minato, feeling slightly stiff from lounging all afternoon. Minato observed Beixuan's demeanor with a hint of helplessness. He considered offering advice but hesitated, recalling Beixuan's previous words. Cast aside personal integrity, embrace a life of mischief, reject mental strife, and if there is an issue, go mad directly. Rather than compromising oneself, it's better to make things difficult for others. Minato, even if you're a genius and working hard, what is the point from each strive? I can't catch up anyway. As the saying goes, if effort were truly effective, why would we need geniuses? Although Minato always believed Beixuan to be a genius as well, he had yet to witness any indication of Beixuan's exceptional talent. Why did he hold this belief? Have you ever seen someone who trains without diligence? Or worse, doesn't train at all, be able to stand toe-to-toe with the top student of the class without faltering? Although it is likely that Beixuan will soon surrender, at least he is able to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with his opponent. Feng Shuimin is acutely aware of the diligence he has invested in his training. He leads Beixuan to the outskirts of the village, where their small base is located, his usual training ground, while Beixuan typically rests there. Upon arrival, Feng Shuimin begins practicing his ninjutsu, which piques Beixuan's curiosity regarding the caliber of ninjas in Feng Shuimin's family. After all, his own father left behind nothing but chakra refinement techniques, while Feng Shuimin possesses several wind-style scrolls. Although these scrolls are not a high rank, they are still scrolls. Feng Shuimin has mentioned sharing these scrolls with Beixuan, but the latter declined, asserting his identity as a taijutsu ninja. The strongest ninjutsu in Feng Shuimin's repertoire is merely a C-rank technique, and one that is quite ordinary, even unheard of in the original Naruto series. Once Beixuan mastered the basic ninjutsu and confirmed that his unique chakra could also be utilized, he felt reassured. The reason he chose not to learn Feng Shuimin's techniques is not merely a matter of their effectiveness. Rather, Beixuan simply holds them in disdain. The golden light charm is sufficient for him to delve into deeply, and with it he has no need to study these lower-level techniques, as they are of no use to him. Beixuan merely glanced at the low-level ninjutsu and grasped the general idea. studying these techniques would yield little benefit. These lower-level techniques essentially represent a rudimentary application of chakra, offering less advancement than practicing tree climbing or water walking. Furthermore, Beixuan's current focus is on refining the golden light charm, which led him to outright reject Bo Feng Shumen's offer. He believes that time spent practicing ninjutsu with Shui Men will be better utilized in enhancing his chi. Additionally, Beixuan had grasped some aspects of materialization with the golden light, although the current manifestation was not very solid, rendering it ineffective. It was only upon successfully achieving materialization that Beixuan realized he had been narrowing his focus. Materialization requires the golden light to be condensed into an incredibly firm form, as it stands. Even if the golden light were to materialize, its strength would not suffice to confront formidable foes. After securing the fishing net he had purchased by the nearby stream, Beixuan climbed a large tree, lying down to observe Bo Feng Shumen's training below. It was not until dusk that Bo Feng Shumen ceased his training and turned to look at Beixuan, who had unsurprisingly fallen asleep. Ignoring the slumbering Beixuan, Bo Feng Shumen approached the net that Beixuan had set up earlier, pulling it up to discover 4 large fish flopping about. Beixuan, wake up! We have quite a catch today. Upon hearing Bo Feng Shumen's call, Beixuan opened his eyes and leaped down from the tree to join him. How did we catch so many? Did you throw an extra bait this morning? No, I followed the quantity you specified. Ever since Beixuan demonstrated his grilling technique after they became friends and discovered this spot, he has taken it upon himself to handle their dinners. However, Beixuan does not work for free. They maintain a fair arrangement, as Bo Feng Shumen requires nutrition for his training. Consequently, he voluntarily pays Beixuan a certain amount each month. I suppose we are just lucky today. You handle the fish while I start the fire. Soon, both completed their respective tasks. Bo Feng Shumen watched Beixuan grilling the fish, and the softness of his already somewhat delicate features was accentuated by the glow of the fire. Beixuan looked up to see Bo Feng Shumen's face filled with confusion. What's wrong? Feeling emo at this late hour? It's barely dark. What is the matter? Have you hit a bottleneck in your ninjutsu training? Beixuan wore a puzzled expression. After all, how could there be a bottleneck with those few trivial techniques? On my way back yesterday, I encountered the Uchiha clan security team. I also met the current young clan head, a boy named Uchiha Fugaku. Although he's a few years older than me, he single-handedly subdued a drunken Chunin. Beixuan, you say that I must push myself to become the top of my class, while these clan heirs do not even have to attend school. They gain such power simply due to their red eyes. Do you think I can really become Hokage? Beixuan was taken aback. He had only casually mentioned this to deter Bo Feng Shumen from dragging him into training, yet he seemed to remember it clearly. If the future Uchiha Fugaku were to learn that he had left the 4th Hokage in a state of confusion, would he rise from his grave to dance? After all, the Uchiha clan seems to enjoy dancing. Shumen, the reason I say this may be because you are also a genius for your belief that others gain power solely from their eyes. That is merely your observation as a future pillar of their clan. The effort he puts in behind the scenes is likely not less than yours. Have you not heard what Nichiraku said? His elder brother works so hard that he often asks him for massages. While these clan heirs enjoy the material advantages their families provide, they also strive diligently in their own right for whether you will become Hokage. Did I not say before? In my heart, you are the only candidate for Hokage. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shumen realized he had overthought things and a smile returned to his face, especially upon hearing Beixuan's last remark, which brought him more joy than mastering a difficult ninjutsu. At that moment, a rugged voice emerged from the shadows. Well said. Ha! You little brats are quite something, aspiring to become Hokage. The two, who were in the midst of enjoying grilled fish, immediately turned towards the source of the voice. Revealing 3 figures illuminated by the firelight, Bo Feng Shumen noticed that all 3 were clad in gray vests, and, upon seeing their forehead protectors, quickly recognized them as the village's ninjas. Beixuan, upon seeing the trio, instantly identified them as the infamous trio soon to be bestowed with the title of Legendary 3 Ninjas by Hanzo. Their current forms were surprisingly normal. Tsunade, who had yet to transform into a formidable presence. Jiraiya, still wearing the Konoha insignia. And Orochimaru, who still appeared to be a man at this point. Greetings, esteemed ninjas. Bo Feng Shuimin promptly stood, pulling Beixuan with him, to greet the legendary three ninjas. Anyone wearing a vest is likely a Chunin or above. And since they wore unfamiliar vests, they were likely Jonin. Huh. Grilling fish at this hour. Mind if we join you? Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the two fish Beixuan was grilling. Idiot, came the immediate response from Tsunade and Orochimaru. Their faces buried in their hands, struggling to comprehend Jiraiya's thought process that, oh, you're welcome to, but we only have two fish that haven't been eaten yet. If you don't mind. Bo Feng Shuimin glanced at Beixuan, who had taken on the role of chef. Despite their close friendship, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He thought to himself that he would give Beixuan a little extra money later, but for now, they should politely send off these likely Jonin ninjas, as they were not the kind of people he and Beixuan could afford to offend at this moment. Then I won't be polite. Kid, your grilled fish smells amazing. I could smell it from quite a distance. Upon Bo Feng Shuimin's agreement, Jiraiya eagerly reached for the fish in Beixuan's hands, passing one to Tsunade while ignoring Orochimaru for the time being. If you need more, there's a river nearby. I can help with grilling. Beixuan looked at Orochimaru, curious about the current version of him. Although he still emanated a chilling aura, he remained within the bounds of humanity. Beixuan was eager to discover what kind of charisma Orochimaru possessed. And no need. Just keep the fire going, Orochimaru replied, having initially intended to leave, but instantly changing his mind upon noticing that Beixuan showed no fear. Furthermore, he sensed familiarity in Beixuan's gaze, recognizing that this child seemed to know him as a disciple of the third Hokage. It was not surprising to be recognized, yet this sense of familiarity intrigued Orochimaru. Moreover, the unsettling aura within this boy made him want to stay longer. I was thinking of visiting my grandmother and then try my luck at gambling, but this fish is quite good. Kid, Tsunade, seeing her two companions sitting down, joined them, taking a bite of the grilled fish, her eyes lighting up immediately. I'm glad you like it. Beixuan prodded the campfire with a stick, causing the flames to blaze more fiercely. Subsequently, the five individuals fell into a hushed atmosphere. Bo Feng Shuimin dared not utter a word, focusing intently on his fish, while Jiraiya and Tsunade gnawed at their meals, and Orochimaru observed Beixuan with keen interest, who was engrossed in playing with the fire. Ah, what a delight! After a long journey filled with military rations, to return to the village and savor such delectable roasted fish is indeed splendid. The awkward silence was shattered when Jiraiya finished his fish, although this uncomfortable atmosphere was primarily felt by Bo Feng Shuimin alone. Are you adults back from a mission? Bo Feng Shuimin inquired eagerly upon hearing someone speak. Haha, of course. I'm the illustrious Jiraiya, beloved by all, a paragon of wisdom and charm. Jiraiya exclaimed, springing up to perform an exaggerated display, ultimately striking a pose with hands on his hips as he gazed at Bo Feng Shuimin. However, he was soon met with three pairs of incredulous eyes, the only exception being Bo Feng Shuimin, who wore a look of delight. Are you truly a disciple of the third Hokage? How impressive! Bo Feng Shuimin exclaimed, having certainly heard of Jiraiya's renown. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were widely recognized among the populace, serving as role models for many, Bo Feng Shuimin included. Hey, little brat. I am Lord Jiraiya. What kind of look is that? Jiraiya retorted, pointing at Bei Xuan, who wore a foolish expression. I know. I recognize you the moment you arrived. I've seen you from afar. Spying on others in the bath, Bei Xuan replied flatly, disregarding Jiraiya's outburst. As Bei Xuan's words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The astonishment on Bo Feng Shuimin's face turned to shock, while Tsunade clenched her fists. Orochimaru, on the other hand, wore a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, upon noticing Tsunade's tense posture, Beixuan quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, little brat, you must have seen wrong. Tsunade, no. How can you believe this little brat? The ensuing scene was left to the imagination. Jiraiya, sporting a bruise on his face, sat beside the fire, idly poking at it with a stick, and every time Beixuan prodded the flames, Jiraiya would attempt to obstruct him with his own stick. So, you recognized us right from the start? Orochimaru finally interjected, having spoken for the second time, dismissing Jiraiya's earlier comments as mere habit. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru and Lord Tsunade, Beixuan acknowledged with a nod. Upon hearing this, Bo Shuai Min exclaimed, "You are indeed Lord Orochimaru and Lord Tsunade. Beixuan, don't you wish to become an exceptional medical ninja? This is the perfect opportunity to ask Lord Tsunade." As she is the most formidable medical ninja, Beixuan shot a glance at Bo Shuai Min, surprised that he remembered his earlier words from the start of the school year. However, he found Bo Shuai Min's poor acting quite absurd, given that Bo Shuai Min must have already known the identities of the remaining individuals when Jiraiya introduced himself. It was evident that he merely sought to facilitate a conversation between Beixuan and Tsunade, truly a little sunbeam. Oh, little brat, you aspire to be a medical ninja? Don't all you boys dream of being handsome ninjas? Isn't the ultimate dream to become Hokage? Tsunade remarked, somewhat taken aback that this rather good-looking boy wished to pursue a career as a medical ninja. Nowadays, it seemed that all the young ones aspired to be Hokage, including her foolish younger brother. Well, compared to the others, I wish to become a medical ninja, Beixuan replied. In your reasoning, it can't just be a passing whim, can it? I aspire to become a highly skilled medical ninja and to bring about changes to the current medical ninjas. Beixuan's declaration immediately captured the attention of the others. Speak more about this. What kind of changes? Tsunade inquired, her smile fading as she became serious, as she too harbored similar thoughts, albeit still in the organizing phase. Ninjas currently operate in a team format. If we were to intersperse a medical ninja within each team, would it not significantly reduce unnecessary casualties? For instance, Beixuan's gaze fell upon Tsunade and her companions. Unrealistic. Medical ninjas possess relatively low combat strength, and every medical ninja is a treasure to the village. This policy is overly idealistic. Not everyone can be like Tsunade. Orochimaru interjected before Tsunade could respond. Medical ninjas are still ninjas, are they not? Beixuan looked at Tsunade, eager to learn if she, who had yet to endure the loss of a brother and a beloved, would agree with a policy she might propose in the future. Indeed, medical ninjas are ninjas. Little brat, would you be interested in learning from me? Tsunade replied, not directly affirming Beixuan's statement, but rather turning the conversation back to him. Does Tsunade intend to take this little brat as her student? What can this boastful little brat possibly offer? Surely he is just a weakling, right? Yellow-haired kid? Jiraiya remarked, draping an arm over Bo Shuai Min's shoulder. No, Beixuan is quite impressive. At least I've yet to witness his true capabilities. Bo Shuai Min defended, believing that being able to apprentice under Tsunade would be a tremendous opportunity for Beixuan, that he certainly wouldn't allow Jiraiya to speak carelessly and affect Beixuan's chances. I never said I would take him as a disciple. I merely suggested he learn from me, Tsunade clarified, noting that accepting a disciple in the ninja world is a significant matter, akin to acknowledging a junior with whom one intends to pass on their legacy. Upon hearing this, Beixuan felt a wave of relief. After all, the mentor-student relationship in the ninja realm is notoriously difficult to evaluate. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I am willing. TCH, yellow-haired kid, do you have any interest in learning from me? However, it's a different matter here. You would be directly apprenticing under me, Jiraiya said seriously, having been captivated by Bo Shuai Min's smile the moment he laid eyes on him. Could this boy be the savior spoken of by the great sage Toad? Bo Shuai Min looked at Beixuan, somewhat at a loss that in the past he would have eagerly accepted, but after getting to know Beixuan, he found many of Beixuan's views commendable, particularly in regards to respecting women. Furthermore, Beixuan's earlier comment about Jiraiya spying on others in the bath had shattered Bo Shuai Min's idealized image of Jiraiya. Agree. Watergate, he is an exceptional ninja. Just be sure not to emulate his other shortcomings, Jiraiya urged, seeing Bo Shuai Min glance his way, aware of his concerns. Although Jiraiya may not excel in certain areas, he was indeed a remarkable teacher. All of Jiraiya's students could be considered formidable warriors. Bo Shuai Min, who became the dreaded Yellow Flash in battle. Yahiko, who founded Akatsuki, albeit meeting an untimely demise. Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan. Conan, the affluent bearer of explosive tags. And of course, the true savior, Naruto. All these individuals were nurtured under Jiraiya's guidance. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui men rose and respectfully performed a bow of apprenticeship to Jiraiya. As soon as Bo Feng Shui men completed the gesture, Jiraiya immediately shouted at Bei Xuan, "That was for research purposes. Furthermore, my disciples will undoubtedly inherit all my skills." "What do you know, you little brat?" Just as he was about to continue his tirade, he noticed Tsunade as clenched fists and promptly ceased his words, his bruises still unhealed. "All right, it's quite late. You all should head back, that I must return to check on Granny. Orochimaru, go report the mission and remember to collect my reward.as for you. I presume you're still attending the Ninja Academy. You want need to go tomorrow. I'll have my brother help you take a leave of absence. Come to my house tomorrow." With that, Tsunade stood to leave. Jiraiya, seeing this, addressed Bo Feng Shui men before following after the departing Orochimaru. "Tomorrow, you should also take a leave. Forget it, I'll use Shadow Clone to take care of it. Meet me at Training Ground 1 tomorrow. I'll assess your abilities." "Understood, Sensei Jiraiya." Orochimaru silently departed after Tsunade left. While Tsunade could forego reporting the mission to the third Hokage, he could not. Delaying his return to the village had already been attributed to the mentor-student relationship. Now that everyone has departed, I should return home as well. "See you tomorrow." Beixuan rose to leave, confident that Bo Feng Shui men would handle the campfire. Only Bo Feng Shui men remained by the fire. Lost in thought, so much had transpired so swiftly that he found it difficult to comprehend. Had he truly just become a disciple? Having not ventured far, Beixuan turned back to glance, shaking his head the natural simplicity of Mizahana, which indeed seemed to have been present since childhood. The second generation had not been mistaken. The following day, Beixuan rose early to prepare his bento, contemplating his next step before deciding to purchase a notebook and pen. As it was said that the knowledge of medicine was vast, and he wished to record it to avoid forgetting. The residence of Tsunade was easily identifiable, as the Senju clan's territory was quite recognizable. There were no guards stationed at the entrance of the Senju clan's land. Beixuan stood at the gate for a while, pondering, before boldly stepping inside. Upon entering, he spotted a young woman with a head full of crimson hair standing by the pond, feeding the fish. This must be the wife of the Great Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina. Was she still youthful, as she had not yet arrived in Konoha? "Have you come? I thought you might not enter. Little Tsunade is still asleep. You may wait a while." Beixuan immediately bowed respectfully. "I have met Lady Mizahana. Just call me Grandma. No need for formalities. I never expected someone to still recognize me." "Huh. The house has become quite quiet. Since you have taken Tsunade as your master, you ought to visit this old woman often." Mizahana gazed kindly at Beixuan. Tsunade had mentioned to her yesterday that a child would come to their home today. But what surprised Mizahana was that this child seemed rather exceptional. "Yes, Grandma Mizahana. However, you seem to be mistaken. Tsunade has not taken me as her disciple. She has merely allowed me to learn medical ninjutsu under her guidance." Beixuan readily accepted the term grandma, recognizing that the woman before him was currently Konoha's greatest support. "What do you think of Konoha now?" Beixuan, who had expected Mizahana to engage him in casual conversation, found himself bewildered by her question. Was this the topic of an elder who emerged from the Warring States period? "It is quite good, flourishing, and peaceful." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Mizahana's eyes. As the host of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed the ability to perceive both good and evil, coupled with the Senju clan's unique abilities. She could sense not only the fondness Beixuan held for Konoha, but also the disappointment that overshadowed it. The initial intention behind the establishment of Konoha was for the sake of the children, yet it seemed the children now harbored disappointment towards it, although she could not discern the reason for this disappointment. She felt that this child was different. "Monkey, are you truly a worthy Hokage? The will of fire has never been a tool for securing political power." "Is that so? Sit for a moment. I will call Tsunade for you." "That girl is still asleep at this hour." With that, Mizahana entered the house, leaving Beixuan standing alone. Beixuan was well aware that Mizahana could perceive the truth behind his words, yet he had no intention of engaging her in conversation. He was merely a commoner who had recently established a connection with Tsunade, and the village's ailments were the disciples of Mizahana's younger brother. Beixuan did not believe that Mizahana was completely unaware of the village's troubles. To him, Mizuhana's perceptive abilities must encompass all of Konoha, and Shimura Danzo's actions could not possibly escape her notice. Thus, whether to speak or remain silent mattered little. Silence might even serve his interests better. Before long, Tsunade emerged, her hair in disarray, yawning widely. Yet Mizuhana was nowhere to be seen. "What brings you here so early? You shouldn't come at such an hour," she said, handing Bei Xuan a large scroll. "Read through this material first, then let me know your current chakra levels that I need to catch up on some sleep. I was up late last night thanks to that fool SHJ. With that, she laid her head down on the nearby table and fell asleep. Bei Xuan held the scroll, letting out a silent sigh. He understood that Tsunade's character was rather unpredictable, but surely the sun was high enough in the sky by now. He settled down beside Tsunade, perusing the scroll she had provided. The first thing that caught his eye was a wealth of information regarding the origins and development of medical ninjas, which he promptly skipped. Moving to the latter sections, the crux of medical ninjutsu lay in the precise manipulation of chakra, and this scroll contained numerous methods to refine one's control over it. The techniques depicted in the anime, such as tree climbing and water walking, were also included. However, Bei Xuan had already practiced these extensively. Having always pursued the transformation into light, Bei Xuan's mastery over chakra had reached an extraordinary level. Time passed as Bei Xuan slowly absorbed the material, and as for Tsunade, she remained asleep for as long as he read. However, her sleeping posture was a sight to behold. Her otherwise beautiful face marred by a pool of drool made it difficult for Bei Xuan to look for long. How wonderfully refreshing! Tsunade stretched and yawned, and Bei Xuan couldn't help but twitch at the sight of her drool-streaked face, half flushed. Why did such a lovely face end up like this? Noticing her awakening, Bei Xuan cleared his throat to announce his presence. Upon seeing Bei Xuan, Tsunade suddenly realized someone was beside her and, without a second thought, wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "What did you think? How is your chakra control?" "I've finished reading. My chakra control is decent." Tsunade appeared somewhat surprised. After all, the scroll she had provided was quite thick, and this boy had managed to read it so quickly. Medical ninjas are particularly wary of hasty success. "Are you certain you've comprehended it all?" "The most important part is to remember. I've remembered it all, except for the section on the origins of medical ninjas, which I skipped entirely," Bei Xuan replied promptly, adding a thought that if Tsunade were to unexpectedly inquire about the origins of medical ninjas, it could spell trouble for him. After all, Tsunade's temperament was well known. "That's fine. I haven't read that either. What's this?" Tsunade's gaze shifted to the box hanging at Bei Xuan's waist, detecting a faint, pleasant aroma emanating from my bento. "I forgot to eat while reading. Would you like some?" Lady Tsunade, realizing he had mentioned it was his bento, Bei Xuan observed Tsunade's eager expression. Understanding her unspoken desire, he took off the box and presented it to her. "Ha ha ha, that's perfect. I just woke up and haven't eaten anything yet. Since you call me Grandma, you can just call me something from now on. I'll look after you." Tsunade, without hesitation, accepted Bei Xuan's bento and opened it to begin eating. Though it had gone cold, Bei Xuan's bento still delighted Tsunade, who contemplated whether she should have Bei Xuan prepare meals for her in the future. Bei Xuan watched Tsunade eat without reservation and silently sighed about his uncertain future, wondering if it would be filled with darkness. He couldn't help but recall the later times spent with Tsunade's apprentice, Shizen. "Finished eating?" "Burp, by the way, have you eaten?" Tsunade finished her meal, tossed the empty bento onto the table, and asked Bei Xuan. Glancing at the bento box on the table, and then at Tsunade, who inquired about his meal, Bei Xuan felt an inexplicable fatigue wash over him. "Ahem, so, have you taught about chakra attributes yet?" Knowing she had asked a rather foolish question, Tsunade quickly changed the subject. "I have. Chakra attributes include fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, as well as yin and yang." Understanding that the formal lesson was about to commence, Bei Xuan promptly responded obediently. Ninjutsu involves both form change and nature change. Medical ninjutsu falls under the nature change of the yang attribute. Now, gather a ball of chakra for me to see. Upon hearing this, Bei Xuan's heart tightened. Yet he still focused on gathering a ball of chakra in his hand, internally contemplating how he would justify any changes in his chakra to Tsunade that, "Oh wow, your yang attribute is remarkably strong. This chakra is so vibrant. Do you possess all 4 attributes besides Earth? You truly are a genius. After Beixuan condensed his chakra, Tsunade poked her finger into it. Hearing her praise, Beixuan felt relieved and marveled at Tsunade's prowess. She could determine another's chakra attributes without needing chakra testing paper. Now, listen carefully to what I'm about to explain. Both types of changes in ninjutsu require precise control over chakra. Beixuan listened attentively. Tsunade, as the strongest medical ninja, explained everything in great detail, making it far easier than reading on his own. After speaking for over 10 minutes, Tsunade finally paused. "Do you have any money on you?" Ah! Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Beixuan immediately felt an unsettling sensation arise within him. Although he had been prepared for this, the demand for money came far too soon. Damnable pillar. What now? I didn't bring anything for you. Here, take this to buy some fish, but remember, they must be alive. Grandma won't allow me to touch the fish in this pond. With that, Tsunade produced a handful of bills and handed them to Beixuan. As he glanced at the money being offered, he recalled that Tsunade had taught Sakura, starting from just a single fish. "I have some on me. I'll go buy them right away." Saying this, Beixuan promptly stood up and headed outside, prompting Tsunade to tuck the bills away. This child's chakra is rather unique. After Beixuan departed, Uzumaki Mito appeared behind Tsunade and spoke. Indeed, his chakra is not merely ordinary. It possesses a strange potency that surpasses regular chakra, imbued with an unusual light blue vitality. It seems as if, as she spoke, Tsunade touched the necklace around her neck, a relic left by her great-grandfather. Yes, much like Hashirama, this life-imbued chakra indicates that his future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Little Tsunade has taken on a commendable disciple. Uzumaki Mizuho chuckled, ruffling Tsunade's hair. "Grandma, I'm already an adult. No matter how grown you are, you will always be Grandma's granddaughter. In a few days, some of Grandma's clan members will arrive in Konoha, and it will be perfect for Beixuan to help her integrate into the village." Upon hearing this, Tsunade instantly froze. She understood what it meant for her grandmother's clan to enter Konoha. "From now on, Hashirama's village will rely on you for protection. I think that boy will surely become someone remarkable." Uzumaki Mizuho gazed at the empty gates of the Senju clan, her eyes filled with nostalgia. She truly missed that perpetually smiling young man. Before long, Beixuan returned with the fish, and to prevent them from dying on the way back, he even purchased a basin from the shopkeeper. Upon his return, he placed the fish on the table and immediately noticed that Tsunade's mood seemed somewhat low. "Sister Tsunade, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "You've learned the basic healing technique from the scroll. Haven Tu, come and revive it, but be careful not to damage its nerves or flesh." Without hesitation, Tsunade picked up a fish from the basin and slammed it onto the ground, turning the flopping creature into a mere meat patty. How can this be saved? If memory serves, even Sakura's treatment could only revive a fish that was half dead. "Cough, I used too much strength. We can disregard this one. Just toss it aside once you finish." Seeing the fish become a fish cake, Tsunade picked up another fish and smashed it down again, this time leaving it merely half dead. "Here." Beixuan lifted the half-dead fish and placed it back on the table, channeling his chakra into it. Tsunade stood nearby, arms crossed, observing. Unfortunately, while the fish revived, its nerves were still damaged. "Continue." Noticing the fish Beixuan was working on beginning to open its mouth, Tsunade shook her head and grabbed another fish to throw on the ground. Beixuan immediately picked up the fallen fish and continued his efforts, repeating the process until he successfully revived the 6th fish flawlessly. Tsunade, watching the fish swim in the water, was somewhat astonished. Even she had taken a long time to master this skill when she first began learning. Continue until you can achieve perfection without a single error. Beixuan spent the entire afternoon in a cycle of reviving and smashing fish. It wasn't until a young boy entered the Senju clan grounds, carrying a large food box, that this process came to an end. "Grandma, sister, I'm back." The voice heralded his arrival long before his figure was seen. A loud proclamation from a distance. Fortunately, Beixuan's training and control was commendable. Otherwise, the fish would undoubtedly have perished from the shock of that voice. "All right, stop. It's time to eat." Upon seeing the newcomer, Tsunade instructed Beixuan to cease his training. Beixuan assessed the boy who had entered, recognizing him as Rope Tree. In a certain sense, the presence of this seemingly foolish boy, with his clear eyes, altered the fate of Konoha's underbelly of vice, the grandson of the first Hokage, and a disciple of Orochimaru. Rope Tree met his demise on the battlefield, succumbing to an explosion triggered by a hidden explosive tag laid by the enemy. His sacrifice not only plunged Tsunade into grief, but also compelled Orochimaru to contemplate the meaning of life anew. Rope Tree had been his most cherished disciple. Orochimaru had only shed tears twice, once for Rope Tree's death, and once when he orchestrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's heroic farewell. It was due to Rope Tree's demise that Orochimaru embarked on the path of eternal life research, ultimately leading him down a forbidden path and forcing him to leave Konoha as a rogue ninja. Meanwhile, Jiraiya set out on a journey to retrieve Orochimaru and seek out a savior for the shinobi world. I could see that moment. Rope Tree entered, his face adorned with red spots and exuding a naive charm, carrying a large food box. Upon entering, he spotted Bei Xuan and immediately recalled that his sister had asked him to request a day off from this person. "Hello, I'm Rope Tree, the grandson of the first Hokage and future fourth Hokage." "Hello, I am Bei Xuan." Observing the boy's foolish demeanor, Bei Xuan found himself pondering a different thought. If Rope Tree had not died, would Uncle Snake still have pursued the path of research? "Ouch, what was that for, sister?" Tsunade delivered a punch to Rope Tree's head. "Nothing, just a little itch." "Where's the food? Bring it over, and then go call Grandma." Tsunade, already in a foul mood, found an outlet for her frustration in Rope Tree's boisterousness. After all, weren't younger siblings meant to be bullied? "Humph, I knew you'd make me do your bidding." Though Rope Tree protested verbally, he obediently set down the food box and went inside to summon Uzumaki Mito. "Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. You haven't eaten all day. This. Bei Xuan's expression darkened. "Why do you think I haven't eaten all day?" He suddenly realized that Mizuho hadn't eaten either, and Tsunade had been by his side since she woke up. "What are you thinking? This courtyard doesn't have just one entrance. Grandma receives meals every day. It's just that Rope Tree brings dinner." Oh. Before long, Rope Tree returned with Mizuho, and Tsunade had laid out the food as they sat down to eat. The atmosphere was notably quiet. Even the usually boisterous Rope Tree fell silent. Bei Xuan surmised that this might be a family tradition. Yet the meals at the Senju clan were indeed lavish, featuring fresh seafood, a rarity in the land of fire. After the meal, Bei Xuan expressed his intent to leave. Tsunade agreed but insisted on accompanying him. When she inquired about his early departure, Bei Xuan explained that he had arranged to meet Minato at their usual spot. Tsunade then suggested joining him, and Rope Tree followed suit. Before long, they spotted Minato standing by a small river, with Jiraiya beside him, engrossed in writing something. "Bei Xuan, how did today as training go?" Minato promptly greeted Bei Xuan upon noticing him, bowing respectfully as Tsunade approached. "Enough with the formalities. I came here to have you and Bei Xuan spar." "Huh?" came the simultaneous exclamations from both, one filled with excitement and the other with confusion. "Wait, Minato. I heard from Rope Tree that you're a genius in the lower grades of the Ninja Academy. You two should spar with all your might. I want to gauge your abilities. Don't worry. I'll be here to ensure you don't get hurt," Tsunade declared before walking over to Jiraiya. "That's great, Bei Xuan. You can't lose this time, especially since Jiraiya-sensei taught me a powerful technique." That on his face, both Feng Shui men expressed surprise as he addressed Bei Xuan. He genuinely yearned for an earnest and full-fledged battle with Bei Xuan. It felt rather unfulfilling to triumph over opponents in the Ninja Academy without even employing ninjutsu. This time, under the auspices of Lady Tsunade, he could engage Bei Xuan without reservations. With a chuckle, Bei Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the excited Shui men, silently hoping that this young lad wouldn't succumb to another bout of emo. Establishing a connection with Tsunade naturally alleviated concerns about any threats from Danzo. After all, it was impossible to draw him into the roots now, and one could only assume that Sarutobi Hiruzen would safeguard his interests. What to write? Oh dear. Nothing of importance. S.O. engrossed in crafting his masterpiece. Jiraiya remained oblivious to Tsunade's presence behind him. Upon hearing her voice, he promptly closed his notebook. Goodness, if Tsunade were to catch a glimpse of it, he would surely end up with bruises. Moreover, he had even sought SHJ's assistance in appreciating this work. Foolishness! Head to the training ground and let Bei Xuan spar with your disciple, she commanded, turning on her heel before Jiraiya could respond, knowing all too well that he was likely scribbling some nonsensical material again. Ha! That little Bei Xuan is bound to lose. Shui Min is the top of their class, Jiraiya chuckled, immediately following along while praising Shui Min's immense talent. Little brat, if you dare to hold back, I'll let you experience the joys of SHJ, Tsunade warned Bei Xuan, her hand firmly resting on his shoulder as she leaned in, enunciating each word, gazing at her stunning visage so close. Bei Xuan's heart involuntarily raced. Oh, the little brat is quite bashful, Tsunade noted, her lips curling into a teasing smile as she tapped Bei Xuan's forehead. Not long after, the group arrived at the training ground, which was deserted under the night sky. Bei Xuan and Bofeng Shui Min stood at the center of the training field, forming the necessary hand seals. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen intently observed the crystal ball before him, which displayed the scene of the two facing off. These were indeed the new leaves of Konoha. Being disciples of Jiraiya and Tsunade, they were naturally aligned with the Hokage lineage, not to mention that both Jiraiya and Tsunade had taken in commoners, which greatly pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen. The protagonist is a time traveler, his true age surpassing Tsunade's, though his body has yet to mature, so do not regard him as a mere child. As the two faced off, Jiraiya took on the role of the referee. Begin! With Jiraiya's call, the two figures immediately clashed. Bofeng Shui Min charged forward, delivering a straight punch. Bei Xuan sidestepped, swiftly seizing Shui Min's wrist and delivering an elbow strike to his abdomen. Shui Min quickly blocked the elbow with his left hand while twisting his captured hand to throw a punch at Bei Xuan's back. Bei Xuan crouched to evade, supporting himself with one hand to deliver a swift kick, sending Shui Min sprawling. Shui Min shook off his slightly numb hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He knew Bei Xuan was far from weak. The force behind the blows was several times greater than in their usual combat training. This little brat suits you quite well. He possesses considerable strength, Jiraiya remarked to Tsunade as he observed Shui Min at a disadvantage during their initial exchange. Continue. Unleash your full power, Tsunade urged, disregarding Jiraiya. As she sought a display beyond mere taijutsu to her command, the two resumed their fierce confrontation, their attacks intensifying significantly, moving with remarkable speed. Each clash echoed through the quiet training ground with a dull thud. Are these two really first-year students? SHJ couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that even he might struggle against their stamina. However, he quickly dismissed his strange thoughts. After all, he was the grandson of the first Hokage and a disciple of Orochimaru. And being a ninjutsu-type ninja, it was only natural that he fell short in taijutsu. Bei Xuan, after a series of strikes, the two momentarily separated, and Shui Min exclaimed excitedly while forming hand seals. Upon hearing his name called, Bei Xuan mentally dismissed the notion of shouting back at Shui Min. It felt too awkward and easily led to comparisons to Sasuke.F Ton, rank SH. As Shui Min launched his attack, Bei Xuan sighed, a golden light erupting in the darkness. Heaven and earth, the source of all energy. Cultivating through countless tribulations, I attained divine power. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body shrouded in golden light reflects my essence that a powerful gust of wind collided with the golden light surrounding Bei Xuan. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, leaning closer to the crystal ball. Could it be? Tsunade was not surprised at all, a knowing glint in her eyes as she observed the golden light encircling Bei Xuan. This Bei Xuan's bloodline limit? What an extraordinary bloodline limit. I have never seen anything like it, Jiraiya mused, equally astonished. This truly Bei Xuan's true strength. Seeing his attack thwarted, Shui Min drew a kunai, its blade enveloped in a sharp wind chakra. In charge at the golden-clad Bei Xuan's Shui Min approached. Bei Xuan merely raised his hand, the golden light coalescing into a long staff, which he swung horizontally at the oncoming Shui Min. Shui Min bent low and slid to evade the strike, but he had evidently underestimated the attack. The staff exploded into a large net, ensnaring him entirely from behind. Shui Min, whereas the technique Jiraiya taught you? If you don't use it, you're bound to lose, Beixuan remarked, watching as Shui Min struggled with the kunai against the golden light. Presently, Beixuan's golden light was misaligned, though it could transform. Its strength was insufficient, allowing Shui Min's wind-enhanced kunai to slice through it. Admittedly, Beixuan's hesitance played a part, but it was undeniable that this was a current flaw of the golden light technique, a shortcoming born from his own negligence. Aha! It's time. Kunai severed the golden light before him. Shui Min bit his finger and began forming hand seals. Tsunade, observing the seals, turned to Jiraiya in surprise. Is it really okay to leave it to him? Ha ha ha. As a mentor, I must provide him with the best, and I trust that Shui Min will not let me down. After completing the seals, Shui Min slammed his hand to the ground, summoning a massive toad amid a plume of smoke. Are you joking? Where did he acquire so much chakra? SHJ gasped, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Though he possessed an abundance of chakra himself, it was due to his Senju lineage. This Bofeng Shui Min was a commoner ninja. Wasn't he? The summoning technique from Mount Might, Boku? Beixuan withdrew the golden light surrounding him and turned to Tsunade. However, it was clear that Tsunade had no intention of conversing with him, leaving Beixuan to focus back on Shui Min. Shui Min, what service can I offer you? The toad summoned by Shui Min was evidently not Gamma Bunta. Merely by observing its markings, Beixuan recognized it as belonging to none of the three brothers of the Toad clan. Gamma S, I have summoned you to help me defeat Beixuan, Shui Min declared. Understood, leave it to me. With that, Gamma S leaped towards Beixuan. Observing this, Beixuan enveloped himself in golden light and charged towards Gamma S. The lights swirling around him. Are these truly your new disciples? Their future is limitless, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he appeared beside Tsunade and Jiraiya, with Orochimaru following closely behind. Old man, to teacher, SHJ called out, addressing Sarutobi as old man, while the one who called him teacher was Orochimaru, trailing behind the third Hokage. Huh, what do you think of my disciples? Are they not impressive? Jiraiya pointed at the figure of Minato Namikaze on the field. Laughing heartily as he addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi, Beixuan possesses exceptional medical talents, surpassing even my own. Although Tsunade had not taken Beixuan as her apprentice, she merely remarked on his medical prowess, acknowledging that he indeed excelled far beyond her early capabilities. What promising talents! Hiruzen, accustomed to their banter, observed the two combatants with a serious demeanor. Beixuan, enveloped in a shimmering golden aura that continuously rotated around him, collided repeatedly with Gamma Bunta, while Minato diligently coordinated with Gamma Bunta's attacks. Their battle persisted until Minato's chakra was entirely depleted, causing Gamma Bunta to return to Mount Mayaboko. Naturally, a fatigued Minato was no match for Beixuan, who swiftly incapacitated him with a powerful elbow strike. As Beixuan dispelled the golden light and helped the fallen Minato to his feet, he noted Hiruzen's presence outside the arena, yet remained unperturbed in his heart. Indeed, you are formidable, Beixuan. I shall strive to catch up with you. Minato declared with a bright smile, devoid of any frustration from his defeat. You will catch up, for you are the future fourth Hokage I believe in. Helping Minato rise, Beixuan utilized his newly learned healing technique to alleviate the bruises on Minato's body, acknowledging that his exhaustion stemmed from chakra depletion. Just as Beixuan approached the group, Tsunade playfully slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble slightly. Well done, kid. You haven't embarrassed me. Upon hearing this, Beixuan shot Tsunade a resentful glance. Having often found himself at a disadvantage since their acquaintance, Lord Third, both Minato and Beixuan greeted Hiruzen. Ha, just call me Sensei or Third Grandpa. Titles like Lord feel too formal. You two are splendid. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. Hiruzen replied with a warm smile, observing the duo without inquiring about Beixuan's golden aura. Third Grandpa. Sensei. Huh, splendid. Would you care to take a stroll with me? It's been ages since we enjoyed a leisurely walk together. Hiruzen suggested, grinning at Tsunade and the others as they ambled through the streets of Konoha. They encountered villagers chatting or enjoying the cool evening air at their doorsteps. Residents greeted Hiruzen warmly, with Beixuan and the others joining in. Listening to Hiruzen recount amusing anecdotes from his time with Tsunade. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. Hiruzen cast a glance at the distant Hokage rock before turning to Bei Xuan and Minato, asking, "What do you believe constitutes Konoha, and what embodies the will of fire?" "I'd like to hear your thoughts, starting with you, Bei Xuan." Having anticipated this question, Bei Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Konoha is akin to a forest, where every individual represents a tree within that forest. The old trees extend their branches to shield the saplings from storms. When an old tree falls, it transforms into nutrients within the soil, nurturing the land to foster new growth into towering trees, thereby perpetuating the cycle of life. Ultimately, every person will meet their end. The vastness of the universe does not remember individual deaths, yet the new trees stand as a testament to the brilliant lives of their predecessors. It is through this relentless witnessing that a legacy is forged, and the will of fire signifies this ongoing testament and legacy. Hiruzen listened intently to Beixuan's words before laughing heartily. Indeed, the will of fire is nothing if not a legacy. Whether it was the second Hokage inheriting the will of the first, or myself receiving it from my teacher, as well as this group of children beside me who have embraced my will, it is the truest embodiment of the will of fire. And you, Minato, what does the will of fire mean to you? Hiruzen inquired. It is a bond, a unifying force that brings all the villagers together. I aspire to be that bond that unites the entire village as one. Minato replied, scratching his head with a bright smile illuminating his face. Yes, that's so. Then you must work hard, for I too wish to see that day arrive, Hiruzen remarked, sensing the hope of unity within Minato. All right, let us end our discussions for today. I must return home, for Lake Biwa has been persistently reminding me of my tardiness. Old man, you have the Hokage's assistance. Why tire yourself so? You'll understand once you become Hokage. Won't you? TCH, I have no desire to be Hokage. My dream is to become a gambling god. The gambling god who continually loses. Idiot Jiraiya, are you asking for another beating? As Bei Xuan observed the lively exchange, he experienced a genuine understanding of the will of fire for the first time. Although his insights were borrowed, they resonated perfectly with the people before him, regardless of what the future held. It was evident that he genuinely cared for his disciples. Even upon learning of Orochimaru's nefarious deeds, Hiruzen, as Hokage, allowed Orochimaru to leave, and Orochimaru wept for the loss of his friend, seeking a different path. However, for Bei Xuan to acknowledge Hiruzen's interpretation of the will of fire would be improbable. Comprehending the essence of the will of fire was one thing, while actualizing it was another. Clearly, the wicked disciples of Tobirama Senju had failed to uphold the will of fire, instead twisting it into a tool for political stability. Kid, what are you pondering? Care to accompany me for a few rounds of gambling? Tsunade teased, pulling the daydreaming Bei Xuan along with a smile. This. Bei Xuan felt utterly dismayed. Although his thoughts were mature, his appearance still resembled that of a mere 7-year-old child. Just kidding. The casino is far too sacred a place for children to enter. Come on. Remember to arrive at my house on time tomorrow, and bring lunch. Make sure to prepare enough, as today's portion was insufficient. With that, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Bei Xuan struggled to reconcile the concepts of a casino and sacredness, letting out a sigh as he silently mourned for his future for 5 seconds before heading home. In the days that followed, Tsunade persistently instructed Bei Xuan in medical ninjutsu, imparting her immense strength and summoning techniques. Although she had stated that she would only teach Bei Xuan without taking him on as a disciple, she still shared all that she could at AS for ninjutsu. Bei Xuan was granted access to the Senju clan's archives to research at his leisure. In the archives, he even stumbled upon the nefarious water techniques created by Tobirama Senju, yet he could not locate any of the Flying Thunder God techniques. Nevertheless, Bei Xuan understood that while these techniques were indeed the creations of Tobirama, they also constituted forbidden techniques left for the village by the Hokage, and thus could not be preserved within the Senju clan's archives. Tobirama had always believed that the Hokage's authority transcended familial ties. Kid, would you be interested in joining me for an internship at the hospital? Your medical ninjutsu is due for some practical application, Tsunade proposed one day. approaching Beixuan, who was diligently practicing the palm sage technique, her expression betraying an ominous undertone. Thus began Beixuan's arduous journey as Tsunade's assistant. Initially, he merely helped bandage the wounds of the injured. Gradually, he began using medical ninjutsu to treat various injuries. Once Beixuan mastered the palm sage technique, Tsunade entrusted all her tasks to him, only stepping in for more complex surgeries. Tsunade claimed this was to train Beixuan, and he soon discovered that few medical ninjas at the hospital had mastered the palm sage technique, as it was an exceptionally challenging A-rank medical ninjutsu. All this transpired in a tranquil manner until one day when the hospital director inquired why it was always Tsunade who collected the salary on his behalf. Now 8 years old, Beixuan sat quietly before the flustered Tsunade, his face devoid of any expression. Ahem, what does a child need with so much money? I'm merely saving it for you. When you need it, I'll naturally give it to you though. Is that so? Then I shall ask for it now. Surely, Sister Tsunade wouldn't begrudge a child his money. As Beixuan extended his hand, he quietly observed Tsunade's performance. Oh dear, I told you I saved it for you, yet you still don't believe me. Tsunade leaned forward, resting her chin on Beixuan's hand, speaking in an exceedingly sweet tone. Thump, thump, thump as Beixuan watched Tsunade, who was blinking her eyes while pressed against his hand. His heart couldn't help but race. Just then, there came a knock at the office door, and a blue-haired man clad in a ninja vest stood at the entrance, his face reflecting sheer astonishment at the scene before him. Tsunade, is there something you need? He asked, to which she swiftly turned her head back, coughing lightly into her hand. It's Dantian. What brings you here? Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to see if you had some free time to enjoy the scenery at Hokage Rock. The visitor was indeed Kato Dantian, Tsunade's former boyfriend who perished in the original narrative. Yet at present, he was merely a skilled jonin of Konoha. Doesn't have time. She has to teach me ninjutsu soon. Beixuan interjected before Tsunade could speak. Really? Is that so? Well, perhaps we could go together next time. Since you both have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave. Kato Dantian chuckled, scratching his head before turning to exit Tsunade's office, closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Dantian leave, Beixuan turned back, ready to confront Tsunade, only to find her grinning mischievously. Your smile is rather repugnant, he remarked. Humph, little brat, I don't recall saying I'd teach you ninjutsu anytime soon. You wouldn't happen to have a crush on your sister, would you? Is that why you lied when Dantian came to ask me out? Tsunade ignored Beixuan's protests, rising to his side and playfully trapping his neck with her arm, her face adorned with a wicked grin as she tugged at his hair. Let go. Weren't we discussing my salary? He exclaimed. Oh, I already told you I saved it for you. Now come on, we have a barbecue to attend. Let us go enjoy some free food. As Beixuan attempted to steer the conversation back to his salary, Tsunade immediately draped her arm over his shoulder, leading him out of the office, dismissing the topic altogether. The barbecue restaurant of the Akamichi clan in Konoha, the trio of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were seated alongside Beixuan, engaged in lively conversation. Tsunade, have you been taking some supplements? Your figure has transformed from that of a mere girl to that of a proper woman. Jiraiya blurted out, perfectly exemplifying the adage that one should not court trouble. With a resounding crash, he found himself slammed against the wall of the booth. Yet, Jiraiya wasn't entirely incorrect. Over the past year, Tsunade's bust had indeed been steadily increasing, and Beixuan had been a witness to her transition into the formidable Lady Tsunade. Moreover, this transformation was merely in its nascent stages. You fool, Orochimaru remarked, unfazed, as he calmly sipped from his cup. Accustomed to being struck, Jiraiya resumed his seat, downing a drink in one go. Such violence. Be careful, or no one will want to marry you. Ah, a classic case of forgetting the pain after healing, he retorted. However, this time, Tsunade refrained from retaliating. She merely shot him a fierce glare, prompting Jiraiya to promptly vow to cease his teasing, allowing Tsunade to divert her gaze. Beixuan couldn't suppress a laugh, finding Jiraiya's antics utterly amusing. What are you laughing at, little brat? You're probably subjected to Tsunade's beatings daily. You must be the most unfortunate one here, Jiraiya sighed dramatically. Feigning sympathy. You're overthinking it. Tsunade only hits you. She is incredibly gentle with me, Beixuan replied, inadvertently recalling the moment in the office when Tsunade had rested her chin in his hand. Ha ha, little brat, if you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. What connection could there possibly be between Tsunade and gentleness? Jiraiya exclaimed that if you can't speak properly, then be silent. What have you both been up to lately? I haven't seen you around, Tsunade shot back, glaring at Jiraiya before directing her inquiry toward Orochimaru. Since last year, Orochimaru has been conspicuously absent. Even Shinosuke has been complaining about his teacher's frequent disappearances. Jiraiya interjected. There have been numerous frictions between the villages lately, and the old man keeps sending me out on missions. Orochimaru replied, placing the food delivered by his attendant onto the grill. During every gathering of the three sins, when they dined at a barbecue restaurant, it was always Orochimaru who took on the grilling duties, as the other two could only manage to eat or produce charcoal. That I've been quite busy too, constantly training Minato, and also perfecting my masterpiece, Jiraiya proclaimed, rising with pride. The others, well aware of what Jiraiya's so-called masterpiece entailed, ignored him as he eagerly awaited praise, instead focusing on devouring the grilled meat. What do you mean? What do you mean? You all simply lack an appreciation for art. The old man is quite fond of my books. Even Shinosuke believes my writing is exceptional, Jiraiya exclaimed, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, for Tsunade's expression had darkened considerably. Now I see why Shinosuke has been acting so strangely. It was you who showed him that trash. Jiraiya, are you ready to be punished? Soon enough. Jiraiya found himself seated quietly, nursing a large bump on his head while consuming grilled meat. Orochimaru smirked slightly, sipping his sake while observing the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. Little brat, how has your training been? Would you like to schedule a match with Minato? He's become incredibly fast. His body flicker technique surpasses even mine. Jiraiya, wary of provoking Tsunade, shifted his focus to Bei Xuan, who was busy enjoying his grilled meat. Not interested. I'm too exhausted from treating so many patients daily. Where would I find the energy to spar? Bei Xuan replied, casting a glance at Tsunade, as he could now be considered her assistant in the hospital. Exactly, Jiraiya. Do you have any idea how arduous a medical ninja's work is? Just enjoy your drink, Tsunade interjected, her topic shifting back to Bei Xuan's work, prompting her to shoot a warning glare at Jiraiya. After a long absence, the trio indulged in drinking for quite a while, which made Bei Xuan curious to sample the sake of the ninja world, but he was promptly thwarted by Tsunade's fist. Once the gathering concluded and their bellies full, the trio of the three sins departed. Bei Xuan supported the inebriated Tsunade back to the Senju clan compound, and upon entering, they were greeted by two red-haired figures and Bei Xuan's grandmother. To facilitate his training, Tsunade had arranged for Bei Xuan to reside within the Senju compound, while Uzumaki Kushina had consistently insisted that he move in, claiming that more people meant more liveliness. Subsequently, the very next day, Kushina had brought Bei Xuan's grandmother into the Senju compound, stating that the elderly would surely find common ground for conversation. This led Bei Xuan to wonder if his grandmother would also ask him how Konoha was doing, just as Kushina had upon entering. Nevertheless, this arrangement meant that Bei Xuan officially resided in the Senju compound. Upon seeing the red-haired girl beside his grandmother, Tsunade instantly sobered up. Bei Xuan could sense Tsunade's body tense up completely. And understanding that she was aware of everything, he could only channel his chakra to soothe her. Bei Xuan's chakra was not merely enhanced by the vitality that strengthened medical ninjutsu. It was much more profound. Kushina had naturally noticed the arrival of Tsunade and Bei Xuan, smiling as she introduced the little girl beside her. This is my granddaughter, Tsunade. The one next to her is Bei Xuan, about your age. Hello, I am Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina, she said. Kushina approached and immediately bowed to both of them, her already vibrant red hair flushed with embarrassment, making her appear as though she had just been boiled, and no need for such formality. Welcome to Konoha. I am Bei Xuan, he replied warmly. Yes, Bei Xuan is right. No need for excessive courtesy. From now on, you can call me Tsunade. I will look after you in Konoha. Tsunade extended her hand and gently ruffled Kushina's hair, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Naturally, she was aware of Kushina's circumstances, the last scion of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, this girl before her would one day assume the responsibilities of her grandmother. Beixuan also scrutinized the future savior's mother. The wife of the fourth Hokage, the legendary Red Pepper, and the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Little Tsunade, perhaps you should take a bath first. Your entire being reeks of alcohol, which is rather unbecoming. He remarked. Uzumaki Mito, sensing her granddaughter's sorrow, stepped forward and gently stroked Tsunade's hair, encouraging her to freshen up. Tsunade departed to take a bath. Beixuan, tomorrow Kushina will be attending the Ninja Academy. You needn't go to the hospital. Accompany Ju to escort Kushina to school and show her around Konoha, Mito said gently. Understood, Grandma Mito. I shall also take a bath. I too have been tainted by Tsunade's alcohol fumes. Go ahead. The following day, Beixuan rose early, for although it had been a while since he had attended school, he was well aware that one must prepare their own bento. After some contemplation, Beixuan decided to prepare 3 bento boxes. For Ju typically brought along leftovers from the previous day. Now that he was up early, he saw no reason to do otherwise. It was not that the Senju clan was impoverished to the point of subsisting on leftovers. Rather, since Beixuan had moved into the Senju household, the responsibility of cooking had fallen to him. His remarkable Chinese cuisine had successfully captivated everyone in the Senju family, leading Ju to bring only the previous day's remnants to school. Good morning, a nervous voice called from behind Beixuan as he was packing the bento. Turning around, he found Uzumaki Kushina standing at the kitchen door, her face flushed as she gazed at him. Good morning, Kushina. Why not sleep a little longer? I prepared your bento. Thank you. Kushina immediately bowed in gratitude, leaving Beixuan somewhat speechless to owe him. Some traditions among ninjas seemed overly cumbersome, especially for those from noble families. Fortunately, the Senju clan was free from such trivialities. I've told you not to be so formal. Think of me as your elder brother. Here, take this, he said, handing her one of the packed bento boxes before turning to awaken Ju. After rousing Ju, the 3 made their way to the Ninja Academy. Along the journey, Kushina was filled with curiosity, glancing around with wide eyes. Upon arriving at the academy, Beixuan led Kushina to her teacher, Sarutobi Asuma. Hello, Asuma. Have you had breakfast yet? Beixuan greeted, waving to Sarutobi, who was busy organizing teaching materials. Well, if it isn't the little rascal, why aren't you at the hospital today? Sarutobi replied, accustomed to Beixuan's playful banter, yet surprised by his return to school. In his view, although Beixuan had not applied for early graduation, his presence hardly differed from that of a graduate. This is my sister, and also a member of Mito-sama's clan, that I've come to enroll her, and to check in on you and the students. Beixuan explained, stepping aside to reveal the shy Kushina, a member of Mito-sama's clan. Welcome to Konoha. I will be your teacher from now on. I look forward to our time together, Sarutobi said solemnly, recognizing the significance of Mito. Hello. At that moment, Kushina bore no semblance of the legendary Red Pepper. She appeared timid, her boisterous spirit subdued by the unfamiliar surroundings and the calamities of the land of whirlpools that had stripped her of her vivacity. I shall return to the classroom now, Kushina. You will follow this teacher, who will assist you with your registration, after which you will be introduced to our class. I will introduce you to a friend shortly. Beixuan said, tousling her hair, realizing the comfort in such gestures, which explained Tsunade's habitual ruffling of his hair whenever she had something on her mind. The friend he intended to introduce was, of course, her future husband, Namikaze's Minato. Although Minato had studied under Jiraiya, he was different from Beixuan. He had consistently attended the Ninja Academy, believing that forming bonds with classmates was an essential step toward realizing his dreams. Beixuan, just as he entered the classroom, he noticed a golden-haired, handsome boy in the back waving cheerfully at him. What brings you to class today? Aren't you busy at the hospital? Care for some chips? The voice belonged to one of the current generation's Inoshikacho trio, Dingzwa, who sat alongside Riku and Hachi. I'm here to bring a sister to school. No, thank you, Dingzwa. You enjoy them yourself. You all must take good care of her at school. Especially you, Minato, Beixuan said with a mischievous grin, patting Minato on the shoulder. Absolutely. But where is she? Minato asked, slightly taken aback and scratching his head, noticing that Beixuan was alone, that she's registering her information. She'll be here shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the previously noisy classroom fell silent as Sarutobi entered with Kushina in tow. After contemplating a moment, Beixuan chose a spot beside Minato, leaning against the wall while observing Minato's expression, which was now entirely captivated by Kushina. Children in the ninja world mature so quickly, Beixuan mused, shaking his head and resting his chin on his hand, feeling an inexplicable drowsiness as he settled into the classroom. Classmates, before we commence today's lesson, I have an announcement to make. Our class has welcomed a new member today. Please give a warm welcome. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. After Sarutobi's introduction, Kushina closed her eyes, lifted her head, and proclaimed her name loudly, only to immediately cover her mouth in embarrassment, as expected. Following Kushina's introduction, some foolish classmates began to snicker at her hair and speech patterns. Beixuan silently noted their names. Recognizing them as stepping stones on Minato's path to romance, I want to be the first female Hokage of this village. Ignoring the mockery above, Kushina boldly declared her dream, which she had learned from SHU. In her eyes, becoming Hokage would earn her the village's recognition, allowing her to genuinely belong. Beixuan glanced at Minato. He couldn't miss this iconic moment of their first encounter. Sure enough, the next instant, Minato stood up. I too wish to be recognized by the village and become a great Hokage. Minato beamed with his signature sunny smile, but Kushina seemed to perceive this as a challenge, huffing lightly and choosing to ignore him. Minato, you have a long road ahead. Beixuan playfully patted Minato's shoulder, adopting a tone of an elder. Huh. What do you mean, Beixuan? I'm just expressing my own dream, Minato replied hurriedly, brushing off Beixuan's hand in a flustered manner. Had his face not been flushed, Beixuan might have believed him that I hope everyone will get along well with classmate Kushina. Kushina, please choose a seat that you like, Sarutobi said with a smile directed at her. Kushina scanned the classroom, her gaze eventually locking onto Beixuan. However, upon noticing Minato beside him, she hesitated briefly before approaching him. May I sit here? Although she found Minato somewhat effeminate, he was the closest to Beixuan, so she had no choice but to ask him out of course. Please take a seat. Minato immediately shifted closer to Beixuan, allowing Kushina more space. Kushina, you're quite brave. This is Namikaze's Minato, my friend, when I'm not at the academy. He will look after you, Beixuan said, knowing that Kushina might have reservations about Minato, but he didn't mind assisting his friend. Hello, my name is Bei Xuan, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. To boldly declare one's dreams is truly remarkable. May we forge a friendship? Bei Xuan extended his hand towards Tsunade, the sun streaming through the window, illuminating him, his radiant smile leaving a profound impression on Tsunade. It seemed this individual was not, after all, provoking me. Tsunade thought to herself as she reached out to grasp Bei Xuan's hand. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Tsunade. I look forward to your guidance upon witnessing this. Beixuan felt reassured and settled down to resume his slumber. It had been quite a challenge to stay awake since entering the classroom. After a long day's work, Beixuan and Tsunade were preparing to leave when a group of Uchiha ninjas entered, escorting a villager. Initially, Beixuan intended to feign ignorance, but the captured villager called out to them. Lady Tsunade, save me. These Uchiha scoundrels are actually assaulting the villagers you protect. Tsunade, who had hoped to ignore the situation like Beixuan, realized she could not evade it upon hearing her name. She clenched her fist, exhaling deeply as she muttered under her breath. Damn it, this is wasting my time to win some money. Beixuan, perturbed by the interruption, found merit in the villager's plea, especially since Tsunade's gambling funds came from his earnings. Ever since Beixuan discovered he had a salary, Tsunade had not once received his wages. However, she could never seem to hold on to money. And once her funds were depleted, her gaze invariably shifted to Beixuan. He was reluctant, but he found it difficult to resist Tsunade's charms, as she knew precisely how to exploit his weaknesses. What transpired? Tsunade approached, pondering why individuals would visit the hospital if not for injuries. Had everything not been normal in recent days? Lady Tsunade .5 Despite the complex history between the Uchiha and Senju clans, it was evident that such disputes would not be perpetuated in the present context. Upon seeing Tsunade, the Uchiha members clad in their clan emblem immediately greeted her, for her prestige was high among both commoners and clan descendants. After all, everyone understood what it meant to befriend an exceptional medical ninja. Lady Tsunade, this group of Uchiha used genjutsu to torment me. You must seek justice for me. Using ninjutsu against civilians without permission is a grave crime. The captured villager cried out upon noticing Tsunade's approach, inciting murmurs among the patients present, many expressing sentiments that the Uchiha were indeed a menace and that the village did not require their presence. The nearby Uchiha, angered by the remarks, remained silent, their clenched fists and bulging veins betraying their inner turmoil. That I am curious. What advantage do you gain from wrongfully accusing the Uchiha? The Uchiha would not employ jinjutsu against civilians. And besides, their jinjutsu is not something your fragile body could withstand. Beixuan observed the villager for a moment, a hint of amusement in his voice. Even a ninja subjected to jinjutsu would experience mental fatigue and chakra disruption. For a mere villager to claim to be tormented by Uchiha jinjutsu was somewhat ludicrous. What nonsense are you spewing, brat? Are you implying that I am lying? What do you know about the Uchiha? They are known for their use of jinjutsu to torment me. The villager, incensed by Beixuan's rebuttal, erupted in a tirade, likely to have charged at him had he not been restrained by Uchiha members. He is an exceptional doctor in my hospital that, if he asserts such, you should undergo an examination that IT will be clear if you have fallen victim to jinjutsu. Beixuan, noticing the simplicity of the issue, knew that the strongest medical ninja, Tsunade, would not falter in this regard, arms crossed as she regarded the irate villager. I cannot afford any examination. Are you unaware of what the Uchiha are like? They have harmed me and now wish for me to incur costs. The villager was adamant in his refusal, yet Beixuan was not inclined to indulge him. Let us proceed with the examination. If you are here to protect the village, you should not be wrongfully accused. With that, he accompanied Tsunade, prompting the onlookers to disperse. However, while the crowd dwindled, their biases lingered. The captain of the Uchiha squad, observing Beixuan's departure, unconsciously activated his Sharingan. This individual was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's young leader. Having been sent to the Uchiha police force for training at a young age, Fugaku had come to understand the Uchiha's current standing in the village. Countless disdainful glares and insults had been directed at him. This reality starkly contrasted with his expectations. Such slander was not a novel occurrence. Whenever the Uchiha police force apprehended criminals, it was inevitable that some would attempt to falsely accuse them. Seemingly finding amusement in the situation, the Uchiha could only strive to clear their names, yet even success in doing so failed to alter perceptions. For the first time, Uchiha Fugaku felt lost. He could not comprehend why the Uchiha, a clan integral to the founding of Konoha, faced such treatment. Brat, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Uchiha clan. Having lost interest in gambling, Tsunade placed her arm around Beixuan's shoulders as they made their way to the Senju clan's compound. Halfway through, she suddenly spoke. I have read a fair amount, especially concerning the second Hokage's writings. Beixuan nodded, truthfully affirming his words, as the malevolent notes of Senju Tobarama were predominantly focused on the Uchiha. What is your opinion on the Uchiha clan? Why do you ask? Beixuan turned to Tsunade, surprised you would pose such a question, given her usual preoccupations with eating, sleeping, and gambling. What kind of look is that? Just speak your mind. Tsunade playfully punched Beixuan on the head, her strike lacking any real force. The Uchiha, as the second Hokage described, are a clan driven by love. Their power stems from their emotions. Yet their naturally dark chakra easily leads them to extremes. They can be considered the most exquisite of weapons, depending on how one wields them. Beixuan was reminded of certain remarks he had encountered online in his past life. The Uchiha merely looked down upon all who are weaker than themselves. However, this notion bore some truth. The Uchiha revered strength, submitting to those who surpassed them. Conversely, they were also the most stubborn and prideful clan. Should they deem you weak, they would regard you with disdain. Yet if you treated them well, even as a weakling, they would secretly vow to protect you, despite their outward contempt, and that encapsulates the Uchiha. You believe Konoha has utilized them effectively. Tsunade recalled the onlookers and their incessant insults. Why are you asking such questions today? You are not the Hokage, so what necessity is there for you to understand? Leave these matters for the next Hokage to resolve. Come on, you were just saying you wanted to eat pig trotters. Let's go buy some, and I will cook for you. Little brat, what tone is that? I am your elder. Do not treat me like a child. Buy more. As perceptive as Tsunade was, she understood precisely why Bei Xuan suggested leaving it for the next Hokage. For as a disciple of the third Hokage, she was well aware of who was responsible for the village's current predicament. Her sudden inquiry into Beixuan's thoughts stemmed not only from her desire to protect Konoha, the village established by her grandfather, but also from another underlying motive that I am soon to be deployed to the battlefield. The number of injured is increasing, with many unable to return to Konoha in time. I see, Beixuan deduced, noting that the influx of patients was primarily due to poison and water-based injuries, indicating that the sources of harm were Tsunade and Amigakure. Tensions along the borders were escalating, and war seemed imminent. With a profound understanding of the trajectory of history, Beixuan was acutely aware that the Land of Rain would soon declare war on the two great nations, thus igniting the Second Great Ninja War. It was during this tumultuous period that Tsunade's younger brother, Rope Tree, met his demise, irrevocably altering the fate of the legendary Three Ninjas. Alas, Rope Tree was on the cusp of graduation. His reckless nature on the battlefield was a cause for concern. Tsunade, having expressed her thoughts, turned her gaze towards Beixuan, who appeared utterly unfazed, prompting her to continue. Little brat, what if Rope Tree were to inadvertently perish? He is my only brother. With a feigned sigh, Tsunade squinted at Beixuan, only to discover he was engrossed in observing a food stall by the roadside. Are you even listening to me? She exclaimed, delivering a swift punch to Beixuan's head, redirecting his attention. I heard you. I heard he isn't Rope Tree with Orochimaru. What is there to worry about? Beixuan replied with a playful tone, intending to tease Tsunade. Orochimaru dotes on Rope Tree excessively, indulging his whims. Who knows what chaos Rope Tree might stir up on the battlefield? Perhaps you could keep an eye on him for me? Tsunade suggested, drawing Beixuan closer, their faces mere inches apart. I'm only 8. Do you really expect me to venture in a battle? Beixuan shot her a sidelong glance, though he had long been contemplating rescuing Rope Tree. He certainly would not do so without expecting some form of compensation. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Your prowess is certainly not that of an ordinary 8-year-old, Beixuan, Tsunade remarked, suddenly recalling his age, having often perceived him as more of an older brother due to his intelligence and their interactions. However, this woman had no sense of shame. Seeing Beixuan's reluctance, she resorted to her charm. You know, I've grown accustomed to this. How about you grant me a favor? Perhaps a kiss? Before Beixuan could respond, Tsunade's fist landed on his head again, this time with greater force, resulting in a noticeable bump. Such a stingy person, Beixuan muttered, channeling chakra to alleviate the swelling, casting a disapproving glance at Tsunade, who maintained her facade of seriousness as though nothing had occurred. When Rope Tree graduates, I will apply for early graduation alongside Minato. However, whether we are assigned to the same squad hinges on your influence. Tsunade, Beixuan declared, causing Tsunade to lose her composed demeanor, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and playfully ruffling his hair. I truly owe you one. Beixuan shot her an incredulous look. Since their acquaintance, it felt as though he had taken on the role of a caretaker, yet he was more than willing. For Tsunade had always treated him well, sharing with him the entirety of the Senju clan's knowledge. How could that be? I owe you, so rest assured, I, Tsunade, will not forget my debts, whatever you lend me. I shall repay as soon as I strike it rich, Tsunade proclaimed, thumping her chest in assurance that she would repay her debts, to which Beixuan silently responded with a middle finger. A person who could evade creditors through transformation techniques certainly did not have a stellar reputation. Nonetheless, Beixuan found himself curious about the depiction of Tsunade as a child in the original story. Wondering what the real-life version would look like. In the Hokage's office, 2 graduation application forms lay on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, those of Beixuan and Namikaze Minato. After Beixuan approached Minato to propose their early graduation, Minato had readily agreed. 2 months prior, the Land of Rain had officially declared war on the Wind and Fire nations, with the Earth Nation joining in the fray, thus commencing the war. Following that day, Tsunade had proceeded to the battlefield of the Land of Wind. It was during this time frame that Rope Tree officially graduated as a genin of Konoha. Beixuan and Namikaze Minato submitted their applications simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of their capabilities, which surpassed those of newly graduated ninjas. However, the brutality of war was not to be underestimated. Both were exceptionally gifted ninjas and his disciples, embodying the will of fire. Hiruzen was not inclined to send them into the battlefield hastily. As he contemplated this, Danzo Shimura entered the office, leaning on his cane. Noticing the forms on Hiruzen's desk, he spoke in a grave tone. What if I take Bei Xuan under my wing? The root could benefit from such a talented medical ninja. Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, merely cast a fleeting glance at Danzo, remaining silent. If you allow me to train him, he will surpass Tsunade as a medical ninja, and he will be utterly loyal to Konoha. Danzo continued, his expression unchanging. Did you come to see me solely for Bei Xuan? Hiruzen inquired, rising to his feet. No, I am here to discuss how Tsunade has been behaving. Their audacity has been rather excessive of late. Danzo replied coldly. Although Tsunade had not directly declared war on Konoha, they had been persistently attacking its ninjas, which was a primary reason Tsunade had stationed herself in the land of wind. It was also a measure to preemptively thwart any unexpected assault from Tsunade. We need to instill some fear. Tsunade will soon take action. They remain fervent about the lands of the Fire Nation. Inform all clans to remain prepared for battle, Hiruzen declared, gazing out the window at Konoha. This moment, he had not yet succumbed to the timidity that would follow. With Tsunade breathing down their necks, he had no intention of holding back. Understood. Danzo turned to leave but paused at the door, not looking back as he stated, you will squander that child as potential. Only the root can truly uncover his capabilities, especially with that peculiar bloodline limit of his, that golden light. He has yet to demonstrate its use. This child is more concealed than you realize. With that, he departed. Currently, Bei Xuan was enjoying a meal at a barbecue joint with Minato and Kushina. You two have applied for graduation. What am I to do? Kushina lamented, cradling a yellow mouse in her arms. I wish there were another way. I, too, would prefer to remain in the hospital, healing and saving lives. Unfortunately, Tsunade has tasked me with watching over that fool rope tree, and Minato needs some battlefield experience as well. Bei Xuan replied nonchalantly, picking up a piece of grilled meat that Minato had prepared for Kushina. 9 years old, Bei Xuan exuded youthful exuberance, and having surpassed the age of 9, he had been granted a chance to draw bamboo sticks once more. The electric mouse in Kushina's embrace was a manifestation of this newfound ability. By paying a price, he could summon Pokemon as spirit beasts to fight on his behalf. Theoretically, even an alpaca could be summoned if the price was right. And each summoned Pokemon could use chakra to resummon themselves. Kushina, don't worry, we will return safely. Moreover, our deployment to the battlefield doesn't necessarily mean we will engage in combat, Minato assured her as he placed more meat on the grill. Can I keep Pikachu? If you both leave, I want to have anyone to keep me company, Kushina pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Bei Xuan while holding the Pikachu tightly. I wish I could, but Pikachu cannot stay in the ninja realm for long. Once the chakra used to summon it is depleted, it will vanish, Bei Xuan explained. Even if she could keep Pikachu, Bei Xuan would never hand it over to her. Merely spending an hour with Pikachu would allow her to unleash havoc upon a group of muggles at school. Indeed, Naruto's mischief does not arise haphazardly. Bei Xuan surmised that if Pikachu were to remain in her company, it might very well charge into the Hokage's office and electrocute Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, this fool has always harbored such notions, even enticing Pikachu with its favorite tomatoes to accompany her. Bei Xuan speculated that it was likely due to Kushina's fiery red hair that Pikachu so adored her presence. Now, at the tender age of 9, Bei Xuan had significantly enhanced her abilities, derived from the bamboo skewered T3. The Golden Light spell endowed Bei Xuan with a dual cultivation technique for life and death and granted her the Golden Light, a versatile derivative akin to a precious oil, thereby laying the foundation for her true strength, T6. Tang San's mother's soul bone infused her entire being with vitality and bestowed the powers of flight and potent healing abilities. This explains why Tsunade could sense an overwhelming life force within Bei Xuan's chakra, 89. She learned to sacrifice various valuable or energy-laden items, or even the corpses of ninjas, to summon Pokemon as her battle companions. It was also at this age that Bei Xuan's grandmother passed away. However, where had Sage Ju gone? Despite searching high and low for him during today's gathering, he was nowhere to be found. Upon hearing this, Kushina could only stroke Pikachu's head with a sigh, then recalled something and directed her inquiry toward Bei Xuan, as she was the only one among them who had studied sensory ninjutsu. He was currently pretending to be profound while standing atop his grandfather's head, oblivious to his surroundings, and no need to mind him. Minato's grilling skills have certainly improved, quite commendable to that moment. Ju sat atop the Hokage rock, clutching his forehead protector. Typically, outsiders were forbidden from treading on Hokage rock, yet Ju was clearly no outsider. As for why so many individuals in the original work ventured to step upon Hokage rock. Do not inquire. I too am a loss. Grandfather, I will become a ninja like you, protecting Konoha and safeguarding my family. I can surely do it. Though Ju often appeared carefree, he was far from foolish. He had witnessed Minato sighing on more than one occasion, and any inquiries would only elicit the response. Ju will understand when he grows up. The once bustling Senju clan territory now lay desolate, with the filth he had observed previously serving as a stark reminder that grandfather's village had begun to tarnish, and undoubtedly, Minato's grandmother was privy to certain truths. Yet, due to his youth and lack of strength, he remained unaware of these matters. Now that he had truly become a ninja, this marked the first step towards becoming strong. Ju, Minato's friend, asked me to tell you to stop acting pretentious. If you don't hurry to eat, there won't be a portion left for you. A frog leapt before Ju, interrupting his train of thought before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Ah, cursed Bei Xuan, I will never allow you to pursue my sister, Diluo Tip. The blue-silver Emperor's soul bone, belonging to Tang San's mother, possesses formidable vitality and the ability to fly. Neither Bei Xuan nor Minato underwent graduation assessments. Aware of their capabilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately entrusted their forehead protectors to them, setting aside Tsunade's prior instructions to group these two with Ju. Their strength was indeed sufficient to contend with ordinary ninjas. Though Hiruzen was unaware of Bei Xuan's true prowess, he was well acquainted with Minato's capabilities. You three shall form a team and head to the battlefield in the Land of Wind to support Tsunade. As for your supervising Jonin, I believe you will manage just fine without one. While Sarutobi consented to Bei Xuan and Minato's graduation request, he harbored a personal agenda, believing sending the trio to Tsunade's side was the optimal choice. Moreover, it was crucial to bolster the number of ninjas along the Wind Country front, as the ambition of Tsunade was evident to even the most oblivious onlooker. To mitigate risks, Sarutobi directly commanded each ninja clan to dispatch personnel to the battlefield, ensuring these three would accompany them. Yes, three soon. Konoha organized a send-off ceremony, with villagers vociferously cheering for their triumphant return. Clad in ninja warrior vests, the trio of Bei Xuan, Minato, and Ju proceeded outward from Konoha. Bei Xuan, Minato, do you think we might actually find ourselves on the battlefield? I will defend the honor of the Senju clan. Laughing off Ju's impassioned declaration, Bei Xuan absent-mindedly played with the golden light in his hand. His golden light spell had progressed far beyond its original state, and with the vitality boost from the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone, Bei Xuan's life cultivation had surged rapidly. Furthermore, he had acquired physical training methods from Tsunade, along with the sinister legacies of Senju Tobirama. Speaking of Tobirama's legacies, Bei Xuan couldn't help but think Ju was somewhat dim-witted. Despite possessing a veritable treasure trove of abilities, he stubbornly clung to Earth Release. Claiming it was his path to carved, he incessantly boasted about his great uncle's mastery of Wood Release and his second uncle's prowess in Water Release, declaring that he too must excel in Earth Release. The Earth and Water techniques had long been the Senju clan's forte, with numerous high-level Earth Release ninjutsu at their disposal. However, compared to Water Release, which came with Tobirama's notes, mastering Earth Release naturally posed a greater challenge. Nevertheless, under the tutelage of Orochimaru, Ju was far from weak. His chakra reserves far exceeded those of Minato, augmented by a plethora of Orochimaru's secret techniques. I don't know, but I doubt it. We are headed to Tsunade's command post, so she likely won't send us to the battlefield. Ultimately, it was Ju who continued the conversation, though Minato soon regretted it. Upon receiving Minato's reply, Sage Ju chattered incessantly, like beans spilling from bag, leaving Minato with no choice but to smile and nod in response. The ninja team advanced at a leisurely pace, as no significant battles had yet erupted on the front lines, allowing for a more relaxed march. While resting at their campsite, the trio gathered around fire when they noticed an individual approaching. Beixuan was taken aback. Was that not the wronged Uchiha he had encountered at the hospital? "Pardon my intrusion. Would you mind if I joined you?" The newcomer gestured toward the fire before them. "Welcome. Please have a seat." Although Minato did not recognize this ninja, he still offered a place. However, he did recognize the clan emblem emblazoned on their attire. "Hey, Uchiha Fugaku, what brings you here?" Sh Ju exclaimed upon seeing Fugaku take a seat. Although the feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans had long since ended, Sh Ju, who considered himself a descendant of Hashirama, still held a disdainful view of the Uchiha. Particularly when Minato's grandmother recounted stories of his grandfather, she often mentioned how that certain Madara had monopolized Hashirama's time. As Ju's words left Bei Xuan momentarily stunned. So this was the father of the second pillar and the great filial son? He had not expected him to appear so presentable in his youth, only to have aged into such an unappealing figure. The Uchiha clan was renowned for producing handsome men, yet Fugaku seemed to have missed that genetic lottery, especially when compared to the second pillar, who had wept, lost, and endured hardships, yet had never been deemed ugly. Of course. Artistic styles aside, thank you for your kindness regarding earlier events. Here is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Uchiha Fugaku produced a stack of explosive tags and placed them before Bei Xuan before rising to depart. "Cursed Uchiha, how dare you ignore me?" Sh Ju fumed, waving his fist at Fugaku's retreating figure. By the way, Bei Xuan, what did you do? Explosive tags are quite valuable. Why would he gift you so many at once? Sh Ju turned to Bei Xuan, who was busy counting the explosive tags. His curiosity piqued. The worth of explosive tags was not insignificant. This stack alone could easily be valued at over 1,000,000 ryo. And upon closer inspection, there must be at least 100. The Uchiha clan truly lived up to its reputation for wealth, being closely tied to the Nikko clan. That it's just a small matter. I didn't expect him to be so generous. Here, take a share. It's fortunate I didn't buy these myself. Sh Ju, mind your possession. Don't blow yourself up. Bei Xuan mischievously grinned as he handed a small stack of explosive tags to Sh Ju. Recalling that in the original tale, Sh Ju had met his end due to explosive tags. How could I make such a foolish mistake? Bei Xuan, must you always speak without thinking? Ah, with antics like yours. How can my sister ever come like you? All right, enough of the bickering. Wait a moment. Bei Xuan has a crush on Lady Tsunade. You didn't expect this, did you? Let me tell you, Bei Xuan unleashed a powerful strike that sent Shungtai crashing to the ground, and then cast a glance at the surrounding ninjas who were drawn to the commotion by the loud shouts. Wherever Beixuan's gaze fell, others averted their eyes, for his renown had long spread among the ninja community. The prodigious medical ninja from Konoha Hospital, having performed no fewer than 10 major surgeries at a singularly young age, was someone one couldn't afford to offend merely for the sake of gossip. Ahem, it's time to sleep. We need to be on the road tomorrow. Minato glanced at the large bump on Shungtai's head and obediently retreated into the tent to rest his eyes. Bei Xuan, just wait. I will definitely tell my sister that I was wrong. I promise I won't speak again. After delivering a thorough beating to Shungtai, Bei Xuan felt an immediate lift in his spirits. No wonder Tsunade often found reasons to reprimand Shungtai. It was simply exhilarating. After casually healing Shungtai, Bei Xuan entered the tent to begin his rest, leaving Shungtai outside to extinguish the fire. You wretched Bei Xuan, once I become Hokage, I will make you clean the toilet, and you shall stand guard at my office door every day. Then you'll cook for me daily. After contemplating for a long time about how to retaliate against Bei Xuan, Shungtai, filled with indignation, utilized Earth Release to bury the fire pit before finally entering the tent. In Tsunade, within the conference room, the third Kazekage sat at the head of the table, observing the few individuals before him. The front line reports that Konoha has dispatched its various ninja clans to the battlefield, and I believe you all understand their intentions. The Land of Rain has suddenly declared war on the three nations, and I have decided to have Ezo lead 1,500 Sand Ninja along with a puppet army to engage in combat. The land of rain is but a mere gesture. What truly matters is Konoha. As you all are aware, the situation in the land of wind is precarious, and for the sake of our descendants, we must seize the lands of the land of fire. That I hereby declare formal war against Konoha. Chio, the front line will be entrusted to you. Whatever manpower you require, I shall provide full support, including myself. This will be a total war. It will also be our sand village's chance for resurgence. In the original narrative, Chio ventured to the land of rain, and it was during Konoha's assault on the land of rain that the land of wind launched a surprise attack. This has been altered to enhance the plot. I entrust this to you all. With that, the third Kazekage rose, removed his hat, and bowed deeply. Raza, standing behind him, was teary-eyed. This was the leader he had chosen to follow. Leave the battlefield in the land of rain to me. Sister, Konoha will be entrusted to you. Ezo rose to help the third Kazekage up, glancing at his sister, who remained seated, knowing she wished to stay home with her young grandson. However, as the third Kazekage had stated, the sand village required the lands of the land of fire. Leave it to me. The flower of sand ninja ought to bloom on the battlefield, for the sake of Scorpion's stable growth and the future of Tsunade. Chio could not refuse. Upon her agreement, the third Kazekage exhaled in relief. Since Chio's son had taken over her duties, she had utterly disregarded the village's policies. Now, let us discuss our strategy for attacking the land of fire. Yes. The very next day, upon Beixuan and the others' arrival at the front line, news of the land of wind declaring war on Konoha spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. The third Kazekage truly remains relentless. Mabui, do you think we should intervene? The third Raikage inquired of his secretary. There is no need for us to involve ourselves in the war between the land of fire and the land of wind against the land of rain. But with the Wagakure's main forces engaged in the battlefield of rain, we could strike at the rear of the land of earth. Mabui shook her head. The Raikage has a close relationship with the land of thunder, ensuring Kumogakure's finances remain stable, whereas a Wagakure is not in the same position, that if we insert ourselves into the conflict among the three nations, we would gain little benefit. Instead, attacking the land of earth now would be prudent, since they must be vulnerable. Furthermore, Kumogakure should avoid unnecessary disputes with Konoha. Although they are formidable, it is undeniable that Konoha is currently exceptionally strong, and we need not escalate tensions with them. Did I ask that so? Then let us heed your advice. However, arrange for 2 squads to see if we can capture a few bloodline limit users from the battles between the land of wind and land of fire AS for a Wagakure. Mobilize our forces and prepare to attack. The third Raikage, though muscular, was no fool. The battlefield was chaotic, and capturing bloodline limit wielders would indeed be a significant gain. Yes, that dwarf from a Wagakure. I shall have a proper meeting with you this time. At this moment, the ninja world was abuzz with various reactions to Tsunade's declaration of war, except for the Mist Village, which was toyed with by Madara. Thus, the second Great Ninja War officially commenced. Meanwhile, Beixuan was observing Shungtai and Minato as they moved supplies. Currently, the 3 of them, being mere genin, had been assigned to the logistics department by Tsunade, while Beixuan found himself in the medical department. This naturally sparked discontent in Shungtai. However, under the guise of tough love, he had no choice but to obediently assist in moving the supplies. Why is Beixuan able to idly watch us while we move these things? Minato, are you okay with this? Shungtai set down the box in his hands and nudged the diligent Minato with his shoulder, attempting to stir trouble. Beixuan is most valuable in the medical department. Lady Tsunade has said that Beixuan's medical abilities are nearly on par with hers. Beixuan is truly impressive, but I will surely catch up one day. Minato glanced at Beixuan, who was resting nearby, and spoke earnestly, aware that Beixuan had undoubtedly grown more formidable. I knew it. Telling you was pointless? How could I, the illustrious Shungtai, be reduced to moving supplies? This is infuriating. If only Sensei were here, he would surely take me to the battlefield. Shungtai stomped his foot on the grass in frustration. All right. Didn't Beixuan say that moving supplies is a good way to temper your character? The battlefield is no mere ninja game. Failing to remain calm and assess the situation could lead to death. The little son gently reassured him, recalling Beixuan's advice that Shungtai's temperament was an exceedingly unstable factor on the battlefield, and if necessary, he could be knocked out, especially when he tended to rush in recklessly. Tsunade, do you think this will help temper Shungtai's character? It seems ineffective, doesn't it? Beixuan inquired over his shoulder, as Tsunade was hidden behind the tent, observing Shungtai from a distance. She dared not reveal herself. Otherwise, Shungtai would undoubtedly pester her. You little brat, I won't even call you sister anymore that I don't know, but this is a method I inquired about from the Nara clan. It should be effective, right? Tsunade was also somewhat uncertain. For she knew her brother's temperament all too well. Shungtai held an overly idealistic view of situations. He had yet to grasp the true horror of war. Once the battle truly commenced, he could be assigned to the morgue. Beixuan watched Shungtai, who was chatting away with Minato, feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite having brought him to the battlefield of the Land of Wind to distance him from Orochimaru, Shungtai's character still posed a risk. Thus, Beixuan imparted a brief lesson to Minato, teaching him how to curtail some of Shungtai's behaviors and how to accurately knock him out as a medical ninja. Beixuan was particularly adept at this. He could not always follow Shungtai around like a babysitter. Only by truly understanding the nature of war could one learn how to safeguard oneself. Moreover, Tsunade held paramount importance in his heart. Ah, it sounds like you know all about war, you little brat. I'm hungry, can you whip up a little something for me? After a moment of seriousness, Tsunade immediately reverted to her playful self, tugging at Beixuan's hand and acting cute. Sometimes I really want to call the authorities. A hug? Sure, come here, but after the hug, you must cook something for me. Isn't it inappropriate to cook for just the two of us when everyone else is eating from the same pot? Why not? Besides, the communal meal is terrible, and who would dare say anything about us? We are formidable medical ninjas. What's wrong with having a little extra? Ultimately, Beixuan could not resist Tsunade's charm, and she led him to the cooking area. Heaven knows how the cook at that moment looked at Beixuan. After all, Tsunade's commentary while eating was far more enjoyable than the communal meal. What difference was there from a banquet? The outbreak of war was remarkably swift at this moment. Beixuan was constantly weaving between the injured, followed closely by a wondrous creature of pale pink hues. Happiness Egg. Happiness Egg, I leave this to you. I must attend to a surgery. Woo-woo. The most troublesome aspect of battling the Sand Shinobi was the myriad of poisons, each distinct from the last. Tsunade was tirelessly concocting various antidotes. Meanwhile, Beixuan held the fort in the medical department, treating the wounded, with Happiness Egg serving as his summoned assistant. Although he could also summon the slug, Beixuan had never quite developed an affinity for the slimy, gelatinous creature. The reason for entering into a summoning contract with the slug was twofold. He sought to learn sage arts, and at that time he had not yet acquired the ability to summon wondrous beings. Moreover, the slug's formidable strength was noteworthy, being one of the three great sanctuaries, while Beixuan yearned for the summoning of the Dragon Cave. It bore no relation to Orochimaru. Furthermore, given Tsunade's disposition, Beixuan suspected that if he expressed his disdain for the slug and preference for snakes, she might just invite him to examine her fists for any peculiarities. Although medical ninjas did not engage directly in battle, Beixuan had a strong inclination to join the fray and deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Overseeing countless surgeries in the medical department demanded his presence. Had it not been for Tsunade's late-night vigils concocting antidotes, Beixuan would have long since considered a strike for better conditions. Beixuan, what's the matter? Did my sister give you a beating? Upon returning to the dormitory, Shunshu was taken aback to find Beixuan in such a state. Are you all right? Do you need me to call Lady Tsunade for you? Minato promptly rushed forward to assist Beixuan. Concern etched across his face, for he had never witnessed Beixuan in such disarray. But I'm fine. Just performed 13 consecutive surgeries. That's all, that I'm not dead. Not dying, he spoke. He pushed Minato aside and collapsed onto the bed, pointing at Shunshu before drifting off. If you dare disturb my rest, I will take you down. With that, he fell immediately into slumber. Shunshu, upon hearing this, swiftly covered his mouth. Beixuan was not one to jest when it came to threats of physical reprimand. Despite the vitality bestowed upon him by the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone and his own cultivation of the Golden Light spell, the relentless succession of surgeries had nearly drained his spirit. Nonetheless, the labor was not without its rewards. Each morning, Beixuan awoke to find his mastery of the Golden Light spell had advanced further. The following day, while clad in a white coat tending to the injured in the medical department, Tsunade entered with the battlefield commander, Narashikako. Well done, my young disciple. You haven't disgraced the ninjutsu I've taught you. Hi, Chikati that moment. Tsunade, sporting dark circles under her eyes, glanced around at the wounded before seizing Bei Xuan's shoulder in a hearty laugh. Have you truly rested? If need be, you should take a break while I handle the antidotes. The medical department has eased somewhat. Injuries were a common occurrence on the battlefield, particularly among those who charged recklessly into combat or undertook perilous missions. As the war dragged on, the influx of wounded to the medical department diminished, allowing Bei Xuan a measure of respite in need. The antidotes have been mostly prepared that I have synthesized antidotes for all the poisons used by Tsunade and backtrack to identify their components, as long as all medical ninjas in the department review the preparation process. It will pose no problem. This is Narashikaku, the overall commander of the battlefield. After introducing the ninja beside her, Tsunade turned to Bei Xuan, who was already familiar with Shikaku, as he was responsible for arranging the records of injuries in the medical department on a daily basis. However, their interaction had been minimal. Although Bei Xuan oversaw the medical department, it was merely Tsunade's delegation of authority. She remained the true administrator. Hello, Bei Xuan, I am Narashikaku. I'm here to assign you a task. It was evident that Shikaku bore the weight of managing the entire camp, fatigue evident on his face. Under normal circumstances, he would have engaged in a more leisurely conversation with this prodigious medical ninja to build rapport. But at present his mind was elsewhere. Please proceed. Bei Xuan was somewhat taken aback. What task could he possibly undertake? Tsunade informed me that you possess a summoning technique involving the slug that can stabilize chakra and heal minor injuries. As she requires rest, she recommended you to me. That I wish to inquire if you are proficient in this secret technique. That we have received intelligence that the Sand Shinobi will launch a frontal assault on us this afternoon. With Kakashi dispatched on a classified mission, we lack a ninja capable of maintaining morale on a battlefield, and Tsunade's condition is not suitable. Hence, I have sought your assistance. You will only need to maintain treatment for the ninjas. We will handle the rest, and I will arrange for personnel to ensure your safety. Narashikaku concluded his explanation and awaited Bei Xuan's response. Understood. I am ready at any time. Bei Xuan glanced at Tsunade, who appeared on the verge of slumber, and helplessly approached her side to assist her. Thank you. Please report to the command room after lunch. With that, Shikaku turned and departed, burdened by a plethora of documents yet to be reviewed. Along with the need to allocate forces for the afternoon's engagement, is it really necessary to push so hard? Bei Xuan supported Tsunade as he guided her into the medical department, gently placing her on the bed in the recovery room. He found himself momentarily entranced by Tsunade's peaceful visage. Preparing antidotes was no challenge for Tsunade. However, she had meticulously reverse-engineered the toxins concocted by Chiyo, unraveling their components entirely so that other medical ninjas could administer the appropriate treatments. Despite having yet to witness the village's darkness or the loss of her beloved brother, Tsunade remained the girl who cherished her village. Tenderly, he covered her with a blanket, placing his hand upon her abdomen, channeling the life force from the blue-silver emperor's soul bone to flow steadily through her. The warm current soon eased the frown etched upon Tsunade's brow, bringing her tranquility. Minato, you must not let me down. Once you become Hokage, I will shield you from all troubles. The darkness of Konoha needed the sun's illumination, and Minato was that person. As for Bei Xuan, the reason he did not aspire to become Hokage himself or support Tsunade in that ambition was simple. Setting aside the idea of being Hokage, should Tsunade indeed assume the role, she would likely find herself confined to the office, laboring tirelessly, most likely dragging him along for the same fate. Thus, the optimal choice would be Minato. As for Shinshu, he could remain in whatever cool place suited him. If he became Hokage, chaos would surely ensue in Konoha. The Senju clan could return to the position of Hokage across generations. But it could not skip the Sarutobi era and continue to hold that position. After lunch, Bei Xuan arrived at the command room as promised, finding it filled with personnel, including Uchiha Fugaku and a man who bore a striking resemblance to Hayashi. Presumably the father of Hinata. You have arrived. We were just discussing you, Bei Xuan, the genin. For the sake of ensuring no errors occur during the afternoon's operation, we need to verify your abilities. Please understand. Upon entering the command room, Narashikaku stood, apologetic as he addressed Beixuan. After all, Beixuan was merely a genin. Although renowned within the medical department, the assembled ninjas were wary of offending him. However, the battlefield was not a place for leniency. Should Beixuan falter, lives would be lost. Their strategy was to push forward aggressively, trading injuries for victory, relying on Beixuan's slug for endurance. If Beixuan were unable to provide treatment, many would perish needlessly. Thus, they had come to Shikaku for a test of Beixuan's capabilities that I understand. Beixuan surveyed the individuals within the tent, realizing he was indeed Tsunade's recommendation. Narashikaku was well aware that Tsunade spoke no empty words. It seemed the pressure had come from these clan members, as most of those heading into battle were indeed from these prominent families, and Beixuan, regardless of his talent, was still a mere boy under 10 years of age. How shall we test this? Beixuan inquired. With that, his chakra erupted in a sudden surge, sending a wave of energy rippling throughout the command room. Having practiced the golden light spell since childhood, combined with the soul bone inherited from Tang San's mother, his chakra had reached an extraordinarily high level. Furthermore, as a medical ninja, he had honed his control over chakra, aided by the sinister notes left by Senju Tobarama. Thus, the simple act of unleashing chakra was a trivial matter. Stop! Stop! Enough! Lu Lin was dismayed to see the neatly organized documents on the table scattered everywhere by the wind, and he was equally astonished by Beixuan's talent. Although he had long known that Beixuan was a prodigious medical ninja, he had not anticipated such formidable power. Considering Tsunade, it was evident that Beixuan must have absorbed much of her abilities. As Beixuan dissipated the chakra that had erupted from his back, he stood quietly in place, smiling as he glanced at the surrounding ninjas. Except for Uchiha Fugaku, the others instinctively averted their gazes from Beixuan. You truly are remarkable. With that in mind, I assume everyone has no objections. Lu Lin inquired, picking up the documents from the ground and raising his head to address the crowd. What a joke. With such a fierce young man around, how could I afford to offend him alone? Besides, I have faith in this lad. That cunning old fox. The attendees silently cursed Lu Lin in their hearts. Yet they all began to praise Beixuan with smiles. Subsequently, Lu Lin began organizing the routes and battlefield positions for each team. After a while, Lu Lin closed his notebook and stood up, steadfastly gazing at everyone in the command room. Let us cut the small talk, everyone. Victory! Victory! Lu Lin brought Beixuan before the assembled ninjas, standing on the platform. Beixuan looked at the determined faces of the ninjas before him. Having spent a considerable time in the medical department, Beixuan had thought he could face war and bloodshed with composure. Yet, gazing at these well-equipped and resolute individuals, his heart could not help but tremble violently. After today, some of these people would undoubtedly be left on the battlefield, and their lives were entirely entrusted to Beixuan. Was he nervous? It was his first time on the battlefield, bearing the weight of so many lives. Standing beside him, Lu Lin could clearly hear the powerful heartbeat of Beixuan. He had thought he would remain calm, but being here made him somewhat anxious. However, he reassured himself, knowing what he needed to do. Beixuan gathered a chakra surgical knife in his left hand and lightly sliced his palm before forming hand seals with both hands. Cry out, "My companion!" Beixuan struck the ground, and a massive slug appeared beneath him. "It's Lord Beixuan. How may I serve you?" The slug immediately sensed the chakra above it and gently inquired. "Kind slug, please divide yourself and crawl onto each ninja, using the slug vitality technique." Understood. In no time, the enormous slug split into numerous smaller forms, crawling into the vests of each ninja. Rest assured, charge forth, but please be cautious not to let enemy ninjas harm the slugs on you. Wishing you all victory, yes. Then, let the entire army advance. With a wave of his hand, Lu Lin commanded the ninja troops to turn and march toward the battlefield. Damn it, I want to go to the battlefield too. Shen Shu, who had been hiding and watching from the sidelines, could not help but shout. Beixuan could go to the battlefield while he remained in logistics. After all, he was the grandson of Senju Hashirama. How could he hide behind others? Beside him, Minato remained silent, occasionally glancing at Shen Shu's neck. I could see this moment. The ninjas from Konoha and Tsunade faced each other, and the scene appeared exceedingly tranquil, too calm for a ninja battle. Tsunade, can I meet the one who can continuously cure my poison? I have yet to see her. Chio stood before the sand ninja, calling out to the Konoha forces. Humph, coward! Since you don't like to talk, you'll all sleep here. Seeing no one respond, Chio shook her head and waved her hand, signaling the sand ninjas to charge forward. For Konoha, the Konoha ninjas responded with a loud battle cry and rushed into the fray. In an instant, various ninjutsu and shurikens flew chaotically across the battlefield. Don't disturb me, Beixuan told the ninja assigned by Lu Lin to protect him, then closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The injured ninjas on the battlefield immediately received long-range treatment from Beixuan. Meanwhile, the golden light spell continuously circulated, replenishing the consumed chakra. Although it could not fully balance the expenditure, it could at least mitigate the chakra loss. Fortunately, the blue-silver sovereign bone continually replenished life force. So the chakra consumed for the long-range healing was not as significant as he had imagined. The fighting ninjas noticed the wounds on their hands, which had been cut by kunai. Healing gradually, a sinister smile spread across their faces as they charged at a sand ninja. Chio, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, immediately sensed something was amiss. The Konoha ninjas seemed utterly unafraid of injury and began recklessly attacking. Change formations, bring in the puppet troops. Although she did not know the reason, she understood the need to avoid unnecessary consumption and promptly ordered the fighting ninjas to retreat and replace them with the invulnerable puppet troops. At this moment, Beixuan was filled with exasperation. Did these ninjas not fear pain? Once the Konoha ninjas discovered that as long as they did not lose an arm or a leg, minor wounds could quickly heal, they began to act recklessly. Some unnecessary ninjutsu attacks were met head-on, while the sand ninjas casting jutsu were replaced without hesitation as for kunai and shurikens. As long as they did not hit vital areas, they might as well have been invisible. Because of this, Beixuan's chakra consumption was alarmingly rapid. These fools, however, Lu Lin was no fool either. Seeing the initial victory and the enemy dispatching puppet troops, he immediately ordered a retreat. Naturally, they could not use a life-for-a-life approach against the sand ninjas' puppet troops. Ninjutsu class, fire style, lightning style, hand seals, release. Lu Lin began coordinating with the Yamanaka clan members in command. Beixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even with abundant chakra, the consumption was becoming overwhelming. He could not help but feel envious of Hashirama and the prince. Although his chakra reserves were vast, he was still far from their level. Speaking of insufficient chakra, Beixuan immediately thought of Mito's seal. Whether it was Tsunade or Sakura later on, they had both learned this technique, resulting in a substantial chakra expenditure during use. However, the seal was typically used by women. He wondered if men could practice it. He decided to ask Lady Mito upon his return. As for Tsunade, she had yet to learn that technique at this point. Lord Beixuan, do you need a rest? The nearby ninja, noticing Beixuan's fatigued expression, immediately inquired. Although Beixuan was young, his current strength warranted the title of Lord. This ninja belonged to the Inuzuka clan. Named Yamanaka Jin, and being entrusted by Lu Lin to protect Beixuan, he was well aware of Beixuan's capabilities. Put it bluntly, the success of the first wave of battle was largely due to this young child before him. No, I will just recover some chakra here. Additionally, Beixuan glanced at the distant battlefield, understanding that merely hiding behind to heal ninjas would not ensure survival in the ninja world, whether in the hospital or medical department. Beixuan could not avoid being stained with countless blood while performing major surgeries. Yet that was all for saving lives. As a ninja, one must inevitably learn to take lives. Otherwise, one might find themselves unable to act when the day comes, and it would be their own life at stake. Beixuan, have you not long been prepared? Beixuan murmured to himself before rising to his feet, gazing at the distant battlefield before vanishing in a body flicker. Oh no, Lord Beixuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Yamanaka Jin was momentarily stunned, and after regaining his composure, he hurriedly sought out Lu Lin to report the situation. What did you say? Beixuan has gone to the battlefield. How could you let him go without stopping him? Lu Lin roared upon hearing Yamanaka Jin's report. What a joke! This kid is a treasure, if anything were to happen to him on the battlefield. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Tsunade would tear me apart. A ninja capable of achieving such a decisive victory on the battlefield before turning 10. Although he knew Bei Xuan was strong. The battlefield was not a place where mere strength could guarantee survival, of course. The founding couple of Konoha was an exception to this moment. Bei Xuan stepped onto the battlefield, observing the surrounding corpses and the blood-soaked ground. To his surprise, he felt a greater sense of calm than he had anticipated. Was it due to his familiarity with blood? Bei Xuan knelt before the corpse of a Konoha ninja, gently closing its unblinking eyes. War. Hey, you little brat from Konoha. The battlefield is no place for someone like you. Has everyone in Konoha perished, sending a child who hasn't even grown all his hair to the front lines? The appearance of Bei Xuan naturally caught the attention of the sand ninjas. Bei Xuan turned to the source of the voice and saw 3 sand ninjas manipulating 3 puppets not far away. Just you guys, huh? After taking a serious look at the 3 opponents, Bei Xuan closed his eyes. Hey kid, are you too scared to look? Huh, I'll send her to find her mommy. Puppet technique. But the next moment, the one who was taunting opened his eyes wide in shock, then fell down, and the puppets he controlled shattered into pieces. Are you kidding me? The remaining 2 sand ninjas were instantly frozen in shock, trembling at the sight of the boy crackling with piercing lightning. Too fast. I couldn't see any movements. The 3 were killed by this boy. The lightning in Beixuan's hand was precisely the Chidori invented by Kakashi in the original story. Over the past few years, Bei Xuan had also attempted to replicate both the Rasengan and Chidori techniques. It was evident that Bei Xuan had succeeded. However, the use of Chidori required exceptional visual acuity to lock onto a target. Lacking the Sharingan, Bei Xuan resorted to sensory ninjutsu. The most formidable sensory ninjutsu in the ninja world was undoubtedly the Kagura Shingon, but unfortunately, that was a bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Bei Xuan had to settle for learning the sensory ninjutsu of the second Hokage. Although he often bantered about the evil Senju Tobarama, most of the ninjutsu Bei Xuan had mastered came from Tobarama's notes and collections. After mastering Chidori, Bei Xuan also combined it with Tsunade's monstrous strength during his dashes, enhancing its penetrating power. Although it was initially challenging, the results were remarkable. At least all the training dummies in Konoha could not withstand the piercing force of Chidori. Bei Xuan had also contemplated enveloping himself in golden light while using Chidori, transforming himself into a formidable entity with both resilience and striking power. Unfortunately, at present, Bei Xuan could not execute both techniques simultaneously. Even adding monstrous strength to Chidori was already difficult to control. However, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light was relatively simple, though compressing it to form a high defense was a different matter entirely. Dispersing the lightning from his hands, Bei Xuan stared blankly at the 3 corpses on the ground, his hands stained with blood. For the first time, he had taken the lives of another, his first, second, and third victims. There would surely be a 10th, 100th, or even 1,000th in the future. Initially, Bei Xuan had sought to learn medical ninjutsu merely to understand the effects of harmonizing chi and chakra for better life cultivation. Later, he began learning medical ninjutsu, after getting to know Tsunade, discovering the joy in healing, even as there was an ulterior motive to grow closer to her. Yet, when Bei Xuan first healed a patient in the hospital, the heartfelt gratitude he received was something he could never forget. Bei Xuan had once asked Tsunade why she became a medical ninja, though her response was a jest about the ample money for gambling. Bei Xuan understood it was merely a joke. Back when he had just met Tsunade, he had made a few boastful remarks about her future, and now those words were continuously being refined in her room, soon to appear in the Hokage's office. Have I truly grown accustomed to this? Bei Xuan shook the blood off his hands with chakra and headed toward the Konoha camp. He had come here to witness bloodshed and to acclimatize himself to the discomfort of killing. Yet, Bei Xuan was taken aback to realize he felt no discomfort at all to eliminate the 3 sand ninjas. He possessed numerous methods, yet he chose the most brutal one, which offered a visceral experience of his opponent's demise. The Chidori, enhanced with monstrous strength, created a massive, gaping wound in his target, and combined with Beixuan's sensory ninjutsu, he could clearly perceive every detail of the sand ninja's deaths. However, the absence of a reaction was perhaps better. as it spared him a potential flaw. Why heavens, where have you been? Do you realize how worried I was? As soon as Beixuan returned to the camp, Deer Forest approached him, visibly relieved to see him unscathed, followed by a barrage of complaints. I'm sorry, it was my fault this time. It won't happen again, I promise. Beixuan naturally adhered to the principle of apologizing immediately after making a mistake. Initially wanting to continue her scolding, Deer Forest found herself at a loss upon witnessing Beixuan's sincerity, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Ahem, it's good that you recognize your mistake. You should rest now. The battlefield does not require your secret techniques at the moment. Understood. Beixuan turned to leave, but his destination was the cooking area. Upon Beixuan's return, Deer Forest had already caught a whiff of the blood on him and instantly understood what he had been up to on the battlefield. Watching Beixuan's retreating figure, Deer Forest shook her head, thinking of her own child. Dujin, why compare my child to a monster? It's unnecessary. Beixuan did not return to his tent to rest, but instead prepared some food to bring to the medical department. At that moment, there were very few new patients in the medical department, thanks to Beixuan's remote healing. Minor injuries had mostly healed, while those with severe injuries had perished. Upon entering the lounge, Beixuan found Tsunade, as expected, still asleep, albeit in a rather ungraceful position. Watching the drool drip on her pillow, Beixuan couldn't help but clench his fist. Although he had never spent the night there, he often rested in this very spot. Beixuan silently patted his chest, reminding himself not to get irritated over something so trivial. He then opened the food container, and immediately, the room was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Food was not permitted in the medical department. But that was of no concern to Beixuan, as no one could reprimand him. He picked up a piece of meat and brought it close to Tsunade's nose. Little brat, do you think I'm foolish? Yet, contrary to his expectations, Tsunade merely lay there, looking at him blankly. Ahem, so you've awakened. Just in time for a meal. I made this specially for you. Saying this, Beixuan brought the meat closer to her mouth. And Tsunade showed no intention of getting up, simply opening her mouth to eat. After finishing, she continued to keep her mouth open. Beixuan understood Tsunade's unspoken request and began feeding her morsels from the food container. The lounge was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Tsunade eating. You killed someone on the battlefield? After finishing, Tsunade sat up immediately, squinting at Beixuan. What the heck? How did you know? Beixuan, who was tidying up the food container, turned around in shock, staring at Tsunade. She couldn't possibly possess a sensory ninjutsu that could cover the battlefield, and she had been sleeping soundly when he arrived. What was she thinking? I sense the smell of blood on you. And your aura has changed a bit, so I merely guessed. Seeing Beixuan's astonishment, Tsunade realized he was overthinking things again, and she covered her face in exasperation, wondering how he managed to graduate without even the slightest sense of a ninja's reconnaissance. What? Beixuan had barely attended any classes, and I was the one who taught him everything. So Beixuan just hadn't taken it seriously. Yes, that's so. That's right, I tried it out. As a ninja, one must confront life and death. However, after killing 3 sand ninjas, I withdrew and did not linger. Beixuan immediately recalled Tsunade's warning when the 3 of them had arrived at the front lines, and he hastily explained. Yet before he could finish, Tsunade embraced him, prompting Beixuan to drop the food container and reciprocate the hug lightly. However, before Beixuan could fully savor the warmth of Tsunade's embrace, she released him abruptly, leaving him with a somewhat forlorn expression. What are you staring at? You little brat. Here, take this. Your talent will soon make your name known throughout the ninja world, but only by staying alive can you uphold that name with honor. Promise me you'll live well. Tsunade removed the necklace from around her neck and personally fastened it around Beixuan's. Feeling the warmth of the necklace that belonged to Tsunade, Beixuan's mind went blank. He was well aware of what this necklace represented. The steady heartbeat he had once felt suddenly began to race wildly. This was one of the curses of death in the ninja world. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Beixuan was suddenly graced with a far more explosive scene. Tsunade cradled his face and gently pressed her lips to his forehead. Oh dear, what are you thinking? This is a blessing. Stop overthinking and tidy up quickly. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she playfully flicked Beixuan's forehead before ushering him out of the resting area. Standing dazed at the entrance, Beixuan lingered for a moment, then clenched the necklace around his neck and made his way to his tent. Meanwhile, Tsunade, her face still aglow, was clearly wide awake, her trembling eyelashes betraying her inability to sleep. How dare that ungrateful Beixuan betray us? We agreed to stay in the rear together and face the battlefield side by side. No sooner had Beixuan returned to his tent than Shangtong seized his collar. Shouting furiously, Beixuan must be exhausted. Leave him be. How are you, Beixuan? Are you injured anywhere? Minato, observing Beixuan's vacant expression, inquired with concern that I'm fine. Beixuan replied, shaking his head as he caught sight of Shangtong's fist preparing to strike. Remembering the necklace around his neck, he immediately enveloped his fist in chakra. Wait, I was wrong. Minato, help! Shangtong, well versed in the power of the mighty fist, recognized the impending danger and promptly released Beixuan, retreating behind Minato. How about this, Beixuan? You take Shangtong outside to spar. His strength could collapse the tent. Minato glanced at Beixuan's ready fist and sincerely pulled Shangtong aside, pointing towards the exit that Minato's suggestion left Shangtong wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face. All right, I'm not actually going to hit you. Tomorrow, you and Minato will report to the medical department as morgue, and afterward, I shall have Tsunade assess your abilities as long as you both pass. You can join the battlefield. After saying this, Beixuan sat on the bed, removed the necklace, and began to scrutinize it intently, constantly sensing ninjutsu as he scanned it meticulously. Really, Shangtong, eager to inquire further, was immediately silenced by Minato's hand over his mouth. Minato rarely witnessed Beixuan so serious. It was clear he was engrossed in something significant. Employing every sensory technique at his disposal, Beixuan found only a sealing technique and an overwhelming life force within the necklace. Although it was merely a rumor circulating among netizens, there was something undeniably sinister about it. Aside from Naruto, who withstood the trial and shattered the necklace, everyone else who donned it and received Tsunade's kiss met their end. Beixuan couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Shangtong. Suddenly feeling a surge of aggression, he pondered whether this could be considered shielding Shangtong from disaster. Sensing the malicious intent, Shangtong sprang up and scanned the room, his gaze locking onto Beixuan, specifically the necklace he held. You dog, Beixuan, you've taken my sister, Shangtong exclaimed, leaping from the bed. Incredulity painted across his face. Minato, feeling a pang of anxiety, contemplated feigning sleep, yet he knew he couldn't hide from Beixuan. So he decided to remain alert, ears perked for Beixuan's response. Could you please be quiet? What do you mean by taken? If you can't speak properly, perhaps you should keep your mouth shut. Beixuan donned the necklace and descended from the bed, delivering a solid punch to Shangtong's head, instantly refreshing his spirit that MY's sister has given you the necklace left by our grandfather, and she claims it has nothing to do with her. But I never anticipated she would fancy you. Shangtong remarked, rubbing the bump on his head. What sort of expression is that? It's merely her blessing that I saw bloodshed on the battlefield today, and thus she bestowed this upon me, Beixuan replied, touching his forehead, recalling the wet sensation. Is that all? Then you must strive harder, Shangtong retorted, flopping back onto the bed. What? Are you acknowledging me as your brother-in-law? Beixuan asked, taken aback, especially considering Shangtong's vehement opposition after overhearing his dream talk. Given that Beixuan was younger than him, that you're certainly better than Jiraiya and that blue-haired wimp. You know Jiraiya. He's just a full-blown pervert. Once I become Hokage, he's the first on my list AS for that blue-haired wimp. He laughs like a woman every day. Clearing his throat, Shangtong continued, Beixuan, I'm not criticizing you, but although you're a bit young, it doesn't matter. Konoha has couples with significant age gaps, and you and my sister aren't too far apart. Plus, I'm genuinely concerned that my sister's temperament might leave her without a partner. Sigh. As a brother, I'm quite troubled. With a theatrical sigh, Shangtong expressed his deep worries for his sister's future happiness. Oh, noted. I shall inform Tsunade, Beixuan replied, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Shangtong's pretentious act, muttering a remark that instantly stripped Shangtong of his facade. Hey, you can't do that. Minato, stop pretending to sleep. Get up and help me punish Beixuan, or I'll reveal the time you and I secretly browsed adult materials to Kushina, Shangtong yelled, causing Minato to spring up immediately, although rather than joining Shangtong in punishing Beixuan. He silently motioned for Shangtong to follow him at that moment. Minato's face was as red as Kushina's hair. Beixuan shot an incredulous glance at Minato, surprised to learn that he had such interests and hadn't invited him along. What kind of brother are you? He thought, but decided to put those thoughts aside for now, focusing on more pressing matters. Ouch, that hurts. You'll pay for this, Beixuan. The subsequent days saw Beixuan diligently working in the medical department while Tsunade took over his previous duties on the battlefield. This continued until a ninja eagle soared into Konoha. Just after finishing his surgery, Beixuan was approached by Tsunade, her eyes red-rimmed as she enveloped him in an embrace, gazing at her tear-streaked face. Beixuan instantly deduced the grim news. Mito was nearing her end. Don't cry. Let us go see Grandma together, he softly urged, wiping away Tsunade's tears. All right, you go fetch Shantong. I'll look for Kakashi, Tsunade replied before turning to seek out their commanding officer. Kakashi, as they needed to inform him of their departure back to Konoha. After Tsunade departed, Beixuan made his way to the morgue, quickly spotting Shantong and Minato, who were both uncharacteristically somber, silently completing death registrations. Shantong, pack your things. We're heading back to Konoha. Minato, you come along too. Beixuan bypassed idle chatter, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning Kushina, necessitating Minato's presence. What happened? Minato immediately inquired, sensing Beixuan's low spirits. Shantong mirrored his confusion. You'll find out when we return. Hurry, Beixuan replied, turning away, knowing he wouldn't return for a while and needing to gather his belongings. Without pause, they swiftly returned to Konoha. Upon entering the Senju compound, they were met with the sight of an utterly frail Mito and the tearful Kushina by her side. The dark seal on Mito's forehead had dimmed considerably. Grandma! Tsunade and Shantong exclaimed, rushing forward, tears brimming in their eyes as they embraced Mito. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Mito gently patted Tsunade and Tree's backs, whispering tenderly, reminiscent of the days when she would lull them to sleep in their childhood. Bei Xuan stood quietly at the doorway, observing, before pulling Minato, who longed to comfort Kushina, away. It was better for Tsunade, Sage Tree, and Mito to have some time alone. Bei Xuan led Minato to the Hokage Rock, where they silently gazed at the landscape of Konoha. Lady Mito, Minato eventually broke the silence. Bei Xuan nodded, using sensory ninjutsu to survey the surroundings, ensuring it remained active and unobtrusive. He then turned to Minato and asked in a low voice, Minato, what do you perceive Konoha to be? And what about the Konoha of today? This question had been posed by many, and both Bei Xuan and Minato had answered it before. Yet now, Bei Xuan directed the same inquiry toward Minato, looking at Bei Xuan's face. Minato recalled some of the philosophical discussions they had shared in his youth. Konoha is home, but what I see of Konoha today is still too limited for me to answer this question adequately. Minato stepped closer to Bei Xuan, understanding that, like any village, Konoha must have its darker aspects. Otherwise, Bei Xuan would not have kept so much hidden. When Bei Xuan taught Minato the Rasengan and insisted that he must claim it as his own creation, Minato began to grasp certain truths. However, he did not yet perceive the darkness concealed within Konoha. Yet he trusted Bei Xuan. If Bei Xuan sensed something amiss, then it surely existed. Let us bear witness to it slowly, and then become Hokage, altering all the darkness we have witnessed. Bei Xuan turned to Minato, his golden hair dancing in the wind, and thought, the most perfect Hokage, I have boundless faith in you that I will now share with you matters concerning Kushina and Lady Mito. Listen attentively. After a moment of contemplation, Bei Xuan decided it was best to convey this information to Minato himself, fearing the third Hokage might embellish certain aspects. About Kushina, Minato immediately gestured for Bei Xuan to continue. Intrigued that in the ninja world, there exist 9-tailed beasts, the inception of Konoha. All but the one tail were captured and distributed among the various ninja villages, while Konoha retained the most powerful of them all. The 9 tails, each ninja village, in pursuit of harnessing the power of the tailed beasts, sealed them within their ninja, thus creating Jinchuriki. Lady Mito is the current Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and Kushina is to be the next. At this point, Bei Xuan glanced at Minato, only to find him unresponsive, his gaze urging Bei Xuan to continue that I forgot this foolish child is still unaware of the 9-tail circumstances. Every ninja, who becomes a Jinchuriki endures torment from the tailed beast, especially the formidable Nine Tails. Upon finishing this statement, Beixuan immediately observed Minato's expression, which was rife with concern. The Uzumaki clan was the ideal choice for Jinchuriki, as their mastery of sealing techniques greatly countered the tailed beasts. So you need not worry. Kushina will not only be safe, but will also gain formidable strength from the Nine Tails. However, being a Jinchuriki carries the risk of losing control, influenced by the tailed beast chakra, which is often swayed by the Jinchuriki's emotions. This is where you come in, Beixuan concluded, patting Minato on the shoulder to me. What do you need me for? Do you want me to learn sealing techniques? Minato exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the thought of helping Kushina. Your future child will undoubtedly be a dullard, Beixuan teased. Huh. Minato looked bewildered. I want you to love Kushina. Prevent her from harboring any feelings of despair or hatred. Ensure she is engrossed in a sweet romance with you. Don't think I'm unaware that you two are on the verge of confessing. You stick together at school, and SH Tree has mentioned it to me several times. Beixuan covered his face, exasperated that Minato, usually so astute, turned into a bumbling fool in matters of the heart that, oh, the wickedness of Senju Tobarama. You speak the truth that I don't have anything going on with Kushina. I understand now, Minato replied, his face flushed, trying to explain, but lowering his head in comprehension under Beixuan's incredulous gaze. Lady Mito's death connected to the Nine Tails? After some thought, Minato voiced his lingering doubts, pondering if such a connection would cause Kushina great sorrow, as Lady Mito was her only family member to a degree, but not significantly. Beixuan shook his head. The death of Uzumaki Mito was primarily due to the natural end of her lifespan. Transferring the Nine Tails merely accelerated this timeline. Currently, no one in Konoha possesses the strength to forcibly suppress and seal the Nine Tails. Thus, it is imperative to transfer it to Kushina while Lady Mito still lives. Furthermore, the skilled sealing techniques of Lady Mito made her the only one capable of stabilizing the Nine Tails transfer into Kushina. Should we wait for Mito's passing to seal the Nine Tails within Kushina? It would result in the Night of the Nine Tails occurring prematurely in Konoha T present. Konoha lacks anyone capable of suppressing the Nine Tails, unless the third Hokage employs the Reaper Death Seal, which is highly improbable. And whether the third Hokage would even attempt it is uncertain. Now, you may go comfort Kushina, Beixuan concluded, estimating that Tsunade and the others had finished their discussion. He then turned and vanished from Hokage Rock using the body flicker technique. Minato immediately followed suit, contemplating how best to console Kushina along the way. Upon returning to the Senju clan's residence, they found the others seated at the table, listening to Mito recount tales of Hashirama Senju. Upon seeing Beixuan return, Mito paused and waved at him with a smile. Lady Mito, Beixuan approached respectfully, taking her outstretched hand. Good child, I've heard all about your endeavors from Tsunade. You are truly remarkable. At your age, Hashirama was merely a boy who spent his days skipping stones by the riverbank. Ha ha ha. Mito chuckled lightly, teasing Beixuan with stories of Hashirama's H-tree. Dear, I'm craving the pastries that Aunt Chihua from the northern village makes. Could you inquire if she has any left? If not, please ask her to prepare some for me. Old age has made me a bit indulgent. Uzumaki Mito affectionately patted SH Tree's head. I'll go right away. SH Tree, without a second thought, dashed out of the Senju compound upon hearing her grandmother's desire for pastries. Once SH Tree had distanced herself, Mito turned her attention to Kushina. Kushina, why don't you go entertain our little guest nearby? He seems quite captivated by you. Where? Kushina blushed and rushed over to Minato, pulling him away. Beixuan, do you still remember when I asked you how you view Konoha? Has your answer changed now? At this, Beixuan merely lowered his head silently, unwilling to disappoint the elderly woman before him. I only hope that in the future, you can spare a life for the little monkey, allowing him a dignified retirement. They are not inherently like this. It is power that has led them astray. Uzumaki Mito sighed, looking at Beixuan with a plea, not wishing for Tobarama's disciple to meet him with blood on his hands. I will ensure this. Everything will change once the next Hokage takes office. That so. The young man you mentioned earlier, his chakra feels quite warm. You have chosen an excellent candidate. Vortex Mizuho had long acknowledged that Beixuan could never aspire to become Hokage on his own, and she understood that her grandson would also be unable to attain such a position. Thus, she had taken an early interest in Minato Namikaze, recognizing his exceptional talent. She was quite pleased with the way Minato interacted with Kushina. He served as a vital anchor connecting Kushina to the Nine Tails. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen believed, Mizuho saw in Minato the potential to unite Konoha. Meanwhile, Tsunade was too intimidated to utter a word, as her grandmother's conversation with the young boy was simply too explosive, with implications that could leave the old Sarutobi's life hanging in the balance. All Tsunade wished for was to escape the situation, perplexed as to why her grandmother sent away SHT and Kushina but did not dismiss her as well. After all, she was a disciple of the third Hokage. How have you and Tsunade been faring? Mizuho's pointed remark struck home once more. Ahem, splendid. With that, Beixuan removed the necklace from around his neck to showcase it to Mizuho. Impudent child. What do you mean by splendid? This is a blessing. Do you not understand? Do not return it to me. Tsunade's face flushed crimson. While she could tolerate private conversations with Beixuan, they should never be brought before her grandmother. All right, the youth shall have their fortunes, but it is hardly uncommon to see couples in Konoha with a significant age gap. Little Tsunade, if you truly harbor feelings for Beixuan, you must act swiftly, for he shall undoubtedly attract many suitors in the future, Mizuho said with a smile. Indeed, Beixuan fervently nodded, giving Mizuho a thumbs up. You are a nuisance. Be silent, Tsunade retaliated with a swift punch to Beixuan's head, though it was blocked by a protective barrier. Dare you block me? Tsunade's ire only intensified, and she stood, ready to strike again. Help! Grandmother, please intervene. She wishes to end my life. Beixuan exclaimed, seeing Tsunade gathering chakra for another attack, and promptly fled. Heaven forbid he suffer a blow that could leave him incapacitated like Jiraiya. Splendid. Hashirama, await me. I shall soon join you. Mizuho mused as she retrieved a wooden hairpin from her sleeve, caressing its unremarkable patterns, reminiscing about the man who once gazed at her with a foolish smile. Little Tsunade, do not pursue. Come here, Beixuan, you too. Grandmother. They both exclaimed in unison, and the warmth in Mizuho's smile deepened as she heard them address her without the suffix of Mizuho. Sit down and give me your hands. Mizuho clasped their hands together. Beixuan wore a radiant smile, while Tsunade's cheeks were aflame, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Mizuho delicately placed the wooden hairpin in the palm of Tsunade's hand. Grandmother, what is this? Tsunade instinctively knew its significance, having often seen her grandmother hold the pin in memory of her grandfather. This is the hairpin your grandfather carved by hand when he married me. Though it is not beautiful, it took that Navi boy a considerable amount of time to create that I wore it on my wedding day. Now, I pass it to you that I am soon to reunite with Hashirama, and I will no longer require this pin. If you truly marry Beixuan, you should use it to style your hair, so I can watch over you alongside your grandfather as you embark on your path to happiness. I have seen Beixuan's feelings for you since he stepped through that door, yet I did not expect my little Tsunade to develop feelings for this boy as well. Since you have opened your heart, why not hold on tightly? You have not taken him as your disciple. If it feels awkward, I shall announce to the village that Beixuan is my chosen betrothed for you. How does that sound? Initially, Beixuan was delighted by Mizuho's words, but her last statement nearly left him speechless. He quickly nodded at Tsunade, signaling his agreement, only to be met with a sharp glare from her. Grandmother, he is still young and does not fully comprehend what true affection is. He may fall for other women as he matures, while I only grow older. Do you truly believe we are suited for one another? Tsunade posed the question to Mizuho, though her gaze remained fixed on Beixuan. I swear, I shall only ever love Tsunade, Beixuan declared, raising his hand in earnest. Having remained single throughout his life until now, Tsunade was the sole person to capture his heart, and he was well aware of her interest in him. Understanding oneself is a critical lesson in the dual cultivation of life and death, and Beixuan was resolute in his commitment to never become a fickle-hearted individual. What do you think, little Tsunade? Mizuho inquired, turning her attention to her granddaughter. Let us discuss this when he is older. He is far too young right now, and I have my reservations, Tsunade replied, casting a sidelong glance at Beixuan before turning away. Beixuan fell silent, realizing there was little he could argue against her point. Haha, you two must sort this out for yourself. As for me, I shall not witness the birth of your children. But, Tsunade, do take care. At the very least, wait until Beixuan reaches adulthood. Mizuho's smile had not faltered from the beginning. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Tsunade with a warning. Tsunade understood her grandmother's meaning all too well. In her youth, she had once mentioned to Mizuho that if she encountered someone she liked, she would seize the opportunity to solidify their bond, ensuring the Senju clan flourished. I could see this thought. Tsunade's face turned beet red once more. Wasn't that just childish banter? Ha ha, my dear, I am merely concerned you might actually follow through. Little Tsunade, I no longer worry for you. You have found someone you care for and possess the strength to protect yourself. However, SHT still requires your guidance. Mizuho's thoughts turned to her grandson, filled with aspirations yet lacking the means to fulfill them. Leave him to me, as his brother-in-law. Helping him grow is my duty. Beixuan interjected. He had already begun implementing a training regimen for SHT and felt confident in nurturing him into a capable ninja. What brother-in-law? Have I consented to that? Tsunade shot back, but her retort went unacknowledged as Beixuan enthusiastically explained his training plan for SHT to Mizuho. Though she felt a pang of regret for her grandson, she knew that her descendants would find their own fortunes. If SHT could become an exceptional ninja, she would have the pride to face her son and daughter-in-law, as well as Hashirama. Grandmother, I wish to ask you something. After a moment of contemplation, Beixuan finally voiced his thoughts. Speak that I wish to use Edo Tensei to summon you and the first and second Hokage to attend my wedding with Tsunade. Rest assured, I promise that my version of Edo Tensei will be modified and will not require the life of anyone else as a sacrifice. Beixuan hurriedly assured Mizuho, fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, and then awaited her response in silence. Then pursue it without hesitation that I believe you can enhance Tobarama's jutsu, and I eagerly anticipate the scene of your wedding with little Tsunade, Mizuho said, gently patting Beixuan on the head with a smile. At that moment, the courtyard of the Senju clan was left with just Tsunade and Beixuan. After conversing with Beixuan for a while, Mizuho declared her fatigue and wished to return to rest, leaving the space for the two young ones. After Mizuho departed for quite some time, the hands that had been clasped together due to her presence remained intertwined. Have you had your fill of this game? You little rascal, Tsunade finally snapped, unable to endure any longer as Beixuan continued to toy with her hand, squeezing and prodding. Yet despite her reprimand, she did not pull away. Never. I could play forever, Beixuan retorted cheerfully, still holding on to Tsunade's hand. Meanwhile, Mizuho, using her divine eye to secretly observe from the room, could not help but shake her head. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Why did Hashirama never say this to me? No, this time I shall visit him for a full day, not half. Let us settle on an hour, yes, half an hour of silence. All right, soon as HT and the others will return, Tsunade murmured, her face flushed. Realizing she was utterly outmatched by this impish boy, her standing in the family was precarious. Not to worry, I am your betrothed, certified by grandmother Mizuho herself. Who dares to speak otherwise? As Beixuan spoke, he drew a little closer to Tsunade. Why are you getting so close? Do you want me to hit you? Tsunade raised her fist, indicating that he should not be so reckless. What's wrong with being a bit closer to my girlfriend? Beixuan asked Tsunade with a puzzled expression. Ah, yes, that's so. Then why do you have your hand around my waist? Tsunade glared at the hand resting at her side. What's wrong with that? Who says I can't embrace my own wife? Beixuan continued to look confused. Inside the room, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but cover her head and shut off her vision, deeming the ensuing scene unnecessary to witness. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I was wrong. I was wrong. Tsunade, be gentle. As expected, the next moment, Beixuan's cries of agony echoed throughout the Senju clan's territory. Sighing, Uzumaki Mito shook her head, lying back on the bed to rest. Realizing that this spectacle was unbearable to watch in the courtyard, Tsunade sat calmly at the table sipping tea, while Beixuan stood obediently beside her, bearing a slight bruise on his face. Clearly, my standing in the household is superior. Tsunade thought contentedly as she took a sip of tea. Darling, after chatting for so long, you must be thirsty. Have some more. Humph. Meanwhile, Beixuan, striving to conceal his bruise from being healed by vitality, quickly refilled Tsunade's cup with the tea she had just finished. Completely unaware of how accustomed she had become to Beixuan's somewhat cheesy terms of endearment, Tsunade extended her hand toward him. "Give me money." "Huh? What money?" Beixuan asked. "I'm in a good mood and want to gamble a bit. But I have no money. The money I have is saved for baby formula, and you wouldn't want our future baby to be born without formula, would you? Do I need to buy formula?" Tsunade replied, puffing out her chest. Beixuan looked over and indeed noticed that Tsunade's chest had grown a bit since earlier, although he understood that some people develop later. This seemed a bit excessive. "What are you staring at? Hand over the money." "All right, but this is all I have." Beixuan pulled out a small amount from his little stash and handed it to her. "Wow, you really had money hidden away. And so much of it. Muah, I'm going to gamble. When I win, I'll take you out for barbecue." "Ha, here I come. Casino." After receiving the money, Tsunade eagerly counted it and immediately gave Beixuan a quick kiss on the cheek before dashing out of the Senju clan's territory. Stunned, Beixuan touched the spot where Tsunade had kissed him and assessed his little stash, realizing he could afford to have Tsunade kiss him many more times. Only truly capable medical ninjas understand just how lucrative their profession can be, especially when dealing with certain nobles. Coupled with Beixuan's extraordinary Pokemon, the happiness egg, these factors enabled him to earn a substantial income at the hospital that he effectively drew multiple salaries from the hospital while also pocketing some funds from the nobles, as the vitality from his blue-silver emperor bone nourished others' bodies. Although it did not enhance their vitality, it was invaluable medicine for those nobles who had depleted their health through indulgence. The nobles had connections among themselves, and Beixuan, who merely sought a side income, inadvertently established a steady revenue stream. Each year, nobles would come to Konoha seeking Beixuan's treatments, and they were always exceedingly generous with their payments. All Beixuan had to do was cast a minor hypnosis technique to put them to sleep before infusing their bodies with vitality. The reason for this additional step of putting them to sleep was to ensure they felt the expense was justified. After all, if they knew he completed the task in mere seconds, they might think it was too easy. Tsunade was aware of Beixuan's side earnings, but she frequently had nobles requesting her medical expertise as well. Aside from a few feudal lords, most nobles would not pay much, considering Tsunade's medical ninjutsu had yet to achieve widespread recognition throughout the ninja world. Therefore, Tsunade remained oblivious to the extent of Beixuan's wealth. "Huh, Beixuan, why are you grinning like an idiot? Where are my sister and grandma?" Rope Tree asked, returning with pastries and noticing Beixuan's silly smile in the living room. "What do you mean, grinning like an idiot? From now on, call me brother-in-law, or I'll have your sister beat you every day, 3 meals a day. Grandma is resting, so just put the pastries down for now." Beixuan shot Rope Tree a glance while secretly noting to address the grinning like an idiot comment at a later time, as he had to maintain some decorum in front of Grandma Mito. "You managed to win my sister's heart?" Rope Tree asked in surprise, recalling that only recently Beixuan had merely gifted her a necklace as a blessing. How had things progressed so quickly in the time it took him to fetch pastries? Of course, Grandma personally played matchmaker. "Soon, I'll be your brother-in-law. Got it? Show a bit more respect, or I'll have your sister hammer you just as I mentioned." Beixuan tapped Rope Tree's forehead lightly, applying a hint of his unusual strength, leaving Rope Tree's forehead flushed. "That you're more violent than my sister. I knew you could win her over, but I didn't expect it to happen so fast." Rope Tree pushed Beixuan's hand away, rubbing his forehead when Kushina and Minato entered, both with rosy cheeks. Beixuan squinted and scrutinized their lips, then glanced at their faces, noticing nothing unusual. What could be the cause of their flushed faces? Surely his sensory ninjutsu couldn't miss such details. At that moment, Beixuan suddenly longed for a pair of Sharingan. Curiosity piqued, Beixuan pulled Minato aside and whispered to inquire what had transpired between him and Kushina. Minato hesitantly replied, "Earlier, Rope Tree took me to sneak a peek at some books we shouldn't have been looking at. When I was comforting Kushina, I felt it was wrong to keep it from her. So I told her, as a result, Kushina insisted we go buy a new book together." Beixuan's mind was blown. Was this truly the same cheerful Minato he knew, or had he always been this way? And then what happened? Then we read it together, but Kushina ended up destroying the book. She said such books shouldn't even exist. Minato scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, especially since that particular book was not suitable for minors. Yet they had read it, and he hadn't even brought it back to show Beixuan. Beixuan had always insisted on sharing good things with him, and any time something good happened, he thought of Minato. Now, Minato felt a pang of guilt for not including Beixuan in this experience. That weren't there any other events? Beixuan pressed further, wondering if their flushed faces were merely a result of reading a book about a certain emperor. Did Liu Bei possess such charm that it could induce such a reaction? No, nothing like that. Minato suddenly turned crimson as if recalling something. Oh, you take me for a fool. Your face is beet red. Beixuan was at a loss for words. It seemed Naruto had inherited his father's obliviousness, and the netizens had wronged Kushina. When Kushina returned, she took my hand, Minato said, beaming with happiness. Oh, upon hearing that. Beixuan turned and walked away, realizing he shouldn't waste any more time with Minato, that if he wanted Minato to come to his senses, he would have to lead by example. Tsunade, I need you. However, it seems that the time has come. Beixuan has departed from the Senju clan's territory, but before leaving, he could not resist delivering a punch to the rope tree. Without this act, Beixuan would undoubtedly feel a sense of unrest within. At that moment, Tsunade, having exited the Senju clan grounds, did not head towards the casino, but instead purchased a flask of sake. She made her way to the public emo spot at Hokage Rock and sat there for quite some time. The conversation between Beixuan and Uzumaki Mito earlier had a more profound effect on her than she had anticipated. Having lost her parents at a young age, Tsunade was essentially raised by Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, she had always followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to learn. Although he was busy as Hokage, he would still make time to take her and a couple of others out for barbecue or to carry out various missions. Now, however, she had learned from her grandmother and Beixuan that her teacher was one of those who had harmed Konoha, and he held the very position of Hokage that was causing that harm. This revelation left Tsunade in a state of confusion. Could people really change so drastically? The cheerful Sarutobi Hiruzen, who once laughed and shared meals with her now, seemed like a distant memory. And the present-day Hiruzen felt like a stranger. Having consumed only a small amount of sake, Tsunade felt a slight intoxication. Drinking alcohol and exposing oneself to the cold breeze could lead to a cold. After all, turning around, she spotted Beixuan standing a short distance away with his hands in his pockets. What brings you here? And how did you know I was here? Tsunade asked, somewhat surprised, as she had mentioned going to gamble when she left. Because you have always been in my thoughts, I naturally understand you. The moment you came to me for money, I knew you had no intention of gambling. After all, you've borrowed from me far too many times for me not to realize that. Right? Beixuan approached Tsunade, taking the sake from her hands and tasting it. Ugh, it's not particularly good. The flavor is rather bland. He set the flask down to his right and gently grasped Tsunade's hand with his left. What is wrong? In any case, I no longer need to repay that money. What does it matter for a child to drink? Are you not aware of the 3 prohibitions for ninjas? Tsunade did not resist Beixuan's grasp. Instead, she reciprocated by holding his hand. Oh, not worry. I will take care of everything. Did I not promise my grandmother? I will ensure that the 3rd Hokage steps down normally and allow the 4th Hokage to resolve all the lingering issues in Konoha. Beixuan spoke softly, aware of Tsunade's inner turmoil. She feared that the 3rd Hokage and she might find themselves on opposing sides. This uncertainty left her unsure of whom to support, as choosing either would cause her distress. And abstaining from choosing would hurt both parties. Yes, I trusted A.T. that moment. Beixuan appeared exceptionally handsome to Tsunade, despite his youthful features still lingering on his face. Often, I feel you do not resemble a child. It is precisely because of this that I find myself unconsciously developing feelings for you. Beixuan, are you perhaps an old spirit inhabiting a young body? Tsunade squinted at him playfully. Something like that. But I'm certainly not an old spirit, if one were to consider it normally. I should be a handsome, brooding gentleman at this age. Puffed. Narcissist, I'm merely speaking the truth. You do not believe it? I am eternally 18. After all, that is quite believable. With Ian's seal, Wu and T1 remain eternally 18. Heh. Mended as dusk fell, the village's lights illuminated Hokage Rock with a gentle glow. The 2 young souls sat atop the rock, gazing at their homeland below, exchanging playful banter that brought their hearts closer together amidst the scattered words. Tsunade. Yes? Will you be my girlfriend and marry me when I come of age? Is that how you confess? Without flowers or gifts? I have flowers. As for gifts, everything I possess will also belong to you. Beixuan rose and faced Tsunade, forming hand seals. Countless blossoms, along with a few rare flowers, floated around Tsunade, encircling her. Simultaneously, the flowers released shimmering pollen, enveloping Hokage rock in a dreamlike atmosphere. Tsunade, do you wish to become my girlfriend and marry me when I come of age? Tsunade gently accepted a flower offered by one of the blooms. Her gaze fixed on the boy standing serenely amidst the swirling petals, making it impossible for her to utter a word of refusal. Then you must be prepared to lose all your savings to me. Then you better work hard to lose. After all, my ability to earn is quite strong. Tsunade, cradling the flowers, approached Beixuan, bending down to gaze into the eyes of the boy who had yet to surpass her height, and softly kissed him on the lips. Please take care of me from now on, my little boyfriend. And the surrounding flowers erupted in cheers, showering the air with blessings. The protagonist has never been a mere sycophant. Every gesture of affection toward Tsunade is a rightful expression of their mutual feelings. Their future, regardless of its path, is intertwined, and all that Tsunade has imparted to the protagonist is invaluable, be it the second Hokage's notes. Ninjutsu, or her carefully taught medical ninjutsu, and taijutsu, all share despite him not being her disciple. Thus, I hope readers refrain from labeling the protagonist as Tsunade's sycophant. Love thrives on mutual affection, and any giving in love is but a catalyst for that love. It is the mindless, one-sided giving that truly embodies sycophancy. Additionally, do not forget that the protagonist is a time traveler, and his true age surpasses Tsunade's. It is merely his youthful appearance that belies his actual age. The commotion atop Hokage Rock naturally attracted the attention of the village's ninjas. As Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at Hokage Rock, he caught sight of Tsunade and Beixuan, hand in hand, preparing to leave, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Tsunade, what just transpired here? Compared to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far more concerned about the recent happenings. I was merely testing ninjutsu. My grandmother is waiting for me at home, so I must take my leave. Tsunade cast a complex glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before pulling Beixuan away from Hokage Rock. Is this child upset because of Mito-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Tsunade's reddened eyes and reflecting on Mito's current situation, assumed she was simply unhappy. As for Tsunade's demeanor, he had grown accustomed to it over time. Disperse. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the umbu behind him vanished without a trace. Were those little creatures your summoned beasts? As they walked down the street, Tsunade asked Beixuan, marveling at the multitude of summoned beasts he had conjured, each more wondrous than the last. Tsunade felt a strange power coursing through her body after being surrounded by the adorable spirits, as if they were gradually enhancing her strength. Indeed, they are called Hanabibi, a species of creatures known as Pokemon. Just like the previous happening in Pikachu, they're all Pokemon, albeit different species with distinct names, yet they belong to a single classification. Beixuan gradually introduced Tsunade to the knowledge of Pokemon, sharing only basic information about their abilities and the Pokemon he currently possessed. They are truly a remarkable species, perfectly suited to their name. But Tsunade's understanding was that these diverse beings with varying names and powers constituted a species of summoned beasts referred to as Pokemon. However, her interpretation was not incorrect, so Beixuan chose not to elaborate further, as delving into the topic could become absurdly convoluted. After all, one could hardly explain Arceus to Tsunade, could they? Yet, pondering Arceus, could one summon it by offering Kaguya as a sacrifice? With this thought, Beixuan glanced up at the moon. Hey kid, give me some money. Just as he was contemplating the feasibility of sacrificing Kaguya, Beixuan was startled by Tsunade's unexpected request, multiple question marks appearing on his face. Did I not just give you a sum of money? You Haven T spent a single coin of it. Beixuan turned to Tsunade, only to find that they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a casino, where Tsunade gazed eagerly at the entrance. What is this? It's only a small wager. Just a few rounds that I'll lose it all in no time. The expression on Tsunade's face was exceedingly infuriating. As Beixuan gazed at her countenance, he suddenly felt that perhaps he had confessed his feelings a tad prematurely. Now, it was clear that she was not merely putting on a brave front, and his admission had swiftly led to his own defeat that, in the past, he would have at least retorted with a promise to return the favor once he emerged victorious. Beixuan lightly tapped his wrist, retrieving a stack of banknotes which he offered to Tsunade, intending to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Watch me rampage through the place. Upon receiving the money, Tsunade immediately dashed into the casino. Leaving Beixuan standing in the wind, somewhat disheveled, he lingered under the streetlight for a considerable time before dismissing the notion of entering the casino to drag Tsunade out, covering his face as he made his way to the Senju clan's compound. Let her indulge for a while. Stifling her sorrow within was hardly beneficial. Upon returning to the clan, Beixuan spotted Mito sitting at the table, quietly gazing at the moon. Back already? Uzumaki Mito greeted Beixuan with a smile. Grandmother, you haven't gone to bed yet? Beixuan took a seat beside her just a few days. I'll have to sleep for a long time, so it's good to appreciate the view now. The moon tonight is truly beautiful. Mito lifted her gaze to the moonlit sky, her eyes reflecting the moonlight as well as her longing for a loved one. Indeed, it is beautiful. Beixuan couldn't help but notice how the moon resembled Arceus, and naturally he found it quite lovely. Did you not find little Tsunade? I found her, but she has gone to the casino. When Mito inquired about this, Beixuan couldn't help but cover his face, increasingly convinced that his romantic experiences were quite distinct from others. Just look at Minato and his wife. They have nothing yet are blissfully happy. Meanwhile, he envisioned Tsunade standing at the gambling table, shouting exuberantly about her hard-earned money, and it made his stomach churn. I suspected as much when she didn't return with you. She has been taken to the casino by Hashirama since childhood, hence her unfortunate proclivity for such habits. Be patient with her. Beixuan, it's fine. It's good for Tsunade to vent her emotions at the casino. Beixuan shook his head, indicating that he was not bothered. If he were concerned, he wouldn't have given her the money for whether Tsunade would suffer losses. He doubted anyone in Konoha would dare to play tricks against her. Moreover, given Tsunade's gambling luck, there was no need for deceit. She was a well-known big fat sheep in the original story. That's good to hear. Beixuan, please accept this. Uzumaki Mito lightly tapped the table, and a small four-sided ceiling barrier enveloped both Beixuan and Mito. She then produced a red scroll and handed it to Beixuan. What is this? Upon witnessing Mito's sudden activation of the barrier, Beixuan immediately realized the preciousness of what she was bestowing upon him. He accepted it and, at Mito's prompting, merely opened it for a glance, his eyes widening in shock. Grandmother, it's not appropriate. The item in his hands was indeed the cornerstone of the Uzumaki clan's legacy. The comprehensive guide to sealing techniques. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Uzumaki clan is now but a shadow of its former self. Kushina is still young, and although I have been teaching her, time is running out that I do not wish for this to fall into the hands of the monkeys after I am gone, causing you trouble. Although Tsunade had also studied sealing techniques, she had never shown much interest in them, which was a pity considering her talent. For you. You may learn all the sealing techniques contained within, but I hope you will also take the time to instruct Kushina. This child has great potential in sealing arts, and she has successfully awakened the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, my time is limited, so I entrust the responsibility of teaching her sealing techniques to you, and these techniques serve as your reward. Furthermore, I firmly believe that there are still scattered members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Though I have married into the Senju, I am ultimately still an Uzumaki. I cannot take action for the sake of the Uzumaki nation's demise. But I ask you to seek out those lost Uzumaki members and bring them back to Konoha once everything settles. To this point, Uzumaki Mito's emotions became somewhat agitated, as she had witnessed the fall of her clan despite possessing power. Beixuan understood her plight. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, Mito had devoted her life to the village established by him. The downfall of the Uzumaki nation stemmed from their independence and wealth. They were not nobles, yet had established a nation of their own. Naturally, this would incite resentment from the feudal lords of other countries, and the various sealing techniques possessed by the Uzumaki village were highly coveted by the other ninja villages. Thus, their demise was inevitable. Did Konoha not know? Certainly, they were aware, But why did they not send aid? Even Mito, the strongest in Konoha, remained a mere spectator. The cost of supporting the Uzumaki nation was far too great. If Konoha intervened, they would face the combined forces of other ninja villages and their feudal lords, leading to a potential outbreak of a new world war. Additionally, the Fire Country's financial backers would harbor grievances against Konoha for intervening. For the sake of Hashirama's village and a temporary peace in the ninja world, Mito had no choice but to watch her homeland perish, regardless of Konoha's involvement. After all, Konoha stood to gain the most from the downfall of the Uzumaki nation. Acquiring the most talented children and their various sealing techniques, the dynamics of the ninja world are exceedingly twisted, with various feudal lords connected through differing blood ties, while the ninja villages under their command continually engage in wars and conflicts. The seeds of the Uzumaki clan's downfall were sown during the Warring States period. After the establishment of the one country, one village system, all ninja clans integrated into the respective nations' villages. Only the Uzumaki clan maintained their uniqueness. Establishing a nation with a village of their own, occupying fertile lands adjacent to the Fire Country and by the sea, akin to the magical metropolis of Huaxia. Other countries, such as the Land of Waves and the Land of Iron, lacked ninjas. However, even these nations' nobles had intricate connections with the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, including those of the ninja nations. The Uzumaki nation stood alone, having built a nation with no ties to others, hoarding an abundance of riches and fertile lands without the corresponding strength to protect them, thus inviting disaster. I have taken this to heart. The day will not be far off when the Uzumaki clan will re-emerge and flourish within Konoha. Both Beixuan and Mito spoke of the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan returning to Konoha, not of aiding the clan in regaining sovereignty. With that, I can rest easy to, as her words fell. The surrounding barrier dissipated instantly, showcasing her mastery of sealing techniques, truly deserving of being Hashirama's wife and a woman emerging from the Warring States period. Grandmother, your sealing techniques are truly praiseworthy. Knowing that compliments should be plentiful, Beixuan praised Uzumaki Mito. Haha, after a lifetime of studying sealing techniques, it's only natural to excel. It's getting late. You must be exhausted after your journey today. Rest early. I will remain here to enjoy the moon and wait for little Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito gently tapped Beixuan's forehead, smiling, fully aware that he wished to cheer her up. I'm not tired. I'll stay here with you for a while. Beixuan shook his head, expressing his desire to wait for Tsunade alongside Mito. Enough. No need for such sentimentality. Go rest. I wish to share some secrets with Tsunade. Do you want to listen? Uzumaki Mito teased Beixuan. Cough. Then I shall take my leave. Good night, grandmother. Beixuan, realizing that Mito was trying to send him away, promptly stood and headed toward his room. This child is quite the little adult. As she gazed at the retreating figure of Uzumaki Mito, whirlpool water began to swirl within her, prompting a light-hearted reprimand. Subsequently, she lifted her gaze to the moon, feeling a profound sense of contentment knowing that, even after her demise, someone would care for Tsunade and the others. This allowed her to rest assured, ready to seek out her beloved fool. Having allowed Hashirama and that detestable long-haired, red-eyed affliction to linger together for so long, she intended to make the most of her time with this great oaf. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette. His brow furrowed as he regarded Shimura Danzo before him. Hiruzen, you must be aware that the warfare is intensifying with each passing day. Once Lord Mito transfers the 9 tails, and a new Jinchuriki is entrusted to me, I shall cultivate her into a perfect weapon of war. If we can successfully wield the 9 tails power on the battlefield, victory will be within our grasp. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in refusal. That is impossible. Kushina is the heir of Lord Mito, and a Jinchuriki's growth cannot be tainted by darkness. Otherwise, it would only bring calamity to Konoha. He understood Danzo all too well, should the Jinchuriki fall into his hands. Regardless of whether he could control the 9 tails, it would inflict tremendous harm upon Konoha. Moreover, Hiruzen naturally placed his trust in Lord Mito's words, for she was the one who truly comprehended the 9 tails. Monkey, the new generation of Jinchuriki, must be embraced with love. She must not witness even a trace of darkness. Otherwise, even the slightest shadow will be magnified by the 9 tails chakra. leading to chaos in Konoha. Therefore, it is imperative that you treat Kushina well. Hiruzen recalled Mito's word from a few days prior. Lord Mito is merely favoring her own kin. Hiruzen, do you not desire to conclude this shinobi world war with the glory of victory during your tenure? Danzo's gaze was sharp, his demeanor fierce as he scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen, convinced that Hiruzen had become weak. Mito was merely a remnant of a bygone era. How could he allow her to obstruct Konoha's strength? Hiruzen is unworthy of the title of Hokage. Had I been in his position, Konoha would have already achieved victory, and the nefarious Uchiha clan would have long since vanished from the village. Danzo then retorted, Lord Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, our elder, and I am the Hokage. Mind your position and leave. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke coldly. Humph, Hiruzen, you shall surely regret this. With a resounding bang, Danzo slammed the door behind him, causing the nighttime discussions in the Hokage building to end on an unpleasant note. Hiruzen had forgotten his teacher's admonition, believing himself to be the true inheritor of his teacher's will. As Danzo stepped out of the Hokage building, he walked slowly through the darkness, his thoughts swirling. He made his way to the back mountains of Konoha, arriving at the base of the root organization. Blade! Danzo sat at a desk that, whether by design or coincidence, mirrored that of the Hokage's office. As soon as Danzo's voice fell, a figure knelt before the desk, awaiting his orders. What is the progress? The Sharingan No. 1 has been successfully implanted into the subject, yet the rejection response is exceedingly strong. That IT is projected that it will perish within a month, during which various abnormal survival conditions will manifest. The subordinate lowered his head and reported swiftly. Continue. Danzo was well aware that his subordinate had not finished speaking. Yes, the Sharingan No. 1 will trigger a significant outburst of Yin chakra upon implantation, and the subject lacks the ability to control the Sharingan's transition to the Manjiki state. Additionally, we are short on skilled medical ninjas for the surgery. We are currently training them urgently, but the expected results are unlikely to meet our ideals. The subordinate concluded his report, lowering his head and falling silent. Yes, that's so. The eye of the mirror is proving difficult to wield. Danzo recalled Bei Xuan, having sought him from Hiruzen long ago, but the outcome was predictable. The root organization lacked capable medical ninjas, hindering numerous experiments. Dismissed. Yes, the underground office was left with only Danzo, who sat alone in the shadows, pen in hand, continuously scribbling on the desk. The following day, within the Senju clan's territory. So you gambled all night? Surely, if you could gamble for an entire night, you must have won a hand or two in between. Beixuan observed as he watched Tsunade, who was yawning profusely, suddenly widening his eyes in inquiry. Well, I didn't win anything, really. I just extended a bit of credit, which is why I played for so long, Tsunade hastily replied, her hands gesturing defensively. How much? Upon hearing this, Beixuan exhaled in relief. Tsunade's gambling was akin to a law of causality. Whenever she won, trouble was sure to follow, but as long as she hadn't won, it was acceptable. How much credit can you manage? 1 million Rio, Tsunade muttered weakly. Damn it, why does Beixuan seem so intimidating now? Even when losing. It never felt like this that, oh, you lost half an S-rank mission's worth in one night. No, wait. Adding the 60,000 I lent you, that's almost equivalent to a complete S-rank mission. Beixuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Though he had mentally prepared himself for this, the reality still shocked him. That wasn't it supposed to be fun? Tsunade stood by, no longer yawning, instead poking her fingers together nervously. Ugh, you didn't come back all night. So, did Grandma wait for you for a long time? Beixuan produced a handful of money to give to Tsunade, preparing to have her repay the debt when he suddenly recalled something. His expression turning strange as he regarded her. Did Grandma wait for me last night? Oh no, I need to go repay the debt. If Grandma asks, just say I haven't returned. Tsunade snatched the money from Beixuan's hand and turned to flee, only to find Mito standing behind her, accompanied by SH Dai and Kushina, all of them smiling at her. Good morning, Grandma. Tsunade froze, raising a hand to wave weakly as SH Dai and Kushina looked at her with pity. It is indeed early. You must be tired. Would you like to rest for a moment? Uzumaki Mito smiled at Tsunade, yet to Tsunade, this was a clear sign of her displeasure. I was wrong. Tsunade immediately clasped her hands together atop her head and knelt before Mito. A smooth display that left Beixuan in a W and no need for that. However, Grandma will be leaving tomorrow, and Tsunade has not spent much time with her. Mito's familiar lecture was overshadowed by the words she dreaded most. Why so soon? Beixuan frowned, scrutinizing Mito's form, only to realize that her vitality flickered like a candle, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Grandma, you... Beixuan's face turned pale as he observed Mito, sensing that her diminishing life force was not merely a consequence of age, but rather she had constructed a passageway using her own vitality. This indicated that Mito could continue to live. She simply wished for death. Beixuan, this is a secret. Okay? Mito gently shook her head, halting Beixuan's impending words. With the Uzumaki clan's physique and the life force bestowed by Hashirama, coupled with the nine tails and the Een ceiling, how could she be nearing death so swiftly? It was simply that she did not wish to confront the events that would unfold. Furthermore, with the war erupting as the nine-tails Jinchuriki, she naturally had to fight for the village. Yet Mito despised war. Her husband had spent his life striving for peace, and she did not want to step onto the battlefield just before reuniting with Hashirama. She yearned for the man who would release to produce fruit for her to eat. I understand. Beixuan nodded silently. Beixuan, go prepare some food for everyone. I can hardly get a taste of your cooking anymore. Uzumaki Mito smiled, patting Beixuan's head as she pointed toward the kitchen not far away. Tsunade, come with me. Beixuan has gone to prepare a meal, and after a brief exchange with Watergate, the swirling waters entered the room. Kinsun immediately stood up to follow, leaving only Kushina and Shoju in the yard, exchanging glances in silence by the time Beixuan emerged with the meal. The yard was already filled with guests. Watergate, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and several others were seated, enjoying tea, while Minato was engaged in conversation with Kushina and Shoju. Tsunade was nowhere to be seen, presumably having gone to rest. Oh, have we arrived just in time? I wonder if little Beixuan has prepared something delicious for us. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was chatting leisurely with the swirling waters, naturally noticed Beixuan approaching with the dishes. Lord Hokage, Beixuan said, slightly bowing in greeting. The individuals seated near Sarutobi Hiruzen were likely his current aides, though one, a corpulent figure, seemed particularly fixated on the food in Beixuan's hands. This must be Akimichi Choji, the most inconspicuous among the second Hokage's disciples. However, why was this glutton staring at him so intently? A glance for Beixuan caught the one-eyed Tuanzong, who had not taken his eyes off him since he stepped out. I haven't prepared enough for all of you, haha. Just the fact that you all gathered to see me is already quite generous. You are all quite busy, so do attend to your own affairs and come back tomorrow evening. Watergate said with a smile. Perceptive of good and evil, Watergate looked at the few second-generation disciples before him and felt a sense of disappointment, especially towards Tuanzong, whose malice toward Beixuan was nearly palpable. If that is the case, we shall not impose further. Please take care of yourself, Lord Watergate. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, knowing he could not overstay his welcome, and rose to take his leave. Wait, Choji, you stay behind. You seem to have the most leisure time, and your eyes are practically glued to Beixuan's dishes. After all these years, you still have such an appetite. However, I only wish for you to taste a little. Don't expect to fill your belly. Watergate suddenly called out, stopping Choji from leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not think much of it, being well aware of Choji's singular interest in food, as he spent his days in the clan researching how to create increasingly delectable dishes. Thank you, Lord Watergate. The aroma is simply irresistible. Choji scratched his head and halted his departure. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others left, Watergate began the meal with the remaining guests, and everyone ate with great joy. The cheerful atmosphere seemingly oblivious to the impending separation the next day. After the meal, Shoju and Minato began to clear the table. Choji, among us, you're the only one who hasn't changed, Watergate suddenly remarked. His tone filled with a sense of nostalgia. Lord Watergate is joking. I've changed quite a bit too. Look, I've gained even more weight, Choji replied, as if he had not understood Watergate's words. Lifting his belly with a hearty laugh. You, Watergate shook his head, dismissing the thought in his mind, Let the younger generations find their own fates. I shall not interfere further. However, Choji, remember your reaction today. In the future, act as if you know nothing and do not involve yourself. Understood? An invisible aura radiated from Watergate, and though her face was remarkably aged, she appeared towering in Choji's eyes. Understood, Lord Watergate. Choji nodded slightly, though he did not grasp the reason behind her words, accepting that he simply needed to remain uninvolved. I shall return now. I wish to rest. Yes, I take my leave. Choji responded, and upon hearing his address, a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Watergate's eyes before she closed them. The following night, outside the Senju clan's grounds, all the upper ninjas in the village, except for the Uchiha, were concealed nearby. At that moment, not even a fly could penetrate the Senju's territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions were clad in tactical armor, positioned at four corners, forming hand signs, while Watergate and Kushina stood at the center. Kushina, as the vessel for the Nine Tails, you will endure much sorrow and pain, but I have always believed that you can bear it. The Nine Tails may be a bit mischievous, so I will trouble you to keep an eye on him, Watergate said, gently patting Kushina's head and wiping away her tears. Begin, Monkey Bei Xuan. I leave little Tsunade and Shoju in your care. Watergate turned to nod at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then smiled at Beixuan. That moment, Tsunade and Shoju clung tightly to Beixuan, tears streaming down their faces. Grandma. Understood. Transfer the seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his fingers flying as chains wrapped around Watergate and Kushina. Watergate, you tricked me again. Forgive me, Nine Tails. Next time, I shall properly apologize. A furious roar echoed throughout Konoha, as Watergate had already constructed the transfer passage in advance, allowing for a smooth transfer of the Nine Tails. Under the sealing array presided over by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the Nine Tails had no time to roar before being sealed within Kushina. In that moment, within Kushina's sealing space, the Nine Tails was bound by several chains. One could only imagine how gentle Minato was, for even the Nine Tails was merely confined in a place akin to a sewer, where it could at least lay down, while within Kushina, it was suspended, bound by chains on its body and tail, unable to move at all. The successful transfer of the Nine Tails also signified Watergate's impending death. I have come to find you, Hashirama, in a hazy vision. Watergate seemed to see the man she had longed for all her life, the great wooden figure, standing ahead, scratching his head and smiling foolishly in anticipation of her arrival. At least you did not bring Madara. I suppose you have a modicum of conscience. Thus, the curtain fell on Watergate, the wife of the first Hokage, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the last elder of the Warring States period. Grandma! Shoju's cries resonated throughout the Senju clan's grounds, and the ninjas surrounding the area fell into a solemn silence. The next day, Watergate's funeral was held discreetly, per her wishes during her lifetime. Only the clan heads and core personnel from various families attended. Beixuan, clad in a mourning robe adorned with the Senju clan's crest, stood before Watergate's gravestone, lost in thought for a long while. At this moment, the battlefield in the Land of Rain was exceptionally tense. Today, I am promoting the three of you to Chunin. You will immediately follow Tsunade to the Land of Rain for support. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed Beixuan and his companions in the Hokage's office. One cannot dwell in sorrow indefinitely. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have been requesting reinforcements from the Land of Rain, although the military strength of the Land of Rain is significantly weaker than Konoha's. Their salamander core poses a considerable challenge. The harsh environment and the toxicity of the salamanders make it exceedingly difficult for Konoha to launch an offensive, especially without strong medical ninjas to mitigate the casualties. Yes, three ahem, I shall assign the task to Beixuan to relay to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his gaze somewhat distant. Since Watergate's passing, Tsunade had been preoccupied with gambling. Only when Beixuan sought her out did she return home for a brief period before heading back to the casino. Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed sought Tsunade out, hoping she would oversee the hospital, especially with many ninjas returning to Konoha due to injuries. Fortunately, Beixuan was also well-versed in medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered immensely from the loss of outstanding ninjas. I understand, Lord Hokage. Well, you've been working hard lately, Beixuan. Once the conflict in the Land of Rain concludes, I will allow you to learn a jutsu from the Sealing Scroll. The two of you will also have the opportunity. Sarutobi Ruzin said with a smile, promising benefits to his disciples, as they were his own students. Furthermore, he could trade for a jutsu from Jiraiya using war achievements, making it a perfect opportunity. Thank you. Lord Hokage, we shall take our leave now to prepare our belongings to go on, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, watching the three depart with satisfaction. These are the future of Konoha. Under my care, Konoha will only grow stronger. As the three exited the Hokage Tower, Beixuan said, you all go ahead and pack. This mission may take a while, that I will first find Tsunade and Shoju to help me prepare a set for your sister. Minato, remember to inform Kushina. By the way, please pass this to Kushina. It's the temporary sealing summoning scroll for Pikachu. Beixuan addressed the two individuals, explaining that the scroll entrusted to Minato was a result of his studies in sealing techniques. The summoning of Pokemon by Beixuan was inherently linked to the art of spirit communication, and by sealing the summoning of Pikachu along with his own blood into a temporary summoning scroll. Kushina could summon Pikachu as long as the blood inscribed on the scroll remained intact. Kushina could continue to summon Pikachu using her own chakra. Given the current quantity of Kushina's chakra, the likelihood of depleting it seemed rather low. How splendid! With Pikachu, Kushina would no longer feel so solitary in Konoha. I'm immensely grateful to you, Beixuan. Minato joyfully accepted the scroll and immediately expressed his thanks to Beixuan. What need is there for such formalities between us? Have you resolved your summoning issues? Shunshu, did Orochimaru provide you with a summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave? After speaking to Minato, Beixuan turned to inquire about Shunshu. Although Shunshu was a disciple of Orochimaru, he had not signed the summoning scroll. His reasoning was that the strong do not require summoning beasts. Both his great-grandfather and second-grandfather had none. However, after receiving a thorough beating from Beixuan, he had become more compliant. My teacher entrusted the return of the summoning scroll to the Green Serpent the day before yesterday, and it has already been signed, Shunshu replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. He merely did not want to sign a summoning beast. So why had he been beaten? Moreover, he had told his sister she was weak for relying on summoning beasts, and astonishingly, she had believed him. Well then, I shall take my leave. I am off to find Tsunade. With both matters resolved, Beixuan promptly headed toward the casino. However, halfway there, he was intercepted by three ninjas clad in umbu attire. Beixuan, you are summoned by Lord Danzo. The foremost ninja spoke, and Beixuan immediately understood the reason for being stopped. Referring to him as a lowly genin indicated they were unaware of his recent promotion to Chunin. Yet, being summoned by Danzo could not bode well, so Beixuan chose to disregard them and passed by. Do you dare defy orders, Beixuan? Upon hearing this, Beixuan halted, turning to cast a mere glance at the trio. Best not to move. It could cost you your lives, he remarked before departing. This left the group of root ninjas trembling in fear. Their eyes transfixed on the golden threads swirling around Beixuan, blood seeping from the points of contact with the golden lines. When Beixuan finally located Tsunade, she was shouting exuberantly while clutching a handful of bills, exclaiming, big, big, big. However, it was evident that Tsunade was losing point 2-1 small. Hooray! Following the princess's contrary bets is definitely profitable. As cheers erupted with the announcement of the results, Beixuan, accustomed to such scenes, approached and gently tugged at Tsunade's incredulous face. What is there to be surprised about? Haven't you grown accustomed to losing? Beixuan said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Beixuan, I assure you this casino is definitely rigged. I utilize the listening technique my grandfather taught me. The dice inside must be weighted, Tsunade exclaimed, her confidence radiating. Beixuan felt a vain throb on his forehead. He genuinely wanted to inquire the Great Pillar whether the gambling techniques he taught were truly as she believed them to be. Your delightful gambling escapade has come to an end. The third has issued a mission. Orochimaru and Jiraiya require support in the Land of Rain. We must head there. Beixuan grasped Tsunade's hand, speaking as they walked. I had a feeling you would come to the casino for this reason, that I received a distress signal from Jiraiya and the others this morning. They likely assumed the third couldn't compel me and sent me here directly. Tsunade held up a letter, shaking it slightly. It bore the likeness of a rather unappealing toad. instantly recognizable to Bei Xuan. Having indulged in gambling, I suppose I shall reluctantly assist the fool Jiraiya. How could I not be upset? You've deposited a quarter of my little treasury over these past few days. What? Bei Xuan, dear sister, spending money makes you feel pain disgusting. Come on, you used to be unable to contain your excitement. TCH, it seems that no matter how large a man grows, once he attains what he desires, he changes. You don't feel disgusted yourself. Cough. Indeed, it is rather disgusting. Women. The two strolled hand in hand along the street. While the root ninjas ensnared by the golden threads were, of course, forgotten by Beixuan that moment. In the land of rain, Hanzo the salamander stood atop a building, drenched by the rain, gazing down at the oppressive silence of Amigacure. I shall ultimately see the land of rain rise again. I swear. Hanzo, whose formidable strength earned him the title of demigod, was uniquely marked by his summoning beast, which also contributed to his moniker. The name Salamander was not a surname, but a title that belonged solely to him. Observing the usually bustling streets of Amigacure, now devoid of life due to war, Hanzo unconsciously clenched his fists. All I wish is to alter the plight of the land of rain. Mikich, perhaps you are right, yet I have reasons that compel me to act thus. I am not in the wrong. Hanzo the salamander, discontented with the friction among the three great nations, had unwittingly brought the battlefield to the land of rain, ignoring the warnings from Amigacure as he declared war on the three nations. Many fervently followed Hanzo, yet equally, many could not comprehend his actions. However, if the land of rain did not seek a way out, it would only succumb to a slow demise. The food and goods in the land of rain had risen in price year by year, reaching levels that were simply unaffordable. How many perished from hunger? How many lives were snuffed out simply for glancing at the conflict among the three nations? Though Hanzo bore the title of demigod, he remained insufficiently powerful. Being merely a demigod, he could not rival the likes of Hashirama Senju, unable to single-handedly transform a village, thus resorting to war. For redemption. For this nation, Lord Hanzo, as Hanzo called out. A ninja wearing a headscarf appeared by his side, gazing at Hanzo with fervor. Distribute these scrolls. They contain the assignments for your respective teams. Yes. In the Konoha camp of the battlefield in the land of rain, Beixuan sat outside the medical department, diligently attempting to slice a leaf with his chakra. A year had passed since Beixuan arrived at the battlefield in the land of rain, during which Shunshu accompanied Orochimaru, while Minato followed Jiraiya, constantly undertaking missions. Throughout this time, Beixuan worried whether Shunshu would meet the same fate as in the original story, perishing from the explosive tags that could barely harm a dog. However, it was evident that after training, Shunshu had significantly improved, rendering him far less susceptible to death. Despite looking down on this and that, solely aspiring to emulate Hashirama and Tobirama, Shunshu had been lovingly educated by Beixuan and had resumed practicing Tobirama's water techniques. Coupled with Orochimaru's meticulous guidance, Shunshu was now more than capable of handling the average Genin. Thanks to his vast chakra reserves. As for Minato, Beixuan had no concerns. Minato remained exceptional and had even mastered the Rasengan ahead of time, his speed and reflexes far surpassing those portrayed in the original story. It was precisely for this reason that Beixuan felt at ease sending Shunshu to the battlefield. It was not that Beixuan wished to act as a caretaker, but rather that, due to Mito's request and his role as Shunshu's brother-in-law, Beixuan could only strive to enhance Shunshu's abilities. However, if, after undergoing such rigorous training, Shunshu were to fall due to carelessness on the battlefield, all Beixuan could do would be to avenge him and occasionally pay his respects. Have you yet to succeed with your super-powerful ninjutsu? Tsunade, munching on a bun, sat beside Beixuan, noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead. Indicative of just completing a surgical procedure, I managed to successfully harness the lightning release relying on natural energy, but this wind release will require more time. Even if I develop it, there will still be some flaws. I need to seek out the sage of the wet bone forest to learn senjutsu. Beixuan gently discarded the leaf in his hand. Although as a medical ninja, he was not required to venture out on missions. There were still injured individuals in need of his healing expertise. Tsunade, on the other hand, was busily juggling tasks. Whenever a mission demanded her presence, she entrusted the medical department to Beixuan while she set off. In the absence of missions, she remained in the medical department, tending to the wounded. During his moments of respite from healing, Beixuan diligently practiced the golden light technique and various ninjutsu, all the while studying the sealing technique scroll left behind by Mito. The requirements for sage arts are exceedingly high, and I once desired to learn them as well, but alas, I could not grasp them. By the way, I have devised some ideas on how to modify the sealing technique so that you can also utilize it. Stuffing a bun into her mouth, Tsunade excitedly addressed Beixuan. Tsunade had now mastered the sealing technique, and Beixuan was also well acquainted with it. Indeed, it was a ninjutsu that seemed to be suited only for women. Tsunade took it upon herself to ensure that Beixuan could practice it too, although progress had been notably slow thus far. Naturally, Beixuan found himself relegated to being a subject for Tsunade's understanding of the male physique. Despite their romantic relationship, the two had yet to engage in complete honesty with one another. Beixuan had protested, insisting on mutual transparency, but Tsunade had not acquiesced. I have spoken with the slug sage, and will be studying under her for half a day each day. Even if I don't manage to learn it, it's not imperative to use that technique. Beixuan was far more interested in sage arts than in the Rasengan, even if not for the sake of using the Rasengan. He yearned to experiment with sage arts. After all, it was the very cultivation system of the ninja world, whereas chakra was an external force. By the way, has Rope Tree started dating recently? Every time I go to find him, he seems flustered, hiding things away. Tsunade suddenly recalled something and questioned Beixuan, given that he had been living with Rope Tree and Minato, albeit Rope Tree and Minato were often away on missions. Not at all. This is a battlefield. Where would he find the time for romance? He has been reading the manuscripts written by Jiraiya. Every time Jiraiya finishes a manuscript, he sends it to Rope Tree for feedback. Beixuan swiftly divulged Rope Tree's secret. Alas, I thought he had finally come to his senses, and that our family would soon expand. The image of Tsunade erupting in anger did not materialize. Instead, she sighed that "You're not angry." Beixuan looked at Tsunade in surprise. Had she known that Rope Tree was mingling with Jiraiya, she would have been furious and ready to confront Jiraiya. Coming to a realization, she thought that since he was under Beixuan's watch, he wouldn't stray too far off course, and besides, at his age, he should start exploring those matters that would be perfect for him to find a partner and help our family grow. Speaking of expanding the family, Tsunade's face lit up with excitement as she glanced at Beixuan, then at a certain part of him, emitting a peculiar sound. Tisk. Beixuan shot a disapproving look at this shameless woman, continuing to study the properties of wind chakra with the leaf beside him. Humph, you really are amusing. Tsunade, noticing Beixuan's expression, also took out a scroll to contemplate the sealing technique. The medical department was exceptionally tranquil today, with no ninjas incapacitated by the poison of the mountain pepper fish or foolishly triggering explosive tags. Some medical ninjas were engrossed in their tasks, occasionally glancing at the couple seated at the entrance. The affair between Beixuan and Tsunade was no secret. With Rope Tree's big mouth around, keeping it under wraps was nearly impossible. When Jiraiya first learned of it, he was nearly beside himself, ultimately exploding in anger and challenging Beixuan to a duel. The result was that Tsunade knocked him to the ground with a single punch, and Orochimaru dragged him away. Moreover, the relationship between Beixuan and Tsunade received unanimous approval from everyone in the camp, save for a certain weeping, white-haired individual. After all, 80% of the camp had either been saved or treated by the two of them, as the leaf in Beixuan's hand split in two. He sighed in relief. He had not anticipated it to be so challenging to practice that it was worth noting that he had succeeded rapidly when training with the lightning release. Kirin, Tsunade, Beixuan turned to share his success with her, only to find her frowning at the scroll, sketching something repeatedly. Witnessing this scene stirred Beixuan's emotions. Perhaps this was the reason he felt such a strong attraction to Tsunade, though she was a restless sleeper. Drooling in her sleep, fond of gambling, brash, easily angered, and quite the spendthrift, Beixuan firmly believed that Tsunade was a good girl at heart. What is wrong? Are you done? If so, go make me something to eat. That bun didn't fill me up. Upon hearing Beixuan call her name, Tsunade looked up for a moment, then eyed the halved leaf on the ground before returning to her writing and sketching on the scroll. No anger, no anger. This was her choice. She mustn't be upset. Just as Beixuan was about to express his feelings, Tsunade's usual demeanor extinguished his attempts. However, since Tsunade had spoken, he certainly could not let her go hungry. And thus, Beixuan rose to head towards the kitchen area. The following day, within Tsunade's tent, Tsunade had her own independent tent, which had been constructed for her by the Leaf Ninjas. Beixuan could have had one as well, but he had declined. After all, medical ninjas who performed major surgeries required ample rest. Let us go, but you're not allowed to ask the slug sage about my progress with sage arts, Tsunade said seriously to Beixuan. Tsunade, as warning, piqued Beixuan's curiosity, but upon seeing the dangerous glint in her eyes, he quickly dismissed the thought. Ahem, a 1T ask. I've already notified the slug sage, and she should be summoning us through the summoning technique shortly. And no sooner had Beixuan finished speaking than the two found themselves in the wet-bone forest. My goodness! Beixuan was immediately covered in goosebumps upon seeing the surroundings. Although the wet-bone forest was renowned alongside two other locations as one of the three great sacred lands, it was anything but grand or majestic. Instead, it was filled with moss-covered boulders and trees reduced to mere trunks, with the most alarming sight being the plethora of slugs hanging from the trees. The ground beneath Beixuan's feet was slick with slimy mucus. The wet-bone forest truly lived up to its name, with the air saturated with moisture. Merely standing there for a short while had already left his clothes damp. The environment was surely to the liking of the slug Pokemon. Over the course of a year, Beixuan had not only practiced the Golden Light technique in ninjutsu, but had also summoned numerous Pokemon, including the slug Pokemon, which is a quasi-deity as for the costs incurred. They were the corpses of enemies on the battlefield, bizarre, summoning beasts, and various precious items. Ha 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 ha! Coward! Tsunade seized the opportunity to mock her little boyfriend, pointing at Beixuan and laughing heartily, completely forgetting that she had also been terrified by the swarms of slugs during her first visit to the wet-bone forest. Hello, little Beixuan, welcome to the wet-bone forest, and little Tsunade is welcome too. A gentle voice resonated throughout the wet-bone forest. Beixuan looked up to see a colossal slug lowering its head to gaze at him. Although he had anticipated that the slug sage would be enormous, he was still left in awe at her size, which dwarfed even the mountains. It was worth noting that this was not the true form of the slug sage. The slugs scattered throughout the wet-bone forest were merely her manifestations. If they were to unite, how immense would that be? Greetings, slug sage. I apologize for the intrusion. Beixuan immediately bowed respectfully. After all, the slug sage's strength was intimidating just by her sheer size. And no need for concern. I enjoy your visits, for it can be rather dull being here alone in the wet-bone forest. Little Tsunade rarely visits my domain, so do come by more often. The slug sage seemed to realize that her overwhelming presence had startled Beixuan and promptly split herself into several smaller forms, transforming from a massive slug into multiple large slugs. I will indeed. I believe the slug sage is already aware of my purpose for visiting, since I wish to learn the sage arts of the wet-bone forest. I will surely be a frequent visitor. Beixuan gazed at the slug sage as he divided himself into several equally sized slugs, inexplicably finding the sage's demeanor somewhat endearing, and the discomfort associated with the slimy sensation began to dissipate. However, it is worth noting that to date, only Tsunade's grandfather has mastered the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest, which are notoriously difficult, so you must be mentally prepared for the possibility of failure, said the slug sage gently, recalling those who had come to learn sage arts but left in utter despair after failing. While Hashirama sage techniques are not explicitly stated to have been learned from the wet-bone forest, this narrative incorporates that premise. Rest assured, slug sage, my capacity for endurance is quite formidable. Beixuan was indifferent to this. Whether he succeeded or failed did not concern him, as he was not lacking in powerful methods. Sage arts were merely a means to enhance his Rasengan and to tackle future challenges involving yin-yang release. After all, relying on luck to draw bamboo sticks for abilities was far too unpredictable. Should the drawn abilities prove inadequate against yin-yang release, he would have to depend on sage arts instead. Let us begin, then, that I will have the little slugs envelop you and assist you in absorbing natural energy, while you must blend that natural energy with your physical and mental energy to achieve a state of equilibrium. Upon the sage's words, the small slugs began to crawl onto Bei Xuan, and the sensation of their slimy bodies made him feel quite uncomfortable. He immediately sat cross-legged, silently reciting the golden light incantation, merely muttering it rather than using it to push away the slugs clinging to him. This is going to be entertaining, Tsunade, who had previously studied sage arts, eagerly anticipated the unfolding scene. Soon, as Beixuan calmed himself, he sensed a familiar force emanating from the slugs on his body. The concept of balance may pose a challenge for many, but for Beixuan, who was now harmonizing his life force and spiritual essence, it was not particularly difficult. Physical energy is, after all, an embodiment of one's life force, while mental energy reflects one's spiritual cultivation. What Beixuan needed to do now was to integrate the third element, natural energy, into these two. Streams of golden light enveloped Beixuan, along with the slugs upon him. Tsunade, what is this light emanating from Beixuan? The slug sage was taken aback, sensing a peculiar force from the slugs on Beixuan's body. A force distinct from both natural energy and chakra. This is Beixuan's awakened bloodline limit. I cannot say what it truly is, merely that it is derived from a long string of incomprehensible phrases. Tsunade was no stranger to the golden light surrounding Beixuan, though she was curious as to how this light had manifested while he practiced sage arts. The natural energy within little Beixuan was harmoniously balanced. His talent for learning sage arts was exceedingly high, even surpassing that of Hashirama. The slug sage was astonished. This was the first time she had encountered someone who could assimilate natural energy so swiftly. Without any resistance or error, is this little rascal truly so remarkable? Tsunade's face beamed with pride. The more powerful Beixuan became, the happier she felt. She was well aware of the caliber of her grandfather. And now her boyfriend had surpassed him. Although this was only in the realm of sage arts, Tsunade believed that one day Beixuan's strength would inevitably eclipse that of her grandfather. This moment. Beixuan was entirely unaware of the external circumstances. Under his control, the natural energy continuously merged with his own chi, merging with the chi rather than the chakra. While it may seem somewhat convoluted, the natural energy transmitted by the slugs fused seamlessly with the chi cultivated from the golden light incantation, forming a new power store within Beixuan. Remarkably, although the chi within Beixuan had already integrated with chakra, upon the introduction of natural energy, it immediately separated from the chakra. Beixuan had previously attempted to merge natural energy with chakra, but the chi within him proved too dominant. The chi acted like a glutton, voraciously absorbing the natural energy provided by the slugs, to the extent that Beixuan felt as though it was being transmitted too slowly. As Beixuan absorbed the natural energy, the golden light began to undergo transformations. The once solidified golden glow now exhibited a hint of ethereality, and Beixuan could sense that the current golden light was even more formidable than before. Little Beixuan's body was quite peculiar. Despite absorbing so much natural energy, he had not entered sage mode. Rather, the strange energy within him was continuously assimilating the natural energy as a conduit of natural energy. The slug sage was acutely aware of Beixuan's physical condition and, after a moment's thought, promptly intensified the flow of natural energy towards him. The slug sage understands me. The moment the slug augmented the natural energy supply, Beixuan immediately sensed the change. The chi within him began to absorb and integrate the natural energy. At last, Beixuan's chakra was able to receive a portion of the natural energy, merging together to form sage chakra. With the fusion of sage chakra, a dark circle appeared on Beixuan's forehead, accompanied by a curving facial pattern. This is the same facial pattern as my grandfather's. Did the little rascal succeed? Tsunade recalled how Hashirama frequently entered sage mode during his childhood, using the peculiar facial patterns to amuse her. Thus she was intimately familiar with this visage. Within Beixuan, both the chi and chakra were saturated with natural energy, and as he stood, the slugs on his body fell away. I could see this moment. The golden light surrounding Beixuan lost its usual solidity and instead took on a somewhat ethereal quality. However, underestimating this ephemeral golden light would be a grave mistake. This sage mode. What a significant enhancement. Beixuan merely attempted to perceive ninjutsu and was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer scope of his newfound sensory awareness. What is most abundant in a wet bone forest? Congratulations, you are correct. It is, of course, the countless slugs. Utilizing the augmented perception of Sage Mode, Beixuan clearly sensed every slug within the wet bone forest. While he had indeed succeeded, he still felt somewhat clumsy and knew he needed more practice. Could the slug sage teach me some sage arts from the wet bone forest? As Beixuan shed Sage Mode and attempted to re-enter it, he found that while he could indeed do so, the speed at which he could condense Sage Chakra was rather slow to achieve the instantaneous entry into Sage Mode like Hashirama in the original narrative. He would need to practice more diligently. Of course. Tsunade, what do you think? To succeed on the first attempt. This is what it means to be a genius. Upon receiving the slug sage's affirmation, Beixuan could not help but boast to Tsunade. This was their little playful banter, a delightful exchange of their achievements. Truly impressive. The slug sage just said you possess even greater talent than my grandfather. Ha ha ha. As expected of me, Tsunade. Tsunade approached, affectionately ruffled Beixuan's hair, planted a kiss on him, then struck a triumphant pose while laughing heartily. For some reason, Beixuan felt that Tsunade had become somewhat silly since they began spending time together. Wasn't she supposed to be the composed individual who had endured the deaths of both Rope Tree and Dan in the original narrative? Beixuan cast a sideways glance at Tsunade, bemused that it was his prowess that warranted praise, yet she was the one receiving accolades. I found it. Here you go, little Beixuan. The voice of the slug sage rang out. And soon Beixuan beheld a massive stone slowly approaching him. He was startled at first, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was being dragged by numerous slugs below. It was quite absurd that the soft-bodied slugs could maneuver such a large stone. Moreover, some slugs were feasting on moss atop the stone, revealing inscriptions carved into its surface. These are some sage arts from my wet bone forest. I carved these for Hashirama during my moments of boredom. He was a bit slow and could not remember my instructions, so I etched them down for him. The slug sage began recounting the black history of the Great Pillar. Tsunade reminisced about the times her grandfather had taken her on adventures, and, combined with amusing anecdotes from her grandmother, she was immune to the slug sage's description of Hashirama as a bit slow. After all, it was indeed the truth. Thank you, slug sage. Beixuan approached the massive stone, which had been meticulously cleared by the slugs. As he examined it, he discovered it was covered with various applications of sage arts, and he even spotted instructions for the sage art, Ming Shun Min. The author has established this technique as one that can be learned from the slug sage. While Ming Shun Min is not a wood release technique, it is a form of summoning art, which I have researched extensively, and readers may also explore. You should begin your studies here. We cannot both leave the camp for too long. Your best. Tsunade approached and placed a gentle kiss on Beixuan's forehead before vanishing into thin air. Both Tsunade and Beixuan were station personnel in the medical department of Konoha, ensuring that at least one of them remained on duty at all times. Beixuan was tasked with venturing onto the battlefield to seek the price for summoning Pokemon, while Tsunade stayed behind. When Tsunade was on a mission, Beixuan would remain, their mutual cooperation alleviating any worries of injury on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Were Tsunade and Beixuan a couple? The slug sage, observing this, bent down and curiously inquired about their relationship. Although Tsunade had just kissed Beixuan, their demeanor did not suggest a romantic affiliation, which is why the slug sage did not pursue that line of thought. Indeed, Tsunade and I are officially recognized as a couple by Granny Mito, Beixuan replied with a smile, satisfying the slug sage's curiosity, though he immediately regretted having said it. The slug sage began to ask a myriad of questions about Beixuan and Tsunade's past together. Fortunately, these could be summarized in just a few sentences. However, the slug sage's inquiries often branched into numerous smaller questions, and Beixuan found it somewhat impolite to refrain from answering. Yet, the dialogue seemed never-ending, making it impossible for Beixuan to focus on learning the sage techniques atop the stone. Their conversation continued until the slug sage was thoroughly satisfied. Ultimately, the entire wet bone forest was merely home to the slug sage. And while solitary meditation was usually tolerable, the arrival of a visitor was a welcome distraction for the sage. It was as if Beixuan's earnest tuition was a form of payment for the slug sage's teachings. With this thought, the slug sage promptly placed a small slug on Bei Xuan, who was beginning to learn the sage techniques. This little slug will aid you in mastering the sage arts more swiftly. It will guide you in the circulation of chakra. Thank you, slug sage. Bei Xuan expressed his gratitude, feeling the practice of sage techniques becoming noticeably easier. Bei Xuan understood the slug sage's desire for companionship, as the sage resembled an empty nester. While he and Tsunade were akin to her children who rarely returned home. This may not be entirely accurate, but it conveyed the essence of the situation in the days that followed. Bei Xuan had to balance his duties at the medical department with studying sage techniques in the wet-bone forest. Each time he visited, the slug sage would chatter incessantly, leaving Bei Xuan with no choice but to summon several Pokemon to keep the sage company. This allowed him to concentrate on practicing the sage arts, which proved to be even more challenging than mastering sage mode. Beixuan's progress was exceedingly slow. However, according to the slug sage, his pace was already considered quite rapid. It was precisely this realization that illuminated for Bei Xuan why the training system of the ninja world had been supplanted by chakra. The arrival of the divine tree and Kagaya was merely a catalyst. At its core, the difficulty of mastering sage arts was the primary issue. After finishing a surgery, Bei Xuan stepped out of the tent for some fresh air and noticed Orochimaru approaching with Shungtai. "Are you injured?" Bei Xuan observed a long gash on Shungtai's back. Beixuan can please help treat Shungtai, Orochimaru said, having spotted Bei Xuan. Rather than going into the tent to register for treatment, it was more expedient to seek Bei Xuan directly. "What happened? Did the mission fail?" Bei Xuan inquired. Noticing the somber mood, Bei Xuan placed his hand over Shungtai's wound. He activated his specialized healing technique, swiftly mending the injury. With a single hand seal, a slug descended on Shungtai's back and lay upon the wound. "All done. What happened?" Seeing Shungtai remain silent, Bei Xuan turned to Orochimaru for clarification. Shungtai's temporary teammates perished during this mission. 1. A Chunin named Yosho Baiku sacrificed himself to protect Shungtai from an enemy ninja's technique. Life is indeed fragile. Now that he's been treated, I will take Shungtai back to rest. Thank you, Beixuan. Orochimaru gently recounted the events before turning to leave with Shungtai, knowing that Bei Xuan was quite busy and would not want to intrude further. Is this the convergence of timelines for Orochimaru? Bei Xuan squinted at the departing figure of Orochimaru, who had not yet experienced the loss of his disciples and friends. He merely lamented the death of a ninja, with whom he had a slight connection. Fortunately, Bei Xuan did not detect any of the morbid longing for immortality that had characterized Orochimaru in the original narrative. It seemed to be simply a reflection of his nature. "What are you daydreaming about?" Tsunade had emerged from the medical tent and approached Bei Xuan, slapping him on the back. "What are you doing here?" Bei Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Had Tsunade just stepped out of the medical tent? How did he not notice her? "I just returned from a meeting, and then the slug sage summoned me. Claiming to test something new, it seems your summoned beasts are having quite the time with the slug sage," Tsunade remarked, recalling the wet bone forest, which resembled a kindergarten eye, too, was surprised to find that summoning Pokemon to the wet bone forest required no chakra to maintain their presence there. It was fortuitous that the slug sage was bored and willing to instruct them. Initially, Bei Xuan had summoned a few Pokemon simply to keep the slug sage company, and although their cries were different, the slug sage could comprehend them. Subsequently, Bei Xuan discovered that summoning them to the wet bone forest required no chakra to sustain their state. Thus, he summoned all his Pokemon, except for the Pikachu given to Kushina, to the wet bone forest. That Beixuan's intention was to glean knowledge of sage techniques from the slug sage for these Pokemon, not concerning himself with whether they could learn it. It was merely an experiment. According to reports from frontline scouts, the Land of Rain is nearing its breaking point and may launch a full-scale attack in the next few days. Our strategy is to take the initiative with the logistics of the camp, including the medical department, retreating in advance. Of course, we are exceptions. Although the Land of Rain has managed to endure Konoha's onslaught for over 6 months due to the conflict with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, their logistics have completely collapsed. After tomorrow, the war in the Land of Rain will likely come to an end. Speaking of this, Tsunade stretched languidly, expressing her weariness of being in the Land of Rain for so long. She longed to return to Konoha and indulge in some gambling. Beixuan merely shot a glance at the silly grin on Tsunade's face and discerned her thoughts, unyieldingly interrupting her daydreams. And then there's the land of wind. Currently, it is only Senior Kakashi who can hold the battlefield there. Moreover, the antidote you previously prepared is still proving effective, but I suspect that once the war in the Land of Rain concludes, we will undoubtedly be dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, at present, except for Kirigakure, which is engaged in a power struggle with its own Mizukage. The other nations are embroiled in conflict with one another. The Land of Earth, alongside the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, is assaulting the Land of Rain, while the Land of Lightning has taken the opportunity to attack the Land of Earth, leading to a confrontation between them. The Land of Wind has only engaged in a brief skirmish with the Land of Rain before retreating to battle Konoha. Konoha, meanwhile, is simultaneously attacking the Land of Rain while also contending with the Land of Wind. Senior Kakashi has likely made significant strides at the level of Kage, has he not? By the way, what is your current strength? Tsunade recalled this gentle senior who had often taken her and her teammates on missions before Sarutobi Hiruzen became too busy. Guess, Beixuan replied with a smile. Humph. If you don't want to say, then fine. Tsunade playfully punched Beixuan on the head, refusing to indulge his arrogance. Almost forgot the main reason for my visit. I came to summon you for a meeting. But then you got summoned away. Orochimaru and the others will be returning one after another today, and I wonder how Shungtai is doing. Tsunade suddenly remembered something and tugged at Beixuan, hurrying toward the conference room. Slow down, don't rush. Orochimaru has just returned, so the meeting won't start that early. Have you seen Orochimaru? How is Shungtai? Upon hearing this, Tsunade released her grip on Beixuan's arm, slowing her pace to a leisurely walk. Shungtai sustained some injuries, but I've already treated him. However, his companions who were on the mission with him sacrificed themselves, so he's likely feeling a bit down for the time being. As a ninja, he will inevitably encounter these experiences. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell into a moment of silence, for as a medical ninja, she understood the brutal reality of war even more profoundly. Those who found themselves receiving treatment in the medical unit could undoubtedly be regarded as fortunate souls. Regardless of the injuries sustained, at least their lives were spared, while many more ninjas quietly sacrificed themselves upon the battlefield. The Ninja World War would soon reach its conclusion. Beixuan glanced up at the sky, pondering the calamities that plagued this world. When Tsunade and her companion entered the command room, it was already filled with people. Although the nominal commanders on the battlefield of the Land of Rain were the trio known for their vices, only Orochimaru among them possessed the intellect to strategize warfare. However, since Orochimaru needed to mentor Rokushu, they decided to borrow a ninja from the Nara clan to arrange various strategies for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Upon entering the command room, Tsunade and Beixuan received nods of acknowledgement from the assembled ninjas. Ahem, since everyone is present, let us commence our final battle deployment, though we refer to it as a decisive battle. In reality, it is a retreat. Just as the Nara clan ninja began to speak, a stir erupted from below. Silence. Just listened. Uru's voice, cold and commanding, resonated through the room, his chakras surging as he crossed his arms. Had Orochimaru already taken that step? Tsunade glanced at him. She was not surprised, as she too was but a step away from making a similar decision, and it seemed Jiraiya was not far behind. Ahem, my intention is not to suggest a surrender or retreat. The current situation in the Land of Rain cannot sustain our continued combat. I anticipate a full-scale assault from them in the coming days. Our best course of action is not to clash head-on with them, as they have no room to maneuver now, and their fighting spirit will undoubtedly be more ferocious. Therefore, in consultation with Lord Orochimaru, we have decided that the logistics team should withdraw from the camp to avoid unnecessary casualties, while the combat ninjas will remain behind with sufficient provisions for the final confrontation. However, it is crucial to note that this battle will require us to confront the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, directly. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the command room, as everyone present was acutely aware of Hanzo's formidable prowess, which had earned him the title of demigod recognized by various nations. In previous skirmishes, the battles between the Hidden Rain and Konoha had not escalated to large-scale conflicts, typically consisting of minor clashes between squads, which is why Hanzo had not yet appeared on the battlefield. However, he would undoubtedly make his presence felt during the full-scale assault. "Leave Hanzo to me for interception." Orochimaru's cold voice cut through the silence of the command room. "That I will join as well." "How could I, Jiraiya, be absent from such matters?" Both Tsunade and Jiraiya chimed in simultaneously. "So, it has come to this. The fated battle between the three ninjas and Hanzo. Count me in. My combat abilities are quite commendable." With Tsunade stepping forward, Beixuan felt compelled to follow suit, for the disgraceful title of the three ninjas should not rest solely upon Tsunade. Beixuan did not believe his current abilities could rival Hanzo. After all, his strongest technique, Sage Mode, remained far from perfected. Every time he entered Sage Mode, he required an extensive period to convert the energy within his body into chakra. Beixuan had attempted to utilize the method of the prince, but it proved futile. Within him, there existed more than just chakra. The energy imbalance became evident whenever he returned the Sage Chakra accumulated through shadow clones, relying on a golden light spell to balance the energies within him. He was immune to the drawbacks of shadow clones due to the equilibrium he achieved, but of course, there were alternative strategies, such as gathering natural energy when Hanzo arrived while allowing the three ninjas to bear the brunt of the confrontation. But Beixuan quickly dismissed this option. The three ninjas facing Hanzo would only result in a one-sided defeat. Should Beixuan emerge victorious using Sage Mode, all the accolades would fall solely upon him. This would only serve to further tarnish the three ninjas' reputation, a scenario Beixuan would never allow to unfold. Alas, had I known, I should have learned sage arts before studying the techniques of the second Hokage. Beixuan found himself enviously contemplating the second Hokage's effortless entry into Sage Mode. Beixuan was not particularly eager for rapid growth and strength, hence his initial focus on developing the flashy techniques from the original story. After all, being impressive is a lifelong pursuit. The image of pointing to the heavens and summoning the Qilin was undeniably striking, a testament to the brilliance of the second Hokage's creation. "Then I shall entrust Hanzo to the four of you. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. You need not accompany me in confronting Hanzo. I am one of the battlefield commanders. You are not. You are young and talented. Growing stronger is merely a matter of time. Hanzo is insignificant in comparison." After the meeting adjourned, Tsunade gazed earnestly at Beixuan within her tent. "You chose not to voice your concerns earlier. Now it seems too late. Besides, you speak as if you were marching to your demise. With me here, you have nothing to fear." Beixuan, observing her worried expression, reached out to smooth the creases in her brow. "Hanzo is known as a demigod in the ninja world. His strength is beyond what you can currently handle. Should any misfortune occur, do not concern yourself with me. Just flee that I believe in your ability to escape." Tsunade brushed Beixuan's hand away, fixing her unwavering gaze upon him. She was unafraid of death. From the moment she became a ninja, she had prepared to sacrifice herself for Konoha. The Senju clan had always fought for the village, and although she did not bear the Senju name, she nonetheless inherited their will. Yet, Beixuan's future should be bright and resplendent. He should not bear the burdens that were not his to carry. We have always been a unity, since Grandma entrusted you to me. I will not allow you to face danger alone. Will you not trust me? Rest assured, I have said it will be fine. Beixuan understood Tsunade's thoughts, which only strengthened his resolve to go. Although the plot of the ninja world remained largely unchanged from the original, subtle deviations had begun to emerge. What if Hanzo suddenly changed his mind? Beixuan could not gamble with Tsunade's life. Moreover, he was confident that even without entering Sage Mode, he would not fall to Hanzo's hand. "Alas, you are too young." Tsunade's words shattered the tender atmosphere that had enveloped them. "Well, I must apologize for that." Beixuan rolled his eyes. Tsunade's remarks always seemed to defy logic. "Oh, come here for a kiss." The following day, the Konoha camp began its retreat, with Ropeshu and Minato among the ranks, tasked with protecting the withdrawing logistics team. The medical unit also commenced its withdrawal, though it merely retreated to a safer distance. They would still be needed after the final battle, so they relocated to the outskirts of the battlefield. Surprisingly, Ropeshu did not raise a ruckus about staying on the front lines this time, suggesting that the deaths of his comrades had matured him considerably on the third night of Konoha's logistical retreat. The rain continued to fall. Outside the Konoha camp, Hanzo of the Salamander perched upon a tree branch, gazing into the distance at Konoha, lost in thought. Attack! With Hanzo's command, the final counteroffensive from the hidden rain village commenced. A group of rain ninjas, donned in gas masks, surged forth from the forest, armed with kunai and ninja swords, charging toward the Konoha camp. Cry out! Summon the beast! Hanzo formed seals with his hands, and a colossal salamander appeared through summoning. IBI, deploy the rain's poison tiger technique. As the massive salamander emerged, Hanzo directed it to unleash poisonous gas into the sky, which mingled with the rain and fell relentlessly upon the Konoha camp. Here they come. The chances of a successful surprise attack on Konoha were slim, as the Hyuga clan possessed an innate advantage in reconnaissance, as the rain ninjas encroached upon the perimeter of the Konoha camp. They were swiftly detected by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. All units, take your medicine, charge! As the toxic rain fell, the leaders of each squad immediately commanded all Konoha ninjas to swiftly consume the antidote hanging at their waists. Although it could not completely neutralize the poison of the salamander, it would provide temporary respite. Coupled with the slugs resting on the shoulders of all the ninjas, their combat effectiveness would not be lost for the time being. The battle between the rain ninjas and the Konoha ninjas soon erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Hans observed the four individuals before him, his gaze lingering on Bei Xuan with a hint of surprise. Have I truly fallen to the point of being obstructed by a mere child? No sooner had he thought this than Hans, wielding his scythe, appeared behind Bei Xuan and struck with a slash, only to be halted by the radiant golden light emanating from Bei Xuan. Painful heaven kick. With the golden light entwining him, Bei Xuan delivered a powerful kick that collided with Hans's scythe. Hans quickly retreated, using the body flicker technique to land atop the salamander. This brat possesses immense strength. Is he a martial arts type ninja? That golden light. A new bloodline limit? Feeling a slight numbness in his hand gripping the scythe, Hans was taken aback, though he was merely testing this child. The slash he had unleashed was no trivial matter. Such a young shadow-level ninja. Let us all attack together. Tsunade's expression darkened with anger as she witnessed Hans attacking Bei Xuan, and she began forming hand seals. Orochimaru and Jiraiya promptly followed suit. Summoning technique. 3 enormous summoned beasts appeared on the battlefield, confronting the massive salamander. You must be the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Not only boasting you, but also such a young shadow-level ninja. Hans reflected, gazing at the four atop the summoned beasts, pondering whether the outcome would have been different had the Rain Village possessed such talent. Jiraiya, you've really found yourself in quite a predicament. Even I would suffer for a long time if I were to be touched by the salamander's poison. Orochimaru, where's my offering? Tsunade-sama, Beixuan-sama. The three summoned beasts displayed distinct personalities upon their arrival. With Orochimaru's summoned snakes brimming with rebellion, my apologies. Wentai, for the trouble, Jiraiya said, standing atop Wentai's head, continuously forming hand seals. Silence. After this, I will certainly provide your offering. You must work with the other two beasts to restrain the salamander. Lord Slug, please split into 4 clones and assist in restraining the salamander. Hans chuckled, standing still as he observed the group strategizing, his pride as a strong warrior preventing him from intervening to disrupt their summoning. Navi, you think restraining Jingfu will lead to my defeat? Eat this, you big fool. Bei Xuan, cloaked in golden light, unleashed a painful heaven kick, sending forth a brilliant streak of lightning that pierced the night. Aimed at Hans. Ninjutsu. Needle of the Earth God. Ninjutsu. Hidden Shadow. Snake Hands. Upon witnessing Bei Xuan attacking Hans, Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately employed ninjutsu to interfere with Hans's movements, as Tsunade's forehead seal unshackled. An immense chakra erupted from her, enhanced due to Beixuan's prior learning of the Yin seal, although she had yet to develop the Baiken no Jutsu. This moment. The Yin seal merely served to store chakra and could also be used to unleash chakra for a temporary boost in combat power. The lightning in Bei Xuan's hand pierced through Hans's body, but the instant it did, Bei Xuan swiftly turned and charged towards Jiraiya. Hans, now transformed into a puddle of water upon being pierced, instantaneously reappeared a short distance behind Jiraiya and hurled a handful of kunai tied with explosive tags toward him. What a fool! Orochimaru began forming seals, but clearly he was too slow to intercept Hanzo's kunai, which surrounded Jiraiya. Explosive flame array. Hanzo's cold voice rang out, and all the explosive tags immediately activated, rushing towards Jiraiya's legs. Rasengan. A massive blue sphere formed in Jiraiya's palm as he slammed it into the ground, obliterating all the explosive tags that had yet to detonate. However, some tags still exploded, and Beixuan quickly reached Jiraiya's side. Pulling him into the golden light, the dust settled. Jiraiya emerged from the explosion, slightly disheveled but otherwise unharmed, thanks to Beixuan and the slug's healing. Minato taught you that so quickly. I am Jiraiya. Beixuan was referring to the Rasengan technique, which Minato had taken full control of the moment he began passing it to others. Are you all right? Tsunade inquired as she landed beside Beixuan. His body flicker technique is too fast. We cannot keep up. The only one who might catch up is Beixuan, Orochimaru warned, joining the others as they kept a wary eye on Hans in the distance. Chidori can only accelerate in a straight line. It is difficult to land a hit on him. However, Beixuan seemed to have an idea, his fingers dancing as he slammed them onto the ground, summoning a merino sheep that appeared with grass in its mouth. We will all move together to restrain Hans's actions. Merino sheep, do not eat just yet. When a moment is right, use cotton spore on that ugly man in the distance. If you miss, keep firing until you hit him. Understood? Beixuan gazed sternly at the merino sheep. Hans's body flicker technique was merely a form of speed and not a space-time ninjutsu, and the ability of cotton spore was to reduce the target's speed by 2 levels. While Beixuan was uncertain how much this reduction would manifest in reality, he did not expect the merino sheep to entirely immobilize Hans, as long as it could slow him enough for himself and the others to keep pace. Their odds of success would significantly increase. Bah! The merino sheep nodded resolutely at Hans, knowing that assisting its trainer was of utmost importance. With everything in place, Tsunade charged toward Hans first, her fist crashing down. Causing the ground to cave in, Hans, who had just evaded Tsunade's attack, prepared to swing his scythe, but a long snake lunged at him from behind, compelling him to slice it in half. Following that, the golden light emanating from Beixuan transformed into blades, coupled with Beixuan's formidable fist. Unable to take the hit head-on, Hans instantly used the body flicker technique to evade. However, Jiraiya had long been waiting, his long hair ensnaring Hans's waist, only for Hans to transform into water and ensnare Jiraiya instead. Orochimaru summoned a flurry of small snakes that quickly surrounded the area and rushed to free Jiraiya from the water prison technique. Water release, heavenly cry, Beixuan formed seals, releasing water needles that shot towards Orochimaru's rear. And as expected, Hans appeared there, deflecting Beixuan's high-speed water needles with his scythe that at a technique of the second Hokage. This kid, Hans regarded Beixuan with a glimmer of admiration. Recognizing the remarkable strength and high-level water ninjutsu he wielded at such a young age. Eat this, you big fool. Beixuan, enveloped in golden light, delivered a devastating, painful heaven kick. While simultaneously, the Beixuan who had been casting ninjutsu transformed into smoke and vanished. Hans narrowly evaded Beixuan's kick, but before he could react, Tsunade's fist came crashing down in a way to escape, aware that he had again fallen prey to his affection for talent. Hans swiftly sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow while simultaneously slashing at Tsunade's fist with his scythe. The golden ropes formed by Beixuan yanked Tsunade away, allowing her to dodge the attack. And she immediately retaliated with a powerful punch. The two of them delivered simultaneous strikes to Hans, who was momentarily shielded by a layer of water film. Unfortunately, it was only a temporary reprieve. Hans was sent flying, and as he soared through the air, a long snake in Jiraiya's hair ensnared one of his legs. Merino sheep, Beixuan called out, and the merino sheep began shaking its body, releasing a flurry of illusory cotton that floated down upon Hans in midair. Hans executed a spin, using his scythe to sever the bonds of the snake and hair, but the cotton spores still landed on him. My speed has diminished, Hans realized, quickly evading to the side. Understanding that it was the effect of that kid's summoned beast, he promptly threw a kunai at the merino sheep. Release, Beixuan promptly unfastened the spirit summoning of the melee sheep, allowing it to narrowly evade calamity. Although the melee sheep had departed, the effects of the cotton spores persisted. Jing Fu. A sense of foreboding washed over Hanzo, who immediately shouted as the salamander, engaged in battle with the three summoned beasts, burrowed underground, thrusting upwards from beneath Hanzo's feet. You all are truly formidable. It appears that Konoha has triumphed in this conflict. In the name of demigods, I declare, by your dam, a long bolt of lightning shot towards Hanzo, interrupting his unfinished words. Aware of Hanzo's intentions, Beixuan would not allow him to complete his statement. Not to mention that he and his comrades had not been defeated. Was it really appropriate to have you call me a nickname after I managed to ensnare you with cotton spores? Little brat, provoking me will not bode well for you. Hanzo glared coldly at Beixuan, who maintained the Chidori sharp spear. Old Deng, you haven't yet secured victory, so do not act boastfully in front of your dam. Hanzo's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized Beixuan, yet his eyes fell upon the severely wounded rain ninjas nearby. Despite possessing their own toxins, Konoha's ninjas had that loathsome slug, coupled with the medical ninjutsu of that brat and the woman. The toxins were rendered ineffective if this battle were to continue. Hanzo's gaze turned cold as he observed the four before him. His speed had been significantly hampered by the unknown secret technique of the summoned beast, rendering him unable to subdue them in the immediate future. From the onset of the battle, Hanzo had been cognizant of the other battlefield where Beixuan and Tsunade's shadow clones were present, and every Konoha ninja bore that repulsive slug. The chakra expended by Tsunade and Beixuan was the reason Tsunade had immediately released the Yin seal. All her chakra was dedicated to maintaining the slug's life-sustaining technique. Rain ninjas, retreat. I shall cover your withdrawal. Chief, acknowledged. Hanzo cast a cold glance at the individuals before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Alas, the land of rain, I ultimately cannot lead you out of this predicament. Allow my subordinates to leave safely. Otherwise, the only outcome will be mutual destruction. How about that? Hanzo addressed Orochimaru, believing that aside from that brat, only a few stronger ninjas were truly in command. Agreed. Konoha ninjas. Retreat immediately. Execute Plan 1. Orochimaru bellowed, prompting the Konoha ninjas to abandon their efforts to secure the battlefield and promptly retreat towards the medical station, as they were still afflicted by poison. If only you had been born in the village of Rain. Observing the successful evacuation of the Rain ninjas, Hanzo, who had lost his fighting spirit, lowered his scythe and gazed solemnly at the group, particularly at Bei Xuan. He could not even think about it. I dislike places where I have no space to dry my laundry. Bei Xuan's retort struck deep. Had it not been for the environmental issues of a land of rain, it would not have faced such agricultural failures. Little brat, you should learn to respect your elders. Hanzo's expression shifted to one of danger. If you wish to fight, then continue. Tsunade immediately assumed a defensive stance upon witnessing this, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru raised their kunai. Little brat, you have excellent companions. Notify Sir Tobihirzan to send someone to the land of rain, that we have lost this war. Hanzo dispelled the summoning technique and began to walk slowly towards the forest, his silhouette appearing quite solitary. Orochimaru, holding his kunai, pondered for a moment but ultimately abandoned the idea of pursuing him. Phew, we four are truly impressive. This is a demigod we're talking about. Truly, I am Jiraiya. Jiraiya collapsed on a Wentai, laughing heartily. Who would have thought? This little brat delivers trash talk so effortlessly, and yet he seems quite civilized most of the time. Tsunade also released the Yin seal and shadow clones, resting her hand on the now-dimmed shoulder of Beixuan with a teasing expression. What fun is there in fighting without trash talk? Phew, I'm exhausted. As a medical ninja, I ended up taking on an offensive role. Beixuan leaned against Tsunade, feeling relaxed, having initially thought that this battle would force them to reveal all their cards, only to find that only a few had slipped out. Hanzo was rather lenient in his approach. Could you two please pay attention? There are others here too. Orochimaru, what do you say? Jiraiya shouted as he noticed the two nestled together, intending to confront Orochimaru, only to find him staring blankly at the distant battlefield. Nothing, you fool. Just as Orochimaru's summoned snakes were about to speak, he dispelled the summoning technique, and the snakes immediately dissipated into smoke. Then I shall return. Jiraiya, by the way, The toad sage has awakened once. You should find him when you have the chance. With that, when Tai also dispelled his summoning and departed, Tsunade's summoned slug followed suit. While Beixuan hesitated to dispel his, fearing that if he did, the Konoha ninjas still en route would immediately succumb to poisoning tea that moment in a cavern. The four of them gathered around a flickering flame. You all, good news! The salamander's toxins have been locked by the slug, allowing many of the toxins within them to be purged, so we need not make a special trip back. Tsunade tossed a scroll to Beixuan, who glanced over it. It was a message from the medical department's third-in-command, indicating that the Konoha ninjas had formally handed over their responsibilities to the medical department. The battlefield in the Land of Rain was considered concluded. They could finally return, having lingered here long enough to nearly grow mold. By the way, what do you two plan to do once you return? Tsunade inquired, turning to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as aside from Tsunade. The other two were in a state of leisure. Haha, I intend to wander the ninja world and seek out the prophesied child spoken of by the Toad Sage, but I should also write another book. You all must buy a few copies when the time comes. Jiraiya replied cheerfully, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he watched Tsunade and Beixuan holding hands. Why not stay in the village? The world outside is rife with war. Who? Tsunade questioned, somewhat puzzled, before suddenly glancing into the darkness of the cavern. Beixuan had also noticed long ago, yet knowing who it was. He chose not to speak much, as one could never tell if White Zetsu was lurking nearby. What? Who are you? Just as Tsunade finished speaking, a boy with orange hair, clad in peculiar attire, approached them, calmly extending his hand. Share some food with us. The boy's expression was resolute, and his tone was utterly devoid of emotion, as if it were a matter of course. You seek death. Beixuan observed the young Yahiko before him. He had once thought the boy's tone was quite self-righteous, but now, seeing him in person, he realized that Yahiko had come bearing the weight of despair. Furthermore, as a medical ninja, he could instantly discern that Yahiko's body was in a state of extreme duress. On the verge of collapse. Where are your parents? Jiraiya asked, staring blankly at the boy, having sensed Yahiko's physical condition as well. They were killed by ninjas in this war. Tsunade and Jiraiya fell into silence, while Jiraiya retrieved some broken dry bread from his pack and offered it to Yahiko. Take this, it's dry bread. However, Yahiko regarded the bread with disinterest, instead calling out into the darkness behind him. Nagato, Conan, come out, they don't seem to be bad people. Immediately, two children dashed out from the shadows, rushing to the front of Tsunade and Jiraiya, ravenously devouring the dry bread offered to them. Not just Tsunade, but Beixuan too found himself momentarily entranced. What did hunger signify for the people of Huaxia? As he watched the two children devour their food, he fell silent. Wait! At Beixuan's call, the two children froze in place, and Yahiko anxiously turned to face him. Beixuan, seeing their reaction, offered no explanation. Instead, a glimmer of golden light appeared at his fingertip, transforming into a blade's edge, which he lightly traced across his finger. Summoning technique. As the smoke cleared, a peculiar creature adorned with fruits materialized on the ground. Your physical conditions are dire. Consuming this will only stave off hunger. Tropical Lama, I shall borrow some of your fruits. Beixuan rose to his feet and gently patted the head of the tropical dragon, subsequently removing some fruits that hung from its body. Thank you so much. Now, go back and continue to frolic with your friends. But do heed the words of the slug sage. He cheerfully patted the tropical dragon, which was quite elated to assist Beixuan, and escorted it back to the wet bone forest. Partake in some of these fruits. Their energy is gentle and just right to nourish your current forms. Katsu, would you like to give it a try? The fruits of the tropical dragon are quite delectable, although I must admit I have never tasted them myself. Haha, Beixuan offered a banana to the momentarily stunned Katsu, with a smile. Tea that moment. Katsu was somewhat dazed, gazing at Beixuan, noticing the numerous wooden-like features on the tropical dragon, with wings resembling large leaves. It's simply a unique appearance. What are you thinking? Beixuan could tell from Katsu's expression that her thoughts had wandered astray, yet he understood, for the wood release held profound significance for her. Could I also have a taste? Jiraiya, observing the three children relishing their meal, felt a pang of curiosity towards the fruits plucked from the summoning beast. He hesitated to snatch from the children. But the main character was right there, was he not? I didn't see it. I merely took one for Katsu. That aren't we heading back to the village soon? You can buy some for yourself. Beixuan shot Jiraiya an exasperated glance, bemused by his childish behavior, contrasting it with Orochimaru's composed demeanor. However, upon glancing at Orochimaru, Beixuan suddenly felt he had spoken too soon, as Orochimaru was intently focused on Beixuan, or rather, on the fruits in his hands. Yet, Beixuan sensed that Orochimaru's curiosity lay more in why fruits would grow on a summoning beast than in the act of consumption itself. Indeed, they are quite delicious, and after consuming them, I can feel a similar energy within me being gradually absorbed. Katsu rubbed her belly, realizing that while Beixuan's summoning beast was remarkable, each one possessed such extraordinary energy. Have you all rested sufficiently? It is time to depart. Beixuan, would you mind if I paid you a visit upon our return to the village? Orochimaru glanced at the three children still indulging in their food before turning back to Beixuan. His curiosity about Beixuan's summoning beast evident. Welcome. I currently reside in the Senju clan's territory. You are familiar with the place. Let us proceed. Beixuan rose, pulling Katsu up alongside him, and together with Orochimaru. They disregarded Jiraiya, who had turned to stone upon hearing that Beixuan lived in the Senju clan's territory, as they walked outside. Yahiko and the others, upon witnessing this, promptly packed the unfinished food and quietly followed behind the group. Initially hiding, but soon following openly. Didn't I just provide you with food? Moreover, Beixuan has already helped you with your physical conditioning. Why do you still insist on trailing us? Katsu, unable to contain her frustration, turned to the three who were following them. In response, the three fell silent, and the only girl among them stepped forward, seemingly producing something from behind her. Instantly alert, Katsu tightened her grip on Beixuan's hand, ready to attack, but found she could not break free. When she looked at Beixuan, he merely shook his head. Turning to see what the girl was holding, Katsu discovered that she was presenting a folded paper flower, cradled in her hands with a gentle smile directed at her. Thank you. This is a gift, ascent origami, made from the wrapping paper of dry bread, Jiraiya inquired, grinning at the flower in Conan's hands. Pokemon tip, tropical dragon, grass flying a fruit Pokemon known for producing exceptionally delicious fruits that contain energy. Although Nagato is of the Uzumaki clan, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha, compounded by the watchful eyes of Madara and Black Zetsu. Thus, he cannot possibly return to Konoha. Katsu stared at the paper flower in Conan's hands, incredulous. Is this really for us? This is the first time a child from a battlefield has given me something. In the past, those we encountered during missions would glare at us with hostility, simply because we were ninjas from the land of fire. And in the land of rain, we only faced the people of that land. You are ninjas from Konoha, right? Please teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko approached from behind, fixated on the group, particularly on Beixuan. Despite Beixuan's height, Yahiko could discern that he was merely a child, not much older than them. If he could learn ninjutsu, he could take Conan and Nagato along to survive. These ninjas before him seemed kind. It was worth a gamble. Should he eliminate them? At that moment, Orochimaru silently observed the three, coldly stating that ending their lives would, in fact, be a form of salvation. As soon as Orochimaru finished his sentence, Yahiko instinctively took a step back, cold sweat trickling down his back. He genuinely sensed the murderous intent emanating from this long-haired ninja. I have witnessed many orphans on the battlefield, and their fates are often grim. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate them here, Orochimaru quietly mused, but he was abruptly interrupted by Jiraiya. Enough. Orochimaru, Katsu, and Beixuan. You should return to Konoha. I will take responsibility for these little ones for the time being. Beixuan was not surprised by Jiraiya's decision, yet he pondered whether fate would alter Dada. How ironic. To be killed by the very ninjas I've taught. Katsu was taken aback. While she knew Jiraiya was unreliable, this was beyond the pale. Such actions would be deemed treasonous for any ordinary ninja. Teaching ninjutsu to the children of enemy nations was strictly forbidden. Once they can stand on their own, I will return to seek the third Hokage's forgiveness. At least it would serve as a modicum of atonement. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the red-haired boy who had remained silent since Yahiko had inquired if they were ninjas from Konoha. The boy exuded a potent hostility, not directed at them, but toward Konoha. suggesting that the reason these children had become orphans was due to Konoha's ninjas. Upon hearing this, Katsu ceased to voice any further objections, while Orochimaru remained silent about Jiraiya's decision to stay behind. For Orochimaru, regardless of Jiraiya's choices, he would never find fault, for this was Jiraiya. Fools often act upon foolish thoughts. Since that is the case, I shall not dissuade you further, but do remember to return safely. Ultimately, Jiraiya adhered to the path of destiny, remaining behind to care for Nagato, while Katsu, Beixuan, and Orochimaru returned to Konoha to report to Tsurutobi Hiruzen about their experiences on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Well done. Even before your return to Konoha, your accomplishments have already spread throughout the ninja world, propelled by Hanzo. However, Tsurutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned peculiar as he inquired, "But Beixuan, what exactly happened with Hanzo?" As he spoke, Tsurutobi Hiruzen placed an envelope before Beixuan. Upon opening it, Beixuan discovered it contained a peace proposal penned by Hanzo, though the back of the envelope was filled with accusations against Tsurutobi Hiruzen for neglecting to instill literary education in Konoha's ninjas. It was evident that the 10-year-old ninja from Konoha was none other than Beixuan. Isn't it normal to exchange some banter during a fight? Don't you all do that? Beixuan looked innocently at the silent group. Recalling that others generally remained quiet during battles, aside from the occasional proclamation of techniques, except for the prince who would jabber while fighting a hymn. Now that you have returned, take a few days to rest. Remember to attend the memorial service the day after tomorrow. Yes. Beixuan turned away with a few companions, while Tsurutobi Hiruzen puffed on a cigarette, observing Beixuan's departing silhouette with narrowed eyes, a mere child. Not yet 11, yet possessing the strength of a shadow-level ninja. However, with Tsunade by your side, it is unlikely you will pose a threat to Konoha, yet it is prudent to remain vigilant. Tsurutobi recalled Beixuan's musings on the will of fire from that fateful night, ultimately easing some of his concerns. Within the Senju clan compound, Beixuan and Tsunade walked hand in hand, and upon entering the courtyard, they beheld Kushina buried amongst a pile of scrolls, while Minato held a platter of fruit alongside a Pikachu nibbling on a tomato. The absence of S.H. Matsu was conspicuous. He and Minato had returned to Konoha early, having escorted the logistics team away. The scrolls Kushina was studying were remnants of Mito's legacy, yet she had yet to reach the level required to learn the sealing arts. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were notoriously difficult to master. Even Beixuan had only a limited grasp of them, relying on the seals inscribed by Mito on his wrist. However, despite their complexity, once learned, their effects were astonishingly powerful. In Beixuan's eyes, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were akin to the broken wish-granting machines of the Uchiha clan. The likes of the Shinigami mask and the numerous sealing techniques featured in the original story were all inextricably linked to the Uzumaki lineage. "Tsunade, you're back," Kushina exclaimed, her head snapping up at the sound of footsteps, and she joyfully dashed into Tsunade's embrace, while Pikachu leaped into Beixuan's arms. The little creature gestured animatedly, likely boasting about its prowess in protecting Kushina during their time in Konoha. Beixuan, cradling Pikachu, affectionately patted its head. Although he surmised that Pikachu's notion of protection might involve some mischief, he was inclined to believe it was not particularly outrageous, or at least he hoped so. Glancing at Kushina, he pondered whether she could truly be so unreliable. Nevertheless, cradling Pikachu reminded him of his battle with Hanzo. Certain peculiar status effects in Pokemon also affected ninjas, which provided Beixuan with a source of amusement. A wicked grin crept upon his lips as he recalled some of the more troublesome skills from Pokemon, prompting a shiver down Minato's spine as he followed along. "What is so funny?" "Your laughter is rather unsettling," Tsunade admonished, playfully smacking Beixuan on the back of his head. "Ahem, nothing of consequence, merely reminiscing about some amusing ideas I shall have to show you sometime," Beixuan replied, setting Pikachu down. Despite its small stature, Pikachu weighed nearly 12 pounds. While carrying it felt inconsequential, it inexplicably reminded him of a certain reverse attribute master. Beixuan had no intention of cosplaying as a foolish character under the starry night sky. Beixuan was busily inviting Tsunade and the others to partake in a hot pot meal, an idea that struck him unexpectedly, considering that the ninja world had its own version of sukiyaki. Unaccustomed to the latter, He had spent the afternoon devising a Ninja World adaptation of hot pot, which, though not quite on par with the delicacies he had enjoyed in China, surpassed many of the culinary offerings in this realm. By the way, Orochimaru came looking for you today. He mentioned he would visit again another time, as he must depart for the battlefield in the land of Wind tomorrow, Tsunade said, her brow glistening with sweat as she picked up a piece of meat from Beixuan's bowl. So soon, but surely they could use you on the battlefield in the land of Wind, especially since Tsunade relies heavily on poison. Why hasn't he taken you along? Beixuan had anticipated this. The third Hokage was grooming Orochimaru as a successor, and it was only natural for him to be dispatched to such a crucial front. However, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly, considering they had just returned to Konoha less than a month prior. I will accompany the teacher tomorrow as well. This time, I intend to earn a resounding reputation, one that will undoubtedly eclipse yours. Beixuan, haha, S.H. Matsu interjected, excitedly. Since Beixuan and the others returned, rumors of Konoha's legendary three ninjas and the Golden Ninja had begun to circulate throughout the ninja world. It was evident that the title was bestowed by the rather unremarkable Hanzo, a fact that left Beixuan somewhat exasperated. Regardless of the outcome, he had been saddled with the name. This absurd title also motivated Beixuan to ensure that when next he encountered Hanzo, he would make sure to showcase the beauty of the revolving lanterns. Currently, the medical ninjas at the front lines were not in short supply. You had brought a significant number back from the Land of Rain, and with the detoxification formulas I'd left behind, they were managing adequately. Furthermore, due to S.H. Matsu's predecessor having slain Chio's son and daughter-in-law, Chio had become a relentless force, pursuing S.H. Matsu with a fervor. And the poisons of Tsunade had not seen any new developments. As Tsunade sipped from a glass of juice, she sighed, glancing at Beixuan. If you wish to drink, then drink. I'm not prohibiting you. What is with that expression? Having spent so much time together, Beixuan understood Tsunade's unspoken feelings. It was merely that one day, when Beixuan had kissed her while she was inebriated, he had jested about it, leading to her never again drinking at home. Yet, each meal turned into a ritual where she would sip juice and cast a resigned glance at Beixuan. Speaking of S.H. Matsu, you have yet to meet him, right? Once Orochimaru departs for the battlefield, he will need to take a break for a while. His wife is about to give birth, and it is not suitable for him to remain there at this time. Beixuan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Was Hitaki Kakashi's birth imminent? He recalled that the original story had not mentioned Kakashi's mother at all. Who is S.H. Matsu's wife? I do not believe I have heard of her. Beixuan queried, curious, knowing that Tsunade was well informed, having previously shared tales of her past with S.H. Matsu. Are you referring to Naka? She is not a ninja, merely an ordinary villager. I was quite surprised when I learned of it. After all, S.H. Matsu is handsome and powerful, and it was said that many sought his affection that I never imagined he would end up with someone who was not a ninja, and they married almost immediately. And now they are expecting a child. Tsunade explained, S.H. Matsu really that strong? Minato inquired, having seldom heard of S.H. Matsu's exploits in Konoha, with most tales revolving around the three ninjas and other notable shinobi. Indeed, when I was still a CH Nin, S.H. Matsu had already attained the rank of a Kage-level ninja. His swordsmanship was such that even the third Hokage would claim he could not withstand it without using his full strength. However, due to his abilities being more suited for the Umbu, he served as the head of that division. Thus his reputation in Konoha was not particularly prominent. Yet, following this conflict, S.H. Matsu's renown in the village is bound to rise significantly. The title Konoha White Fang is already circulating throughout the ninja world, far surpassing the trivial moniker of the Golden Ninja. Being well suited for the Umbu does not necessarily mean one should hold the position of its leader. And excessive fame is not always a blessing. Often, it is the very cause of one's downfall, Beixuan remarked, shaking his head as he placed the cooked meat into Tsunade's bowl before turning to Minato. Have you made any progress on that technique? It is quite challenging. And as for the mere act of inscribing the technique, there seems to be no clear lead, Minato replied. The technique referred to by Beixuan is none other than the signature ninjutsu of the original text. The Flying Thunder God, which was fulfilled by the third Hokage after his return, allowing Beixuan and his companions to each select a forbidden technique from the sealing books. Shungtian initially wished to choose a high-damage forbidden technique, the mutually detonating explosive tags, but was forcibly switched to the multiple shadow clone technique by Beixuan. Beixuan was wary of allowing Shungtian to recklessly experiment with explosive tags, especially since Shungtian's physique and chakra were particularly suited for the prince's exclusive ninjutsu. Naturally, Mizamon opted for the fated Flying Thunder God, while Beixuan, who had initially considered the impure world reincarnation, was rejected by the third Hokage on the grounds that such a technique defies the natural order. Resigned, Beixuan deliberated and ultimately chose the spirit transformation technique, a ninjutsu that had been discontinued in the original work, a decision reached after much contemplation. As Beixuan's physical strength grew with age, nourished by the blue-silver royal soulbone. The vitality cultivation of the golden light spell required a balance to be formed. Without achieving this balance, the intensity derived from the golden light spell could not be further enhanced, prompting Beixuan to seek methods to elevate his vitality cultivation. Currently, he had two thoughts. One was to alter the golden light spell himself, starting with natural energy, though this was evidently a daunting task. The other was to explore the spirit transformation technique to discover ways to enhance his vitality cultivation. Of course, there was another more convenient method. Should Beixuan draw a power related to this aspect at the age of 12, the problem would be readily resolved. Reflecting on his current training, Mizamon felt a pang of frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. Despite possessing exceptional talent in space-time ninjutsu, he still struggled to grasp the essence of the Flying Thunder God. You might consider starting with sealing techniques. It would also allow you to spend more time with Kushina, who is struggling to keep up with her studies alone. Beixuan teased, glancing at the ever-silent Kushina, who was indulging in a feast. Well, if you need help with learning new techniques, I can teach you sealing techniques. I've become quite adept, though the third Hokage forbids me from leaving the village. Otherwise, I might have earned my own title by now. Mizamon looked at Kushina with gratitude, while Shungtian, seated among them, glanced between Mizamon and Kushina before observing Beixuan, who was busily serving food to his sister. Casting a glance at the meat in his bowl, Shungtian suddenly felt that the once delicious hot pot had lost its flavor. The Flying Thunder God is my great-grandfather's technique. It has never been a complete technique from the outset, and its difficulty is to be expected. However, once mastered, your strength will undergo a monumental transformation. As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade was acutely aware of the prowess of the Flying Thunder God, rumored to have been the technique used by her great-grandfather to defeat the legendary Uchiha Madara's brother. Why not give it a try? Tsunade suggested, casting a glance at Beixuan. Once you master space-time ninjutsu, as long as you don't wish to perish on the battlefield, escape will be nearly guaranteed. I have far too much to learn right now. I'll wait for Mizamon to master the Flying Thunder God before I attempt it myself. For now, I must focus on fully mastering Sage Mode and Sage techniques. Beixuan certainly would not overlook the Flying Thunder God, a technique of bug-level prowess, but he knew it was not the right time. He would wait until Mizamon perfected it before seeking to learn from him. This technique is my great-grandfather's specialty. Can this little blonde truly improve it? Tsunade mused, observing Mizamon's sunlit smile, feeling that he lacked the sharpness of his great-grandfather. Mizamon is like the sun. Given time, he could illuminate all of Konoha. Have a bit of faith in your boyfriend's choices. Beixuan rolled his eyes, recognizing that Tsunade's high standards, shaped by her two grandfathers and the present Beixuan, prevented her from seeing Mizamon's true talent. Currently, Mizamon had already reached the level of an elite jonin solely through his spiral sphere and his remarkably quick reflexes. Moreover, he was also attempting to learn the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku. Recalling the original work where the blonde boasted about his lack of skill only to have his eyes immediately shadowed, Beixuan smirked. If Mizamon were to master the Flying Thunder God now, his power would instantly elevate to that of a Kage, and not just any ordinary Kage in the ninja world. Any technique related to space-time could be regarded as a minor bug. Even a certain individual with dual Kimyui managed to contend with Kagaya on equal footing. It's not that I lack confidence in you. Rather, I have little faith in Jiraiya. Just look at what he is doing after taking Mizamon under his wing. He's completely lost in the land of rain. With no news to be found that Mizamon's current training is primarily guided by the third Hokage, Tsunade couldn't help but criticize Jiraiya. despite having a disciple, was neglecting him during such a pivotal period of growth. Only someone like Mizumon, with his sunny disposition, could accept and recognize such treatment. If Orochimaru were to abandon Xingtian to instruct others, my fist would have already flown into his face. Jiraiya is a good teacher. He just falls short in character and integrity. Besides, Mizumon isn't at a loss. Didn't he just learn the Shadow Shuriken technique from the third Hokage, with someone renowned as a ninjutsu expert like Sarutobi Hiruzen as his mentor? Mizumon will certainly grow stronger at an accelerated rate. Beixuan recalled Mizumon's demonstration of the newly learned Shadow Shuriken technique, remembering how difficult it was to kill with such a technique, yet Mizumon had managed to execute it with flair. Moreover, Mizumon's chakra reserves were astonishingly vast, far beyond what a civilian ninja should possess. Beixuan himself had an abundance of chakra due to the dual cultivation of the Golden Light spell. Indeed, this boy's talent is among the strongest I've seen. Second only to you. It's hard to imagine what you both will become as you truly grow, Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at Xingtian, her eyes tinged with regret. Being of a similar age, it seemed improbable that Xingtian would ever realize his dreams. Though everyone, except Xingtian himself, understood that he could never become Hokage, Tsunade, as a family member, wished to support his aspirations. However, her support was limited. Beixuan desired Mizumon to become Hokage, while Tsunade backed Xingtian's dream, but she would not obstruct Mizumon's ascent to the Hokage position. Because of Beixuan, Tsunade was quite familiar with Mizumon. She believed that Mizumon could indeed unify Konoha into a cohesive village. The brilliance of this little blonde was exceptionally radiant, just as Beixuan stated. Mizumon could truly become the sun that illuminates the village. The leisurely dinner soon came to an end, with Xingtian responsible for clearing the dishes. Mizumon was pulled along to help, while Kushina, having just finished her meal, was hurriedly sent by Beixuan to inscribe the sealing techniques yet to be completed for the day. Beixuan and Tsunade reclined in the courtyard's lounge chairs, gazing at the moonlight outside, as Pikachu squatted nearby, its ears twitching occasionally. Here, take this. Tsunade produced a scroll, tossing it toward Beixuan, who lazily caught it with the golden light and slowly opened it. Upon examining the contents of the scroll, Beixuan immediately sat upright, his heart racing with excitement, a revised version of the Ein sealing technique. Tsunade, you completed it so quickly. Beixuan thrilledly grasped the scroll, realizing that if it were merely a revision of the Ein sealing technique, his excitement would not be so profound. The true source of his exhilaration was that this scroll contained instructions for storing natural energy. I certainly wouldn't have perfected this technique so swiftly on my own. The Sage of Slugs and the marvelous creatures you have stored in the wet bone forest have also been assisting, with the most significant contribution coming from that playful little fox. What was its name again? Hoodie. Seeing Beixuan's face alight with joy, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, feeling her arduous efforts had not been in vain. Although she had left most of the tasks to Hoodie and the Sage of Slugs after teaching that little fox. The direction of the revision and enhancement of the Ein sealing technique had always been under her control. Hoodie and the Sage of Slugs had merely expedited the process. What surprised Tsunade even more was that, despite being her contracted summoning beast, getting the Sage of Slugs to assist with certain tasks was typically quite challenging. Yet this time, the Sage of Slugs had voluntarily offered help to improve the Ein sealing technique. Hoodie, has he become this intelligent? I'm truly grateful to him. And of course, thanks to the Sage of Slugs, but my greatest gratitude goes to you, my dear Tsunade. Long live Tsunade. Bei Xuan retracted the Ein seal and settled beside Tsunade, conjuring a radiant golden flower in his hand. With a deft application of sealing techniques, he severed the link of golden light and ultimately imprisoned the shimmering essence into a magnificent golden rose. This is for my dearest Lady Tsunade, an everlasting golden rose, far more exquisite than the paper flower brought by Jiraiya. Under the moonlight, Tsunade gazed at the stunning bloom, momentarily entranced, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Pakmon tip. Hoodie, the psychic Pakmon, renowned for its intellect, followed the slug sage after entering the wet bone forest, the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha, a clan that co-founded the village alongside the Senju, now languished in a somber atmosphere. Fugaku, how is it? Have the village's subsidies come through? An elderly man with a black cloth over his eye inquired softly while seated on a tatami. My lord, the village is yet to respond to my application. I find myself somewhat lost. Fugaku knelt before the elder, his Sharingan spinning wildly, reflecting the turbulence within his youthful heart that I see. The clan must be aware by now that I can feel the heavy atmosphere within our territory. The elder, known as Hitomi, sighed gently. He had suspected the Uchiha's plight ever since Madara departed from Konoha and Tobirama ascended as the second Hokage. The Uchiha were proud, but not foolish. Many understood Tobirama's intention in assigning them the responsibility of the security force. Yet, they deemed it beneath them to engage in debate with Tobirama the Uchiha. The power handed over was something they believed they could easily grasp, even if it was a thorny burden. The Uchiha were confident in their ability to endure it. Moreover, they held respect for Tobirama, acknowledging his exceptional talent. However, they underestimated Tobirama's disciples, who viewed the Uchiha as adversaries. The current situation for the Uchiha in Konoha was exceedingly arduous. Every action was magnified, and even the routine duties of the security team were met with scorn. Could the Uchiha not discern that someone was orchestrating this? They were aware, yet the knowledge rendered them powerless. For it was the village's power center resisting the Uchiha. Perhaps as their anger continued to fester, the Uchiha would eventually take up arms in rebellion. Fugaku, understanding the current state of affairs, was tirelessly seeking a way out for his clan. Hitomi's directive for Fugaku to seek compensation for the battlefield in the Land of Rain and the death benefits for clan members stemmed from this understanding. The Uchiha had an inseparable connection with the Nico clan, making them one of the wealthiest clans. A mere handful of death benefits and mission rewards were insignificant to the affluent Uchiha. Yet Hitomi wished for Fugaku to comprehend the village's current stance toward their clan. Within Konoha, the Uchiha felt as though they were caged. Their ninjas found it exceedingly difficult to be approved for deployment to the battlefield, with the constant justification being the need to remain and protect Konoha's safety. This time, in the Land of Rain, only Fugaku, as the minor clan leader, led fewer than 7 Uchiha to the battlefield, and tragically, 6 perished. This was not due to a lack of strength. On the contrary, the Uchiha were renowned in the ninja world, with a single Uchiha, Nin, needing 3 Nin of equal rank to have a chance of victory. Yet despite this, those who accompanied Fugaku to battle met their demise, prompting Fugaku to awaken his 3 Tomo Sharingan. All these Uchiha ninjas had fallen while undertaking perilous missions or in most dangerous locales of the battlefield. Fugaku, I know you have been searching for a way out for the Uchiha. But in your quest, you must understand who the Uchiha truly faces. You are still young and immensely talented. I firmly believe you can guide the Uchiha down a different path. Hitomi gently reached out, placing a finger on Fugaku's forehead before letting his arm fall back down. Farewell, Elder Hitomi. Feeling the lingering warmth of the elder's touch on his forehead, Fugaku rose and opened the door, stepping outside. The Senju clan's territory. Beixuan had just returned from grocery shopping when he noticed an envelope bearing the insignia of a table tennis paddle in the mailbox. This must be a letter from the Uchiha. Did I take a wrong turn? Beixuan stepped back, glancing at the plaque inscribed with the characters for Senju, then looked down at the letter in hand. With a smile, he entered the Senju compound. Ah, an invitation from the Uchiha. Beixuan handed the groceries to Shju, who was practicing water release nearby, instructing him to wash the vegetables, before passing the invitation to Tsunade, who was painting with Hudi. After handing over the Yang sealing scroll to Beixuan, Tsunade began developing her own techniques, inspired while assisting Beixuan in improving the Yin seal that Hud had been invited specifically by Tsunade to help refine the technique. With a slug acting as a translator, as Tsunade was not a summoner and could not comprehend Hudi's speech. The Uchiha. Could this be a mistake? Would they send an invitation to the Senju? Tsunade paused her writing, accepting the invitation from Beixuan and tearing it open to read. Hitomi-senpai. Is that so? Should we attend? After a brief glance at the invitation, she handed it back to Beixuan, who then read it and realized it was to inform them of the passing of an elder from the Uchiha clan. In the past, Tsunade would have likely disregarded such an invitation, as the long-standing feud between the Uchiha and Senju, though resolved, still lingered in her heart. However, As Beixuan's girlfriend, she understood his feelings. He wished for Minato to unite Konoha as Hokage. And the Uchiha were also a part of Konoha. Thus, Tsunade presented the invitation to Bei Xuan, allowing him to decide. Why not go? It's perfect, I want tea have to cook tonight. SH stop washing. I'll treat you to a feast this evening. Bei Xuan called out to SH who was diligently washing the vegetables, while simultaneously dragging Minato, who was engrossed in the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kushina, who was being forced to learn the 8 trigram seal, out of their room. You don't intend to bring everyone along, do you? Tsunade remarked, her lips twitching at Beixuan's actions. Would the Uchiha not think they could not afford a meal, bringing a whole group of children to mooch off their hospitality? So what? The invitation doesn't specify how many can attend, does it? Naturally, we all go together, Beixuan asserted. If there's a feast, why would we be reluctant? Besides, it's a good opportunity for the little blonde to interact with the Uchiha. Yet he pondered whether this interaction would incite a reaction from Sarutobi and the one-eyed dragon. Sarutobi likely wouldn't object. He was merely indecisive at the moment. However, the one-eyed dragon would undoubtedly protest, shouting about the evil Uchiha. What feast are we having? SH excitedly ran out to inquire. Observing the Uchiha compound, he fell silent. Then he called out to Beixuan, who was moving forward without pause. Hey Beixuan, are you out of your mind? You retaking me, SH to the Uchiha for a feast. Do you not know the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha? The Uchiha will surely poison the grand meal you speak of. Come back with me. SH rushed forward, grabbing Beixuan's hand, attempting to pull him away, but no matter how hard he tried, he found it impossible to budge Beixuan. Looking over, he noticed Beixuan silently observing him. Alongside Tsunade, Minato, and even Kushina. What are you all doing? Am I wrong? Aren't the Uchiha all wicked people? SH exclaimed, Sister, you should persuade Beixuan. He turned to Tsunade, hoping she would help convince Beixuan to turn back. As everyone in the village, including SH had come to accept Beixuan as part of the Senju clan, albeit without the name SH. Do you know why I believe you cannot become Hokage? Beixuan gently removed SH grip from his arm, reaching for a leaf blown by the wind, and looked at SH earnestly. What does that have to do with being Hokage? Aren't you supporting Minato because of your good relationship with him? I'll compete with Minato fairly. Shu glanced at the nearby Minato, waved his hand dismissively, yet it was not difficult to discern a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Beixuan had long assured Shu of his support for Minato's aspiration to become Hokage, to which Shu had expressed his understanding and willingness to engage in fair competition with Minato. However, the more time he spent with Minato, the more Shu became acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Minato's ninjutsu was astonishingly superior, even more so than the Sharingan, and, as a civilian ninja, he possessed a chakra level that was hardly distinguishable from his own. Furthermore, Minato's formidable ninjutsu without hand seals and the explosive power of his modified Shuriken Shadow Clone technique served as undeniable evidence of his prodigious talent, which far surpassed Shu's OWNIT was not merely that he supported Minato due to his inherent qualities befitting a Hokage. The Uchiha clan had been instrumental in founding Konoha alongside the Senju. They belonged to Konoha, which symbolized camaraderie. Although there might be some estrangement between the Uchiha and the village at present, Shu firmly believed that Minato's ascension to Hokage would bridge those divides. As for you, what vantage point do you adopt when judging the Uchiha? Even your most detested great-uncle, who harbors a disdain for the Uchiha, undeniably acknowledges their significance. You may inherit the name of the Senju of the forest. But as for Hokage, Shu asserted that as long as you cling to your current mindset, you shall never possess the qualifications to compete with Minato for that esteemed position. Now, you must either return to the Senju clan's territory or accompany me inside. With that, he turned and strode through the gate of the Uchiha clan, where the Uchiha shinobi at the entrance greeted him with a respectful bow, having just overheard Beixuan's words. Moreover, Beixuan's reputation was known to all in Konoha to varying degrees. While civilians may regard him as merely a talented child, the Uchiha shinobi recognized the immense strength that this child possessed, especially since he genuinely acknowledged the Uchiha, with Tsunade by his side. The gatekeeper Uchiha naturally maintained a posture of respect. There's no need to hide. Come out. Upon entering, Beixuan spoke to a tree beside him. Uchiha Fugaku emerged silently from behind a black mourning attire, looking at Beixuan with a complicated expression. When will the banquet begin? I should have arrived quite early. Beixuan, grasping Tsunade's hand and ignoring Fugaku's peculiar gaze, inquired. Meanwhile, the tomato and egg duo had remained silent since entering the Uchiha compound. There was no need for Beixuan to announce his support for Minato to the world. Even Minato would feel quite embarrassed, especially since Kushina had expressed discomfort in the Uchiha territory, prompting Minato to stay by her side. Is banquet referring to the meal gathering? The meal will have to wait until Elder Tong is laid to rest. I am grateful for the Senju clan's presence. You may take a moment to rest. Yin Yu, please escort our honored guests to a resting area. Uchiha Fugaku paused, momentarily perplexed by Beixuan's words, but quickly grasped their meaning, shaking his head as he addressed Beixuan. Yes, young clan leader. One of the guards stepped forward, signaling for Beixuan and the others to follow. Wait for me. I'm not with you yet. At that moment, Shu dashed in, but the gatekeeper Uchiha attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Fugaku. Seeing Shu join them, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Being well acquainted with Beixuan, she understood that if Shu chose to return to the Senju clan, Beixuan's future plans would inevitably exclude Shu's presence, something she, as an elder sister, did not wish to witness. Does the young clan leader mind if I speak freely? Without acknowledging Shu, Beixuan turned to Uchiha Fugaku, understanding that as the host, he needed to consult him first. Of course, however, Lord Beixuan, may we converse privately? I have matters I wish to consult you about. Uchiha Fugaku gazed resolutely at Beixuan, bowing his head in request. I am younger than you. Simply call me Beixuan. Tsunade, please take them to rest. I shall return shortly. Minato, you should come along as well. Kushina has Tsunade with her, so don't linger. Beixuan acquiesced to Fugaku's request, but called for Minato, who was not deterred by Fugaku's lack of opposition. Soon, the trio arrived at a high platform within the Uchiha compound, where the scenery unfolded magnificently before them. Beixuan, do you truly believe that the Uchiha clan is part of the village? Upon reaching the platform, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan whirled, his gaze fixed intently upon Beixuan, his tone urgent. Shut your red eyes. There is no need to cast Jinjutsu upon me to validate my words that I, Beixuan, would not stoop to such deception. Possessing the golden light curse, which permitted a dual cultivation of life and death, Beixuan was impervious to such hypnotic illusions and indeed spoke the truth. Aware of the Uchiha clan's overwhelming prowess, Beixuan understood that this formidable weapon in hand was Minato, who appeared to possess an extraordinary buff akin to a walking enchantress of the ninja world, capable of captivating all around him, even extending his influence to the leaders of other villages. Yet why, in this day and age, is the village so intent on targeting the Uchiha? You witnessed the hostility directed at the Uchiha in the hospital, from the third Hokage to the commoners. They all harbored animosity towards the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly, his expression frenzied as he questioned Beixuan. As the young clan leader, he could clearly see how his kin faced ostracism, feeling utterly powerless as the Uchiha found themselves ensnared in a seemingly inescapable predicament. Uchiha Fugaku displayed a wholly different kind of madness compared to previous encounters. Although he had not been in close contact before, he had always exuded the demeanor of a noble scion, maintaining composure at all times. Now, however, he appeared deranged, with crimson eyes stained by tears. Prejudices within the human heart are akin to an immovable mountain. The Uchiha's current plight is not merely a result of the Third's hostility. You are too proud, yet not every Uchiha possesses the privilege of pride. The Uchiha respects strength, but not every member is worthy of the Uchiha name. The dark chakra associated with the Sharingan amplifies the shadows within one's heart. Those unable to resist this darkness may develop extreme personalities, and these extremists bear the burden of the Konoha guard. Their inherent extremity in handling the village's trivialities, combined with the targeting by figures like Danzo, led to the Uchiha's current predicament. So, what should we do? Beixuan, please tell me. The Uchiha have always been part of the village, and we deserve the treatment we are owed. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, gripping Beixuan's shoulder as if clinging to a last straw. Unwilling to witness the Uchiha sacrifice themselves to protect the village only to be met with such unfair treatment. It is he. He can resolve your Uchiha issues. Beixuan pointed to Minato behind him. What? Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan abruptly halted, his gaze shifting towards the equally stunned Minato. Minato, as a Chunin, do you have any solutions? Uchiha Fugaku fixed his expectant gaze upon Minato. Enough of the questions. What I meant by he can resolve it is that he will become Hokage. I know the Uchiha have always believed that as long as one of them becomes Hokage, the issues will be resolved. However, you should be aware that the Uchiha cannot become Hokage at this time. Perhaps in the future, but certainly not now. And he is the best candidate to lead Konoha towards unity, as I recognize him, that of course. You may observe Minato for yourself to see if he is as I described. Nonetheless, I must offer a word of caution to the Uchiha. At present, you cannot attain the Hokage position. Beixuan interrupted Minato, who was about to speak, addressing Uchiha Fugaku, who fell silent as the words sank in. Furthermore, when did the Uchiha ever require a Hokage to save them? If anyone would target the Uchiha, why not confront them? For instance, Danzo. With that, Beixuan turned to leave, with Minato immediately following suit. Wait, may I have a spar with Minato? The Chunin? Uchiha Fugaku called out to the departing duo, Beixuan smirking slightly over his shoulder that you've guessed correctly. What do you say, Minato? Even if the plan is set, I still need to consult your opinion. Fugaku-senpai, let us go. Even now, the renowned Nara of the Hidden Leaf, Minato, has no qualms in addressing the elder Fugaku, who has already ascended to the rank of Jonin, as senpai, especially considering Fugaku's superior age. Let us proceed to the Uchiha training grounds, which lie just nearby. Fugaku indicated toward a spacious area beneath the elevated platform. The Uchiha training grounds. Fugaku swiftly manifested a small flag imbued with the North Xian Golden Light Jutsu. Waving it downward, with a whoosh, several shuriken were launched at Minato from various angles, while Fugaku charged forward, kunai in hand. In response, Minato hurled 3 shuriken to intercept Fugaku's projectiles, and the two collided, engaging in a contest of taijutsu. Despite Fugaku's slight seniority, the match was evenly contested, with Minato gradually gaining the upper hand as time elapsed. Their movements were exceedingly swift. Fugaku's Sharingan adeptly anticipated Minato's next strike, allowing him to counter accordingly. You are formidable. However, if this is all you possess, North Xian would certainly not endorse your candidacy for Hokage. With a swift kick, they momentarily separated, both standing to assess each other, through their brief exchange of physical techniques. Fugaku gleaned a rough estimate of Minato's prowess. Nevertheless, he understood that, as a disciple of Jiraiya, Minato was not primarily a taijutsu specialist, while he himself, being the scion of the Uchiha clan, was naturally inclined towards ninjutsu. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Fugaku. However, becoming Hokage is my aspiration, and even if North Xian does not support me, I shall strive towards that goal. Minato's golden hair danced in the breeze, and a radiant smile illuminated his face like the sun. Observing Minato's expression, Fugaku began to comprehend why North Xian, despite his own potential to become Hokage, had chosen to support Minato. Then allow me to witness your true strength. Fire style, dragon flame song. Fugaku rapidly formed hand seals, and intense flames erupted from his mouth. Now is the time. Wind style, spiraling wave of absolute light. A colossal blue spiral began to swirl around Minato, forming an immense Rasengan reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's Kaiten. North Xian, who was spectating nearby, immediately covered his face upon hearing the name. That ridiculous name should never have been uttered. Minato should have devised it himself. This technique was a product of North Xian's collaboration with Minato, stemming from a suggestion that Minato lacked any formidable defensive ninjutsu. Drawing inspiration from the Hyuga clan's Kaiten, North Xian had endured numerous injuries during their developmental trials due to the spiraling chakra. Thankfully, his remarkable recovery abilities, coupled with his status as a medical ninja, had spared them from dire consequences. In the end, the results were promising. This lengthy name technique not only possessed the Rasengan's crushing capabilities, but also the capacity to ensnare opponents. Most crucially, Fugaku's Dragon Flame song collided with Minato's spiraling defense, a name North Xian had hastily amended, as he too could perform the technique and found it too embarrassing to let Minato name it himself. The continuously rotating Kaiten tore through the fire dragon conjured by Fugaku, engulfing the entire technique in flames. What is this? The Hyuga's Kaiten? No! Realizing that his Dragon Flame song had been thwarted and that Minato's technique was laced with unstable chakra. Fugaku, with his Sharingan, quickly recognized that Minato's jutsu was not merely a defensive maneuver. Water style, water barrier, a colossal wall of water manifested before Fugaku, and true to form, the spiraling technique shrank into a fiery Rasengan, clasped within Minato's grasp. Without further ado, Minato unleashed the fireball towards the water barrier at an astonishing speed, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of steam. The absorbed Rasengan, now condensed into a fireball, was difficult for even Minato to maintain for long, necessitating a swift release. North Xian silently observed their clash. What prompted this skirmish? Tsunade appeared beside North Xian, surprised by the intensity of the jutsu exchange. Isn't today supposed to be the burial for that elder? Engaging in combat on another clan's territory, especially against their heir, seems rather inappropriate. What brings you here? North Xian replied. Fugaku desires to reform the Uchiha clan, and I mentioned that Minato is pivotal to that vision, which led to their confrontation. However, Minato has indeed shown remarkable growth. Had he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could have dispatched Fugaku in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, Minato, having executed the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, transformed the training ground into a landscape of craters, while Fugaku stood amidst the chaos, his attire in disarray, panting heavily. Sensing the immense chakra surge, North Xian decided to investigate. Knowing he wasn't alone, likely, even a third Hokage was using his spying techniques to observe the event. Tsunade was correct. Following the explosive confrontation between Minato and Fugaku, word of their battle quickly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. The third Hokage was intently focused on Minato within the crystal ball, occasionally glancing at North Xian, who served as the unofficial judge. The Uchiha had indeed sent an invitation to Sarutobi, but he had declined, citing pressing governmental duties. Little did he expect that Tsunade would bring several individuals to the Uchiha clan. Prepare a token of respect to be delivered to the Uchiha, conveying my condolences regarding the passing of Hitomi. Sarutobi instructed the heir, and in an instant, a figure darted from the Hokage's office. I've been defeated. North Xian was right. As Fugaku surveyed the gathering crowd, he relinquished his kunai, addressing Minato. Only Fugaku understood the extent of his sacrifices for the Uchiha clan. Yet even in such a state, he had not fully elicited Minato's potential. As Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had refrained from utilizing any summoning techniques throughout their encounter. Your prowess is indeed formidable. Elder Fugaku, I am grateful for your guidance. Minato, too, dispersed the Rasengan he had been gathering, smiling warmly at Fugaku. Thus, it is settled. Minato emerges victorious in this bout. Fugaku, let us depart. The banquet should be commencing soon, and I am famished. North Xian stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Fugaku's shoulder, imparting a wave of vitality that calmed the turbulent chakra within him. Feeling a soothing comfort and a refreshing sensation in his eyes, which had grown weary from the prolonged battle, Fugaku gazed at North Xian in astonishment. What is the matter? It is well known that I am a medical ninja. This is but a simple remedy, North Xian replied, his expression cheerful. As Fugaku savored the relief, he resolved to contemplate certain matters. After their meal, North Xian and Tsunade were escorted by Fugaku as they strolled through the streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, Minato, Sage Toku, and Kushina were urged by North Xian to return and practice their ninjutsu, as he wished to avoid anyone acting as a third wheel during their training. Your audacious engagement with the Uchiha will likely draw the ire of Danzo, Tsunade remarked, aware of the incident when root ninjas had sought to invite North Xian to meet Danzo, only to be ensnared by his golden thread. Moreover, North Xian had shared the unscrupulous dealings of Konoha's leadership with Tsunade, who, had it not been for North Xian's intervention, would have stormed into the Hokage's office to confront Sarutobi long ago. Tsunade's temperament often rendered her impulsive, despite her frequent reprimands towards Toku for his lack of forethought. Regardless, I'm not concerned about their potential retribution. Besides, I have you by my side, Princess Tsunade. North Xian raised an eyebrow at her. For ever since the news of his stalemate with Hanzo of the Salamander had circulated throughout the ninja world, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had promptly conferred upon Tsunade the title of the Slug Princess. Though merely a title, it afforded her a level of protection, as few would dare to take the risk of harming her. Tsunade had been bestowed the title of princess since her infancy. It was only now that the Land of Fire's daimyo had formally recognized it. Tisich, it's all that daimyo's fault. This ridiculous title is utterly embarrassing. Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness. The current feudal lord of the Land of Fire was inextricably linked to her by familial ties. Consequently, whenever Konoha required funds, Hiruzen Sarutobi would invariably dispatch her to the lord's estate to plead for assistance. Just as Beixuan was about to continue his light-hearted banter with Tsunade, a figure clad in a green jacket came into view. Behind him was an infant, swaddled in cloth and tethered with a rope. Beixuan immediately recognized him as the father of the man who almost kicked off the grand finale, Might Guy. The infant behind him was most likely the same individual. However, at that moment, Might Guy appeared somewhat distressed, clutching a tattered wallet and hesitating in front of a baby goods store that if you wish to purchase something, please do not hesitate to enter that. If you have any questions, I shall assist you. Moreover, binding the infant so tightly is not advisable, Beixuan remarked. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain that Might Guy's wallet contained a modest sum, sufficient for the purchase of ordinary baby essentials. Do you know him? Tsunade approached and glanced at the infant behind Might Guy, inquiring of Beixuan. The man appeared entirely unfamiliar. Surely Beixuan could not have failed to recognize someone from his past? In a manner of speaking, he is an exceptionally skilled taijutsu ninja. Lady Tsunade, then you must be Lord Beixuan, Might Guy exclaimed, instantly recognizing Tsunade. After all, in Konoha, it was nearly impossible not to know her. Her reputation was akin to having I am a traitor emblazoned across her face. Is this your child? Where is his mother? Beixuan extended his finger, a delicate azure glow manifesting upon it, which he gently pressed against the infant's forehead, imparting a tender vitality into the child. The slumbering infant stirred slightly, smacking his lips in comfort. It seems that even a rough-looking Kai can be quite adorable in his infancy. Observing the infant's gestures, Beixuan couldn't help but glance at Tsunade. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she too would one day give birth to a child. Thank you, Lord Beixuan. Might Guy, initially stiff at Beixuan's actions, finally relaxed as he sensed the warmth radiating from Beixuan's fingertip. No need for thanks. Let us proceed inside and purchase some necessities for the child. His diaper is long overdue for a change. Beixuan took Tsunade's hand and led the way into the store. Refraining from inquiring about the child's mother, the details were evident enough, and there was no need to reopen old wounds. What can I assist you with, Lady Tsunade? The storekeeper greeted them as they entered, only to be taken aback upon recognizing Tsunade, before casting a knowing glance at the two holding hands. This scene caused even the typically brash Tsunade to feel a tinge of shyness. The storekeeper ought to consider how young Beixuan was that if they were to purchase items, would it not be more prudent to wait until they actually had a baby? Tsunade tightened her grip on Beixuan's hand, exclaiming, "It's all that brat's fault for dragging me into a baby shop. We are not buying for ourselves, but for my friend here. Please assist him in selecting essential items for his infant." Beixuan gently extricated his hand from Tsunade's grasp, indicating Might Guy, who had entered alongside him. "Hello, I wish to purchase some items suitable for an infant." Might Guy approached, though he appeared somewhat bashful, lacking the exuberance he typically displayed in the original narrative. I see. Please hold on a moment. The baby is a boy, correct? The storekeeper, slightly disappointed that it was not Tsunade and Beixuan making the purchases, promptly turned to gather the necessary items for an infant. Meanwhile, Beixuan stood beside Might Guy, playfully engaging with Might Guy's son, who had since awakened and was now gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity. With the birth of Might Guy's child, it would not be long before Kakashi and Shin Uchiha, too, would be announcing their arrivals. Tsunade had previously mentioned that White Fang was returning to the village. "Tsunade, do you think our future children will be adorable?" Beixuan inquired, causing Tsunade, who was perusing baby clothes, to flush with embarrassment as she turned to deliver a playful punch to Bei Xuan's head. You are still just a child yourself. Must you indulge in such fanciful thoughts? Bei Xuan rubbed the spot where Tsunade had struck him. Musing this time, she didn't hit too hard. It seems Tsunade is rather eager. At that moment, the storekeeper had finished assembling the items Might Guy required. How much for these? Might Guy asked, lifting the packaged goods and pulling out his wallet. 17,000 Rio in total. But since you're a friend of Lady Tsunade and Lord Bei Xuan, I shall offer them to you at cost. 12,000 Rio. Thank you. Might Guy bowed deeply in gratitude, causing the infant Might Guy to shift slightly as he released his grip. Oh no. Might Guy sensed his son slipping away, and just as he turned to save the child, a cradle of golden light appeared, gently catching Might Guy and rocking him softly. Elder Dai, being a father necessitates protecting your child well. Here you go, Bei Xuan smiled, guiding the cradle to Might Guy, who was overwhelmed with emotion as he beheld his son safe and sound within it. Lord Bei Xuan, I cannot accept your address of elder. I am immensely grateful for your saving my son. Might Guy expressed with heartfelt appreciation, cradling the infant gently. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Let us settle the payment first, and we shall discuss matters afterward. Bei Xuan said, patting Tsunade's hand. Since Tsunade had heard Bei Xuan address Might Guy as elder, she had been regarding him with questioning eyes. Tsunade understood Bei Xuan well. He would not simply accompany someone to a baby goods store without purpose. Lord Bei Xuan, I am ready, Might Guy said, as he secured the purchased items in place of the previously carried Might Guy on his back, while the infant was now cradled tenderly in his arms. Let us proceed, Bei Xuan declared, and the trio strolled leisurely down the street, Bei Xuan occasionally purchasing treats that Tsunade favored, with Might Guy trailing closely behind. After exiting the baby goods store, Bei Xuan had not uttered a single word to Might Guy. And Might Guy, in turn, refrained from asking any questions, simply following in silence. They continued on until they reached the entrance of the Senju clan's residence, at which point Might Guy hesitated on whether to enter when Bei Xuan's voice called out. Elder Dai, come in and join me for a meal. I have brought an assortment of snacks. Minato, Mitsu, come out and welcome our guests. Before long, they were seated at a familiar table, enjoying the delicacies Bei Xuan had brought. Though Might Guy sat awkwardly. Meanwhile, the infant Might Guy was sound asleep in the cradle formed of golden light. Hey Bei Xuan, who is this uncle in green? I haven't seen him around before. Mitsu mumbled through a mouthful of skewered meat. Mitsu, I am your brother-in-law. Show some respect. This is Elder Dai, whom I have invited to assist in training your taijutsu, especially yours, Bei Xuan retorted. The Senju clan's robust physique should be utilized to recharge your chakra, not squandered on pitiful taijutsu. As soon as Bei Xuan finished speaking, Might Guy sprang to his feet. Lord Bei Xuan, I am but a lowly genin. I am not qualified to instruct your friends. I apologize profusely. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I shall take my leave, upon realizing he was being summoned to assist with Mitsu's training. Might Guy panicked, for Tsunade's reputation extended beyond her medical ninjutsu. Tsunade was also known as the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha, and how could Might Guy dare to offer training alongside her? Elder Dai, please sit down. This is not an unpaid arrangement. I will compensate you with a reward equivalent to an A-rank mission each month. Furthermore, with Kai just born, it is essential to provide him with a better life. Hey Bei Xuan, what do you mean by that? My taijutsu may be lacking, but it certainly cannot be inferior to this genin, and why can't I learn from my elder sister? Without waiting for Might Guy to respond, Shunshu interjected, immediately suspecting that Bei Xuan was deliberately targeting him upon hearing that Might Guy was merely a genin. Be quiet. Even if Guy Senpai doesn't exert himself, he could easily defeat 3 of your current self. Moreover, Yunavi, fool, Guy Senpai is training both you and Minato. If Kushina is willing, she can join him after completing her daily sealing technique lessons. What do you say, Guy Senpai? If you agree, I can increase your remuneration, though you'll need to relocate to the Senju clan's territory for better training opportunities. Meanwhile, Minato observed Might Guy intently, realizing that Bei Xuan wouldn't randomly choose a genin to train several individuals in taijutsu. Furthermore, Bei Xuan consistently addressed this Guy Senpai with respect. I refuse to learn. The sealing technique is already driving me to the brink. How could I possibly find time to study taijutsu? Kushina wilted at the thought. Shinai and Hoodie share the same type of Pokemon, so it's not surprising they can learn your sealing technique. Pikachu, on the other hand, only knows lightning release and a few other moves. Are you seriously trying to teach Pikachu sealing techniques? Beixuan looked at Kushina, who was engrossed in her snacks, somewhat speechless. This little redhead was truly something. Pikachu was no deity, so how could it possibly master sealing techniques? However, from Kushina's words, it was evident that Shinai and Hoodie were learning the sealing technique quite smoothly. Pokemon tip. Shinai, the Embrace Pokemon, possesses the ability to foresee the future and can even warp space to create a black hole for the protection of its trainer during crises. Having begun to learn the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan at Hoodie's invitation, Aspiration and Kushina engaged in casual conversation. Shunshu slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Might Guy, exclaiming, "Green skin monster, I want to duel you in taijutsu." Beixuan raised an eyebrow at Shinshu's outburst, pondering whether he was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Let him try. I also wish to see how formidable this ninja is, who always addresses Guy-senpai with such reverence. With the two of us here, it would be difficult for him to meet his demise. Tsunade crossed her arms, wearing a smile that suggested she found the situation amusing. Given Beixuan's high regard for Might Guy, Tsunade understood that this genin was undoubtedly exceptional, and it was a perfect opportunity for Shunshu to temper his brashness. Recently, Shunshu had learned some techniques from his great-uncle and the forbidden jutsu rewarded by the third Hokage, leading him to become somewhat overconfident. Now it was time to put him in his place. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, glancing at the cradle containing Kai, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. 3 minutes later, Shunshu sat obediently at the table, receiving treatment from Tsunade. Since Guy-senpai has agreed, you should return to gather your belongings that you'll be residing in the Senju clan's territory for quite some time. These two are in your hands. Don't hold back. Just train them at your own pace. Beixuan entrusted Might Guy with Kai. Even if it was inconvenient for him to gather his things, leaving Kai in the Senju territory was not an option. They weren't familiar enough for Might Guy to take Kai directly, as this would provide him with a sense of security. Once Might Guy departed, Tsunade immediately confronted Beixuan. How do you know this person? He appears to be at least a jounin in strength, doesn't he? Shinshu's abilities have also reached the jounin level that he shouldn't be unable to hold his own against a mere genin. Moreover, Tsunade could see that Might Guy was undoubtedly wearing weights on his feet. He is a pure taijutsu ninja, with no ninjutsu skills whatsoever. However, you underestimate him if you think him simply a yoni and in a straightforward battle. You might win, but in a desperate fight, there are fewer than 5 in Konoha who could defeat him. Recalling how Might Guy had kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into a stupor and nearly kicked Kai into a different conclusion, Beixuan felt a deep respect for the Might family. The 8 Gates technique, while capable of unleashing immense power in a short span, required relentless training to maintain. Beixuan did not believe he could consistently dedicate himself to rigorous physical training every year to keep his body in a state of constant readiness. Thus, he had no desire to learn the 8 Gates technique. If it were as simple as merely learning it to unleash power at will, Konoha would have been invincible long. 8G, so impressive. Yet still a genin? Tsunade asked, puzzled. She could tell that Might Guy's life was quite frugal. Beixuan could only afford to have him train Shinshu and Minato, because he was paying him to, I don't know. Perhaps he simply doesn't wish to reveal his true strength. Beixuan shook his head. Although some netizens speculated that it was due to the requirements for becoming a chunin, considering Might Guy's strength. Any chunin-level ninjutsu would be easily dispelled with a single kick. Furthermore, if Might Guy wished to become a jounin, he could simply approach the 3rd Hokage to demonstrate his abilities and would likely be promoted immediately. All of this led Beixuan to conclude that Might Guy simply did not want to expose his true capabilities. What a peculiar individual. However, it's a tough job for Shunshu to have such an outstanding teacher. As a reward, I won't go gambling tonight. Haha. Tsunade chuckled, patting Beixuan on the shoulder. Beixuan silently bit into a skewer of meatballs, thinking that this reward was truly splendid. By the way, the Slug Sage wants you to visit the Wetbone Forest. Your Pokemon have undergone some slight changes, and she believes you must be informed. Also, The third Hokage has asked Shunshu to relay a message for us to visit the Hokage Tower tomorrow, likely regarding an impending mission to the battlefield. Given that the front lines between the wind and fire countries had stabilized due to the retreat of Hitaki Tsukumo, Chiyo had also ceased her madness and resumed developing poisons. Tsunade's previous antidote was already lagging behind the new generation of toxins, so it was only a matter of time before she would need to return to the front lines. Understood. I also need to check on them. Hoodie mentioned that they have changed significantly. Long before Beixuan summoned all his Pokemon to the Wetbone Forest, he had decided to have them learn alongside the Slug Sage. He would also occasionally ask Hoodie to bring back some ninjutsu scrolls for the Pokemon to study. Although Hoodie mentioned that the learning process was quite arduous, some companions had managed to master ninjutsu, albeit through their own energy methods. Beixuan instructed Hoodie, who was perusing the sealing techniques, to return to the Wetbone Forest and perform the reverse summoning technique. After a puff of smoke, Beixuan found himself in the Wetbone Forest. This the Wetbone Forest. Beixuan marveled at the dramatically transformed environment. The area had shed its previous disarray and dampness. With a massive lake now at its center, he could see several Magikarp and Gyarados swimming, along with other water-type Pokemon, while the trees that had previously been reduced to mere trunks were now lush with green leaves once more. At that moment, the Slug Sage was instructing several gigantic Pokemon in the distance. Slug Sage, what is happening? How did the Axew and Dragapult grow so large? Beixuan approached, astonished by the massive sizes of the Axew and the Dragapult, their forms nearly rivaling that of Gamabunta. Roar Sticky the Axew and the Dragapult joyfully surrounded Beixuan, nudging him with their enormous heads. All right, you've all become so powerful. You can't keep nudging me like before. Beixuan floated up to the side of the Axew, patting its head. Just getting close to the Axew, he could sense the sharpness of the two axe blades on its face. Slug Sage, what has happened to them? Beixuan asked, calming the excited Pokemon as he looked at the Slug Sage, puzzled. Little Beixuan can even fly. How impressive. Their transformation is due to my teaching them how to harness natural energy. To my surprise, their inherent energy was remarkably similar to natural energy, and these exceptionally gifted summoned beasts quickly learned to utilize it. Consequently, their sizes expanded dramatically, though only a few who master natural energy remained unchanged. I apologize, little Beixuan, for causing your summoned beast to become like this at this moment. The Slug Sage's physique far surpassed that which Beixuan had previously encountered, likely due to the absorption of slugs scattered throughout the Wetbone Forest. Pokemon Tip. The dual-headed Axe Dragon, a gentle dragon-type Pokemon, has mastered the utilization of the natural energy of the Wetbone Forest, resulting in its immense size and proficiency in using its robust body to strike opponents. The Slug Sage's words momentarily stunned Beixuan. This transformation was evidently progressing in a positive direction, and the sage could impart mystical arts to Pokemon. Beixuan felt immense gratitude rather than the need for apologies. There was no need for the Slug Sage to express regret. He was grateful that they could learn the mystical arts and harness natural energy, as well as for transforming the Wetbone Forest into its current state. The Wetbone Forest had not merely changed by adding more trees and a large lake. Beixuan sensed that on the easternmost edge, ground and fire-type Pokemon inhabited the area. Moreover, the environment there had completely shifted, lacking any trace of the Wetbone Forest's typical dampness. Living alone in the Wetbone Forest had been quite lonely, but the arrival of these children brought him great joy, and their unique energies had benefited him immensely. As for the environment, it was a conscious effort on his part to assist them. The Wetbone Forest conditions were not particularly comfortable for some of the children, necessitating change. Additionally, he held a deep fondness for these pure-hearted and kind children, who possessed endearing qualities, and he expressed his gratitude to Beixuan for introducing him to them. The Slug Sage's voice remained as gentle as ever. Indeed, they are remarkable. However, I must still thank the Slug Sage for their care. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will exert every effort within my means. Beixuan smiled as he sat atop the dual-headed Axe Dragon, stroking its coarse skin. How is little Beixuan's training in mystical arts progressing? I have studied some aspects, but Tsunade mentioned that we will soon return to the battlefield, which is likely to slow our training. Currently, Beixuan, who is practicing the Yang sealing technique, could activate the Golden Light Sage mode at any time that he referred to the unique sage mode formed by merging natural energy and the golden light spell as the golden light sage mode. In this state, Bei Xuan bore a striking resemblance to the left path master who had activated the reverse birth trinity, albeit without the ability to vaporize. Nevertheless, the golden light enveloped him, coalescing all characteristics into a mist-like aura. Little Bei Xuan, exercise caution. If necessary, you may summon the assistance of these children, for they are now capable of aiding you. As soon as the slug sage's words fell, several Pokemon, standing nearby, immediately began performing fitness exercises, indicating their newfound strength. They have always been able to assist me. I have unwavering faith in that. The power of Pokemon is not merely a matter of breathing fire or spitting water. Bei Xuan has always believed that their strength is limitless, and he too harnesses this power in Konoha village, within the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and placed his pipe on the table. But before he could speak, Tsunade interrupted. "Old man, can you refrain from smoking that filthy pipe while I'm here with Bei Xuan?" Tsunade waved her hand dismissively at the smoke surrounding them, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen with impatience. For every visit to this Hokage office was filled with the pungent odor of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. I'm accustomed to it. According to the intelligence relayed from the front line, the battle lines are continuously being extended by the third wind shadow, and Chio has developed a new generation of poison. The frontline ninjas are greatly restricted, so I wish to dispatch you to lead Bei Xuan's team to the battlefield. With Shikamaru returning to Konoha, the frontline desperately needs exceptional medical ninjas like you and Bei Xuan to hold the fort. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly cleared his throat. Tsunade had not shown him any respect for quite some time, but her temper had been particularly volatile lately. The Wind Country's battle line is being extended. Are they attempting to avoid direct confrontation? Quite a clever strategy, but even with Orochimaru at the front line, there shouldn't be severe losses from extended line. What is happening at the front line? Why are there so many casualties among ninjas? Where is Orochimaru? Tsunade furrowed her brow, despite Chio developing new poison. She understood Orochimaru well after years of collaboration. He would never choose battles with such high casualties before making his appearance at the front line. What SHJ had delivered to her was not just an order, but also a request from the medical department at the front line. As the number of casualties had reached levels the medical department could no longer manage, such losses could not be dismissed lightly, with Sarutobi Hiruzen as a casual mention of greatly restricted. The current commander on the battlefield was the Hokage's advisor, Hanzo. Due to some tactical errors, they had fallen into enemy traps, resulting in casualties. Therefore, the battlefield urgently required both you and Bei Xuan. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, the nearby T-Rune Kamachi interjected, subtly downplaying the losses caused by Danzo's blunders. Danzo, where is Orochimaru? Where is Nara Shikaku? A person who loses every battle he fights knows nothing of battlefield strategy. Don't tell me this was your plan. Tsunade exclaimed angrily, slamming her fist on the desk and glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bei Xuan had shared many of Konoha's sordid affairs with her, and these matters invariably linked back to Danzo, who had commanded various campaigns during the First Shinobi War, all of which had resulted in severe losses. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the audacity to entrust command to such a battlefield failure, while capable individuals like Nara Shikaku and Orochimaru stood idly by. Tsunade, Danzo is Konoha's Hokage advisor. He is of the same generation as your teacher. Everything he does is for Konoha. Please show him the respect he deserves, and remember, this is the Hokage's office. It is not a place for you to act recklessly. T-Rune Kamachi immediately shouted from his side. Danzo's recent blunder was significant, but it was not something that could not be suppressed. Moreover, she disapproved of Tsunade's arrogance within the Hokage Tower, as it continually obstructed her authority in the medical department. Formally, the head of Konoha's medical department was T-Rune Kamachi, but since Tsunade's arrival, everything had changed. All medical ninjas, aside from T-Rune Kamachi's own trusted aides, began to revolve around Tsunade and that little Bei Xuan. Consequently, T-Rune Kamachi found herself needing to exert more effort to conceal her actions in the department, as that little brat had always kept a watchful eye on the medical department's finances. This naturally crossed T-Rune Kamachi's bottom line. leading to her deep-seated animosity toward Tsunade and her disdain for Bei Xuan, whom she viewed as a thorn in her side. "Who might you be?" Before Tsunade could speak, Beixuan cast a glance at T-Rune Kamachi and inquired, "I am the head of Konoha's medical department and your direct superior. As a disciple of Hiruzen and my subordinate, you should address me as Lady Kamachi." T-Rune Kamachi coldly demanded Beixuan to change his form of address upon noticing his insolence. "So you are the head of our department who embezzles medical funds? Quite the ugly appearance for such unscrupulous deeds. Moreover, I am not a disciple of the third. I am of equal standing with Tsunade, personally certified by Granny Mito as Tsunade's future husband." Upon hearing Bei Xuan's words, T-Rune Kamachi's expression immediately changed, and she turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was now staring down at the floor, lost in thought. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade, keep your child bride in check. Hiruzen, you can't possibly believe this hairless brat, can you?" Boom. Tsunade swung her fist, striking down in front of T-Rune Kamachi, her knuckles mere inches from her forehead. The fierce wind from the punch grazed T-Rune Kamachi's face painfully. As a disciple of the second Hokage, T-Rune Kamachi possessed the strength of a Nin, but years of living a life of comfort had dulled her abilities. Even if she were at her peak, she would not be a match for Tsunade, who had already surpassed the level of Kage. "Old hag, you'd best clean up your mouth. Next time, I can't guarantee it won't actually land on you." Tsunade retracted her fist, coldly staring at the dumbfounded T-Rune Kamachi. A cacophony of bird calls erupted in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up, unleashing his own imposing aura. "Everyone, calm down. Tsunade, your temper remains unchanged after all these years. I will investigate what Beixuan mentioned about Kamachi." "Beixuan, stand down." At that moment, lightning crackled around Beixuan's hands, creating a sound reminiscent of a flock of birds as it disturbed the air. "I merely wanted to showcase my self-created ninjutsu to our Lady Kamachi on a whim. What do you think? Is it impressive?" Beixuan dissipated the lightning from his hands, gazing with a smile at the utterly paralyzed Chunhua, who dared not move. "That I entrust the matters at the front lines to you. I have already ordered that the overall command be reassigned to Lulin. Additionally, the Hokage's office has issued a strict prohibition on the use of ninjutsu. Be sure to choose a different location for your next demonstration. Beixuan, you may leave now." Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintaining a serious demeanor, gestured for Tsunade and Beixuan to depart, neglecting to mention anything regarding Chunhua. Tsunade, disappointed, cast a glance at Hiruzen before taking Beixuan out of the Hokage's office. "Hiruzen, this is your student. That little brat could easily be ordered to be captured." Once Tsunade and the others had left, Chunhua immediately began to voice her grievances to Hiruzen, only for the sound of birdsong to echo beneath the Hokage building. Chunhua promptly fell silent, anxiously observing Hiruzen. "That old hag." With a flick of his wrist, Beixuan dispersed the Chidori, casting a scornful glance back at the Hokage building. The old man is becoming increasingly muddled. How can such individuals remain in high positions? Tsunade's heart was restless. It was one thing for Beixuan to tell her, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Once Minato reaches adulthood and becomes Hokage, everything will change. Besides, we are here, right? If they wish to harm Konoha, they will find us unimpeding down the battlefield. She thought, if Danzo were to cause trouble, he should simply be eliminated. Such a pest was not worth keeping around. Beixuan softly reassured Tsunade, fully aware of her deep affection for Konoha, and thus he was willing to assist her in altering its fate. However, transforming Konoha could not simply be resolved through reckless violence. That would merely render him a destructive force, serving only as a deterrent. The one truly capable of altering the status quo of Konoha would be Minato, that enchanting figure. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, once she confirmed that Beixuan had departed, Chunhua resumed her lamentations. "Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. Will you not intervene in such matters?" "Silence. You know better than I whether the claims regarding the medical department are true or false. Do not provoke Tsunade and Beixuan. They are not to be trifled with at present." Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded Chunhua with a stern countenance. Whatever dealings his old friends engaged in privately, he was certainly aware of some through the Umbu. It was merely a matter of turning a blind eye. After all, The Sarutobi clan required him to act in certain ways, yet Tsunade's identity was far too sensitive. Angering her would yield no benefits for Konoha. She was the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, the princess officially designated by the current daimyo of the Fire Country, and a relative of the daimyo that I in this time of war. Konoha needed the daimyo's financial support. Should Shuinhua's grievances against Tsunade reach the daimyo's ears, would Konoha be able to continue this war? Could they rely on the Uzumaki clan for funding? Leave now. For future matters, it would be best to handle them more discreetly. However, do not meddle with the medical department. You can negotiate with Yin yourself. I am weary. Hiruzen closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair and ignoring Chunhua. His thoughts consumed by Beixuan's face and the lightning in his hands. I could see that moment. Tsunade stood before a casino with Beixuan. Her expression darkened. This marked the third casino she had visited, all of which had inexplicably closed. Her already foul mood worsened. While it was understandable for the casinos to shut down during wartime due to unsafe roads, Tsunade was exceedingly frustrated. All right, let us return home. I shall teach you a new gambling game. After all, if you were to lose, it is better to lose to me than to others. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Beixuan let out a resigned sigh. He could not fathom how Tsunade could be so addicted. Logically, after such losses, one would expect any addiction to dissipate. To put it bluntly, the amount Tsunade had lost could have easily built half a village's worth of houses, fully furnished. What kind of gambling game? You know how to gamble. Are you capable? Tsunade shot Beixuan a weary glance, utterly skeptical. Having spent so much time with him, she had never witnessed his understanding of gambling, even when playing dice at home. It was she who had to explain it to him. Once we return home, I will show you. You will understand then. By the way, does Konoha have any printing shops? It would be perfect to create something to alleviate your fatigue on the battlefield. Beixuan stroked his chin, pondering whether Konoha possessed a printing shop. The gambling method he referred to was essentially the poker game widely known in China. Speaking of poker, each region boasted its own unique variations. Yet the most widely spread was undoubtedly Dodiju. I believe there is one, near the casino on the eastern side of the village. Quickly, tell me what kind of gambling it is. Beixuan unable to contain her excitement. Tsunade clung to Beixuan's arm, her increasingly developed figure pressing against him, leaving Beixuan utterly defenseless against her charms. In the end, Beixuan explained the various styles of poker and the rules of Dodiju. Though he had no knowledge of other variations, as he had never played cards before his transmigration, he had only learned Dodiju during his school days, guided by other classmates. That sounds incredibly interesting. You wait at home for me. I will go fetch it for you. I remember there was a shop selling flower cards. I can modify them. With that, Tsunade dashed off, leaving Beixuan standing silently in place. Watching the street where Tsunade's figure had vanished, he pondered whether revealing the existence of poker to Tsunade was a blessing or a curse. With a helpless shake of his head, he realized he had yet to adapt to Tsunade's exuberant personality despite their time together. Upon returning to the Senju clan's grounds, Beixuan found only Kushina present, with the slumbering Might Guy beside her. Did they go train their taijutsu? Beixuan surmised the reason for the sparse attendance at the Senju clan's territory upon seeing Guy. Indeed, that burly fellow arrived just after you left, and then he took Shoshin and Minato out for a run. They say they're to circle Konoha several times. Kushina's small face was filled with concern. It was unimaginable for her to think of running several laps around Konoha. They won't. Dai-sensei knows his limits, and I have some confidence in Minato. But are you worried about him? What about Shoshin? Beixuan raised an eyebrow, amused to find that even before experiencing the kidnapping incident, Kushina was already so concerned about Minato. It seemed this couple was destined to flourish together soon. What are you talking about? Not knowing how to articulate her thoughts, Kushina grabbed Pikachu, who was resting nearby, and began to fervently squish it. All right, I'm not mocking you. Put Pikachu down. The little guy cannot endure such treatment from someone so young. However, since it appeared that she was the only one at home, she might soon face a different kind of torment. Before Kushina could inquire about what he meant, Tsunade entered through the door, a bag in hand. You little rascal, I have brought back the poker cards. Since Kushina is here, why not all play together? This is a new game Bei Xuan devised. Tsunade produced a small box from the bag. Lifting it toward Kushina, we can play, but I have not yet finished today's sealing technique study. While speaking, Kushina's gaze kept darting toward Bei Xuan, as her daily sealing technique tasks were assigned by him. Oh, one day without studying is no big deal. Besides, we are about to head to the battlefield. There will be plenty of time for you to learn later, don't you think? Little rascal Tsunade cast a slightly threatening look at Bei Xuan, her expression conveying that if he dared to stop her from gambling, he would face her wrath. Let's take a day off, balance work, and rest. Bei Xuan had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. Are we heading to the battlefield again? Does that mean I will be left alone once more? Tsunade, can you take me with you? I am quite formidable now. Kushina's attention was entirely captivated by Tsunade's words about returning to the battlefield. Each time a few individuals departed for combat, she was left alone in Konoha. Although Pikachu accompanied her, the solitude was still rather dreary. Kushina, your status is rather unique, and I cannot take you to the battlefield. My apologies, Tsunade remarked, noticing the hopeful look on Kushina's face, which diminished her gambling spirit. As the inheritor of Tsunade's legacy, Kushina had always been regarded as a younger sister, yet her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki rendered the situation sensitive. Additionally, any mishap occurring on the battlefield involving Kushina would result in significant losses for Konoha. The village could not afford to lose the deterrent presence of the Nine-Tails. Once you can freely control the Nine-Tails chakra, you may go wherever you desire. This is my promise to you, but you must work together with Minato. Observing Kushina's despondent mood, Beixuan comforted her, stating that when Kushina could control the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato would undoubtedly have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique as well. By that time, no matter the circumstances, with Minato by her side, her life would be secure. Furthermore, Beixuan believed that his own strength would have reached extraordinary heights by then, that he mused about how he could effortlessly manage a rampaging Nine-Tails. And even now, he felt no concern over Kushina losing control. As long as she did not enter her complete form, Beixuan could easily handle any other state. Achieving complete form was beyond his current capabilities. Although the Golden Light spell could transform objects, it was not absurdly powerful enough to condense into a complete Susanoo. If he could truly manifest a Susanoo in the Golden Light spell version, Beixuan's cultivation level would have long allowed him to shatter this ninja world with a mere punch. After all, the true strength of the Golden Light spell lay in the dual cultivation of life, rather than the Golden Light itself, which was merely an extension of the technique. All right, don't be disheartened. Let us try the cards that Beixuan has been researching. That I assure you, they are quite entertaining. Tsunade pulled the still sorrowful Kushina into an embrace and began to explain the rules of the modified playing cards, which resembled flower cards. Whenever she encountered something she did not understand, she would ask Beixuan beside her. Before long, they both grasped one of the most fundamental card games, Do Di Ju. Shall I deal the cards now? Beixuan inquired, holding the deck in front of the two, who had a large box filled with cash before them. The money belonged to Kushina, who alone had earned the income from an entire commercial street in Konoha, which Mito had obtained from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen dared not refuse, especially given the need to provide Mito with an explanation regarding the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. It was merely one street. After all, had they asked for Tsunade's funds. Those in the know understood. Deal the cards. Allow you to witness my unbeatable gambling skills, Tsunade declared confidently, believing she had completely mastered the knowledge of Do Di Ju and that defeating Beixuan and Kushina would be a piece of cake. Yes, deal away, Kushina echoed, filled with determination as she hugged Pikachu. This simple card game was far easier than the intricate sealing techniques she had studied. An hour later, Tsunade stared blankly at the now empty box and the equally silent Kushina beside her. Damn Beixuan, are you cheating? Tsunade accused, pointing a finger at Beixuan, who was sorting his winnings and sealing them to his wrist, her teeth clenched in frustration that I was the landlord, and Kushina, even when playing a pair of threes, could throw down a bomb. Do you really think I need to cheat? Beixuan suddenly realized that Tsunade's continuous losses were not solely due to luck. Her overconfidence in her gambling skills made him uneasy. She resorted to every trick in the book, yet ultimately lost everything. Aside from her bad luck in drawing poor cards, Tsunade's chaotic playstyle meant that even when Kushina played a pair of threes, Tsunade would counter with a pair of bombs, claiming her card was so strong she could play them all at once. Subsequently, she found herself stuck with a hand that was thwarted by Bei Xuan's 4-2s. Defeated and dejected, Tsunade and Kushina decided to analyze the game together, forming a united front against the formidable Beixuan. Just as they began their review, Dai entered, hauling Suk and Minato along with him. At that moment, Suk and Minato appeared as helpless as fledglings, being carried by Dai-senpai. Lord Beixuan. Upon placing Suk and Minato on chairs, Dai immediately bowed to Beixuan. Didn't I say? Just call me Beixuan. Dai-senpai, you make me feel quite embarrassed with all this formality, haha. Are these two really so weak? A few laps and they're done for. Beixuan kicked Suk, who lay limply like a dead fish. Logically, with the physique of the Senju clan, Suk should not be in such a state, and Minato, despite his strong constitution, appeared similarly feeble, leaving Beixuan quite curious. Yes, young Master Beixuan, they saw that I was wearing weights while running. So they decided to don weights as well that I've checked their physiques, and this will not harm their bodies. Please rest assured, young Master Beixuan, they are indeed quite suited for physical training, and their progress is evident. Their future potential is boundless. Although Mito Dai had changed his address from Lord Beixuan to young Master Beixuan, he was not intentionally flattering the two sprawled out on the ground. He genuinely believed they were the two most talented individuals he had seen in terms of physical training, possessing remarkable adaptability and easily surpassing their physical limits. This realization led Dai to understand what true genius meant as he turned his gaze towards Kai, who lay in a crib nearby, his eyes filled with anticipation. He believed that his future child would not be inferior to them. No worries. Even if there are any injuries from training, with Tsunade and me around, there won't be any issues. However, Dai brother, I need to discuss something with you. The third Hokage has notified us that our team is to provide support at the front lines, so their training may need to be temporarily halted. However, I will still provide compensation. Additionally, I would like to ask you, Dai-senpai, to stay in the Senju clan territory and watch over Kushina while we are away. Her unique identity may pose dangers even within the village. After we return, I would also like to ask you to continue training the two of them. In the original story, Kushina had experienced a kidnapping, and Beixuan could not recall the exact details, only remembering that Minato had rescued her. The current events had deviated significantly from the original plot, and who could say if that storyline would still occur? Thus, Beixuan was requesting Dai's protection for Kushina. With Dai's protection, it seemed unlikely that anyone could harm her. Young Master Beixuan, you are too polite. This is what I ought to do. Dai immediately nodded, fully aware that ninjas like Tsunade and Beixuan, known by their titles, would not remain in the village indefinitely. He was merely surprised that Suk and Minato would also be going to the battlefield. TSK. With Suk's physical skills, I'm almost embarrassed to call him my brother. Tsunade, having completed the game analysis, glanced at the limp Suk and clicked her tongue, as she could easily mock him given her own history of training as a physical ninja. Tsunade had been capable of creating large craters with a single punch since childhood. She had even delivered a devastating blow to Jiraiya at a young age. She only wanted him to train with Dai to avoid wasting his potential, as his ultimate path would still align with that of the second Hokage, becoming a water-style ninja. Beixuan transmitted two streams of life force into the bodies of Shengtong and Shueimin, rising to speak. Shengtong's innate talent was not particularly remarkable. Although he was considered a genius among ordinary ninjas, it was essential to consider the company he kept, with the likes of his master Orochimaru, his sister Tsunade, his brother-in-law Beixuan, and his friends Shueimin and Kushina, each possessing higher talents than his own. Shengtong found himself the weakest among them. However, he also had the most favorable conditions for growth. He had a mature template awaiting him. And with diligent study of the second Hokage's water release techniques, he could become a formidable figure within the ninja world. Once he reached the level of Tobirama, he would be able to carve his own path forward. Armed with the drafts left by Tobirama and the support of Beixuan and others, Shengtong's path to growth was paved with ease. Yet this young man was somewhat rebellious, firmly believing that earth and water release must be studied concurrently to awaken the wood release of Hashirama. Even after being reprimanded, he remained obstinate, which resulted in a sluggish enhancement of his abilities, as his single-core processor mind struggled to grasp both forms of ninjutsu simultaneously. Even Bei Xuan, with 4 chakra affinities, focused solely on mastering lightning release, with wind release merely serving as a means to refine his Rasengan. After all, lightning release was the most visually striking and suited to the application of the golden light technique. Lacking proficiency in lightning techniques, Beixuan directly substituted lightning release for them, and Chidori proved exceptionally useful for him. His combination of brute strength, Chidori, and the golden light technique was undeniably ferocious. This young man was overly fixated on wood release. The pressure exerted by Yu and Shui Men was too much, leading him to stubbornly believe that only by awakening wood release could he keep pace with Yu and compete with Shui Men for the position of Hokage. As Shungtong's sister, Tsunade, who had watched him grow up, understood his thoughts all too well. However, the concept of wood release was exceedingly elusive. Aside from Hashirama, no clan member had ever been seen awakening it, not even after the Senju clan's genealogy had been thoroughly examined. Even wood release could not elevate one's power to the level of your grandfather. Beixuan shook his head gently, recalling the characters like Yamato and Obito from the original story who had mastered wood release. In reality, true strength ultimately stemmed from Hashirama, not merely from wood release. That I'll leave Shungtong's matter to you. Feel free to give him a good thrashing. I find it hard to do so myself. Tsunade remarked, patting Beixuan's shoulder with a smile, though her words made both Kushina and Beixuan involuntarily twitch their lips. Did Tsunade's inability to act imply that she could beat Shungtong to the point where he couldn't even get off the bed yet still happily go off to gamble? Can you please not wake me up before you start criticizing me? At that moment, Shungtong opened his eyes, staring despondently at the sky. After Beixuan had infused him with that life force, he had regained consciousness, only to hear his sister suggest that he should be beaten up. Once awake, he got up to gather his belongings, exclaiming, "Tomorrow we must return to the battlefield." Really? Ha! The opportunity for me to make a name for myself in the ninja world has finally arrived. Shui Men, stop sleeping. Get up and pack your things. Shungtong immediately sprang up, slapping Shui Men on the head before he could fully awaken. That Shungtong's revival was attributed not only to Beixuan's life force, but also to the innate physique of the Senju clan, which Shui Men lacked. Still half asleep, Shui Men stared around in confusion after being slapped awake. The next day, Tsunade led Beixuan and the others to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, thanks to their light gear. The group traveled swiftly, reaching the Land of Rivers in less than 2 days. The ongoing war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire had now encroached upon the Land of Rivers. A tragic fate for small nations, akin to that of the Land of Rain. Sandwiched between the two larger nations, the Land of Rivers connected their territories entirely, yet lacked a demigod-level ninja like Hanzo to maintain order. Consequently, the flames of war naturally spread to the Land of Rivers. Upon entering the Land of Rivers, Beixuan kept his eyes closed, constantly sensing his surroundings. After all, battles in the ninja world could erupt unexpectedly. Even in the rear camps of Konoha, with a ninja possessing unusual abilities launching a surprise attack, Beixuan's sensory ninjutsu was a fusion of Tobirama's sensory techniques, the technique of spiritual transformation, and, most importantly, the cultivation of the golden light technique. By simply closing his eyes and emanating spiritual energy from his center, he could perceive all fluctuations of power within his sensory range, including but not limited to chakra. Upon entering the Land of Rivers, their journey unfolded much more smoothly than anticipated. They encountered no ninjas from the Land of Wind along the way and successfully arrived at the Konoha camp. To prevent infiltration through transformation techniques, even Tsunade and Beixuan underwent various checks during their journey. Once inside the camp, Tsunade instructed Shui Men and Shungtong to report in while she and Beixuan proceeded to the command center. As soon as they reached the entrance of the command tent, they were halted by ninjas clad in umbu attire. "Lord Danzo is in a meeting ahead." "Halt! What nonsense! Get out of my way." While others might have been concerned about Danzo's status as a Hokage advisor, these two were dealing with Tsunade. Already harboring grievances against Danzo, Tsunade erupted with chakra, seizing the two and tossing them into the command tent. "Who are you?" The sudden commotion startled those inside the tent. After all, this was the command center of the Konoha camp, and it was unlikely that enemies had breached here upon entering the tent. Tsunade discovered a one-eyed man seated at the center, flanked by Orochimaru and Kakashi, causing her to furrow her brows. Orochimaru, wasn't this old fool dismissed? How is he still occupying the position of commander? Perhaps it's due to his inflated ego, Orochimaru remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he joined Tsunade in mocking Danzo. How dare you? As the Hokage advisor, Tsunade, do you not understand the meaning of respect? Moreover, this is the command center, the site for coordinating all confidential missions. You dare to intrude? Root members, seize them. Danzo remained seated, coldly glaring at Tsunade. When did the head of my medical department become an intruder in the command center? Besides, you are the outsider here. Your status as Hokage advisor is only valid within the village. This is a battlefield. You cannot simply enter the command center and sit in the commander's seat. Can I interpret this as you being a rogue ninja, attempting to steal Konoha's wartime secrets? Elder Danzo, golden light surged from Bei Xuan, while lightning coalesced in his hands, a piercing avian cry resonating throughout the command tent. Wait, everyone, calm down. This is a time of war. You are all the backbone of Konoha. Let us not allow misunderstandings to lead to unnecessary conflict and casualties. Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, quickly stepped in to prevent Bei Xuan from taking action. Although he too disapproved of Danzo, he recognized that Danzo was still the Hokage advisor. If Bei Xuan were to act against the Hokage advisor in public, it would be extremely detrimental to him. Kakashi, who greatly admired Bei Xuan, did not want him to bear such a stain. What are you waiting for? Seize them. Danzo coldly snorted, disregarding Kakashi's intervention, continuing to instruct the root ninjas to subdue Tsunade and Bei Xuan. You think I'll let you have your way, old fool? Chidori Sunban. Bei Xuan sent the lightning from his hands to the ground, forming sharp spikes of lightning that surged toward the approaching root ninjas. Simultaneously, the golden light surrounding Bei Xuan condensed into a sharp axe aimed directly at Danzo. Boom! The golden axe descended, enveloping the surrounding root ninjas in a cloud of smoke as they were swiftly pierced by the lightning and fell to the ground. Bei Xuan, calm down, Kakashi exclaimed in shock, urgently attempting to halt Bei Xuan. However, Bei Xuan had no intention of stopping. Instead, he transformed the golden light into an exceptionally solid spear, hurling it into the smoke. I could see that moment. The command tent began to collapse due to the impact of Beixuan's golden axe, creating a commotion that quickly attracted the attention of Konoha's ninjas. Soon, the area was surrounded by ninjas, but upon recognizing Bei Xuan, they refrained from intervening. After all, the title of Konoha's Golden Light Ninja was well known among those present on the battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. Bei Xuan, do you wish to betray Konoha? Amidst the swirling smoke, the figure of Danzo emerged, albeit in a rather disheveled state, with a deep gash marring his chest. Old man, I have made myself abundantly clear. As someone devoid of any official capacity, you have unlawfully infiltrated the command room and rummaged through the sensitive classified documents of my Konoha encampment. Furthermore, you commanded your subordinates to assault the princess of the Land of Fire. As a member of Konoha, it is my obligation to eliminate you, the traitor. Surely, it cannot be that you would only issue orders to surround and kill me after the princess of the Land of Fire defected from Konoha. Upon hearing Beixuan's words, the surrounding ninjas immediately drew their weapons, eyeing Danzo warily, with some hot-headed individuals hurling shuriken at him without hesitation. Who is Tsunade? She is the beloved granddaughter of the legendary figures of the ninja world. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobarama Senju. She is also the princess designated by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and a direct disciple of the third Hokage. The notion of such an individual defecting from Konoha is utterly ludicrous. Moreover, over half of those present had received treatment from Tsunade herself. How dare this one-eyed elder attempt to surround and kill the princess of Konoha? Have you all lost your minds? I'm the current advisor to the Hokage. Do you dare to attack me, intending to be branded as rogue ninjas? Orochimaru, Shikaku, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Danzo deflected a shuriken with his kunai, his face ashen as he surveyed the people around him. realizing that if this continued, he would be irreparably tarnished. Losing credibility among the Konoha ninjas would only push him further away from the Hokage position. Something Danzo simply could not tolerate. Isn't what Beixuan said the truth? Orochimaru, who had long harbored disdain for Danzo, relished his predicament, especially since Beixuan's claims were indeed valid. While Orochimaru found amusement in the situation, Shikaku could not afford such luxury. Regardless of Danzo's often negligible presence, his role as Hokage advisor was indisputable. Even for the sake of his own Nara clan, Shikaku had no choice but to approach Danzo. Casting a pained glance at Beixuan, who still crackled with lightning. Beixuan, this is a misunderstanding. Danzo-sama is indeed the Hokage advisor. Could we sit down and discuss this amicably? Shikaku's eyes brimmed with desperation. He felt an overwhelming urge to vanish from the scene. Misunderstanding. This half-blind man just commanded those people to attack Tsunade. Do you think that's a misunderstanding? Should I accidentally slice him now? After all, it's just a misunderstanding. As he spoke, the crackling of lightning in Beixuan's hands grew increasingly deafening. Let us leave this matter to the third Hokage to decide. Tsunade-sama, please say a word. Shikaku immediately called out to Tsunade, who was observing the scene with her arms crossed, knowing that she was the only one capable of stopping Beixuan at this juncture. Very well, I shall say a few words. Beixuan, bind that old fool. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and instructed Beixuan. This old man was already in dire straits. There was no way she would let him off easily. Before Danzo could utter a word, Beixuan had already vanished from his spot, reappearing behind him, delivering a technique formed of long arcs of lightning that pierced through his abdomen. Chidori's sharp spear. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Danzo raised his kunai, poised to retaliate against Beixuan, only to find himself ensnared by Beixuan's golden light, hoisted into the air, and his kunai slipping from his grasp. Simultaneously, the lightning from the Chidori continued to surge through Danzo's body, rendering him completely paralyzed. As an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, Beixuan's control over chakra had reached an astonishing level. At least Tsunade herself admitted she could not match his mastery. Mission accomplished. Beixuan, with a hand fashioned from golden light, grasped Danzo and approached Tsunade with a smile. Beixuan-kun, your strength has indeed grown. Orochimaru approached, licking his lips and speaking in a sultry tone. Though Orochimaru was quite handsome, his mannerisms in person were somewhat discomforting. Beixuan could only respond with a polite smile. Shikaku-senpai, I leave the reconstruction of the command room in your capable hands. Please also reassure the surrounding ninjas. As for this old fool, Beixuan gazed at the unconscious Danzo in his grip, arcs of lightning dancing around him. Stop, Beixuan. I understand you are angry, but have you considered the consequences of your actions? How old are you now? The path of a rogue ninja is not an easy one. Given his status, if he dies at your hands today, you could very well be faced with the highest level assassination order issued by an enraged Hokage. Even Tsunade would find it difficult to protect you. Do you understand? Shikaku's gaze was intense as he fixed it on Beixuan. While Tsunade and the others may not have cared, Beixuan, coming from commoner background, would not be taken seriously by those in power, regardless of his close ties to Tsunade. The main concern was that Beixuan, at such a young age, possessed extraordinary strength that, in Shikaku's eyes, Beixuan was the ideal candidate for Hokage, untainted and with ample support due to Tsunade and his own status as a medical ninja. It would be a tremendous waste if he were to ruin such potential over someone like Danzo. Thank you for your concern, Shikaku-senpai, but it matters not. The third Hokage would not declare me a rogue ninja in the midst of wartime. But wars do come to an end. It's not worth it. Beixuan, you possess wisdom beyond your years. Surely you can discern what is significant from what is trivial. Spare him this time. Moreover, his existence may yet serve a purpose for you. You should understand what I mean. Beixuan recognized Shikaku's worries and appreciated his concern. Casting one last glance at Danzo, Beixuan suddenly slammed him down to the ground. Crack! The sound of several ribs breaking echoed through the air. Death may be avoided, but I must collect some interest. The injuries he bears are of my doing. They will sustain him for quite some time. With this old fool out of the way, the battlefield will be entrusted to you, Shikaku-senpai. Tsunade and I shall take our leave for some rest. Should any tasks arise, simply inform me. Beixuan calmly patted Shikaku on the shoulder and smiled before departing the ruins of the command center alongside Tsunade. In the aftermath, Shikaku could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru lingered nearby. With Danzo lying motionless on the ground, a month had passed since the confrontation with Danzo, and as Beixuan had anticipated, the third Hokage had not even broached the subject. After all, this incident involved Tsunade, and with many ninjas from the front lines witnessing the unfolding events, the third Hokage could hardly impose punishment on Beixuan and the others. Following that incident, Beixuan resumed his daily duties of the medical department. Of course, Shikaku would not overlook Beixuan's exceptional combat prowess and frequently assigned him tasks. Such was the case now. Beixuan stood in the newly established command room alongside Minato and SSH, awaiting Shikaku's briefing on their next mission. Beixuan, your team's task this time is to sever a supply line of the Sand Ninja. This will require you to penetrate deep into enemy territory. Aside from Beixuan, the other two of you may opt to refuse. However, due to the high difficulty of this mission, the Umbu will assist you in dealing with any complications, and this mission has been designated as S rank. Shikaku, holding a scroll, regarded the three of them with utmost seriousness. Of course we shall accept it. An S rank mission is merely a walk in the park for me. SSH, Dano. SSH burst into laughter. Hands on his hips, the S rank mission seemed perfectly suited to him. Given the strength of this mission, SSH Dano decided not to take offense at Shikaku's earlier rudeness. Shikakudano, rest assured, you can entrust this task to us, and we will see it through. The ever-earnest Minato looked intently at Shikaku. This was his first S-rank mission, and though it appeared perilous, he was determined not to falter. Alas, I feel as though I am being treated like a mere beast of burden. Hand me the scroll. Let's get going. Neither Minato nor SSH voiced any objections, and Beixuan had none either, reaching out to accept the scroll Shikaku offered. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. Shikaku rose and bowed to the three, a gesture of kindness unique to him. Every ninja who received a mission from his hands would feel his respect. After all, the outcomes of missions and the fates of those involved were uncertain. One moment, they might be sharing laughter, and the next, they could be reunited in the afterlife. Then let us set forth. Beixuan unfurled the scroll and cast a quick glance before handing it over to Shui Men. By the time they were informed of their mission, the necessary preparations had already been made by the trio. Thus, they could embark without delay, as the three exited the tent and made their way towards the camp's periphery. A palpable tension hung in the air. What is there to be anxious about? This is not our first mission, and with me around, there's nothing to fear. Beixuan, sensing the unease radiating from Shui Men and Shang Shu, broke the silence with a smile. Who is nervous? Lord Shang Shu is merely contemplating how to accomplish this task with flair. Watch out, Beixuan. You might end up seeking Lord Shang Shu's assistance later. Upon hearing Beixuan's words, Shang Shu immediately waved his arms and shouted, while Shui Men chuckled softly. The tension of both eased considerably. The decision to temporarily spare Danzo is to ensure he shoulders the blame for the darker aspects of Konoha. After a significant incident orchestrated by Danzo, he will be placed under house arrest until he is dealt with, especially since the main character is still young and lacks the overwhelming power to disregard others in Konoha. Thus, a mindless killing spree will not transpire. Once they exited the camp, the trio rushed swiftly towards their mission location. Near a concealed spot close to the Sand Ninja supply station, they gathered around a map, deliberating their strategy for attack. Given that it is a supply station for the Sand Ninjas, it would undoubtedly be guarded by numerous ninja. Shui Men, how is your training with the Flying Thunder God technique progressing? Beixuan inquired, glancing at the area circled on the map, that I can now inscribe the technique and teleport short distances, but I'm currently unable to bring others along, replied Shui Men as he produced a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the word Sword of Love, prompting Beixuan to once again marvel at Shui Men's questionable naming talent. That is quite impressive. Then, the task of sabotaging their supplies will fall to you. Shang Shu and I will create a distraction up front. After the mission is accomplished, you can leave and signal us. Beixuan was not at all surprised by Shui Men's rapid mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, considering that later on, Shui Men even improved it. The number of ninjas at the supply station ahead remains unclear, so Shui Men, You must prioritize your safety during your solo mission. If you find it unmanageable, retreat immediately. I can devise another method to destroy the supply station. Beixuan spoke earnestly to Shui Min, knowing that destroying a sand ninja supply station was a simple task for him, merely requiring the deployment of a few sage art, spiraling shuriken from a distance. However, Shui Min and Shang Shu needed to hone their skills. Beixuan could not play the babysitter, perpetually shielding them. Shui Min was fine as he was a genuine genius, but Shang Shu was akin to a version of Naruto without any special abilities and lacked Naruto's exceptional combat intelligence. In the world of ninjas, someone like him could only survive by sheer luck. Thus, Beixuan felt compelled to correct Shang Shu, since he had promised Tsunade and Mito to train Shang Shu into a formidable warrior. Beixuan would seize every opportunity to refine Shang Shu's abilities. Summoning jutsu, Beixuan formed hand seals, and two large purple figures materialized beside him. Gungue, my friends, I entrust you both with this task. These two will infiltrate your shadows. Should any intelligence arise, simply relay it to your shadow, and I will hear it. The two Gungue embraced Beixuan before each slid into Shang Shu's and Shui Min's shadows, with one playfully manifesting two eyes on a shadow, startling Shang Shu into trembling. Beixuan, your summoning beasts aren't ghosts, are they? And what do you mean you don't know how many ninjas are on the other side? What about your sensory ninjutsu? Have you wasted your training? Shang Shu probed, touching his shadow, but upon lifting his gaze, he found Beixuan staring at him as if he were a simpleton. Ahem, Shang Shu. Sensory ninjutsu can sense each other. Except for a few unique sensory techniques, most sensory ninjutsu cannot hide from sensory ninjas. The sand ninja supply point ahead will undoubtedly have sensory ninjas on guard. So Beixuan cannot use sensory ninjutsu to gauge the situation on the other side, Shui Min explained. After all, Beixuan, who had not spent much time in school, understood this, while Shang Shu, who had remained in school, seemed somewhat abstracted. Oh, is that so? Haha, of course I know that. I was merely testing Beixuan. After all, I fear he might actually forget how to use sensory ninjutsu and expose us. Shang Shu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. All right, we'll commence our operation once night falls. Shang Shu, once you enter, it would be best to keep that mouth of yours shut. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether your sister will give you a good thrashing upon our return. Beixuan shot a glance at Shang Shu, who previously shouted that he was the grandson of the first Hokage during missions, but he had only encountered relatively easy tasks. Otherwise, should he face ninjas stronger than himself, he would merely deliver a victory to them. Furthermore, if Shang Shu were captured, the losses for Konoha would be incalculable. Shang Shu could only pout in response, having hoped to showcase his prowess once again. After a straightforward tactical briefing, the trio began to rest and prepare as they awaited the arrival of night. As deep night enveloped the surroundings, the three stealthily approached the sand ninja supply station under the moonlight. They halted in front of a tree, and Beixuan casually glanced at the tripwire connected to an explosive tag. With a mere flick of his chakra, the explosive tag extinguished. Shui Min, we are nearing our target location. The task of sabotaging the supplies is now yours. Shang Shu, create multiple shadow clones. Charge ahead and trigger all the traps. Beixuan gestured towards Shui Min, and after Shui Min swiftly vanished, he addressed Shang Shu. Hey, shadow clones can relay sensory feedback, you know? Humph. Although Shang Shu verbally protested, he nonetheless formed hand seals, generating a dozen clones that surged forward. Beixuan was well aware of the shadow clone's capabilities. However, Shang Shu possessed the thousand hands physique, making the side effects less impactful on him. Moreover, it was beneficial for Shang Shu to trigger some explosions from the explosive tags, as Shang Shu's shadow clones charged ahead. Numerous traps were set off, filling the air with the sounds of explosions. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Beixuan also formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forward, engulfing Shang Shu's shadow clones as well. Shang Shu, unleash your water release and press forward. The enemy has been drawn in. As Beixuan executed his ninjutsu, he immediately activated his sensory ninjutsu, quickly detecting the encroaching enemies. Understood. Shang Shu stood atop the great wave conjured by Beixuan. forming hand seals to unleash 3 water dragons that crashed in different directions. This kid, Shang Shu, has indeed trained his water release quite well. Under the cover of night, Bei Xuan and Shang Shu advanced towards the Sand Ninja supply station, inevitably encountering the Sand Ninjas that had come to subdue them. The night was filled with the anguished cries of the Sand Ninjas. The lightning in Bei Xuan's hand became akin to the scythe of death. And with each swift movement past an enemy, they would fall lifelessly to the ground. Soon, Bei Xuan and Shang Shu arrived inside the Sand Ninja supply station, where an eerie silence pervaded, devoid of any chaos. Meanwhile, Shui Min, having created confusion to infiltrate the supply station, was currently examining various traces on the floor within the empty warehouse, calling out to his shadow. "Damn it, Gung Gue!" informed Bei Xuan that the intel was erroneous. "The supplies have already been relocated, and we may have fallen into the enemy's trap." "Gue," a voice echoed from the shadow, prompting Shui Min to turn and hastily make his way towards the area where the battle was unfolding. As Bei Xuan sent a Sand Ninja crashing away with a punch, he received Gung Gue's message, his expression shifting as he dashed towards Shang Shu's position. "Shang Shu, prepare to retreat. This is a hollow trap." With a thrust of his Chidori, Bei Xuan pierced through the ninja Shang Shu was engaging, calling out to him just as Shui Min arrived at their side. "What the hell? Shikaku!" Just as Bei Xuan was about to retreat, he sensed an exceptionally violent chakra presence emerging within his sensory range, and the magnitude of this chakra was immense. Having often spent time with Kushina, Bei Xuan immediately recognized the nature of this chakra. It was the chakra of a tailed beast. The Sand Shinobi possess only one tailed beast, Shikaku. If Beixuan's memory serves him correctly, isn't Shikaku currently residing within the body of an elderly monk? "Minato, if I instruct you to retreat shortly, you must immediately evacuate with Shun Shu. Do not entertain any thoughts of looking back. A tailed beast has appeared here. If you two manage to escape safely, and I have not yet withdrawn, you are to abandon Shinshu and make your way to the camp with all your might. Inform Tsunade of the situation regarding the tailed beast's emergence." Bei Xuan spoke sternly to Minato and Shun Shu, his body gradually enveloped in golden light as he coldly regarded the encircling Sand Shinobi. Minato, aware of what a tailed beast entails, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise before nodding resolutely. Shun Shu, too, understood that Beixuan's serious demeanor indicated the presence of a formidable foe. Even Shinshu's single-core processor brain recognized that this was not the time for reckless emotions, and he remained ever ready to retreat at Beixuan's side. Bei Xuan had consistently concealed his true prowess, whether facing Hanzo or alongside Minato and others. He believed he could triumph in a one-on-one confrontation with Shikaku. However, there was more than just Shikaku present, along with numerous Sand Shinobi ninjas. "Minato, your ability to escape safely now hinges on your strength." Beixuan's forehead seal unfurled, sage chakra coursing through his limbs, and the golden light surrounding him took on an ethereal quality. Sage mode, golden light, sage art, water country. Bei Xuan formed hand seals, summoning a colossal wave that surged violently in all directions from the trio's center. The wave occasionally mixed with the corrosive fluid of slugs. In an instant, the formation of the Sand Shinobi was thrown into disarray, prompting Bei Xuan to bellow, "Go!" Minato seized Shun Shu by the collar and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, though Minato had never attempted to use the technique while carrying another. Such concerns were trivial in this moment. The three had initially designated a location for their offensive. Minato and Shun Shu materialized on the ground, though Minato was now drained of most of his chakra, and Shun Shu had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Now is not the time to be sleeping, Shun Shu," Minato gasped, struggling to rise, but finding himself utterly depleted of strength, he resorted to thrusting a kunai into Shinshu's side. The sudden pain roused Shun Shu, who, upon attempting to stand, was immediately beset by dizziness and collapsed back to the ground. "Minato, I never wish to experience your Flying Thunder God again." Thanks to his Senju physiology, Shun Shu quickly acclimated to the disorientation. Had he known what a washing machine felt like, he would have likened it to the sensation of being tossed within one for an entire day due to Minato's teleportation. "Enough chatter. Carry me toward the camp. I need a moment to adapt." and then I will return to notify Lady Tsunade. Uncertain of Beixuan's strength, Minato was acutely aware that this was clearly a trap set by the Sand Shinobi. Having grown up alongside Beixuan, he envisioned Beixuan as his Hokage advisor and could not allow him to remain in such peril for long. Meanwhile, Beixuan observed as Minato hastily whisked Shunshu away using the Flying Thunder God. Recalling the earlier insistence that he could not transport anyone, and inexplicably reminded of the original text portrayal of Minato as inept with sage techniques, the Golden Light Ninja from Konoha. Who would have thought he would encounter such a formidable adversary? Truly, as the intelligence reported, you would launch a surprise attack here. Yet it is astonishing to find that the legendary Golden Light Ninja who battled alongside the Sannin is still but a child. Ha ha ha! What a genius! Yet even the most gifted of us shall ultimately fall into our grasp. Due to Beixuan's water release, the ground was now saturated with flowing water, and among the encircling Sand Shinobi emerged a ninja adorned with facial paint, who mockingly addressed Beixuan. You laugh? You damn! Just a mere jonin, and you dare to boast. In a flash, Beixuan appeared behind the laughing Sand Ninja, the mist-like golden light transforming into a sharp spike that pierced through the ninja entirely. Yamamoto! Damn it, everyone attack! A Sand Ninja, familiar with the one Beixuan had just slain, shouted in outrage. No sooner had he spoken than several Sand Shinobi, armed with ninja tools, charged toward Beixuan, their weapons glinting coldly under the moonlight. Summoning technique, Beixuan formed hand seals, unleashing a cloud of smoke as numerous Pokemon materialized around him. Roar, ka, cha, hiss. As the only trainer in the ninja world, I never claimed I would face you all alone. Let us show these fellows the power of Pokemon. With a swift gesture, Beixuan commanded his Pokemon to charge at the Sand Shinobi while he fixed his gaze intently on the monk behind them. What kind of summoning beast is this? Why is my speed diminished so drastically? Why does this summoning beast wield ice release? Damn it, what manner of monsters are these? Everyone be wary of that rock-like creature. It is capable of exploding. Tofu was killed by it. In an instant, the Sand Shinobi found themselves at a loss against Beixuan's Pokemon. As for these information-oriented ninjas, the concept of Pokemon was still far too novel. Amidst the battle, the occasional shuriken or kunai flew toward Beixuan, but all were deflected by the golden light. Beixuan propelled himself upward, soaring into the sky. Since acquiring the blue-silver Emperor's Soulbone, Beixuan had only harnessed its overwhelming vitality. Aside from Tsunade, no one knew of his ability to fly. Beixuan's senses swept through the ranks of the Sand Shinobi below, and he formed hand seals once more. Sage Art, Water Release, Heaven's Cry, a barrage of water needles, enhanced by sage techniques, rained down upon the Sand Shinobi below. Only a few exceptionally skilled ninjas managed to evade or block the water needles, while the rest fell before the inherited technique of the second Hokage. Beixuan referred to this technique as the mass destruction artifact. He landed gracefully, his ethereal demeanor starkly contrasting with the explosive and bloody scene surrounding him. The remaining Sand Shinobi, witnessing Beixuan emerge unscathed from the fray, found it increasingly difficult to breathe, and some even began to contemplate retreat. Fear not. He has summoned so many beasts and unleashed such extensive ninjutsu. His chakra must be nearly depleted. The leading Sand Ninja shouted, sensing the shift in morale among his comrades. The surviving Sand Shinobi were among the stronger ranks, but should even one choose to flee, panic would ensue. Given their inherent disadvantage against Beixuan, should they all begin to run, they would be met with a one-sided massacre. Moreover, this Golden Light Ninja could fly. The number of known ninjas capable of flight was scant. At this juncture, the leading Sand Ninja could only direct his hopes toward the monk who had been chanting behind them. Old monk, cease your incantations. Do not forget why we brought you along. Upon witnessing Bunfuku still reciting his sutra, the Sand Ninja erupted in fury. Beixuan, meanwhile, locked onto Bunfuku as lightning crackled, propelling him forward at incredible speed. The Jinchuriki is at its weakest when the tailed beast chakra has yet to erupt. In such moments, slaying the Jinchuriki will also result in the demise of the tailed beast. Just as Beixuan's Chidori was poised to strike Bunfuku, a massive surge of sand appeared, compressing toward Beixuan. The golden light emanating from Beixuan expanded outward, allowing him to swiftly evade the sandy onslaught. Why must you commit such acts of slaughter? Bunfuku, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and gazed at Bei Xuan with a conflicted expression. Because this is war, and they are my enemies. Under peaceful circumstances, I might have exchanged pleasantries with individuals of such temperament, but that is clearly impossible now. What? Are you preparing to release that earthy canine within you? The golden hand, formed from concentrated light, grasped the sand and flung it aside as Bei Xuan taunted Bunfuku, sensing the tailed beast chakra within him surging uncontrollably. Alas, please be cautious. Shikaku is becoming somewhat agitated. As he spoke, Bunfuku clasped his hands together and closed his eyes once more, a boisterous voice emanating from within him. You little brat. I am a raccoon. You bear a striking resemblance to a foul fox, I know. Die, you wretch. In an instant, a tremendous amount of sand erupted from within Bunfuku, coalescing into a peculiar raccoon adorned with purple patterns. Quick, retreat. When the one tail emerges, it does not distinguish between friend and foe. Only a monster can contend with another monster. We shall leave this to the one tail, and make our escape. With the emergence of Shikaku, the nearby sand shinobi began to retreat in earnest, while Bei Xuan found himself unable to divert his attention from the immense pressure posed by the tailed beast before him. Is this truly the tailed beast that anyone could bully in the original story? This cannot be real. Is this thing so easily bullied? Bei Xuan gazed upon the colossal figure before him, standing like a demonic deity, acutely aware of the immense chakra pulsating within Shikaku. As Shikaku revealed its form, it began to roar with laughter, unleashing a tempest of swirling sand that billowed chaotically around. The retreating sand shinobi were engulfed by the rising sands, and Bei Xuan discerned that this was a deliberate act of Shikaku. Damn that little brat. You shall perish along with the rest. How dare you mock the illustrious One Tail? Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. The massive Shikaku looked down at Bei Xuan, adorned in radiant golden light, and opened its cavernous maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth formed from sand. Wind release. Vacuum bomb. With an immense concentration of chakra, Shikaku launched a colossal sphere of wind chakra towards Bei Xuan. Not even the tailed beast bomb. You must be jesting. Savor my spiral shuriken. In the manga, there is no instance of Shikaku employing the tailed beast bomb, although it did so in the anime during the Fourth Shinobi World War. A spiral sphere materialized in Bei Xuan's hand, and with the infusion of wind chakra, 4 blades of wind began to spin rapidly around it. This was Bei Xuan's first use of the spiral shuriken since mastering it, and with the addition of Sage Chakra, its power was significantly amplified. Bei Xuan hurled the spiral shuriken with great force, cleaving through the air toward Shikaku, effortlessly slicing through the approaching vacuum bombs, causing them to explode in midair. Shikaku, seeing this, immediately retaliated by spewing 4th massive vacuum bombs aimed at the spiraling shuriken. Naturally, Bei Xuan would not merely stand idly by after launching the shuriken. He was no pampered prince. As he threw the shuriken, he charged toward Shikaku, utilizing a low-flight technique for increased speed. The golden light surrounding him began to spiral. The successive vacuum bombs struck the spiral shuriken, but even the mightiest ninjutsu could only be cancelled out in the air. However, the spiral shuriken was merely a feint. Bei Xuan had already reached Shikaku's side, and the spiraling golden light pierced through Shikaku's body. A gaping void appeared, but in the blink of an eye, sand rapidly covered the wound, hastily healing it. "Aw, damn little brat, taste my might." With Shikaku's furious roar, the sand surrounding it began to morph into numerous sand spikes. Launching toward the airborne Bei Xuan. No, I must control it and find a way to use the sealing technique. As Bei Xuan deftly dodged the sand spikes, he contemplated how to deal with Shikaku. Although Bei Xuan was formidable in many aspects, he severely lacked experience in battling gigantic monsters. Even his dual-axe Dragon Pokemon was insufficient to confront such a tailed beast. Heavenly Guardian Kick. Bei Xuan spun around and delivered a powerful kick to the gathering sand spikes behind him, shattering them, and then charged toward Shikaku, enveloped in radiant light. He intended to confront Shikaku head-on. As long as he created an opportunity to use the sealing technique, Shikaku would become a mere plaything. The Sage mode of the Wetbone Forest emphasized recovery, and with the aid of the Blue Silver King's Soul Bone, This was Beixuan's rationale for engaging directly. Since he couldn't die, he would charge forward recklessly. "Huh, you little brat finally stopped running. Prepare to meet your demise at my hands." Shikaku roared with laughter, its claws gathering a massive claw of sand aimed at Beixuan. Incredible strength. Yet Beixuan merely punched through the enormous sand claw and followed up with a vicious kick to Shikaku's grotesque head. Sage art, water release, ripping water blade. With one successful strike, Beixuan immediately formed a hand seal, unleashing a spiraling water blade that struck Shikaku's head with tremendous force. As the water blade spun, Shikaku's body split in half. For the ripping water blade was the strongest water release ninjutsu of the second Hokage, and its potency was further enhanced by Beixuan's sage techniques. However, it was evident that tailed beasts were not easily subdued. Shikaku, under relentless assault from the ripping water blade, transformed into a puddle of sand that fell to the ground, only to whip up a sandstorm directed at Beixuan. Damn it, I never saw you employ such tactics in the original story. Dispelling the ripping water blade, Beixuan swiftly evaded the sandstorm vortex conjured by Shikaku that moment. While the battle raged on between Beixuan and Shikaku, Minato had recovered and swiftly made his way towards the Konoha camp, with the rope tree following closely behind. Upon reaching the camp, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly in his tent. Inside, he immediately seized a passing ninja and inquired about Tsunade's whereabouts. Upon receiving an answer, Minato rushed towards the medical department, simultaneously dispatching a shadow clone toward the command center. At that moment, Tsunade was busy preparing antidotes in the medical department, tirelessly working alongside Chiyo, with one developing new poisons and the other crafting new antidotes. Tsunade, Beixuan has encountered the Sand Shinobi-tailed beast and requires assistance. Ignoring the protests of other medical shinobi, Minato burst into Tsunade's private laboratory, exclaiming urgently. The test tube in Tsunade's hand shattered under her grip as she reacted. "Show me the way." Meanwhile, in the command room, Minato's shadow clone succinctly briefed Kakashi and Orochimaru on Beixuan's current situation. This mission was verified by the Yamanaka clan and could not possibly be a trap. "Damn it, our intelligence has leaked." Immediately summoned the Jonin class to rescue Beixuan. Kakashi slammed his fist on the table, promptly ordering the troops to assemble. If Beixuan's talent were to mature, Konoha would be secure. We cannot allow him to perish on the battlefield due to the village's negligence. Quickly send word to Tsunade that Beixuan is in trouble. She must know. No need, Lord Kakashi. My clone has already informed Lady Tsunade that Minato's shadow clone shook its head, indicating that Tsunade had already been notified. Oh no, Tsunade will undoubtedly rush ahead on her own. Kakashi, I will follow her. You all come afterwards. Orochimaru, a teammate of Tsunade, understood her temperament all too well that as expected. Upon hearing the news brought back by Minato, Tsunade immediately instructed him to lead the way to Beixuan's location. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Beixuan and Shikaku clashed, the entire forest had been utterly transformed, now a landscape of puddles and sand, devoid of any trace of its former appearance. The original story is truly infuriating. Is this really the same Shikaku that fought against Gamabunta? Gasping for breath, Beixuan observed the wearied Shikaku not far away. This creature could unleash its full potential and recover at will, all while occasionally using sealing techniques to catch Beixuan off guard. Is this really the one tale that anyone from the original story could confront? You little brat, are you even human? Beixuan was astonished, realizing that Shikaku was just as taken aback. This little brat possessed strength surpassing his own, with an inexhaustible supply of chakra, and even when struck by its own sand attacks, it would quickly recover. Moreover, the golden light enveloping this little brat was exceptionally resilient. Inflicting harm upon him was an arduous task, and most critically, the old monk within was nearing his limit. Of course, I am not human. Are you? You filthy dog? Ah, damn little brat, I shall repeat myself. I'm a raccoon, a raccoon. You are even more loathsome than that detestable fox. Filthy brat. I shall let you off this time. Do not wait until I break free from my seal. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly kill you. After a series of furious roars directed at Beixuan, Shikaku's sands began to retract and dissolve, leaving behind a slumbering old monk. Phew, The power dynamics of this ninja world are utterly absurd. These tailed beasts are outrageous, and what more can the Nine Tails unleash with its heavy particle mode? Witnessing Shikaku return to the form of Fuku, Beixuan exited the Golden Sage mode, the seal upon his forehead deactivated, and approached Fuku, placing his hand on his abdomen. 0.8 trigram seal. A series of sealing techniques enveloped the body of Finfu, ultimately forming a Bagua seal upon his abdomen. Meanwhile, the reinforced seal incited Shikaku, who began to vocally lash out within the confines of the sealing space. Just as Beixuan prepared to seize Finfu, a shuriken shot towards him from behind, only to be thwarted by the radiant golden light emanating from Beixuan. However, this was swiftly followed by a barrage of ninjutsu attacks. Recognizing the imminent danger, Beixuan swiftly grasped Finfu and evaded, as he turned to face the direction for which the ninjutsu had come. He beheld several masked members of the Umbu, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector, fixating their emotionless gazes upon him. Through their masks, Beixuan discerned their origins. Root? Danzo has sent yet another problem my way. Can that old coot just stay in the Leaf Village and wait for the blame to fall upon him? Do they truly believe they can eliminate me now? Beixuan cast Finfu on the ground, his expression turning grave. Why had his sensory ninjutsu failed to detect these individuals? The Root ninjas, offering no further words, charged at Beixuan wielding their kunai, with no choice but to condense his golden light into a blade. Beixuan engaged in combat. Having battled Shikaku for an extended period, Beixuan's chakra, even with the Yang seal, had diminished significantly, especially as he had entered Sage mode. While entangled with the Root ninjas, Beixuan assessed their strength. Should he encounter insurmountable odds, he would take flight to escape. However, it was evident that Danzo, aware of Beixuan's capabilities, would not dispatch mere fodder against him. Each of these Root ninjas possessed Jonin-level prowess. Under normal circumstances, Beixuan could dispatch such foes with a single blow, yet in his currently weakened state, overcoming them proved to be a formidable challenge. Damn, had I known I'd be entangled with Shikaku, I would have avoided this. Ducking under a strike from one of the Root ninjas, Beixuan swiftly kicked another approaching ninja away, retreating cautiously while keeping a vigilant eye on his assailants, eager to test his own strength and hoping to siphon some chakra from Shikaku. Beixuan resolved to engage in combat with him after confirming there were no other threats nearby. It turned out that Danzo's subordinates possessed means to evade sensory ninjutsu. Indeed, in a world as treacherous as the ninja realm, one could not overly rely on such abilities. While a white Zetsu's technique might be excusable, even Danzo could employ methods to avoid detection. However, Beixuan had fallen into a trap of his own making. Danzo's evasion techniques were solely targeted at Beixuan. Knowing full well the sensory capabilities of the second Hokage, his own master, as long as the original techniques were adapted against Beixuan, even with his modifications to the sensory ninjutsu. The foundation remained rooted in the second's original techniques. The Root ninjas, as mere pawns, could easily evade Beixuan's sensory perception with minor alterations to their bodies. Surrounded by the Root ninjas, Beixuan's golden aura had dissipated, losing its solidity from the battle with Shikaku that moment. Aside from the long sword formed from the golden light he held, the aura enveloping him appeared increasingly translucent as a ninja of the leaf. How could you harm your own comrades? What have you done to deserve the safety and growth provided by the Leaf Village? Beixuan addressed the Root ninjas, yet it was clear that they were beyond caring. They had long forsaken their humanity. As the Root ninjas began to form hand seals, Beixuan quickly prepared to evade. Damn, although I was merely jesting, do I truly lack any talent for verbal sparring? When Naruto is born, I must seek him out to learn the art of verbal combat. While lamenting, Beixuan forcibly deflected a water dragon jutsu aimed at his face with his golden light, swiftly dodging an incoming slash from the left. Enjoy your little attacks? Now, it's Beixuan's turn. Having finally controlled his chakra, Beixuan sensed that his reserves were nearly restored. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful kick toward the approaching Root ninja. Instantly, the ninja was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a puddle. The tide of battle had shifted. Beixuan smiled at the group of ninjas before him, his golden light gradually regaining its solidity that moment. Tsunade arrived with Minato and Rope Tree, not far from Beixuan. Beixuan, Weve arrived. Just as Beixuan, engaged with the root ninjas, heard Rope Tree's exuberant shout, his expression shifted from joy to alarm. For with Rope Tree's voice, the eyes of the root ninjas flickered with a newfound intensity, and Beixuan immediately noticed that each of them was adorned with explosive tags. Rope Tree, you'd better brace yourself. Beixuan, realizing there was no escaping the situation, activated his golden light technique to its fullest, the aura around him solidifying once more. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed through the air as Beixuan struggled to withstand the blast force with the remnants of his chi and chakra. Tsunade, having arrived just in time, witnessed Beixuan's silhouette amidst the chaos. Beixuan. Tsunade swiftly entered the release state of her Een seal, stepping boldly into the explosion's center to grasp Beixuan, whose golden aura had shattered. Carefully shielding him from the devastation at that moment, Beixuan lay charred and blackened, azure particles of life energy coursing from his body. Tsunade gently placed him on the ground, applying medical ninjutsu to heal him. After roughly 10 minutes of treatment, Beixuan regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find Tsunade looking at him with deep concern, surrounded by Orochimaru and other leaf ninjas. That was close. Tsunade, you almost became a widow because of your brother. Be sure to give him a good thrashing for me. With that, he fainted again, prompting Tsunade to sigh in relief as she tenderly wiped Beixuan's soot-covered face with a damp cloth. Meanwhile, Rope Tree, who had anxiously awaited Beixuan's awakening, was taken aback upon hearing the first word from Beixuan were a request for his sister to beat him, making him wonder if he had fallen under a jinja. After pondering for quite some time, Rope Tree couldn't fathom what he had done to offend Beixuan. Is this really the work of Beixuan? This should be the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. This boy is truly a little monster. Standing beside the unconscious Finfu, Lu Lin and Orochimaru gazed at the drastically altered landscape, deeply astonished by Beixuan's strength. Orochimaru cast a curious glance at Beixuan and Tsunade's arms. Tsunade, we should take Beixuan back to the Leaf Camp. The environment here is perilous, and the Sand Ninja may strike again. Ultimately, it was Minato who noticed Beixuan's clothing was soaked from the puddles on the ground, expressing concern for Beixuan's condition as he addressed Tsunade, who was tightly holding Beixuan at Rope Tree, come here and carry your brother-in-law. What have you done this time? Tsunade lifted Beixuan, delivering a swift kick to Rope Tree's backside, knowing that Beixuan's demand for her to thrash him indicated Rope Tree had undoubtedly done something infuriating. Sister, I'm innocent. Is it possible that the dog brother-in-law has fallen under a jinjutsu? Rope Tree had intended to continue calling Beixuan dog brother-in-law, but upon seeing Tsunade's glare, he quickly changed his tune. Be quiet and carry him properly. As a medical ninja, I can ascertain whether Beixuan has fallen under a jinjutsu. Make sure to hold him steady. If you drop Beixuan, you'll be in for it. Tsunade gently placed Beixuan onto Rope Tree's back. As Minato had indicated, the area was likely to see a resurgence of Sand Ninja, and among them, Tsunade possessed the greatest combat prowess, necessitating that her hands remain free to protect Beixuan. Fall back. We need to evacuate. A mission to destroy a supply station has transformed into the capture of a Jinchuriki. Beixuan has certainly earned significant merit this time. Lu Lin, aware of the peril, recognized that with the Jinchuriki present, the Sand Ninja would not allow the situation to remain unaddressed. Reinforcements were undoubtedly on their way. However, Lu Lin would never have guessed that beneath the sand mounds lay the corpses of the Sand Ninja, all of whom had been slain by Beixuan and Shikaku in their initial outburst. The Sand Ninja remained blissfully unaware of the devastating turn of events. Rope Tree, you're exhausted. Let the teacher carry Beixuan. On the way back to the Leaf Camp, Orochimaru remarked beside Rope Tree. Wonderful. Thank you, teacher. I was hesitant to exert too much force while carrying Beixuan. Handing him over to the teacher is certainly the best choice. Upon hearing the words, Shang Tian's spirits lifted immediately, for in his eagerness to avoid punishment, he maintained a steady pace while carrying Beixuan on his back, ensuring that the latter experienced not the slightest jolt. Meanwhile, Tsunade observed as Orochimaru took over the burden of Beixuan without uttering a word, feeling only a sense of sympathy for her disciple. After Orochimaru hoisted Beixuan onto his back, a small snake emerged from the sleeve of his garment, sinking its fangs into Beixuan's thigh before retreating back into the fabric. Upon noticing the snake's return, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Soon, the reinforcements for Bei Xuan returned to the Konoha camp. And at the earliest opportunity, Tsunade took Bei Xuan from Orochimaru's back and carried him to her tent at AS for Shuntian and Minato. They were required to submit their mission reports, while Orochimaru, clutching a small snake, returned to his own tent. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki, Fuku, who had just arrived at the Konoha camp, regained consciousness without exhibiting any signs of resistance. The seal on his abdomen rendered him entirely unaware of Shikaku's movements. And after being escorted to the holding area by the Konoha ninja assigned by Deerland, he simply found a comfortable spot to lie down and fell asleep. Wishing all readers a joyous National Day and prosperity for our motherland. Bei Xuan lay listlessly on Tsunade's bed, perusing the novel Minato had gone to purchase. Tsunade, seated casually on a chair with her legs draped over a nearby table, was engrossed in a scroll she was methodically studying. Next to Tsunade, Hoodie hovered, equally engrossed in the scroll. This creation rebirth is so frustrating. Achieving it without any side effects is exceedingly difficult. Hoodie, why don't you study alone for a while? I could go play cards with your master. How does that sound? Closing the scroll, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she startled Hoodie with her exclamation. Hoodie retorted, "You are mistaken. I am currently injured and cannot afford to be disturbed while I rest." As Bei Xuan flipped through the novel, he was met with a sudden thump on his head from Tsunade. That's enough. How could someone as clever as you believe you're still injured? Your medical ninjutsu is something I taught you. And by the second day, after bringing you back, you were perfectly fine. Tsunade cast a glance at Hoodie, who had hurried over to check on Beixuan's condition, and couldn't help but smirk, pondering how Bei Xuan had managed to acquire such an impressive summoning beast. All right, Tsunade is right. My injuries have long since healed. You and Tsunade must be weary from your research on ninjutsu, so take a break. After patting Hoodie on the head and explaining the situation, Bei Xuan returned Hoodie to the sure bone forest. Sigh, I truly envy your summoning beast. Although slugs are obedient, they lack the convenience your summoning beast offers. Moreover, these creatures known as Pokemon are simply remarkable in their versatility. Tsunade, filled with envy, rose and laid down beside Bei Xuan, who could only imagine her astonishment when witnessing Hoodie utilize teleportation. Space-time ninjutsu largely determines one's prowess, and those capable of mastering it are undoubtedly extraordinary talents. Speaking of which, how are your studies with Bulbasaur progressing? Can you sense that grass-type energy? Bei Xuan set aside the novel, turned on his side, and gently embraced Tsunade. Given their similar heights, it was somewhat challenging to hold her in his arms. Perhaps it's because I have yet to awaken my wood-release abilities. Furthermore, their power and chakra exhibit a marked distinction. They can utilize chakra, yet I find it exceedingly difficult to harness their strength. The energy within Bulbasaur and the others seems to stem from their unique biological structures. Tsunade shook her head, noting that a month had passed since Beixuan's battle with the tailed beast, during which he had remained in a feigned state of illness. Tsunade had spent most of her time by Beixuan's side, and even Deerland and the others must have surmised that Bei Xuan was merely pretending. However, no one dared speak ill of Beixuan's achievement in capturing a tailed beast. After all, we Tsunade are still formidable even without wood release, right? Once Hoodie and the others develop a version of creation rebirth without side effects, your strength will undoubtedly approach that of the Hokage level. Following Beixuan's severe injury, Tsunade had begun to focus on enhancing her strength through various means, such as sparring with the powerful and learning their martial techniques. She also intended to try communicating with Bulbasaur in hopes of awakening her wood release and collaborating with Hoodie to refine the nascent creation rebirth technique. However, Bei Xuan had dismissed the notion of creation rebirth, acknowledging its potency but also its evident side effects. Therefore, he insisted that any development of the technique must first eliminate those side effects. Additionally, Bei Xuan had not been idle. He initially attempted to teach Tsunade the Golden Light technique, but to no avail, as she could not enter the proper state no matter what. Hoodie speculated that this was due to Tsunade lacking the aptitude for learning sage arts. Bei Xuan was perplexed by such matters and ultimately left them to Hoodie and Shinado. However, since Shinado was preoccupied with sealing techniques, it fell solely to Hoodie. Following this mission, Beixuan reaped numerous rewards. Foremost among them was the summoning of Pokemon, when instructing the Pokemon to attack the Sand Ninjas. Beixuan ordered that the corpses of the slain Sand Ninjas be brought back to the Surebone Forest. Together with the chakra from Shikaku acquired during his battle, Beixuan made offerings, resulting in an influx of Pokemon within the Surebone Forest. In the Surebone Forest, a green dinosaur gnawed on a portion of the chakra Beixuan had meticulously divided. Ban, little Bangilas, you mustn't eat too much. Little Beixuan said you can only consume one portion of Shikaku's chakra each day. Eat this instead. With it, you will soon grow as tall as Little Axe. Beside Bangilas, the slug sage rolled a collection of stones rich in natural chakra, which he had carefully selected. Towards him, Ban, imagining the colossal form of the dual-axe dragon. Bangilas eagerly nodded and began devouring the stones strewn about. By the way, can the Pokemon truly adapt to the chakra of tailed beasts? Tsunade was well aware that Beixuan had instructed Bangilas to consume the chakra of tailed beasts. Even though historical instances of such occurrences existed in the ninja world. Notably, Tsunade was familiar with the example of the second Hokage's foes, the Gold and Silver brothers, that Shikaku's chakra was highly suitable for Bangilas, known as the Desert Tyrant, and Beixuan had divided the chakra into numerous portions for Bangilas to consume gradually. Presently, the young creature felt he could still consume more, and with the slug sage watching over him, there was no cause for concern. As Beixuan spoke, he found his hands wandering to various places while embracing Tsunade. Little brat, stop reading such books and let go. You're just lying here slacking off while I have to work. Swatting Beixuan's hand away, Tsunade rose, adjusted her attire, and prepared to head to the medical department. Unlike Beixuan, who feigned illness to rest, she could not afford such luxury to end the battles against the Sand Ninjas. Anyone could be absent, but Tsunade could not. She had effectively suppressed Chiyo in every encounter. Thus, whenever Chiyo led her puppet army against the Konoha ninjas, she would offer a few choice words to Tsukumo Hataki and Tsunade, only to be driven away in disgrace. Notably, the Sand Ninjas had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Shikaku even a month after the incident, as the battlefield bore no visible signs of the ninja conflict. The third Kazekage dared not inquire whether the Konoha ninjas had captured Shikaku, for tailed beasts served as a deterrent for any village. Moreover, the third Kazekage was reluctant to disclose Shikaku's disappearance, fearing it would undermine morale at the front lines. Pokemon tip: Bangilas, the armor Pokemon, possesses a body that remains unscathed by any attack, continuously nourished by Beixuan with Shikaku's chakra. Bangilas receives instruction in sage arts from the slug sage, while feasting on stones imbued with natural energy, causing its body to undergo gradual transformation. After Tsunade exited the tent to head towards the medical department, Beixuan found himself growing bored. Although he had been running to the Whetbone Forest daily, lying around for so long still felt somewhat monotonous. He promptly rose and made his way outside the tent, frequently encountering ninjas who greeted him along the way. Closing his eyes, he activated his sensory ninjutsu and swiftly located the positions of Minato and Shoju, who were en route to the command center. After all, while Beixuan could afford to be lazy, the two of them could not, especially after learning that Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, he was being treated like a mere servant by Rulin. If the ninja world had a labor bureau, Minato could certainly report Rulin for his exploitation. Good afternoon, Minato. Off on a mission, Beixuan waved at Minato, while he had yet to deal with Shoju, as he was still pretending to be unwell. Dog Beixuan, why aren't you pretending? Shoju was somewhat surprised to see Beixuan, and before he could finish his sentence, Minato delivered a light chop to the back of his head. Minato, why did you hit me? Good afternoon, Beixuan. After being struck, Shoju questioned Minato about his actions, only to suddenly remember that Beixuan had been wanting to hit him for a long time, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly. Beixuan, have you recovered? Do you want to join us on the mission? Minato smiled at Beixuan after addressing Shoju, though the dark circles under his eyes were glaring beneath his smile. Teasuke, Rulin really treats you like a servant, doesn't he? Beixuan scrutinized Minato, silently sympathizing with him, while feeling fortunate that he had decided to wait until Minato perfected the Flying Thunder God technique before learning it himself. I'm quite content to do what I can. And I believe the war will soon come to an end. Upon hearing Beixuan's remark, Minato merely chuckled nonchalantly. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, his role on the battlefield had become increasingly vital, making him feel one step closer to becoming Hokage. Beixuan, you still haven't mentioned whether you want to join us in the Land of Grass for the mission. Shoju, feeling left out of the conversation between Beixuan and Minato, waved his hands to make his presence known. The Land of Grass? Upon hearing the name, Beixuan inexplicably recalled a red-haired girl with glasses. Indeed, the Land of Grass was an ally of Konoha, and a Wagakure occasionally sought to exploit it, prompting the Land of Grass to request aid from Konoha. Subsequently, Rilin sought out Beixuan and Shoju. Did Beixuan wish to participate? Minato extended the invitation to Beixuan, noting that his involvement would significantly ease the task, especially since Shoju often made things tiring for him during their regular missions. That a trip to the Land of Grass does sound worthwhile. Beixuan thought of Uzumaki Mito, and while she was likely absent, her mother was present, probably around Shoju's age or slightly older. Previously, when Wado was still around, Beixuan had promised him that he would bring back the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world to Konoha. Although he couldn't bring Nagato back due to the circumstances, since Karin's mother was already aware of their whereabouts, this mission provided a perfect opportunity to bring her back. This would also prevent a tragic fate, like what occurred to Karin's mother in the original story. Furthermore, with the Second Great Ninja War concluding, the third would soon follow. That it was the perfect chance to bring a fellow Uzumaki back to accompany Karin, as being alone in the village could be quite lonely for her. Please wait for me. I will go find Rilin to register and inform Tsunade, since Konoha ninjas needed to register with a commander for missions to record their achievements. And after the last explosion incident, Beixuan was required to inform Tsunade wherever he went. However, recalling that Tsunade had learned that the root ninja was responsible for the last explosion made Beixuan shiver slightly. Even if it wasn't directed at him, her state was simply terrifying. Thankfully, he had managed to stop her. Otherwise, the next day, news would likely spread about the Konoha princess having killed the Konoha Hokage's advisor. We'll wait for you at the camp entrance. Minato's smile widened upon hearing Beixuan's agreement, as he was relieved to no longer endure Shoju's torment alone. Upon entering the command room, Beixuan found Rilin buried under a pile of documents. Rilin, is being the commander really this busy? Observing Rilin deeply engrossed in paperwork, Beixuan couldn't help but think of the Hokage, as both Tsunade in the original story and Naruto had their desks piled high with documents. It's you, kid. Have you finally healed after a month of recuperation? Rilin lifted his head to see Beixuan and then returned to scribbling on various papers. Of course, during my recovery, my medical ninjutsu has improved, and I had a moment of inspiration that allowed me to heal myself. Grabbing a document, Beixuan opened it to find a note regarding the medical ninja assignment's intent for, quickly closing it and returning it casually to its place. Now do you see why I, as the commander, am so busy? I really owe a debt of gratitude to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Rilin glanced at Beixuan, recognizing that he had deduced the contents of the document he had just returned. A significant portion of these papers pertained to missions from Tsunade and Orochimaru, the latter of whom had been neglecting his own tasks lately, leaving the paperwork for Rilin to handle. Speak up. You don't come to the Three Treasure Hall without a reason. What do you need from me? Rilin regarded Beixuan with a slightly irritated expression, having set down the documents in his hands. I wish to apply to join Minato and the others on their mission, the one to the Land of Grass. Since you wish to join, we can adjust the mission parameters. The situation in the Land of Grass is rather intricate, and you may need to demonstrate your strength if necessary. However, this is not directed at a Wagakure, but rather at the Land of Grass itself, as there have been whispers within Kusagakure of siding with a Wagakure. Given the strategic importance of the Land of Grass, such a situation must not occur. As Rilin spoke, he began rummaging through a cabinet, ultimately retrieving a document and handing it to Beixuan. This is intelligence gathered by the Umbu in the Land of Grass. It contains information on all personnel related to the Land of Grass. If necessary, you may create some unexpected occurrences. Beixuan briefly scanned the document before tucking it away. He had heard of the Land of Grass's reputation for being fickle, and he hadn't anticipated that this mission would involve changing that perception. All right, you may leave now. I still have much to do though, and make sure to inform Tsunade about your mission. Rilin suddenly recalled something as he lowered his head again, addressing Beixuan with gravity. Ah, how did you know? Rilin, I was just about to find her. Beixuan felt slightly embarrassed, realizing that this situation of being managed by his wife was not something he wished for outsiders to know. However, recalling that Rilin's son and grandson were also under similar circumstances made him stand a little taller. I'd rather not know. Tsunade asked me to let you know, fearing that I would send you after the tailed beasts again. However, I must apologize for the intelligence leak. I bear some responsibility for that. As he spoke, Rilin stood and offered a slight bow to Beixuan. Cunning as Nara Rilin was, he likely deduced the source of the intelligence leak from the fragments of Umbu attire found at the battlefield. Though overall, it was not directly his fault, the mission had ultimately passed through his hands. Following the incident involving Beixuan, all documents in the command center could only be handled by him. Rilin, you are not at fault. Those truly responsible will receive their due punishment. I will take my leave to find Tsunade now, and when we return to the village, I shall treat you to a meal. Beixuan waved farewell as he exited the tent. Rilin stared at the gently swaying tent flap for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. Then I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Let us invite the fat guy too, and let him bleed a little. Rilin then picked up his pen and resumed reviewing the documents. As for Beixuan's comment about the truly guilty receiving their punishment, Rilin did not concern himself with it. In other words, he had already suspected certain truths, but his position prevented him from publicly supporting Beixuan. Nevertheless, Rilin was eager to see if Konoha, now plagued by insects and ants, could be reborn through Beixuan's emergence. After Beixuan spoke with Tsunade at the medical department, he arrived at the entrance of the Konoha camp. Just outside, he spotted Shoju animatedly complaining to Minato about the land of grass. We haven't even finished our own battles in Konoha. Why should we assist Kusagakure? Shungshu, with a perplexed expression, inquired of Minato. With so many tasks being executed on the front lines, it is evident that the situation in Konoha is quite tense. Why then are we, the formidable Shungshu and his companion Minato, being dispatched to assist the village of Grass Hidden? You ought to focus on your studies instead of clandestinely perusing some trivial books. Assisting Grass Hidden is due to their status as Konoha's allies. Moreover, the Grass Country, where Grass Hidden is located, borders the Earth Country and the Fire Country, making its strategic position paramount. Konoha cannot allow Grass Hidden to fall into the hands of the Rock Ninja. Before Minato could respond, Beixuan, who had approached, began his customary mockery of Shungshu that you're up and about so quickly. I thought you would be entangled with your sister for ages. Although Shungshu was slightly annoyed by Beixuan's jibes, he reminded himself that he still had a small advantage over Beixuan and thus smiled amiably in return. I will mention this to your sister. Now, let us hurry. Time is of the essence. Minato, you should rest for a bit. Summoning technique? A colossal eagle, known as the BB, was summoned forth by Beixuan. This is the BB. We shall ride upon it. Minato can take a nap on its back. Those dark circles under your eyes are concerning. I fear you might doze off during battle. Wow. Beixuan, could I possibly forego Orochimaru-sensei's snakes? Let me sign your summoning scroll instead. Shungshu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the majestic BB, which he deemed the perfect summoning beast, far superior to the obstinate snakes. Dream on, Beixuan retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Shungshu, who was clambering around the BB. He gestured for Minato to ascend first. Subsequently, Beixuan leaped onto the BB, which took off with astonishing speed, swiftly grasping Shungshu in its claws. Ah, Beixuan, I shall report this to my sister. I take it back. The BB soared into the sky, carrying Shungshu's cries as it sped towards the grass country. Ultimately, Shungshu found himself on the back of the BB. Beixuan had merely intended to startle him. His temperament had not been dulled by the ravages of war. Summoning beasts are ninjas' allies and integral to their strength. They cannot be casually replaced, especially given that the snakes from the Dragon Cave are no weaklings. With the BB's aid, the trio swiftly arrived at the location of Grass Hidden Village. However, it was perplexing that after submitting their Konoha ninja identification at the village gates, they encountered no ninja to greet them. Beixuan, did you not claim that Grass Hidden is our ally? Why is there not a single soul here to welcome us? Unlike Minato, who maintained a nonchalant demeanor, Shu was incensed by Grass-Hidden's indifference. If one were to seek aid from others and was met with three evidently juvenile ninjas, one would not feel inclined to extend a warm welcome, though it was undeniably disheartening. With that, Beixuan unleashed a surge of chakra, causing the ground of Grass-Hidden village to shatter and scatter. Grandfather's methods are used daily to show off. I must learn this upon my return. Shu smirked at Beixuan's imposing display, though he merely voiced his thoughts. Releasing chakra is not simply a matter of letting it flow out. It requires exceptional control. Shu evidently lacked this ability. With his vast chakra reserves, he tended to release it without restraint. Beixuan's chakra erupted. The leader's building in Grass-Hidden village trembled. Jiexing, what is happening? Is this level of chakra indicative of a tailed beast attack from the rock ninja? The narrow-minded leader of Grass-Hidden could only speculate about the overwhelming chakra that had suddenly erupted in the village. In his mind, it was inconceivable that any ninja could possess such formidable chakra. Wait, did you not mention that we should disregard Konoha's reinforcements? Whose chakra is this that has been unleashed? The ninja known as Jiexing, drenched in cold sweat and half-kneeling, recognized that the chakra belonged to Beixuan, as he was in proximity to him. The overwhelming chakra felt akin to facing a natural disaster, utterly terrifying. What is those three brats? Konoha is not disregarding us. We must hurry. The leader of Grass-Hidden immediately pulled Jiexing, who was on the ground, towards Beixuan, filled with trepidation. Is this truly Konoha? Just three seemingly underage children possess such terrifying power. The leader mentally dismissed the notion of considering himself an equal to them. Bah, Beixuan, your method is ineffective. There's still no one to greet us, that I would rather take it upon myself to teach these rude individuals a lesson. Shu, growing impatient at the continued absence of a reception, expressed his frustration. Stay calm. We are here to provide assistance. Minato, rejuvenated from his brief slumber, quickly restrained Shu, who was ready to charge into the village. What's the rush? Look, they're coming. Beixuan reined in his chakra, observing a few ninjas hastening towards them. The leader of Grass-Hidden addressed the trio with deference. I have encountered the three esteemed guests before. I apologize for our negligence in receiving you. As we are currently preoccupied with strategizing against the rock ninjas' incursions, he bowed deeply, accompanied by his followers, in a manner that seemed rehearsed countless times. Truly, a leader like him is deserving of the title Weathercock. Pokemon tip. BB, the bird Pokemon, reaches astonishing speeds of 2 Mach, having followed the Sage of the Slug in the Wetbone Forest. It has attained a massive size and enhanced speed. The abrupt shift in the Grass-Hidden leader's demeanor left Shu and Minato taken aback. Regardless, we have no interest in your affairs, but we are here on a mission and prefer to avoid unnecessary obstacles. Understood? Beixuan's gaze swept over the individuals who had emerged, identified in the dossier as aligned with the rock ninja. The Grass-Hidden leader nodded vigorously, adopting a completely compliant demeanor as he assured Beixuan of his cooperation. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, feeling relieved that the trio had chosen not to accept his offer of accommodations. Leader, these Konoha brats are treating us with such disdain. We should. The ninja beside the leader, known as Guangtai, was about to voice his indignation, but was interrupted by the leader's sharp retort. Guangtai, some things should not be spoken so lightly. Disperse. The Grass-Hidden leader cast a significant glance at Guangtai, which was more akin to gazing at a corpse. Attain the position of leader in Grass-Hidden. One must possess a degree of intelligence. Even if lacking in other areas, that it was evident that Konoha had sent individuals of considerable strength, necessitating a reassessment of the village's internal dynamics. Otherwise, it would be the leader facing the consequences. Meanwhile, the departing trio of Beixuan strolled aimlessly through Grass-Hidden village. Beixuan, what exactly are we searching for? After all this time, can we not find a place to rest? Shu finally voiced his growing impatience. Since parting with the Grass-Hidden leader, they had wandered aimlessly. Minato has not voiced any complaints. Why are you so anxious? Just follow along, Minato remarked, tugging at Shu to quell his impatience. Beixuan likely has pressing matters. We arrived on the BB, so we are not fatigued. Let us rest once he has completed his tasks. Shu, contemplating the situation, recalled how Minato had been asleep throughout their journey while he had been airborne. Only recently secured on the BB thanks to Bei Xuan's conscience, he suddenly felt that the world was conspiring against him, just as he was about to engage in an argument with Minato. His gaze caught a glimpse of red in a nearby alley. Grass-hidden village also has individuals with hair colors akin to Granny and Kushina. This occurrence is quite rare. Beixuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words. Opening his eyes to gaze in the direction where Shang Shu had been looking, yet he saw nothing. Closing his eyes to sense through his ninjutsu yielded no discoveries either. "Are you certain you didn't missee anything?" Beixuan inquired of Shang Shu. "How could I possibly be mistaken, you fool? I'm not blind." The red hair was quite conspicuous. "She just peeked at us from this alley and then ran off," Shang Shu retorted, pointing towards the alley they had just come from. "If that's the case, when you return, you one T let Bai Jiao catch you." With that, Beixuan proceeded towards the alley. The lack of any clues through his sensing ninjutsu was disconcerting, yet he believed Shang Shu had no reason to fabricate such a story. Moreover, Shang Shu was unaware that Beixuan was searching for someone from the Uzumaki clan. "Huh? Beixuan, what do you mean by that? You still want that super handsome big bird to catch you when we return, don't you?" Ignoring the agitated Shang Shu, Beixuan walked straight down the alley and halted in front of a basket. Beneath the cover of the basket, a strand of striking red hair caught his eye. Closing his eyes, Beixuan activated his sensing ninjutsu, but found the area beneath the basket completely empty. "Evil Senju, Tobarama, your sensing ninjutsu is truly lacking." After being misled twice by this usually reliable technique, Beixuan couldn't help but lament its ineffectiveness. "Come out, we are ninjas from Konoha and mean no harm." Standing before the basket, Beixuan gently tapped it. After a considerable wait, the basket was finally lifted, revealing a trembling girl with red hair gazing at Beixuan. Uzumaki clan? In that instant, Minato realized something. The girl's hair color was identical to Kushina's, compounded by Beixuan's deliberate search. "See, I told you, I absolutely wasn't mistaken. This is the same hair color as Mito-sama." "Wait, Uzumaki clan? Is she a relative of grandmother?" Shang Shu, who had been excitedly pointing at the girl, immediately grasped Minato's words and stared at the girl in shock. He had thought the Uzumaki clan had been reduced to just Kushina. "Do you need something?" the girl asked, her voice trembling with a hint of fear as she looked at Beixuan. Noticing the bite marks still present on her arm, Beixuan understood what she had endured. "Yes, but we are here to protect you and take you to Konoha, where someone named Uzumaki Kushina is waiting for you." Beixuan placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, gently infusing her with a sense of vitality. Startled by the sudden touch, the Uzumaki girl shivered but gradually relaxed as she felt the tension leave her body. Meanwhile, her eyes sparkled as she watched Beixuan focus on nurturing her. The bite marks on her gradually faded away. "Really? Kushina is truly waiting for us." The Uzumaki girl looked at Beixuan with hope shining in her eyes. "Yes, Kushina has been eagerly anticipating the reunion with her clan." "Hello, I am Namikaze Minato, a friend of Kushina. She often speaks of her days in Uzumaki. Minato chimed in to assist Beixuan, and he spoke truthfully. Having spent much time with Kushina, he was acutely aware of how dearly she missed her life in Uzumaki. "My grandmother is Uzumaki Mito, and I am Shang Shu. We are truly good people. Don't worry, with me, no one can bully you," Shang Shu added, patting his chest confidently. "Mito-sama. I am Uzumaki Bai, a lower ninja who escaped from the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Bai lowered her head, uncertain of how to introduce herself, fearing being discarded due to her perceived weakness. As Beixuan continued to treat Uzumaki Bai, he finally understood why she had evaded his sensing ninjutsu. She bore the seal of the hidden presence technique inscribed upon her. The hidden presence technique was also part of the seal techniques that Mito had bestowed upon Beixuan, that a ninja inscribed with this technique could completely conceal themselves, albeit at the cost of being unable to use any ninjutsu. Should they use it, the technique would dissipate. "We will stay in Kusagakure for a while, after which I will send someone to escort you back to Konoha to reunite with Kushina. For now, you can accompany us. Shang Shu, you will escort her. I'll lend you Bai Jiao." After speaking, Beixuan directed his words at Shang Shu that as anticipated. Shang Shu eagerly agreed, having long coveted Beixuan's Bai Jiao. He was already contemplating how to foster a good relationship with Bai Jiao, hoping that if it was pleased, it might agree to a summoning contract with him. Ignoring the daydreaming Shang Shu, Beixuan and Minato led Uzumaki Bai out of the alley, leaving Shang Shu standing there, lost in his thoughts. Baka! Once again, the great Shang Shu has been left behind. The four of them strolled through the streets of Kusagakure, which in contrast to the bustling Konoha, resembled more of a rustic settlement, barely a step above a mere shack. This place is truly underdeveloped. He searched for quite some time without finding a single inn. Shang Shu, with a blade of grass in his mouth, leisurely surveyed his surroundings. That I brought a tent. We can camp out, but Minato patted the ninja pouch on his waist, which held various sealed scrolls containing diverse items. With Kushina's support, Minato's collection of sealing scrolls was rather extravagant, while Shang Shu's scrolls were primarily borrowed from Minato. Kushina had not come to Konoha empty-handed. She had brought with her most of Uzumaki wealth. Though Mito was no longer present, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to tread carefully regarding Kushina's connections, as they were numerous and formidable. Thus, her assets remained with her, and Hiruzen had only taken some sealing technique scrolls that Kushina had mastered. As for the compendium of sealing techniques that Beixuan possessed, even Kushina was unaware of its existence. She only knew that Beixuan was proficient in various sealing arts. Both the third Hokage and Kushina believed that Beixuan had learned from Mito, and Hiruzen had hinted that Beixuan should share his sealing techniques with the village. However, Beixuan skillfully dodged the topic, and Hiruzen could not press further, for although he was a village ninja, he had no obligation to share his techniques with the village. That if such a precedent were established, it would be troublesome. If it spread, all secret technique clans within the village would feel threatened. Even the closest clans to the Hokage, such as the Inuzuka and Nara, would experience a rift due to this issue, as they were all secret technique families and secret arts knew no bloodline. Minato awkwardly glanced at Uzumaki Bai. It seemed inappropriate for a girl to share a tent with several boys. Unfortunately, he only had one large tent, which had never been used since he typically found a tree to lean against and sleep while out on missions. I am fine, as long as I have a place to sleep. I'm okay. I usually find random boxes to sleep in. Uzumaki Bai, noticing Minato's concern, immediately blushed and waved her hands. She understood that he was considerate of her feelings. However, after fleeing to the land of grass, her life had been anything but pleasant. She had grown accustomed to being captured by grass ninjas and used as a medical supply. Now, merely following Beixuan and the others meant she could change her previous circumstances. Whether she stayed in a tent or with them was a matter of happiness for Uzumaki Bai. The notion of gender differences had long vanished for a girl who had endured countless hardships. Let us find a place to set up the tent, and Minato, you go hunting. That we need to prepare some grilled meat. Surely you don't want to eat soldier pills again? Ultimately, Beixuan decided they should set up the tent. As for finding food in Kusagakure, given that it had been raided by a Wagakure several times, how could there possibly be any restaurants open? The group casually found a vacant patch of grass. While Minato went out to hunt, Shang Shu began setting up the tent. When asked what Beixuan was doing, the answer was obvious. Among them, the best cook was Beixuan, so he would take a moment to rest and prepare the meal. However, Beixuan was not idle. He was forming seals with his hands. Summoning technique. Kaku. Kaku Gungue emerged, scratching its head as it looked at Beixuan. Huh, are you learning how to form seals? Can your hands even come together? But let us pause the learning for now. Gungue, could you please help me protect her? Upon hearing Gungue proclaim that he was learning the art of ninjutsu with the Konoha ninja frog, Beixuan couldn't help but cast a few glances at Gungue's diminutive hands. Subsequently, he pointed towards the curious-looking Uzumaki Bai, who was observing Gungue, and addressed him. Koja. Gungue glanced at Uzumaki Bai, then performed a graceful leap, spinning 2.5 times in the air before elegantly diving into Uzumaki Bai's shadow. How splendid! Gungue's diving technique has become increasingly exquisite. He possesses the ability to conceal himself within your shadow, emerging to protect you in times of peril. Our visit to the grass-hidden village is driven by a mission, and to preempt any unforeseen circumstances that may divert attention from you. It is prudent for him to accompany you. Gungue is remarkably powerful, and even if he cannot defeat an adversary, he can assist you in fleeing, so you need not fret with him by your side. Beixuan gently elucidated as he observed Uzumaki Bai, who remained frozen in fear, staring at the pair of crimson eyes that emerged from Gungue's shadow. Understood, I look forward to your guidance, Gungue. Upon hearing Beixuan's explanation, Uzumaki Bai gradually set aside her trepidation and greeted the scarlet eyes within her shadow. Kojia. This child claims you are far more courteous than Shunshu, and he will protect you diligently. Beixuan could hardly suppress a chuckle. It seemed Gungue had previously infiltrated Shinshu's shadow, and his perceived lack of decorum had evidently been etched into Gungue's memory for quite some time. Thank you. Uzumaki Bai promptly bowed to her shadow, engaging in a lively conversation with Gungue despite her incessant murmuring. Beixuan, observing the carefree exchange between the two, felt somewhat bewildered. Can you comprehend Gungue's speech? He inquired, astonished, addressing Uzumaki Bai. Yes, I can understand some of it. I awaken a portion of the Kagura's hard-eye abilities at a young age, which allows me to comprehend the speech of certain creatures. Is there an issue with that? Uzumaki Bai timidly responded, recalling her teacher's stern admonition to never disclose her various abilities to others. However, after her earlier attempt to barter for provisions, which inadvertently revealed her ability to heal from injuries, she had suffered various tribulations. Nevertheless, she believed Beixuan to be a good person, thus confiding in him about her abilities. Does the Kagura's heart I possess such capabilities? Beixuan was momentarily taken aback. He had always assumed it was merely an extraordinary sensory ninjutsu. Indeed, the Kagura's heart I allows one to perceive the thoughts of others, and serves as a broad-range sensory ninjutsu, Uzumaki Bai softly explained. Beixuan acknowledged the expansive sensing capability of the Kagura's heart eye. Recalling how both Mito and the character in the original story, Yakumo, had demonstrated its remarkable prowess in the original narrative, the girl rumored to be Uzumaki Bai's daughter, Yakumo, could sense Sasuke's demise from an astonishing distance, weeping inconsolably. Thus, the nefarious Tobirama Senju. The sensory ninjutsu you developed is rather subpar. Beixuan silently derided Tobirama's sensing technique as he turned his gaze to Shunshu, who was diligently assembling a tent. Both Shunshu and Tsunade possessed traces of the Uzumaki bloodline. He wondered if they could unlock this ability. However, it seemed plausible, as both Shunshu and Tsunade favored the Senju lineage. Speaking of bloodlines, Beixuan inadvertently thought of Minato, whose lineage had been diluted for generations. His genetics are quite extraordinary, having overshadowed the purest Uzumaki bloodline represented by Kushina. If summoned by his thoughts, Minato returned, carrying a large wild boar. With Tsunade's permission, he had also learned the methods of utilizing her monstrous strength. In Beixuan's imagination, Minato would master the Flying Thunder God technique, wield the 8 gates like Might Guy, utilize Jiraiya's sage arts, and possess Tsunade's strength. Could a hereditary kidney strike possibly bring the god of space-time to tears? Nonetheless, the 8 gates required some refinement, as it seemed one could not utilize other techniques while employing in Beixuan's strategy. He did not intend to obstruct Madara's plans. However, their execution must align with his own designs, necessitating certain alterations. For instance, Minato and his wife must not perish. Should they meet their demise, Beixuan would lack the face to befriend Minato for other sacrifices, such as the Jinchuriki from other villages. Beixuan was not a saint to ensure the success of his plan. He would not hesitate to assist the Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. Beixuan's vision extended further. His ultimate adversary was not the Navi figure on the moon, but rather the formidable Tsutsuki who were soon to descend. The portrayal of Naruto and Sasuke's impotence in Boruto incensed Beixuan. He was particularly vexed by the decision to diminish the 2 spirited youths from the previous timeline. Yet he understood that the power of the Tsutsuki would not be easily dismissed. Thus, the ninja world must bolster its strength and unite. Minato's ascension to Hokage was the first step, while the second involved presenting them with a formidable nemesis. Beixuan realized that if he personally articulated this, no one would believe him. Even if he possessed overwhelming strength in the future, it would merely compel these individuals to feign submission. Hence, an adept wielder of the Ketsuyan was necessary to unify the entire ninja realm. Moreover, Beixuan's considerations were motivated by a desire to avoid the inability to acquire the power of immortality, as aging and frailty would jeopardize the future safety of his and Tsunade's offspring. After all, in that era, Minato would already have grandchildren, and they would undoubtedly be formidable, akin to a slaughtering machine from the Tsutsuki clan. The impure world reincarnation technique also represented another safeguard in Beixuan's mind. Although it had not yet been acquired due to the third Hokage's prohibitions, obtaining it was merely a matter of time. Once Beixuan made sacrifices to acquire extraordinary Pokemon like Giratina, he intended to collaborate with highly intelligent Pokemon like Hoopa to explore the impure world reincarnation technique. Simultaneously, he would summon the nefarious Tobirama Senju to aid in the research, believing that having the original developer would greatly facilitate the refinement of the technique. As for Beixuan conducting the research himself, he was acutely aware of his limitations. He had never been particularly adept at developing ninjutsu. This was one reason why, despite the extraordinary convenience and power boost offered by the Flying Thunder God technique, Beixuan still awaited Minato's optimization before learning it. While the primary reason remained that he had a plethora of material to study, Beixuan possessed a clear self-awareness. Beixuan, barbecue time. Minato has brought back an enormous wild boar. Ha! This lord intends to devour an entire leg. Shunshu, having nearly completed the tent, danced around the wild boar Minato had brought back, his enthusiasm palpable. You better rebuild the tent properly. If it collapses while we sleep tonight, I shall ensure you collapse into a heap as well. Beixuan delivered a firm punch to Shinshu's head, pointing at the tent that appeared entirely lackadaisical. Ah, are you using monstrous strength to hit me now? Fine, I'll do it. Shinshu yelped, shielding his head, and, as Beixuan raised his fist again, he promptly dashed away, gripping Minato's hand, his eyes brimming with tears. I'll help you, Minato, unable to withstand the pleading gaze, sighed in resignation. Abandoning his intention to rest and approached Shunshu to assist with the tent he had erected. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Bai, who was conversing with Gingue, cast an envious glance at the playful trio. Kojie, thank you. Gunge, I am fine. Soon I'll be able to find my friends. I just wonder if Kushina still remembers me. Uzumaki Bai gazed up at the sky, reminiscing about the days spent teasing their teacher in the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Her eyes filled with hope. Before long, Beixuan had prepared the wild boar, skillfully using a kunai to portion the meat. Contemplating whether to procure a Kusanagi sword, he mused that such a tool would facilitate cooking and cutting meat. As the beasts of a ninja realm were rather large, the Kusanagi sword is a general term. Within the ninja world, numerous Kusanagi swords existed, and if Beixuan earnestly sought one, it would not be overly difficult. Moreover, Orochimaru likely had some spare ones. He believed that exchanging some ninjutsu with him, considering his relationship with Shunshu, would not meet with refusal. Wow, this is delicious. Beixuan, although you can be troublesome at times, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Shunshu eagerly seized a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, his words still flowing effortlessly. If you utter another word, the piece you are currently savoring will be the last morsel I ever prepare for you. Handing over the neatly portioned meat to the somewhat reserved, yet perpetually salivating Uzumaki Bai, Beixuan cast a sidelong glance at Shengtong, who was voraciously devouring chunks of meat, and coldly remarked, "It is no wonder Tsunade frequently beats her younger brother. This fellow is genuinely insufferable. Despite having gone through so much, he still has not shed the habit of being excessively gluttonous." Beixuan had always excelled at cooking since childhood, and it was thanks to his delicious grilled fish that he was able to apprentice under Jiraiya that Minato's manner of eating was far more refined than Shengtong's, as he savored the roasted meat. A nostalgic expression graced his face. The protagonist's fourth ability is about to emerge, one that the crimson eye of the slashing red, demon god manifestation, essence of the devil, possessed by his death, capable of creating and manipulating ice, even freezing time itself. The protagonist acquires the ability to control ice and draws inspiration from wood release to create techniques that are undeniably unsuitable for piloting a Gundam. 2. The assassin Wu Liuqi's magic blade. Thousand Blades, held by Assassin Chi, Wuliochi, is solely offensive and unparalleled, containing a sealed evil spirit within. The protagonist obtains a striking weapon and masters the evil spirit, gaining some self-set abilities akin to a Jinchuriki. 3. The Shinigami's Mirror Flower Water Moon, the Zanpakuto held by Aizen, possesses absolute illusionary capabilities. This power is overwhelmingly strong. I shall impose certain restrictions on the protagonist, though they won't be excessive. 4. Reader recommendations. Dear readers, please be cautious. Let's not make them too invincible. The above does not count towards a chapter's word count, so feel free to read on. We welcome your votes. Additionally, we humbly request a wave of 5-star reviews. Please. Upon hearing Minato's words, Beixuan was momentarily stunned, recalling the scene of himself, Minato, and the legendary Three's introduction. However, Minato attributing his apprenticeship under Jiraiya to grilled fish was quite amusing. Soon, the entire pig was consumed by the group, with most of the meat finding its way into Uzumaki Bai's stomach. The sheer volume of her consumption left Shungtong astounded as he cleaned up the remnants on the ground, in Shungtong's memory. He had never encountered a woman with such an appetite. Aside from the Akimichi clan, his grandmother and Kushina certainly did not eat this much. Of course, that was before he had met the princess, who, despite her petite frame, had an enormous capacity for food. Beixuan, while Kushina may gain another clan member, what about Bai's identity? Although she belongs to the Uzumaki clan, we are currently in wartime, Shungtong pondered as he tidied up the scraps. While Minato sat beside Beixuan, expressing his concerns that in times of war, a stranger entering Konoha, even if she claims to be from the Uzumaki clan, could pose unforeseen complications. Moreover, she would be interacting with Konoha's Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails, which was an impossibility. Neither Danzo nor Hiruzen would acquiesce to such a scenario. I must have overlooked this. Let us have Uzumaki Bai accompany us back to the battlefield first, and then we can return to Konoha together. With both Tsunade and myself watching over her, the third Hokage would not raise any objections, Beixuan suggested, glancing at Uzumaki Bai, who was assisting Shungtong in cleaning up the remnants. Beixuan was certain that Uzumaki Bai posed no issues, but the third Hokage and Danzo would undoubtedly disagree. Returning her to Konoha at this juncture was indeed unwise. However, observing the two engaged in conversation while tidying up, Beixuan felt an inexplicable sense of harmony between them, especially since they were distant relatives. Recalling the task that Tsunade had entrusted to him, Beixuan's mind began to swirl with thoughts, prompting him to pull Minato closer to discuss certain matters. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't affection based on feelings? Besides, when Minato's face flushed as he reminisced about the first time he met Kushina, that strong-willed red-haired girl standing on the platform, boldly declaring her dreams. Such a sight had genuinely captivated his heart. Stop! Beixuan interjected, interrupting Minato as he was about to continue. Who is he, Shungtong? Do you honestly believe he understands what it means to be smitten? I suspect he would fall for any beautiful older sister he saw. Is such infatuation truly genuine? Besides, why not just give it a try? We're not forcing them together. I that kind of person? Beixuan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he regarded the already wavering Minato. And don't you want to know what Shungtong looks like when he is in love? He constantly mocks you for your behavior in front of Kushina. Enough! Minato clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Beixuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering what Shungtong had done to provoke Minato's ire to such an extent. What did he do? Does Beixuan have some sort of plan? Shungtong inquired curiously. Having just finished tidying up, it's nothing that I was merely discussing how to handle our current mission, as we cannot remain in this wretched village indefinitely. Beixuan coughed lightly, swiftly changing the subject. True to his nature, Shungtong remained blissfully unaware of the tension and immediately joined in the discussion on how to accomplish their task. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Bai cast a knowing glance at Beixuan and Minato. She was not as oblivious as Shungtong. However, even though she was aware of their secret, Uzumaki Bai refrained from voicing it, as her current situation did not permit such freedom. Those who have endured hardship understand the value of cherishing the warmth that comes so rarely. After deliberating various strategies, the trio ultimately decided that Beixuan would head to the Iwagakure outpost near Kusagakure to deliver a proclamation to the Rock Ninja. Konoha had concluded its conflict with the land of rain, leaving only the land of wind stubbornly resisting, and it was unlikely they could hold out for much longer. Meanwhile, Iwagakure was embroiled in a heated battle with Kumogakure and would certainly not welcome Konoha's involvement. Inoki was no fool and could discern the shifting tides of war. As for Kusagakure, they were tasked with establishing a barrier, though the cost of the barrier was another matter. Whether Kusagakure could afford it was their concern. With the barrier in place, Kusagakure would essentially be distanced from any involvement with Iwagakure. The barrier served purposes beyond mere protection, and the four of them concluded their plans. The next day, Beixuan would make his way to the Iwagakure outpost near Kusagakure, while Minato and Shantong would engage in discussions with the leader of Kusagakure. If an agreement was reached, Beixuan would return to set up the sealing barrier. If not, the trio would depart without hesitation. As for whether the mission was accomplished, it was assumed that Inoki was astute enough to handle it. If he truly proved to be foolish, then the completion of the Kusagakure mission would hold little significance. With tasks assigned, Uzumaki remained behind at the tent, safeguarded by Gung-gue. Ensuring her safety was of little concern. The following day, having prepared a meal for the three hungry chicks, Beixuan set off alone toward the Iwagakure outpost in Kusagakure. Meanwhile, Minato and Shantong proceeded as planned to seek out the leader of Kusagakure, clutching a list in their hands. Perched atop a giant eagle, Beixuan silently surveyed the languid Iwagakure outpost below. To appear impressive, he had summoned the eagle rather than flying himself, and had carefully chosen a vantage point. Yet these individuals took several minutes to notice his presence. However, the eagle now looked entirely different. Its feathers transformed into a deep black, while its tail feathers appeared more elongated. Eagle, use a weaker wind technique to be. At Beixuan's command, the eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a gust of wind infused with natural energy and its own. A tremendous storm surged downward, sending structures and individuals below reeling in chaos. Only then did the lethargic Iwagakure ninjas finally notice the eagle in the sky and the figure of Bei Xuan standing atop it. Greetings, Iwagakure ninjas. It seems your vigilance as shinobi has somewhat faltered. I am Nanfong, a jonin from Konoha, here with matters requiring your communication with the Tsuchikage. As the eagle descended, Beixuan maintained a poised demeanor. Observing the Iwagakure ninjas who had drawn their kunai but did not charge forward, that a cursory scan of their chakra revealed a mix of low-ranking and some middle-ranking shinobi among them. How could such individuals engage Kusagakure? Unless they had not truly confronted Kusagakure, considering their indecisive nature, Beixuan surmised the reason for their inaction. Konoha's ninja, do you not know the purpose of your presence at our Iwagakure outpost? To act so arrogantly. Do you wish to incite a war between Iwagakure and Konoha? In the depths of the IWA shinobi camp, a prolonged silence was finally broken by a CH-nin, who, despite the tremors coursing through his body, stood resolutely before Beixuan and inquired, albeit with a slight quaver in his voice. Yet, even in his quivering state, he exuded a strength far surpassing that of the ninjas cowering behind him. War? Shouldn't that sentiment originate from me? He declared. Kusagakure is an ally of Konoha, yet you have repeatedly trespassed upon our village. We could easily interpret your actions as provocations against Konoha, thus I have been dispatched to deliver a warning. Should you dare to provoke us once more, Konoha will retaliate. Upon concluding his statement, Beixuan unleashed a surge of chakra, sweeping across the entire IWA shinobi encampment, and without awaiting a response, he turned away, riding atop his summoned giant eagle. It was evident that Beixuan's bravado was mere bluster. The fate of a potential conflict was not his to dictate. If Inoki possessed any wisdom, Beixuan's mission would conclude smoothly. Conversely, if Inoki were to act foolishly, the actions of a certain J-nin named Nanfong would have no bearing on Beixuan. As for the giant eagle, who could recognize it after Beixuan had transformed its appearance? Furthermore, he typically refrained from summoning the creature for combat. Meanwhile, within Kusagakure, Minato found himself in a stalemate with the village's leader. While SHU stood silently behind him, his expression stern and unyielding. This was Beixuan's directive. SHU was to remain stoic and allow Minato to handle the negotiations. Beixuan had issued a threat. Should SHU disrupt Minato, he would bind SHU and feast before him. Moreover, He added that every subsequent banquet would be conducted with Sh. bound, forced to witness the revelry. Under such duress, Sh. could hardly comply with Beixuan's wishes. He merely believed himself to be in a foul mood and chose to remain silent. I have already dealt with those within the village who were too close to IWA. All that remains is for you to safeguard Kusagakure. The village leader implored, clutching at straws. Once the barrier was established, Kusagakure would have no choice but to rely on Konoha. We have other missions to pursue. We cannot remain in Kusagakure indefinitely. The establishment of the barrier is for the village's protection. And I trust you understand that once it is in place, IWA will find it difficult to harass Kusagakure. Minato replied with a smile, addressing the leader whose face was etched with bitterness. Even a leader with limited experience recognized the significance of a barrier. It was not merely a means of defense, especially one erected by another. Then I thank you, sir, he uttered, collapsing back into his chair, deflated. Upon assuming leadership from his predecessor, he had been schooled in the necessity for small villages to maintain a delicate balance with larger nations, to remain neither too distant nor too close. In order to survive amidst the cracks of power dynamics, the Konohagakure's maneuvering had effectively ensnared Kusagakure, leaving the leader to contemplate the futility of resistance. That a furtive glance was cast towards Sh. whose menacing glare since entering the office had not faltered. It was clear that failure to acquiesce would lead him to a fate akin to that of the man he had dispatched the day prior. At this moment, the leader harbored intense disdain for those who had allied themselves with IWA, despite their actions being sanctioned by him. Their overtures had been far too brazen. What sort of machinations had transpired to warrant the dispatch of 3 formidable ninjas from Konoha to subdue Kusagakure? The leader suddenly regretted the assassination he had orchestrated the previous day. The memory of Beixuan's formidable chakra from the day before sent tremors through his hand. Even now, such a disruptive presence should be dismantled. He cursed the man he had eliminated, oblivious to the fact that the establishment of the barrier was a consequence of his own cowardice. Having secured the leader's consent, Minato and Sh. departed the leader's office. Upon returning to their tent, they found Beixuan engrossed in the study of how to modify the shadow ball into a spiral ball shadow. However, it was apparent that Beixuan was not the most effective of instructors, as the area surrounding their tent lay in ruins from the failed attempts, and Gungue had yet to succeed. Returned. How did it go? Beixuan inquired, a hint of amusement evident as he observed Sh.'s still stern demeanor. The leader of Kusagakure has consented, and I suspect his agreement may be tied to Sh. Throughout the discussion, he cast wary glances in Sh.'s direction. Minato replied, noting Sh.'s fierce countenance, which seemed to suggest a readiness to engage in conflict. What are the individuals on the list? Did Kusagakure raise any objections regarding this matter? Beixuan inquired, sending Gungue off to play with Uzumaki Bai. Before turning to Minato, the list referenced was one provided by Rulin, detailing those within Kusagakure who were too closely allied with IWA, given the likelihood of a swift conclusion to their mission. Unexpected complications were not easily managed. Thus, Beixuan had instructed Minato to confront the village leader and demand the individuals, under the pretext that they were traitors embedded by IWA. The individuals on the list are deceased. However, it was not I who executed them, but rather the village leader himself. And he did so last night, Minato stated, shaking his head as he recalled how the leader had thrust a dossier into his hand upon their arrival at his office. The contents bore a striking resemblance to Beixuan's fabricated narrative, though one was a ruse of Beixuan's creation and the other a fabrication from the village leader. That's so. It seems Kusagakure is rather ruthless. Let us proceed to establish the barrier, and then we may return. Establishing a barrier for a relatively small village was a task that Beixuan could accomplish with the aid of his shadow clones. However, the costly materials required for the barrier would need to be supplied by Kusagakure, as Beixuan had provided a list to Minato before his departure that morning. Once the leader had agreed to the barrier's construction, the list fell into his hands, but the precise resources required remained a mystery to those unfamiliar with barrier techniques. Thus, the village leader could only present what was requested. As Beixuan began the barrier's setup, he marveled at the unexpected abundance of materials. Despite Kusagakure's seemingly impoverished state, they had managed to gather the necessary components without delay. It was worth noting that Bei Xuan had received a small kickback. Yet even so, Kusagakure managed to provide the materials. This led Bei Xuan to ponder the true financial state of the village. Curiously, he had heard of a certain artifact known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss, and he harbored intentions of acquiring it, to experiment with a sacrificial offering and see what Pokemon might be summoned. However, that would have to wait until they had departed the village to establish an alibi. Meanwhile, the leader of Kusagakure remained seated in his office, lamenting the loss of these precious materials, treasures painstakingly amassed from the remnants of the land of whirlpools, above the land of fire, upon the back of the giant eagle. Bei Xuan sat cross-legged, reviewing the spoils of their endeavor. The barrier erected for Kusagakure was not particularly formidable, allowing Bei Xuan to complete the task with relative ease. Bei Xuan, is this truly appropriate? Minato, possessing some knowledge of sealing techniques, was acutely aware of Beixuan's penchant for misappropriation. That I have no need for these. They are perfect for your studies in sealing techniques, Bei Xuan replied, handing Minato a sealing scroll, leaving the latter somewhat bewildered. This isn't quite what I meant, he protested. Having pilfered from Kusagakure, it is unlikely that their future will ever involve advanced sealing techniques such as these. Consider it a form of reparations. Minato found himself at a loss. Grappling with the implications of what Bei Xuan had just suggested, was this not akin to bribery? Yet he had not yet ascended to the role of Hokage. You can't possibly intend to live off of Kushina's achievements. Can you? Take a page from my book. After all, even Tsunade has benefited from my influence. Minato, your journey is far from over. Bei Xuan ostentatiously patted the shoulder of Shui Min, whose face was now as red as if it had been scorched by fire. Even the little son, Shui Min, would feel a tinge of embarrassment and indignation when accused of being a freeloader, but he ceased to speak, silently stowing away the scroll, contemplating how to earn money, for Bei Xuan was indeed correct. He could not continuously rely on Kushina's possessions that moment. While collecting rent, Kushina suddenly sneezed. Hyo. Is someone thinking of me? Perhaps it is Shui Min who misses me. Pikachu. She affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head, casually popping a cherry tomato into its mouth. Pika Pika, exclaimed Pikachu. However, there are guards at the third Hokage's office. Attempting to contact him now would surely end in failure. Once we finish collecting the rent, why not reach out to Senior Dai? Pika Pika. Pikachu fervently shook its head. Oh, come on. Senior Dai won't be angry this time. After all, who caused you to accidentally shock little Kai? Don't you want to see Senior Dai's explosive hairstyle? Kushina lifted the wildly shaking Pikachu high, her eyes burning with enthusiasm. Pika Pika. Cough cough. Although it was my suggestion, I only meant for you to lightly stimulate Kai, to stop his tears. I never intended for you to shock little Kai. Kushina's face flushed as she set Pikachu down, the situation having grown somewhat awkward. Just then, Dai returned from grocery shopping, catching sight of Pikachu shocking little Kai, leaving him momentarily frozen in place, shaking his head to dispel the unpleasant memory. Kushina then noticed a white-haired man walking by. A stranger. Pikachu, we have a new target. Are we in? Kushina bent down, her face resolute as if on a momentous mission. Pika. Pikachu extended its paw, gazing determinedly at Kushina. Konoha Electric Shock Team. Mission activated. Meanwhile, Shungtai, nearing the camp, gazed at the increasingly familiar path below. This time, I shall flawlessly complete my mission. Once I return the white-haired one to Konoha, I must boast about my impressive stature to the third Hokage. Having received praise from Shui Min, Shungtai was fully immersed in the belief that his success in persuading the leader of the grass village to construct a barrier was solely due to his efforts. I forgot to mention that the task of returning the white-haired one to Konoha has been cancelled, Bei Xuan remarked, stroking the feathers on the back of the giant eagle. Upon hearing this, Shungtai showed little reaction, but the whirlpool of white beside him stiffened, his eyes narrowing. Please do not overthink it. Bei Xuan means to take you with us to the battlefield at the Konoha camp. Shui Min explained, having noticed the unusual behavior of the whirlpool of white. What Shui Min said was indeed correct. Konoha was currently in a state of war, and given Kushina's unique identity, Shungtai would soon return to the battlefield after delivering him back to Konoha. Being alone in Konoha may not be in your best interest. It would be wiser to stay with us for now. Once the war concludes, we can return to Konoha together. By then, both I and Tsunade will be present, and you will have the chance to interact with Kushina. However, I may inscribe a sealing technique on you. This technique will not impede your normal actions or daily life as a member of the Uzumaki clan. You should have heard of the sealing technique, body absorption. Will you accept it? Upon hearing this, the whirlpool of white felt a sense of relief, albeit with curiosity regarding how Beixuan knew so much about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The body absorption technique was a type of sealing technique that combined illusionary suggestion, embedding a predetermined thought in the neural pathways of the recipient. Once this thought was triggered, the inscribed sealing technique would immediately activate. Binding the target that I understand, I can't accept. It merely adds a limitation for myself. The whirlpool of white acknowledged, feeling more at ease, or perhaps it was precisely this limitation that allowed him to relax further. If he were merely relying on his connection with Kushina to remain with them, there would inevitably be a barrier, because the whirlpool of white understood that he was merely an unexpected Uzumaki clan member. Beixuan, are you from a Uzumaki clan, or is Kushina? How come you possess such an array of techniques? It seems Kushina doesn't know as much as you do. Shungtai, who was listening to their conversation, looked perplexed. What techniques? I've never even heard of them. Granny Mito wanted to teach you sealing techniques, but you refused to learn. So keep quiet, Beixuan retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Shungtai. Aside from himself, this fellow was actually the one in Konoha most likely to become a strong ninja. However, he completely lacked the understanding of how to enhance his own strength. Beixuan had tried to intervene, but Shungtai's personality dictated that he would not consistently delve into ninjutsu. He possessed a treasure trove of potential, yet remained oblivious to it. If Shungtai had started focusing on water release techniques from the beginning, avoiding unnecessary detours, he would have thrived. With the second Hokage's water release as his foundation and under Orochimaru's guidance, it would be difficult for Shungtai to remain weak. If one were to claim that Shungtai's strength was low, he undoubtedly possessed the prowess of an elite Genin. Yet, in comparison to Shui Min, who had already mastered Flying Thunder God and the Spiral Sphere, as well as its advanced applications, alongside Tsunade's physical techniques, Shui Min had successfully stepped into the realm of shadows. Once the war concluded, returning to undergo Senior Dai's rigorous training, and with his own exploration of the sage arts of Maiboku, Beixuan could hardly fathom what Shui Min would be like by the time of the Third Great Ninja War. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Eight Gates technique could not be used in conjunction with other ninjutsu. Perhaps he could let Hu Di and the others improve it, and it would be perfect to test the Eight Gates with some Pokemon. However, it was likely that Shui Min would have to exercise extreme caution to wield it effectively in the Konoha camp's command center. Lu Lin stared blankly at the report submitted by Shui Min. Are you saying that on your outing, you established a barrier for the grass village, and that all control over the barrier's techniques remains with Beixuan? Indeed, in addition, Beixuan also went to warn the Rock Ninja. Albeit using a false identity, Shui Min recounted all the details of the mission earnestly. Where is Beixuan? Shouldn't he be the leader of your team? Has this kid injured himself and gone to rest? Lu Lin's forehead twitched as he noticed only Shui Min and Shungtai reporting the mission. There were no dangers during this mission. Beixuan went to find Lady Tsunade because he brought back a member of the Uzumaki clan. Shui Min quickly clarified upon observing Lu Lin's expression. The Uzumaki clan? Lu Lin's brow furrowed, not due to Beixuan's decision to bring a stranger into the Konoha camp, as he had absolute confidence in Beixuan and Shui Min's judgment. Rather, he was concerned about the potential repercussions of bringing this Uzumaki clan member back to Konoha. Does Konoha not possess the capability to gather and locate the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. It is indeed the case that Konoha does not desire the emergence of another formidable clan within its ranks that a solitary member or two from the Uzumaki clan would hardly raise an eyebrow. And Konoha would even welcome them with open arms, for they are inherently vessels of the tailed beast. However, should the trend of forming a clan materialize, the higher-ups in Konoha would certainly become uneasy. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, which can draw the attention of the entire shinobi world, serve to illustrate their formidable strength. Konoha is not particularly amicable towards clans of shinobi. Nevertheless, since Beixuan has brought this individual back, it is certain that he possesses a solution to the matter, rendering any assistance from Narashika unnecessary. Unbeknownst to Shika, he has already developed a significant inclination towards Beixuan. He is well aware of the wisdom inherent in the Nara clan. Yet he has chosen to overlook this fact, as the brilliance that emanates from Beixuan is simply too radiant, and those who stand beside him shine just as brightly. As Beixuan walked alongside the somewhat apprehensive Uzumaki toward the medical department. Uzumaki was already aware of the identity of the person they were about to meet, a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, the princess of the Senju clan, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Moreover, according to Beixuan, Uzumaki ability to lead a stable life in Konoha would depend on Tsunade's assistance, which intensified her anxiety and fear. Do not worry. Tsunade is quite approachable, Beixuan remarked, having noticed Uzumaki tension. After all, this girl, barring any unexpected occurrences, could very well become Tsunade's sister-in-law. Upon drawing back the curtain of the medical department, Beixuan observed the scene within and promptly covered the entrance again. Taking a deep breath, he unveiled it once more. Inside the medical tent, Tsunade was intently holding a deck of playing cards, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. The two nurses accompanying her were wearing excited smiles, with small piles of cash stacked before them. Meanwhile, an injured patient lying on a nearby bed propped himself up, intently watching the cards in the nurse's hands, while the nurse, tending to his wounds, occasionally glanced at both the medication and the card game. "What are you all doing?" Beixuan asked, silently stepping through the curtain. Tsunade remained oblivious to his presence until he stood directly behind her. Uzumaki, following Beixuan, was utterly astounded. Tsunade was entirely different from what she had imagined. The person so engrossed in the cards was indeed the legendary Lady Tsunade. Furthermore, with everyone in front of her holding cash, it certainly resembled gambling. "Quiet down. If you need to change dressings or receive treatment, please register over there. I must focus on this hand," Tsunade exclaimed. Suddenly, her head snapped up, her mechanical-like motion revealing Beixuan's composed expression. Turning to the other two nurses, she found them pretending to be occupied, their cards set aside. From now on, no activities unrelated to medical care are permitted in this department. Consider this a warning. "Shika, help clean this up, and you come with me," Tsunade ordered. Follow along, Beixuan instructed as he grasped Tsunade by the back of her shirt and pulled her towards the surgical break room. Hey, Beixuan, I was about to win this hand. Slow down. I can walk on my own." Quietly trailing behind the two, Uzumaki felt her earlier anxiety regarding Tsunade dissipate. Once inside the surgical break room, the nurses and medical ninjas quickly dismantled the makeshift tables, restoring the medical department to its usual state. Meanwhile, Tsunade sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, gazing at Beixuan. "Ahem. Well, we only had one patient remaining in the medical department today, and I was feeling a bit bored, so I played a little. Next time, when boredom strikes, arrange the medical department's matters first before heading elsewhere. Gambling in the medical department is rather inappropriate. The work in the medical department is inherently tedious, and many tasks must be executed flawlessly." Even when Tsunade and the nurses were engrossed in their game, the nurse changing dressings would occasionally glance over, highlighting the issue at hand. Understood. By the way, who is this? A member of the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade inquired, casting a surprised glance at the now shrinking Uzumaki "This is Uzumaki whom we encountered during our journey to the Land of Grass. There are no issues, considering the current wartime context. It is inconvenient to send her to Konoha." Upon hearing Beixuan's words, Tsunade immediately grasped the situation, momentarily taken aback by Uzumaki hair color. "I am Tsunade. You may call me Tsunade. Coincidentally, I will be returning to Konoha soon, so you can accompany us. It would be nice to have someone to keep Kushin company. Rest assured, I will protect you in Konoha." "No one shall bully you," Tsunade reassured, gently ruffling Uzumaki hair. Although any traces of bite marks or injuries had vanished thanks to Beixuan's healing, it was evident that as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she must have endured considerable hardships during her escape. The bond between the Senju and Uzumaki clans runs deep, and Tsunade could only do her utmost to safeguard these orphans. As for Nagato, whom they had previously encountered, Jiraiya had sensed his hostility toward Konoha, and naturally, Tsunade would not consider bringing him to the village. Moreover, Beixuan had never hinted at the intention of bringing Nagato back to Konoha, and Tsunade was well aware of the wishes Mito had entrusted to Beixuan. Returning to Konoha, surely you need to remain at the battlefield. Upon hearing Tsunade's statement, Beixuan was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple to return to Konoha after completing a mission? I am not made of steel. I require rest. Furthermore, the variety of poisons used by the Sand Ninjas is not endless. Currently, the poisons I need to neutralize have largely been dealt with. The old woman from the Sand Village ultimately cannot surpass me. Tsunade declared confidently, crossing her arms with a smile, marking the conclusion of her silent battle with Chiyo. The rivalry between Tsunade and Chiyo had been ongoing since the onset of hostilities between Konoha and the Sand Village. One utilized poison, while the other countered it. Their struggle significantly influenced the balance of power on the battlefield between the two nations. However, it was evident that even as the one tasked with neutralizing poisons, Tsunade still far surpassed Chiyo. The war nearing its end. The medical department seems rather desolate today. Once war commences, it is still far from over. It is merely that both sides have shifted into squad combat mode, and the likelihood of direct confrontations on the battlefield has considerably diminished. Now, it hinges upon which side's command proves more adept. Individual strength holds less significance than one might expect. Tsunade's remark. Beixuan silently rolled his eyes. You are unaware of what your grandfather could accomplish if he joined forces with Madara. Nonetheless, Tsunade's assertion was indeed accurate. Unless the disparity reached an absurd level, even the most exceptional individual could ultimately be worn down. For instance, even the formidable third Reikage met his demise at the hands of Adayue ninjas on the battlefield. Having battled Shikaku, Beixuan understood the combat prowess of tailed beasts, and, as the strongest among them beneath the nine tails, Gyuki could easily pursue and overpower the third Reikage, who ultimately succumbed without sustaining any injuries. One can only imagine how powerful the third Reikage truly was. However, this bore little relevance to Beixuan, as it was improbable he would cross paths with the third Reikage, since it is a contest of command. Should we not assist Shika? You and Orochimaru seem to have left your tasks to him. Recalling the mountain of paperwork on Shika's desk, Beixuan silently mourned for him. Has Orochimaru also learned to cut corners? That's quite rare. However, ever since you retrieved the tailed beast from the sand, I have yet to see him around. Upon hearing this, Beixuan immediately began to ponder. Orochimaru would not simply vanish from the battlefield. So had he begun to delve into scientific pursuits. Beixuan had never doubted that Orochimaru would embark on a path of research. His nature dictated such a course, and the death of Rope Tree merely accelerated this progression. Even if Rope Tree had not perished, had he encountered something Orochimaru found perplexing or intriguing, Orochimaru would eventually gravitate toward the realm of research. The question remained, what had prompted Orochimaru's current research? Surely it could not be related to Shikaku. Is it just the two of us, and by returning to Konoha? Beixuan inquired, stroking his chin. What else could it be? Tsunade responded with irritation. Recalling that when she approached Rulin to express her need for rest, Rulin was in a state of utter despair. If she were to take Shunshu and Minato away as well, Rulin would surely spiral into madness. Especially since it was rumored that Rulin now held a particular fondness for the young blonde Minato. The Flying Thunder God technique was simply an aberration on the battlefield. MY intention is not to escort Shunshu and the others back to Konoha. They are ninjas, not my charges. What I refer to is the Jinchuriki of One Tail, a captured tailed beast which, even for Konoha, is an immensely significant strategic resource. That creature is not to be trifled with. It is merely temporarily safeguarded in our possession, and once the war concludes, it will inevitably be reclaimed by the Sand Ninja. The current dynamics of the ninja world do not permit Konoha to possess a second-tailed beast alongside the Nine Tails. Even if the Sand Ninja are unaware of One Tail's presence with us. However, they're not fools. We're the only ones engaged in battle with the Sand Ninja, and even if they're oblivious to One Tail being here, they will undoubtedly place the blame upon us, especially given that it is indeed in our custody. Tsunade herself is quite exasperated by the existence of tailed beasts, while they are said to serve as a deterrent. Their true function is that of a weapon of war. The deployment of each tailed beast on the battlefield inevitably results in significant casualties. Furthermore, this particular beast was entrusted to us by her great-grandfather, and she cannot fathom his reasoning at the time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was ensconced in a makeshift laboratory that had been hastily constructed. In his grasp was a test tube, and as he gazed at the vibrant liquid within, his face radiated excitement. The liquid appeared teeming with vitality, as though it could sprout into a tree upon touching the ground. He chuckled, noting that Danzo even possessed such a substance, although Beixuan cells also harbored life force. They were nothing compared to the overwhelming vitality emanating from this test tube. This aggressive life force, could it possibly hold the key to immortality? Summoning a snake, he delicately inserted the test tube into its mouth before rising from the laboratory. On the table lay various documents detailing Beixuan's chakra abilities and blood data. In the next moment, flames erupted, incinerating the entire laboratory. After entrusting Uzumaki Haku to Tsunade for further arrangements, Beixuan proceeded to the location where Bunfu was held captive. At that moment, Bunfu sat on a mat, reciting sutras. Despite being imprisoned, both his living conditions and sustenance were far from what one would expect of a captive. You have come again, Bunfu remarked, ceasing his recitation and opening his eyes to regard Beixuan. The transformation in Bunfu's demeanor from their previous encounter was striking. The chakra of one tail is running low. I have come to procure some. Beixuan had a considerable appetite, and since Tsunade mentioned that one tail would eventually be returned to the Sand Village, he intended to extract a significant amount this time. Logically, areas housing Jinchuriki should be off-limits to unauthorized individuals. However, Beixuan, having personally subdued the one-tailed Jinchuriki, could hardly be considered an outsider. Feel free, but know that he harbors a deep resentment towards you at present. I hope you treat this child gently. Bunfu expertly rose and reclined on a nearby It is only natural for him to harbor some animosity after having his chakra siphoned so many times. Observing Bunfu's compliance, Beixuan nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he had placed the 8 trigram seal on Bunfu, the Jinchuriki had expressed profound gratitude towards him. Each time Beixuan arrived to extract Shikaku's chakra, Bunfu would readily cooperate. Beixuan placed his hand over the 8 trigram seal on Bunfu's abdomen, and with a thought, he entered the sealing space of Shikaku. You insufferable brat. If you have the guts, release me so we can settle this in battle. You coward. You dared to siphon my chakra again. Let me out, and I will ensure your demise. Shikaku relentlessly pounded against the confines of his cage, glaring furiously at Beixuan as he inscribed the familiar sealing technique, "Do not be so irascible, Shikaku. When we next meet, I shall reveal to you a magnificent treasure." With the sealing technique inscribed, Beixuan cheerfully approached the door. Given the intensity with which he had drawn Shikaku's chakra this time, the once plump beast had been reduced to a mere pile of sand. Beixuan gently tapped the door that held Shikaku captive. "Forgive me, Shikaku." This is the final time that he then vanished from the sealing space, leaving behind Shikaku's furious roars echoing against the door. Having resolved the issue of Bankila's sustenance, Beixuan turned to depart from the cell. Before leaving, he reinforced the 8 trigram seal on Bunfu, just a tad more, for they were still within the confines of the Konoha camp. Although Shikaku had been reduced to a thin, feline form, should the tailed beast possess any hidden abilities and choose to rampage, it could spell disaster. Present. Beixuan held little faith in the combat prowess portrayed in the original narrative. Just because Naruto could defeat certain foes did not necessarily imply they were weak. At the Konoha Command Center, Rulin remarked, "You really are something else. After barely recovering from your injuries, you re-off on another mission, only to return to Konoha for a rest. However, the battlefield is not as tense as it initially was. Resting is beneficial," he replied. But as he spoke, Rulin glanced at Minato, who stood beside Beixuan. Minato was not one to be easily swayed, and unlike Shinshu, he would not speak out of turn regarding matters that should remain undisclosed. Rulin was preparing to address something that should not be mentioned. That I truly envy the bond you share. However, I too have 2 brothers with whom I share a deep bond. As the contemporary head of the Inuzuka clan, Rulin naturally had his own set of Inuzuka companions, whom he likely referred to. Enough of that. Rulin, Let us focus on the matter at hand. The moment you mentioned this, I was reminded of the feast I owe you upon your return to the village. I assume you will bring along the elders of the Akimichi clan as well. Beixuan rolled his eyes. Of course, it was merely a jest, just a dinner invitation. He could easily treat them, be it one Akimichi ninja or 10 Hinatas. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember, but let us get back to business. You must know who was responsible for your injuries, right? Rillian spoke sternly to Beixuan. Of course, it was Danzo. Upon returning, I shall certainly give him a taste of his own medicine. Beixuan shrugged nonchalantly. After having suffered setbacks due to Danzo's machinations, he was determined to give him a dose of retribution upon his return. Minato's expression was one of shock. Beixuan had not divulged the details of the battle that night, leading Minato to believe that Shikaku was the sole cause of Beixuan's injuries. The revelation that the information leak in the attack on the village had been orchestrated by a high-ranking official in Konoha was staggering. Could this truly be the village he cherished? I knew you wouldn't let this slide. But if you wish for Minato to ascend to the position of Hokage, you must exercise restraint and not eliminate him. Even now, Danzo, for all his filth and treachery, lacked any direct evidence that could warrant his execution. The third Hokage was still too concerned with camaraderie among comrades. However, I trust you have devised a plan for this. If there are any arrangements, do inform me. The Inazuka, Akimichi, and Nara clan stand ready to offer their support. Rillian gazed intently at Beixuan, his words starkly contrasting the usual platitudes of the Nara clan. Beixuan patted the silent Minato on the back and smiled at Rillian. This is not typical of you. Rillian, could it be that my charisma has had a significant impact? Do not flatter yourself. After Uncle Kaze visited your Senju clan, he returned with a plethora of advice for me to consider. Initially, I had intended to remain an observer, but just as you said, your charisma is quite impressive. However, my focus has always been on him. I value your strength far more than your words. You have no aspirations for the Hokage position, yet you wish to rectify Konoha's current decay. Minato is the one you wish to elevate. And having discerned your intentions, I have been closely observing and honing him as well that I must say, Beixuan, you truly have a knack for selecting individuals. Minato excels in both strength and character, hence I wish to take a gamble. I know this is not in line with my usual temperament, but for Konoha's sake, I am willing to take the risk. With the support of the Princess of Senju and the most gifted medical ninja, we may yet elevate Minato to the position of Hokage in the vast and empty command room. The resolute voice of Naruto echoed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Beixuan and Mizumon. Having grown up listening to Tsunade chiefing recount the origins of Konoha, Naruto harbored a deep affection for that homeland. Had the opportunity not presented itself, he would have remained true to his character, allowing events to unfold naturally. Yet, the chance lay before him now. And this time he was determined to seize it, confident that his two brothers would support him. Rest assured, Mizumon is destined to become Hokage, that I shall undoubtedly become Hokage. Their voices resonated simultaneously, but unlike Beixuan's calm words, Mizumon's tone was filled with extraordinary conviction. Daha. Then you must strive hard. Conveniently, I have an exceedingly important mission for you, Mizumon, Shuren said, narrowing his eyes as he held up a scroll, as anticipated. Mizumon promptly took the scroll from him. Shuren-senpai, you truly lack seriousness, don't you? Give Mizumon a moment to breathe. He has nearly become a workhorse. Beixuan scoffed at Shuren. You are the last person qualified to utter such words. Shouldn't you take a look at the stack of documents on that table? Moreover, I am enhancing Mizumon's reputation. Do you not understand? The title of Yellow Flash is already circulating among the Sand Shinobi, and I can only assume that after a few missions, Mizumon's name will echo throughout the shinobi world. Others' Yellow Flash sounds far more appealing than your Golden Ninja moniker. Shuren's forehead twitched with suppressed fury at Beixuan's remarks. Gesturing towards the mountain of documents on the nearby table, Beixuan, Shuren-senpai, is correct. This is also to help me elevate my reputation, and by completing more missions, we can minimize the sacrifices among Konoha's shinobi. Little Sun remained as bright as ever. After a few more exchanges, Beixuan led Mizumon out of the command room. Shuren, standing at the entrance, watched the two depart, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Konoha would ultimately flourish into a harmonious forest once again, thanks to the budding of these two seeds. Upon my return to Konoha, I shall entrust the rope tree to you. I believe that with the flying thunder god technique, the sand shinobi will pose no threat to you now. However, if any issues arise, send a frog to notify me. You need not worry about Kushina. With Uzumaki Mito around, she will likely forget you by the time you return. Beixuan jested, his smile directed at Mizumon. Kushina won't forget. Beixuan, this is for you. Knowing Beixuan was merely teasing, Mizumon chuckled and produced a black scroll. This contains the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique, along with all my experiences and some minor modifications. Although it cannot completely remedy its rigidity, it is entirely functional for regular use, and I will continue to refine it. Your time in Konoha will allow you to learn it well. Given your talent, I expect you will master it swiftly. Beixuan had never doubted Mizumon's talent, but he was surprised at how quickly Mizumon had made some improvements. For certain prodigies, enhancing ninjutsu was as effortless as eating. The following day, Tsunade and Beixuan, accompanied by Uzumaki Mito, set off on their journey back to Konoha. As always, they traveled by giant condor, and before long, the trio arrived in Konoha. You take Bei home first. I need to consult the third Hokage regarding some matters, and I must report on the intelligence from the battlefield. Quite the hassle. Really, it's frustrating to have to report things he already knows a second time. Tsunade grumbled, raking her hand through her hair in irritation. She longed to return to her large bed for a good sleep, followed by a round of gambling. Yes, the sooner we go, the sooner we return. ILL prepared dinner upon my return. Beixuan felt an immediate sense of relief upon arriving in Konoha. Although he had been quite relaxed on the battlefield, nothing compared to the tranquility of Konoha. It was no wonder that the third Hokage was reluctant to venture into battle. While other leaders were often stationed at the front lines, Konoha was indeed a place of comfort. This Konoha? It is so grand, Uzumaki Mito exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Konoha, which was far more luxurious than the hidden mist village. The aroma of dumplings wafting from the roadside made Bai's stomach growl uncontrollably. Let us first find Kushina, and then she can show you around Konoha. Okay, Beixuan led Uzumaki Mito toward the Senju clan compound, while nearby, a root ninja vanished from a tree in an instant. Beixuan had noticed the presence of more than 5 pairs of eyes locked onto him since he and Tsunade had entered Konoha. Among them were even Uchiha ninjas, likely confirming that Fugaku had received word of his return to Konoha. The information network of the Uchiha clan was indeed remarkable. For a price, they could uncover even some confidential details from other ninja villages, provided those villages had a cat in their midst. As Beixuan stepped into the Senju clan compound, he was momentarily taken aback. Within the courtyard, 2 figures were practicing single-finger handstands, while Kushina, along with Pikachu, was tending to a baby carriage. The green-clad ninja performing the handstand was certainly Might Guy. But the white-haired ninja could not possibly be Kakashi Hitaki. The moment Beixuan's presence was felt, several eyes in the courtyard turned towards him. Beixuan, you're back? Kushina exclaimed joyfully, rushing over, while Pikachu scampered behind her, landing in Beixuan's embrace. Where are Mizumon and the others? Kushina appeared behind Beixuan, searching for Mizumon's familiar figure, but her gaze was drawn irresistibly to Uzumaki Mito. Sister Bei? Is that really you? Uzumaki Mito looked at Kushina with excitement, eager to embrace her, but hesitated, recalling Beixuan's words about Kushina as a special identity. It's all right, go ahead. It's not often we reunite. Beixuan smiled, giving a gentle push to Uzumaki Mito. Kushina and Uzumaki Mito immediately embraced each other, tears flowing freely. After Grandma Mito passed away, I thought I was the last of the Uzumaki clan in this world. Sister Bei, the two wept together, sharing their grievances and sorrows. Unable to bear the sight, Beixuan approached Dai and Tobarama, who had finally stood up. Senpai Dai, this must be the legendary Tobarama. Welcome to our humble abode. This your child? He is absolutely beautiful. Beixuan approached the baby carriage, noting the striking white hair that indicated this must be Kakashi Hitaki. It was no wonder Tobarama wore a mask. My apologies for the intrusion. I've heard of your exploits. The genius who fought alongside Tsunade to a standstill against Hanzo. Truly impressive. Tobarama exuded a gentle demeanor, his eyes warm as he regarded Kakashi, who was being playfully entertained by Beixuan. Ha ha! Master Tobarama speaks truly. Beixuan is indeed remarkable, and my guy is my treasure as well. Might Guy beamed, giving a thumbs up while watching his son rolling around in the baby carriage, laughter filling the air. I've mentioned this many times, Dai. You may simply call me Tobarama. Referring to me as master makes it feel rather distant among friends. Tobarama feigned annoyance, patting Dai on the shoulder. Senpai Dai is like this. I've always insisted he call me Beixuan, but he refuses to change. By the way, does Dai's family still have some vegetables? It would be perfect for Master Tobarama to sample my cooking. Setting aside the future Kakashi, Beixuan stood up and addressed Dai. Tsunade should be back shortly. Since she mentioned cooking, I must attend to that. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, do you have any objections? Tsunade, seated before the third Hokage, expressed her grievances regarding the battlefield in a rather coarse manner, also mentioning the situation with Uzumaki Bei. Tsunade, your temper remains quite fierce. I will arrange for someone to properly register Uzumaki Bei. However, can you ensure her safety near the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? The third Hokage glanced at the door Tsunade had kicked open upon entering, his expression filled with resignation. While he was not particularly concerned about the addition of another Uzumaki clan member, given her relation to Kushina, any unforeseen incidents would be a burden Konoha could ill afford. Beixuan had inscribed a sealing technique onto Uzumaki Bei. If any issues arose, she would pose no threat to Kushina. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. I am quite fatigued. As Tsunade rose to depart, a voice echoed from the damaged doorway of the office. The security of the Nine Tails cannot be assured by merely one sealing technique. Hand over that Uzumaki girl to me, and I shall ascertain whether she poses any threat. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Tsunade erupted with chakra, her fist coalescing with a tremendous surge of energy as she struck towards Shimura Danzo, who stood at the entrance. However, just as her fist was poised to collide with Danzo, two root members interposed themselves, absorbing the impact with their bodies. Tsunade! Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, startled by the scene before him, and swiftly moved to grasp Tsunade's arm. The root ninja struck by Tsunade crumpled to the ground, his chest caved in. "Old man, step aside," Tsunade exclaimed, forcefully pulling her arm free from Hiruzen's grasp, her fist still aimed at Danzo. Summoning technique. Are you here to share tea with me again, monkey? There is no time for explanations. Transform now. At that moment, Danzo, having dodged Tsunade's punch, glared at her with fury. Tsunade, are you attempting to betray the village? The one betraying the village is you, Tsunade retorted, lifting her leg for a powerful downward strike, only to be thwarted by a hefty iron rod. Enough. With a swift motion, Hiruzen used the rod to deflect Tsunade, his expression filled with anger. Tsunade, why are you attacking a comrade of the village? Clutching the raging monkey's staff, Hiruzen glared at Tsunade, while the commotion at the Hokage building had drawn the attention of many. Yet, none could approach due to the Umbu's interference. Tsunade's destructive potential had turned the corridor outside the Hokage's office into a wreckage of debris. Humph, the true traitor to your comrades stands behind you. Tsunade coldly observed Danzo, who was sheltered by Hiruzen. Long ago, when rescuing Bei Xuan, Tsunade had discerned that Bei Xuan's injuries were not a result of the tailed beast's explosion, but rather caused by explosive tags. At that time, she had been preoccupied with Bei Xuan's condition and had not scrutinized the scene closely. However, she could consult with Rulin and thus was well aware of the truth. Utter nonsense. I am solely devoted to Konoha. How could I harm the village's people? Danzo coldly stated from behind Hiruzen, though his hands were covertly issuing orders. Indeed, Tsunade, Danzo is your great-uncle's student. How could he possibly commit such an act against the village? Stop this foolishness, Tsunade. Hiruzen quickly tried to mediate, believing Danzo to be more loyal to Konoha than even the likes of Tika and Mito, and thus could never harm Konoha's comrades. Then how do you explain the root ninja who attempted to assassinate Bei Xuan? Don't tell me you know nothing. That could very well be a ruse by other villages to sow discord among us. Tsunade, let us remain calm. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Hearing this, Tsunade gazed at Hiruzen with disappointment, knowing her mentor had truly changed, unable to discern right from wrong as Hokage could see that moment. A glimmer of cold light shot toward Tsunade. Instinctively, she materialized a chakra scalpel, slicing through the incoming kunai. Soon after, a throng of root ninjas surrounded her, closing in. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, how dare you harm a fellow villager? Seize her, Danzo commanded as the root members took their positions. Stop. Hiruzen's pupils constricted as he raised his hands, shouting for them to halt. Yet the root members had always heeded only Danzo's commands. Just then, an exceedingly loud sound, akin to the cries of 1,000 birds, reverberated throughout the Hokage building that a streak of lightning, centered around Tsunade, shot outwards in all directions. That I hope I'm not late, Tsunade. Tsunade turned to see Bei Xuan standing behind her, smiling while raising a hand. The terrifying lightning imbued with natural energy pierced through all the attacking root ninjas. You arrived just in time. Tsunade noted the apron tied around Bei Xuan's waist, realizing he had rushed over from cooking upon sensing her chakra surge. Indeed, as Tsunade had surmised, Bei Xuan had sensed the turmoil while preparing a meal and had immediately come to her aid. Accompanying him were Kakashi and Might Guy, though they remained outside the Hokage building, held back by Bei Xuan's shadow clone. Bei Xuan, stop! This is all a misunderstanding, Hiruzen stammered, alarmed at Bei Xuan's lethal efficiency against the root ninjas. Don't say anything to him. Bei Xuan and Tsunade should be apprehended for killing Konoha ninjas. Let us go. Danzo, witnessing Bei Xuan's onslaught, felt a Sharingan whirl with rage. Silence. Bei Xuan, Tsunade. Calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Please give me a moment to resolve this. Cursing Danzo as a hindrance in his mind, Hiruzen swiftly turned and struck Danzo with his staff, then faced Bei Xuan and Tsunade, whose faces were beginning to exhibit their respective masks. As a disciple of the second Hokage and a student of the first, Hiruzen was acutely aware of the significance of Bei Xuan's mask, a visage reminiscent of the first Hokage, dancing vividly in his mind. Leaving no room for relaxation, daybreak. What are you doing? This is impossible, Danzo exclaimed, rising to chastise Hiruzen, but was met with the sight of Bei Xuan's mask, his expression shifting to one of shock. There is nothing impossible about this. The real threat to Konoha's comrades. Who could it possibly be? Hiruzen. As Bei Xuan entered sage mode, the Chidori in his hand shone even brighter, specks of lightning striking the ground, leaving scorch marks. Tsunade. Bei Xuan, can you grant me a moment? I shall provide you with a definitive answer. During this time, I will detain and investigate Danzo. Hiruzen set aside his staff, relinquishing his summoning, his expression weary as he looked at Bei Xuan. Hiruzen, do you actually believe these two Konoha traitors? Danzo's face was a mask of disbelief, unable to fathom that his friend would abandon him. Shut up! How dare you! Hiruzen roared, awaiting Bei Xuan's response that, it's that again. Bei Xuan, I'm hungry, Tsunade suddenly spoke, breaking the tension as she stood beside Hiruzen, her face a complex mix of emotions directed at him. Then let us go home for a meal. As Bei Xuan dispersed the Chidori and the mask faded from his visage, he reached out to take Tsunade's hand. Hiruzen, I hope you will conduct a thorough investigation. Tsunade expressed her disappointment towards Hiruzen before turning and departing through the shattered window of the Hokage building with Bei Xuan. Hiruzen, hearing Tsunade's mention of his name, Hiruzen felt as if he had aged a decade, bowing his head. Hiruzen, keeping such individuals around will only bring calamity to Konoha. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Bring him away for confinement. Hiruzen, you will regret your decision today. Ignoring Danzo's shouts as the Umbu took him away, Hiruzen closed his eyes in silence, reminiscing about the time he spent training with the legendary three. I'm the Hokage, Danzo. Bei Xuan silently walked alongside Tsunade through the streets of Konoha. But I'm sorry, Tsunade suddenly uttered. Why the sudden apology? Did you lose money again? There's no need to apologize. Your husband has more than enough funds. Here. Knowing the reason behind Tsunade's apology, Bei Xuan chuckled as he produced a large stack of bills and handed them to her. Bei Xuan, this is the last time, the very last time. Tsunade held Beixuan tightly in her embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Beixuan offered no words, merely encircling Tsunade's waist gently, softly patting her back. Not far behind, Kiki Sakumo watched this scene in astonishment, while Might Guy wore a broad smile. Time had passed, and it had been a considerable while since their previous quarrel. Beixuan reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in some books from Tobarama, with two little ones nestled beside him. These two small children were, of course, Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy. Kakashi's father, Kiki Tsukumo, had returned to the battlefield under the orders of the third Hokage. Before departing from Konoha, Tsukumo entrusted Kakashi to Might Guy, or rather to Bei Xuan, as Guy was not particularly adept at caring for children. During the times when Bei Xuan was not home, most of the childcare responsibilities fell to Kushina. However, after the incident involving Pikachu and little Guy was hesitant to let Kushina take care of the children anymore. With Bei Xuan at home, the children were naturally entrusted to him, who in turn sought the assistance of the ever-helpful AI Guanshi to look after them. AI Guanshi had officially become the steward of the Senju estate, overseeing all matters within the Senju domain. AI Guanshi, has Tsunade not returned yet? At this hour, she should have finished her gambling. Bei Xuan inquired, setting his book aside and addressing AI Guanshi, who was using telekinesis to manage the two little ones. After the stability returned to Konoha, Tsunade's penchant for gambling was reignited. Though fortunately, she had yet to win a single game. Was she summoned by the Sage of the Slugs? Why didn't she summon me? Let me take a look. The house is in your care for now. He reached out to pat AI Guanshi's small horn, then summoned himself to the realm of the Sage of the Slugs. With a resounding pong, Bei Xuan transformed into a puff of smoke, prompting the two little ones to excitedly reach out their hands, only to be gently moved aside by AI Guanshi's telekinesis. Children are forbidden from smoking, she stated. Bei Xuan was summoned to the realm. He was immediately met with a gust of sand blown into his mouth. Hudi, what have you brought Mito? Bei Xuan stared blankly at the surrounding desert, bewildered by Hudi's presence. Hudi pointed towards the center of the desert, indicating the sandstorm. Due to the dense sand and wind, visibility was severely restricted, prompting Bei Xuan to employ his sensory ninjutsu to assess the situation. Upon activating his sensory abilities, he quickly detected Tsunade's chakra, along with the presence of the Sage of the Slugs nearby. Placing his hand on Hudi, Bei Xuan swiftly appeared beside Tsunade. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he easily teleported to Tsunade, who bore his mark. Tsunade, Sage of the Slugs, could this be the work of Banquilas? Bei Xuan queried, observing the tumultuous sandstorm so ferociously swirling around them. This storm was infused with a violent chakra and natural energy. Even Bei Xuan could not discern its inner workings through the chaos. Indeed, the Sage of the Slugs replied, Banquilas transformed after consuming the last remnant of Shikaku's chakra. To protect the wet bone forest, I brought him here, and I was unsure of his condition. So I called you over, but unexpectedly, you arrived on your own. Beside Tsunade stood Shinado, maintaining an oval-shaped light shield that enveloped Tsunade, shielding her from the onslaught of sand. The Sage of the Slugs, radiating natural energy, formed a barrier to ward off the storm, clearly disliking the harsh environment. Little Bei Xuan, I apologize for not summoning you sooner. With such a significant incident involving this child, I was at a loss for words. The Sage of the Slugs spoke softly, her head bowed. Today had confused her as well. Banquilas, usually so stable, had gone berserk after consuming the last chakra of Shikaku. To prevent Banquilas from affecting other children in the wet bone forest, the Sage of the Slugs had collaborated with Hudi and other Pokemon skilled in teleportation to relocate him here. Banquilas had quickly stirred up a sandstorm, and afterward, the situation became unclear, though the strength of the storm was apparent. There should be no cause for alarm. I can still feel a stable connection with Banquilas. This child seems to be undergoing a transformation and is transmitting feelings of excitement to me. Bei Xuan reassured, standing amidst the storm, where the swirling sands seemed to recognize him, leaving him untouched, except for the gust he had encountered upon arrival. Roar! Bon! A colossal roar erupted from within the sandstorm, and a massive shadow slowly emerged. Success! Bei Xuan, in tune with Banquilas, sensed the achievement and gazed excitedly at the figure emerging from the storm. The tumultuous winds began to calm, swirling gently in a rhythmic dance, as if welcoming their king. As Banquilas approached, he revealed his current form, an enormous body encased in formidable armor. Most notably, Banquilas had achieved his mega form, his exterior adorned with fearsome spikes and a demonic face prominently displayed on his chest. Moreover, due to absorbing Shikaku's chakra, Bankilla's now bore violet patterns reminiscent of Shikaku's on his leg and arm armor. Remarkably successful. What a terrifying presence. Tsunade marveled at the godlike Pokemon, astonished that such a creature had evolved from one merely slightly larger than herself. Bankillas, you did it! Bei Xuan exclaimed, soaring into the air, elatedly exclaiming to Bankillas, who had successfully adapted to the tailed beast's chakra and merged it with natural energy. Remarkably, he had achieved his mega form independently. And importantly, this form was stable and would not regress. Ban. When there's a battle, I will definitely call upon you. Bankillas is now incredibly formidable. Beixuan laughed, affectionately ruffling Bankilla's large horn, recognizing that the purpose of Pokemon growing stronger was to assist their trainers, for which they would endure great toil. However, since Bankillas had successfully merged with the chakra of the tailed beast, could it be possible for other Pokemon to fuse with the chakra of other tailed beasts? Provided they had compatible affinities, images of Pokemon from the original narrative that harmonized with the tailed beast flashed through Beixuan's mind. Pokemon Tip, AI Guanshi, an affectionate Pokemon, with distinct appearances for males and females, is a psychic type known for its intelligence, making it an ideal steward, entrusted by Beixuan to care for Kakashi and Guy while managing all affairs of the Senju estate. Dismounting from Bankilla's, Beixuan approached Tsunade, who remained in a state of shock. Snap out of it! Beixuan waved his hand in front of her face, prompting Tsunade to regain her composure. What has happened to him? Is he now considered a tailed beast? Tsunade stammered, pointing at Bankillas, her lovely face adorably perplexed. This is a form of evolution for Bankillas. However, he is not a tailed beast. He possesses a tangible form. And in his current state, he would easily overpower Shikaku, Beixuan replied with a smile, playfully pinching Tsunade's cheek, finding her current demeanor utterly charming. What are you doing? Tsunade swatted Beixuan's hand away, giving him a playful glare. Little Beixuan, I regret to inform you that Bankillas will now have to reside here. He is not suited to return to the Wetbone Forest at this time. The Sage of the Slugs interjected, interrupting their playful banter. This moment, Bankillas was shrouded in a sandstorm, which would severely disrupt the environment of the Wetbone Forest. Although the Sage of the Slugs adored this child, she could not neglect the well-being of the other Pokemon in the forest. The Sage of the Slugs was overly concerned. Bankillas. Beixuan smiled as he addressed the Slug Sage, then shouted towards Bankillas. Upon hearing Beixuan's call, Bankillas let out an enraged roar, causing the surrounding sandstorm to gradually dissipate as if merging into the void. With the dispersal of the winds and sands, everything became clear to all present. Was this truly within their control? How splendid, little Bankillas. Ever since Bankillas was summoned, the Slug Sage had raised him. Thus it could be said that the Slug Sage had genuinely witnessed Bankillas grow. Therefore, Bankillas' ability to freely command the sandstorm and continue living alongside her in the Wetbone Forest brought her immense joy. From mere small creature to one now towering even above the great weasel, how could this not be considered growth? Indeed, how could it not be? Bankillas' innate talent lay in controlling the sandstorm. And with the absorption of the great weasel's chakra and mastery over natural energy, commanding the tempest was utterly effortless. Bankillas was the #1 weather manipulator and outputter of the Sandstorm Squad, effortlessly controlling the storms she conjured. How remarkable it was that these Pokemon could indeed accommodate such diverse powers. Tsunade approached and gently caressed the violet patterns on Bankillas' legs, feeling somewhat contemplative. The chakra of the tailed beast is not something to be trifled with. It is said that there are those in the Hidden Cloud Village who have been consumed by the very chakra of the 8 tails due to indiscriminate indulgence. Yet these Pokemon not only devour the chakra of tailed beasts without any side effects, but also fuse it with their own powers, incorporating natural energy to forge a new strength. They truly embody the essence of the miraculous, representing boundless possibilities. Beixuan recalled Sakiki's bee drill and a certain old man with a small mountain boar and messenger bird. These seemingly ordinary Pokemon had triumphed over gods through the training of their trainers. Let us return to the Wetbone Forest. The children are likely worried about Bankillas, Hoodie, and Tsunade. Please. The Slug Sage, possessing a clone in the Wetbone Forest, was aware that the children still there were concerned for Bankillas. Let us go. Hoodie waved his spoon, and in a flash of light, They vanish from their location, only to reappear in the familiar wet-bone forest. The wet-bone forest had undergone tremendous changes, with some sky islands constructed by Hoodie and the others floating above, where most flying Pokemon resided. Upon returning to the wet-bone forest, Bangilas, with an air of bravado, dashed off to play a game of tag with other similarly large Pokemon like the two-headed dragon. Truly combative. Let us hope the two-headed dragon does not sulk. Watching Bangilas depart, Beixuan could only shake his head in silence. Time passed slowly to in the dense forest near the Senju clan territory. Beixuan sat cross-legged atop a wooden stump, enveloped in a liquid-like golden glow. The sealing mark upon his forehead was fully unsealed. Meanwhile, Hoodie, Tsunade, and Tsunade watched Beixuan with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. The natural energy surrounding Beixuan continuously merged into his being, intertwining with the golden light. However, unlike previous instances of entering Sage Mode, this time, Beixuan's expression bore no exaggerated mask. Instead, a faint golden light flickered within his eyes. Did it succeed? Hoodie, Tsunade, and Tsunade immediately inquired in astonishment upon witnessing Beixuan successfully enter Sage Mode. Meanwhile, within the sacred grounds of Mayaboka Mountain, the slumbering Gamamaru opened his eyes, gazing vacantly towards the direction of the ninja world. The fourth inheritance of sage arts had been born. The white snake sage in the dragon cave also opened his eyes, calmly flicking his tongue before closing them once more. The slug sage, instructing a group of Pokemon on how to harness natural energy in the wet-bone forest, raised its head. Has little Beixuan succeeded? A sage mode unique to humanity. What a formidable talent. Beixuan raised his hand and gently clenched his fist, feeling an entirely different sage mode from that which the slug sage had imparted. Hoodie, your concept is truly genius. The sage mode designed perfectly for humans, utilizing the golden light spell as its foundation. The energy within him felt inexhaustible, as if he had been wholly accepted by the world, with everything around him cheering for his existence. In summary, it is to forget all. What Hoodie was inquiring about was how Beixuan had achieved this success. After Hoodie proposed the exclusive Sage Mode plan for Beixuan, he had consistently failed, entering only the Sage Mode taught by the Slug Sage. The secret to success lies in the complete forgetting of both body and mind. The body is the abode of Qi, while the mind is the dwelling of spirit. Why body and consciousness have already become accustomed to the Slug Sage Mode, which is why we have faced repeated failures and why understanding of sage arts and natural energy is profoundly thorough. Yet I have embarked upon a different path of sage arts. What we must do is return to the starting point and traverse this path anew, which will be exceedingly challenging as I cannot shield my subconscious. Hence, I employed a minor sealing technique. Beixuan smiled as he released Sage Mode, the golden light dissipating. What an absurd talent! While others yearned to learn the sage arts of the sacred grounds, Beixuan not only mastered it but also devised his own unique Sage Mode. Tsunade, leaning against a tree, remarked with an expressionless tone, expressing her envy of Beixuan's abilities. She too wished to learn sage arts but lamented her lack of talent in that regard. Amused by Tsunade's plight, Beixuan reached out to grasp her hand and, with a swift motion, transported them to the Senju clan territory. The scene was familiar to Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, who had long grown accustomed to Beixuan's sudden appearances, as he had marked nearly every place he frequently visited since learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Did ISDI taking Kakashi and Guy out to experience youth again? Beixuan inquired upon noticing only the two Uzumaki women in the courtyard. Ever since these two infants emerged from their fragile phase, Dai has been carrying them out for runs, claiming it is to let Kakashi and Guy appreciate his youth that he mused, pondering how his predecessor, Shikumo, would react upon returning to find Dai managing his children. Tomorrow, that scoundrel Shinjiro will return. It is said he has performed decently this time, not bringing shame to our family. Tsunade handed Beixuan a small note and took a sip of the tea he held, savoring it that, does that mean Minato is also coming back soon? Kushina, who was teaching Uzumaki Mito the sealing techniques, brightened at the news and rushed to Tsunade's side to inquire. Well, Kushina, are you eager for Minato's return? Tsunade teased with a mischievous grin, watching as Kushina's face flushed crimson before bursting into laughter. Tomorrow, the majority of the Leaf Village forces will emerge. Aside from some station ninjas, Minato will certainly return. The yellow flash of the spiral. Minato has truly made a remarkable name for himself. Tsunade reminisced about that sunny, smiling youth, realizing that Beixuan's earlier remark about Minato being incomparable to any other ninja was indeed accurate. Such an assessment transcended mere strength. It was a holistic evaluation of a person. However, while Shinjiro had performed adequately, it seemed he had not gained any particularly remarkable titles, as it was rumored he had nearly landed himself in trouble after a brawl with that scorching release ninja from the Sand Village. Only to be rescued by Minato, Tsunade felt a tinge of melancholy. Despite having endured numerous trials on the battlefield, Sh. Mitsu still bore an endearing naivety. The following day, all the members of the Senju clan gathered at the village gates. It was the day of the return of the Konoha ninjas, and the war between the Wind and Fire nations had swiftly concluded with the passage of time. Victory was claimed through the surrender of the Sand Ninjas. And since the conflict involving the third Hokage and Danzo, Tsunade and Bei Xuan had not been summoned back to the front lines. Although they were not present on the battlefield, Bei Xuan, closely tied to the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans, remained acutely aware of the developments in the ninja world at this juncture. The ninja world was not only witnessing the resolution of the Wind and Fire nations conflict, but also the cessation of hostilities between the Earth and Lightning nations. Thus, the Second Ninja World War, instigated by Hanzo the Salamander, came to an ambiguous end, plunging the entire ninja world into a period of tranquility. During this lull, various nations would continuously stockpile strategic resources for the next impending conflict. Meanwhile, the residents of Konoha gathered at the village gates, jubilantly welcoming the hero's return, their laughter and cheer resonating throughout the area. Soon, Beixuan spotted Minato, Sh. Mitsu, and beside them, the renowned Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. Presently, Minato had grown increasingly handsome with age, resembling his depiction in the original narrative, while Sh. Mitsu had matured into a more refined individual. It seemed their anticipation of welcoming the heroes at the gates had been in vain. Tsunade observed the throngs of villagers and remarked, unsure if their excitement for the hero's return was genuine or merely a chaotic frenzy to join the festivities. Let us return for now. They will surely come back after the awarding ceremony. Shaking his head at the fervent scene below, Beixuan placed his hand on the shoulders of a few companions, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the courtyard of the Senju clan. Big sister, we are back, the voice of Sh. Mitsu echoed from afar, heard even by those engaged in a game of doujutsu. Ah, my dear little brother Tsunade exclaimed, dramatically tossing aside the card she was about to lose. Sprinting towards the entrance, glancing at the two explosive cards left in his hand, Beixuan silently set down his playing cards to be a bit more forceful when you play. Kushina also laid down her good cards, nodding towards Beixuan. Moments later, Dog Beixuan, you should come and greet us too, wait. Ah, big sister, help. Dog Beixuan has gone mad. Ah, Tsunade stood to the side, wearing an awkward smile. After all, Sh. Mitsu's predicament was due to her actions. Ah, that feels good. Holding onto a royal flush without playing it nearly drove me mad. After clapping his hands, Beixuan finally noticed the stunned expressions of Kakashi and Minato. What is this peculiar welcome ceremony? Should I have come later to fetch Kakashi? Observing Sh. Mitsu, who was bruised and battered on the ground, Kakashi could not help but twitch his lips. Tsunade understood, realizing why the usually serious Beixuan was behaving this way. It has been a while. I apologize for the trouble caused, Sh. Mitsu. Please come inside, Minato. Welcome back. With a swift motion, she lifted Sh. Mitsu from the ground, channeling pure life energy into him, visibly healing his wounds. So why did you hit me again? Ask your sister. After dismissing Sh. Mitsu, Beixuan approached Kakashi. Have you started learning the sword as well? A commendable blade. Kakashi's gaze was drawn to the purple longsword at Beixuan's waist, recognizing it as an extraordinary weapon through the instincts of a swordsman. Just dabbling a bit. Beixuan chuckled, patting the longsword, which he had drawn from a bamboo stick at the age of 12. It was named the Demon Blade 1,000 Edges. After acquiring it, Beixuan had kept it by his side, for the Demon Blade 1,000 Edges was far more than a mere weapon. It harbored a malevolent spirit within, Yet at this moment, the spirit had been thoroughly nourished by Beixuan's life force. Henceforth, as long as Beixuan carried the demon blade, his spiritual power would continuously strengthen, allowing him to manipulate objects. In the original narrative, it was stated that one could control a sword using chakra. Here, let us modify it to spiritual power. This was also Beixuan's first realization that the items obtained from the bamboo sticks could encompass not only abilities, but also various wondrous artifacts. Even the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone he previously drew had seamlessly merged into his body, without Beixuan ever witnessing its form. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have achieved some proficiency in the art of the blade. Kakashi shifted his shoulder, indicating the short blade of the white fangs strapped to his back. Certainly, Sage Mitsu. You should go check on Kakashi. I presume you have missed him. Although Kakashi and Beixuan were reminiscing, his thoughts had already flown to the Senju clan's courtyard, which Beixuan readily perceived, stepping aside to allow them entry. He could only hope that Sh Mitsu, upon learning how Daisuke had assisted him in raising his child, would not falter as the joyous gathering unfolded in the Senju clan in the depths of the root. The dim lights cast shadows as Danzo sat coldly at the head of the table, observing the androgynous figures standing before him. Surrounding him were root ninjas, clad in masks, their visages rendered even more somber and enigmatic in the obscured light. You have arrived rather late. Orochimaru, I do not recall our agreement to meet immediately upon my return to the village. Orochimaru retorted, having shed his ninja garb, now dressed in the familiar attire from the original narrative, looking at Danzo with a mocking gaze. Humph! Where is it? Ignoring Orochimaru's demeanor, Danzo spoke in a low tone. Yet a fervor was evident in his voice upon closer inspection. This item cannot be procured lightly, and given your current house arrest, I doubt you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. After uttering this, Orochimaru transformed into a puddle of mud, leaving behind a mere remnant. Earth clone. Danzo silently regarded the puddle for a moment before a cryptic smile crept upon his lips. Once a person's desires are unleashed, they can never be reined in. Orochimaru, I await your return. Although Orochimaru had unilaterally dissolved his partnership with Danzo, the latter remained unconcerned, for he understood the nature of Orochimaru. Lord Danzo, the 37th adaptation fluid for the priestess configuration has shown results. Take me there, yes. The victors of the war were naturally to be rewarded, and the feudal lord of the Fire Nation would certainly make his intentions known. Beixuan observed Tsunade, cradling a box in her arms, as she wore a silly grin, and he fell into a contemplative silence. One might say that being relatives had its advantages, for the feudal lord's reward to Beixuan and Tsunade could be summed up in a single word: money. Although Beixuan and Tsunade had not remained on the battlefield thereafter, everyone knew that these two were the true heroes behind their victory, setting aside the tailed beasts, even if one solely considered their medical prowess. Without these two, the casualties among Konoha's ninjas would have undoubtedly doubled. However, at this moment, Beixuan was not preoccupied with the boxes of money. Instead, his attention was drawn to the decorative details on Sh Mitsu's sleeve. The reward from a feudal lord of the Fire Nation for Sh Mitsu was a symbolically ambiguous half-sleeve of Hokage attire. Although Shuo Mao has received other rewards, they pale in comparison to the honor of the Hokage's half-sleeve. Presently, while Konoha appears exceedingly stable on the surface, this does not imply that Sarutobi Hiruzen is keen on witnessing the emergence of the next generation of Hokage candidates. In Hiruzen's heart, Orochimaru remains the most suitable choice for Hokage. And the selection of Konoha's Hokage is not directly linked to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. That it is solely determined by Konoha itself, which then reports to the daimyo's residence. If the daimyo were to intervene this time, and Shuo Mao were to ascend to that position, it would be utterly unacceptable to the higher-ups of Konoha. Well, although Shuo Mao Senpai knows you are a samurai, surely you cannot lack emotional intelligence to this extent. Heaven knows how exasperated Beixuan felt when he saw Shuo Mao, early in the morning, bringing Kakashi to his place for tea, adorned in the decorated sleeves. Moreover, Shuo Mao seemed to be flaunting it, as it represented an exceptionally dazzling honor for him. Beixuan, if you don't clarify, I might understand if you want me to harm someone, but have I done something inappropriate? Pausing to observe Kakashi and Dai playfully tussling, Xuan Mao turned to Bei Xuan, genuinely perplexed. Your sleeves? Bei Xuan pointed at Xuan Mao's cuffs. While I understand that for a samurai, this gift from the daimyo is a tremendous honor, perhaps it would be best not to wear in Konoha. What's wrong with it? Xuan Mao questioned, running his fingers over the intricate patterns on the luxurious fabric, which felt exquisitely comfortable. Don't you find the patterns somewhat inappropriate? Can you guess who typically wears such a design in Konoha? Bei Xuan mused, glancing curiously at Minato, who was engaging in cheerful conversation with Kushina, his cheeks flushed. That fellow is the complete opposite. It is his clever son who appears daft. The third Hokage wouldn't mind, would he? Besides, I have no desire to become Hokage. Xuan Mao, not being foolish, quickly connected the dots. There were many convoluted layers to this situation. But for Kakashi's sake, it would be best if he stored this honor away for display. Clearly, discussing Konoha's politics with Xuan Mao was not the way to go, so Bei Xuan directly presented Xuan Mao with his prized possession, Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Xuan Mao promptly removed the decorative cuffs, even contemplating severing them with white fang. Wait, I only meant for you to take them off, not to destroy them. After all, it is your honor as a samurai. There is no need for such drastic measures. Bei Xuan felt an inexplicable weariness, wondering why even Xuan Mao was so oblivious, just like the Uchiha's two-bit fool. Speaking of the Uchiha, Bei Xuan often strolled through their district. As they were indeed part of his lineage, he occasionally chatted with Minato and Uchiha Fugaku, and when the Uchiha Guard was mentioned, Bei Xuan casually remarked that it was a key reason the Uchiha were not held in high regard. Uchiha Fugaku immediately contemplated resigning, believing that their control over the Uchiha Guard was merely due to it being the only thing they could manage. However, with Minato destined to become Hokage, the Uchiha were not excluded from that circle. What was the point of clinging to a position that even dogs despised? Under the influence of a few cups of tea, he considered approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen to resign, but clearly, Bei Xuan would not allow this fool to do so. Bei Xuan found it perplexing that a Uchiha, who often wore a grim expression in the original story, had transformed into someone resembling half of Naruto after interacting with him. Since Fugaku had become acquainted with Bei Xuan, the Uchiha Guard had faced considerably fewer grievances. Why was that? Whenever someone attempted to frame them, the perpetrator was swiftly taken to the hospital for a checkup. If nothing was found, they were deemed maliciously slandering the Uchiha Guard and incarcerated. Moreover, Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, willingly spent time with the Uchiha. What could the villagers say? Adding to this was the fact that a certain one-eyed dragon was under house arrest. One could say that the Uchiha circumstances had inexplicably improved significantly, especially after Bei Xuan encouraged Fugaku to discipline some troublesome members within the Uchiha. Those who were more troublesome were dealt with by Minato, resulting in both the internal and external Uchiha becoming remarkably compliant. Particularly the internal faction, for the Uchiha truly respected strength above all. When Bei Xuan and Minato visited the Uchiha, they were greeted with respect wherever they went, and the ordinary Uchiha living in their district would even share food from their homes. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat expressionless, pipe in mouth, amidst a haze of smoke. On the desk lay the complete list of rewards from the daimyo. Conspicuously absent as named, it seemed that in the daimyo's mind, the victory in this war had no connection to him. Hence, the report from the Umbu regarding Xuan Mao donning the Hokage's half-sleeve struck a particularly jarring note. Korin, what do you think the daimyo intends? Hiruzen inquired, handing the list to the two before him in Xuan Mao's reward section. Among some common items, there was a notation for a samurai honor decoration. The Umbu's report indicated that this so-called samurai honor decoration was anything but ordinary. The daimyo's rewards this time did not include Hiruzen's name. Rather, it was Tsunade, who had not even set foot on the battlefield, and that young boy who received the lion's share of the rewards. Just the monetary rewards alone outweighed the costs of initiating a small-scale conflict, demonstrating a clear bias. Mito men gazed at the numbers following Tsunade and Bei Xuan's names on the list, which only contained one word: money. There were no extravagant embellishments, yet it was precisely this simplicity that made both Mito men and Zhuanqi Korin exceedingly envious. This time's war rewards were far more generous than those of the First Shinobi World War. It appeared the daimyo was quite pleased, yet every reward exuded dissatisfaction towards Hiruzen. Zwanshin Korin closed the list, casting a meaningful glance at Hiruzen. Not only were Hiruzen and his companion absent from the list, but there was also Danzo's name. However, Danzo's reward seemed laced with humiliation, as the amount was even less than that of an ordinary JNINIT is of no consequence. The daimyo's dissatisfaction with Konoha has been evident for quite some time. He previously sent a warning regarding Tsunade's matter. However, our current focus must be on Shuo Mao's situation. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze icy. Although Hiruzen was not particularly old, he could hardly be considered young either. Other ninja villages had plans for their inheritors, yet Konoha remained eerily quiet. Shuo Mao's donning of the half-sleeve could easily disrupt Konoha's tranquility, even if Hiruzen did not partake in the battlefield. One could never predict what unforeseen events might arise. The Hokage could not simply ascend to power while proclaiming himself the successor of the second Hokage. It should be noted that Hiruzen did not ascend to the position of Hokage without considerable effort. Konoha at that time was not as it is now, and the elders from the Warring States period had not all passed away. It could be said that if not for the protection of the Uzumaki and Mito, it was uncertain who would currently occupy the Hokage's seat. Perhaps we should consider lifting Danzo's house arrest. Zhuanxin Xiaochun tentatively remarked, for she lacked the support of Danzo in her current circumstances, and relying solely on Yin made many matters rather challenging. Let us not speak of this matter again. Danzo cannot emerge, and I have promised Tsunade and Beixuan, which I cannot go back on. Should Beixuan become enraged and provoke a conflict, my chances of victory would only be 50-50. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a cigarette in hand, lowered his gaze, contemplating that Beixuan was exceedingly young at such a tender age. He wielded power unparalleled in the ninja world. The previous skirmish was quelled solely because Beixuan, that sharp blade, was sheathed by Tsunade, whose lingering ties to their mentorship allowed for a temporary cessation. But now, Hiruzen fell into silence. Reflecting on his three disciples, he had completely severed ties with Tsunade, and even in their encounters, they merely addressed each other as the third Hokage. Orochimaru was clandestinely engaging in dubious activities, diminishing their communication until it gradually faded away, and even with the SHJ, he seldom crossed paths. When Jiraiya crossed his mind, Hiruzen felt veins throbbing on his forehead. This disciple, who bore the most resemblance to him, was currently unreachable. Although Beixuan had no intention of burdening Kakashi with the intricate political matters of Konoha, he found himself ensnared in an inquiry for further understanding. Under the pretense of fearing that Kakashi might inadvertently stumble into a pitfall, Minato observed Beixuan with keen interest. For Minato, Beixuan's discourse on various political issues was highly enlightening, and he diligently noted them down for future reference as Hokage. Taking a deep breath, Beixuan silently gestured towards the empty teacup on the table. Upon noticing, Minato promptly filled it with tea. Beixuan savored a sip, then cleared his throat, beginning to speak. Before we proceed, allow me to pose a question. Apart from the hidden village of Mist, which consistently employs the Genbu Gate succession method to select their leader, do other villages have their own successors? As soon as the words left his lips, Minato glanced at the Hokage half-sleeve that had been set aside by Kakashi, seemingly beginning to grasp something significant. What exactly is this Genbu Gate succession method? However, it was indeed true that other villages were cultivating successors, particularly the Sand Ninja from Tsunade and A from Kyumogi, with the latter being the most conspicuous. Kakashi, as the head of the Umbu, was well aware of such information. Every village was quietly nurturing their shadow successor. Kyumogi, in particular, made no attempt to conceal this, as each generation would publicly announce the next heir and bestow the title upon A. They would then openly select a capable partner to accompany A in this role, AS for the successor of the Kazekage from Tsunade. Everyone present was quite familiar with him, having faced the Sand Ninja more than once in battle. Particularly for Minato, Beixuan had heard that Minato had effortlessly defeated the Sand Ninja with a single move. Puffed, that nouveau riche. Minato took him down with a single strike. Tsunade's future is indeed bleak if such an unreliable person is to inherit the title of Kazekage. At this point, SHJ scoffed, clearly holding a strong impression of Rasha, especially considering that he had experienced his pocket money mysteriously disappearing, often pilfered by a certain blonde woman. It was merely luck. At that time, I had already breached his sand defense, allowing me to approach and land a Rasengan. Minato scratched his head upon hearing this, chuckling. In ninja combat, there's no such thing as luck. His strength had indeed surpassed that of Rasha. As a partner to Minato, Kakashi had a voice in this discussion and wholeheartedly endorsed the sunny, blonde youth. When it came to Kakashi's inquiry about the Genbu Gate succession method, Beixuan chose not to answer, but continued his narrative. The heir of Tsunade, irrespective of strength, had long been determined. While Kumogakure's lineage was based on family inheritance, akin to the Senju clan in the past, all major clans within Kumogakure held considerable respect for the Lightning Shadow lineage, which could be interpreted as Kumogakure being the strongest, with the Yagami clan occupying this position for several generations. The Iwagakure succession followed a master-disciple model, while in Kirigakure, the Mizukage was determined by the one who could eliminate the most rivals. Yet Konoha remained devoid of any information regarding the next Hokage, as for Kakashi's half-sleeve. Should it gain wider circulation within Konoha, do you believe that the identity of the Hokage's successor could fall into Kakashi's hands through mere rumor? Even if this identity does not gain universal acknowledgement, many would instinctively consider Kakashi as a candidate for the next Hokage due to his achievements and reputation. The implications of an early candidate for Hokage and garnering support were not lost on Beixuan. He could not help but jest if any of these exceptional ninjas from Konoha were to appear in other villages. Take Minato, for instance. If he were to join Iwagakure as their prodigy, I reckon Noki would prepare a coffin for himself to express his intent for Minato to become the Tsuchikage. However, this also indirectly highlighted the current prosperity of Konoha, thriving amidst internal strife, while excelling in various aspects during wartime. Naturally, as the head of the Umbu, Kakashi was privy to many unsavory secrets of other villages. However, he maintained a clear understanding of his role. The Umbu was merely a tool, and thus he had never contemplated such matters until today, when they unexpectedly found their way to him, and he cheerfully accepted the honor of bearing it daily. Thank you, Beixuan. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Kakashi gazed resolutely at Beixuan, realizing that if it weren't for Beixuan's reminder, he might have remained oblivious to the potential predicaments that Kakashi could face in the future. Time swiftly flowed on to the Konoha training ground. Compress, do you even understand what compression means? That water jutsu of yours couldn't pierce your sister's skin. Has the Blastoise taught you nothing? Due to Orochimaru's prolonged absence, Beixuan, at Tsunade's behest, was subjecting SHJ to rigorous training in water techniques. After merely 3 days of instruction, Beixuan began to suspect the true intent behind Orochimaru's concealment. Beixuan summoned all his formidable water-type Pokemon to assist in teaching SHJ, yet he stubbornly struggled to grasp the more advanced water techniques. It must be noted that these were ninjutsu passed down from Senju Tobirama, and during the latter part of the Fourth Great Ninja War, it could be said that Tobirama's various forbidden techniques were on full display. Meanwhile, Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, was gaining notoriety, while SHJ, who inherited all of Tobirama's water techniques, had yet to attain a single title. The more Beixuan studied Tobirama's techniques, the more he found Tobirama's prowess unfathomable. He could hardly comprehend how the first Hokage met his demise during the war to present. If Minato wished to evade death, none could detain him, even if one attempted to seal him forcibly. With the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, Beixuan could hardly envision anyone surpassing them. Tobirama's majority of forbidden texts revolved around sealing and summoning techniques, in which he had unparalleled expertise. What on earth? This compression is far too difficult. I can't comprehend what the Blastoise is saying. Tsunade's voice is so melodious that I couldn't even focus on what she said. SHJ rubbed the bump on his head inflicted by Beixuan. Unable to suppress his defense, he felt that Beixuan was becoming increasingly ruthless. Had living with his sister begun to have an effect on him? Beixuan senpai, I can use Chidori, but I can't accurately strike my target. My vision is too poor to this moment. A masked, white-haired figure approached Beixuan, raising a bandaged hand in his direction. I see. Once I teach you a sensory ninjutsu, that should resolve your issue. Where's Guy? Damn it. SHJ, look at Kakashi. He can even use Chidori. You can't even perform a proper spinning water blade. Beixuan chuckled, then playfully punched SHJ on the now reduced bump on his head. Ah, Beixuan, I challenge you to a duel. Covering his head, Beixuan pointed at Shungtian, who was about to leave with Kakashi to do. Is that so? Beixuan chuckled, drawing a fraction of his magic blade, Qianren, from his waist as he gazed at Shungtian. Ah, Beixuan, did you call me? Wait a moment, I'm studying right now. Teacher Water, Arrow Turtle, is this how I should compress the vortex? Shungtian, with a sincere expression, asked the glasses-wearing Water, Arrow Turtle, who was sipping tea nearby. As he concentrated on gathering a swirling stream of water in his hands, Kakashi, now 5 years old, observed Shungtian's antics and bemusement. He thought Kai was outrageous enough, yet here was Shungtian behaving similarly. He has always been like this since childhood, but do not underestimate him. Aside from a few minor details, his strength is such that it would take me a long time to catch up with the shadow. Kakashi thought, let us go see Kai. With a smile, Beixuan ruffled Kakashi's hair, shaking his head at Shungtian, who had resumed his laziness upon Beixuan's departure. Kakashi was now 5, the age at which he graduated to become a ninja in the original story. Following the recent war, the enrollment age at the Ninja Academy had been lowered by a year, allowing entrance at the age of 5. In other words, this dead-eyed, white-haired boy had just graduated right after enrolling. So, how strong are you now, senior? Kakashi inquired seriously, recalling his father's words about the current strongest ninja in the village being Beixuan, perhaps as tall as 3 or 4 stories. It's been a while since I've fought anyone. So, I'm not quite sure, Beixuan replied. Hey Kai, did you sneakily add more weight again? I told you practice chakra control first and master the super strength. Are you trying to get a beating? Kakashi observed Beixuan angrily lifting Kai by the scruff after finding him dead. Beixuan, be gentle. The bruises from yesterday haven't even healed yet. Kakashi, help me. I told you to call me uncle. Did you forget that your uncle is a medical ninja? Don't worry. I'll heal you first before I give you a beating. Do you understand the value of super strength, you little rascal? Kakashi silently pondered if this truly was the strongest ninja in Konoha as he watched Beixuan simultaneously scolding and healing Kai. After finishing with Kai, Beixuan instructed Kakashi and Kai to stand at attention. I heard from Kai that you wish to graduate early. Beixuan scrutinized Kakashi, who had become quite renowned in Konoha. Just after entering the academy, he had defeated a teacher in a practical lesson and, due to skipping classes to practice the techniques taught by Beixuan, had cut down numerous trees in the back mountain. The academy ascent providing me much improvement. Aside from Kai, I can even defeat the teachers there. I feel there is no need for me to stay any longer, especially with you, Beixuan, guiding me. Stop. While I do teach you ninjutsu, I have no intention of taking you on as a disciple. Or any disciple for that matter. Teaching you Chidori is simply because the technique suits you. However, if you wish to graduate early, I'm not sure what Shuo Mo has discussed with you. But for you, it would be better to remain in the Ninja Academy. Once you graduate early, you'll be thrust into various missions. The improvement in Strength 1T be significantly faster than it would be now. You'll just be exposed to the bloody reality of the ninja world. Therefore, it's best to stay in school and hone your ninjutsu and illusion skills. When you graduate normally, Minato will be your guiding jonin. By then, if your strength is sufficient, you will have the opportunity to experience some high-difficulty missions, rather than just the mundane tasks of weeding. Do you understand? Beixuan interrupted Kakashi's ensuing thoughts, earnestly advising him, making it clear that he had no desire for discipleship. The ninja world couldn't be approached in such a casual manner. Upon hearing this, Kakashi contemplated, realizing that Beixuan was indeed correct. Once he became a ninja, he would be tasked with various cumbersome missions that I understand. Thank you, Senior Beixuan. Good. You two continue your training. I'll head back now. It seems Minato has returned from his training. Kai, if I sense you sneaking off to run without practicing super strength again, I'll come back and teach you a lesson. With that, Beixuan vanished before the two youngsters, leaving Kai feeling dejected after having his intentions exposed. Practicing super strength was such a hassle. It lacked the invigorating thrill of running with added weight. The execution of super strength required an exceptionally refined control of chakra, something Kai struggled with. despite Bei Xuan occasionally boosting his vitality to enhance his physical capabilities. However, Kai still felt that there was no joy comparable to running with weights. Freak, he muttered silently before Kakashi picked up a small knife and began to wield it. Having grown up together, Kakashi understood just how heavy Kai's weights were. It was no exaggeration to say he couldn't walk more than 100 meters with them on his back. Upon entering the courtyard of the Senju clan, Bei Xuan spotted Minato and Kushina embracing each other. Has it been just a few months since we last met? Is this really necessary? He rolled his eyes at the couple as he accepted the tea being handed to him by Bei Xuan. What do you know? You're always glued to Tsunade. I haven't said anything to you. It's been so long since our little son returned. What is wrong with us being affectionate? Kushina, fully embodying the fiery personality of her original character, had only grown more temperamental with age. All right, Kushina, Minato said with an awkward smile, attempting to calm the now irate Kushina. Minato, you should have successfully cultivated sage techniques during this trip. Right? Were you visiting Xingtian for training? Why didn't I run into you? Sipping his tea, Bei Xuan looked at Minato, who was beginning to exhibit traits of the fourth Hokage, and asked, while he refrained from mentioning Tsunade, knowing full well she was likely at the gambling den. Humph, sage techniques are trivial. My Minato is quite adept at them. Why not let him learn your sage techniques instead of those from the frogs? Thankfully, Minato's sage mode only adds to my shadow. If he turned it to a frog, that would be horrifying. Before Minato could respond, Kushina interjected, clearly displeased with Minato's training in Senjutsu at Mount Myaboku after their months apart. Presently, Kushina and Minato had gotten together much earlier than in the original story, influenced by Bei Xuan and Tsunade, with Bei Xuan even facilitating their relationship. As for Xingtian, it could be said that while the Vortex clan was settled, Xingtian's obliviousness made it seem as though he viewed her as a brother rather than a partner. The Senju clan's expansion relied solely on Tsunade and Bei Xuan. My sage mode requires the golden light spell to enter its true form. And as Minato is the contract holder of Mount Myaboku, he is undoubtedly more suited for their sage techniques. Kushina merely expressed her grievances, letting out a huff before walking away with Pikachu. Knowing that Bei Xuan and Minato likely had matters to discuss, which she was particularly interested in. Long time no see, Minato. Has the prophecy from the Frog Sage changed? Long before Minato set off for training at Mount Myaboku, Bei Xuan had asked him to seek out the Frog Sage for a prophecy that IT has changed out on the boundless earth. A boy with azure eyes joyfully calls out the names of the tailed beasts. The moon falls, and an unprecedented war begins. A terrifying dragon unleashes another world, shattering the tranquility of the ninja realm. Bei Xuan, do you understand this? Could the child of prophecy that Jiraiya Sensei has been searching for truly save the ninja world from the impending upheaval? Minato's expression turned grave, as this prophecy seemed utterly absurd. Could the ninja world persist if the moon were to fall from the sky? You're the future fourth Hokage, Minato. What is there to worry about? After all, you have me, Bei Xuan reassured him. Gungue, how long will you hide? He called out to Minato's shadow. Moments later, a plump purple figure sprang forth from the shadow, albeit with the same eyeshadow as the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku. Gungue leaped into the air, spinning gracefully before landing perfectly, yet immediately crouched in terror behind Minato, anxiously glancing at Bei Xuan's shadow. What is going on with Gungue? Are you certain he won't be discovered by the Frog Sage? I have a feeling the Frog Sage is exceptionally powerful, even if he appears a bit dim-witted. I could the sight of Shui Min. Gungue wore a look of sheer terror, instinctively believing that Gungue was merely playing tricks again. He reached out to pat Gungue's head and addressed Bei Xuan, saying, there is also a Pokemon lurking in my shadow. It must have startled him. Gungue is fine. He is our companion and will not harm you. He possesses a concealing ability that he likely cannot detect. Even if he does notice it, if he does not act, then there's truly nothing to worry about. Bei Xuan approached, gently reassuring Gungue with a comforting touch on his head. Before turning to Shui Min, his curiosity piqued by the sage mode of Myaboku Mountain. However, with the inheritance from the Wetbone Forest, he knew he could not enter Myaboku Mountain, and being informed by Shui Min would certainly not suffice. All sacred lands have seals on their sage arts, preventing casual learning. Thus, Beixuan devised a clever workaround, allowing Gung Gue to hide within Shui Min's shadow to secretly study. He then entrusted the analysis of Mayaboka Mountain's sage mode to the likes of Jujing Guai and Hudi, boldly stating that he now had a research team dedicated to ninjutsu of the superpower genre behind him. As Shui Min and Beixuan were engaged in discussion, Kushina was seated on her bed in her room, her face betraying a hint of distress. Shui Min had grown increasingly powerful, while she found herself unable to utilize even the spiral sphere, her only skill being the sealing technique. Could she truly accompany him outside of Konoha for some leisure? Having never battled before, Kushina gazed blankly at her palm, where the seal was inscribed. Are you feeling lost? You need only accept my power, and neither Beixuan nor your Shui Min will stand a chance against you power. Indeed, unmatched power. Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? You're still bound and not behaving. Humph. The Ninetales, suspended, suddenly felt the chains tighten, pulling at its tails. Wait, don't you desire power? I'm a Ninetales, the most formidable tailed beast of legend. Feeling the tugging at its tail, the Ninetales roared in fury. Who cares for your power? Silence. An exasperated Kushina formed a seal with one hand, immediately conjuring a chain in the sealing space to bind the Ninetales' mouth. Noticing Beixuan's sudden gaze towards Kushina's room, Shui Min hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong? Is something amiss with Kushina?" "It's nothing. The Ninetales just had a brief outburst. I happen to have some matters to discuss with it. Please go inside, bring Kushina out, and take her to the back mountain. It's the perfect opportunity to resolve her issues with the Ninetales." Understanding Shui Min's concern for Kushina, Beixuan comforted him, lest he rush into Kushina's room. He then vanished from Shui Min's sight, reappearing in a tranquil spot on the back mountain of Konoha. The remnants of charred grass and half-burned bamboo skewers indicated that someone had previously enjoyed a picnic there. Barely 5 minutes had passed while Beixuan leaned against a tree when Shui Min and Kushina appeared before him. "Beixuan, Shui Min says you have a way to make the Ninetales obedient? Is that true?" As soon as she arrived, Kushina eagerly questioned Beixuan, knowing that her ability to leave the village with Shui Min hinged on this. "That's a falsehood. Your ability to command the Ninetales depends on you alone. However, I can offer some insignificant assistance. To truly harness the power of the tailed beast, you must earn its recognition, much like Naruto. Otherwise, you are merely forcing the Ninetales chakra without maximizing its potential." "Humph, what is this? I thought you had discovered some extraordinary sealing technique." "The Ninetales hardly heeds my words, constantly urging me to release the seal." "Kushina, let Beixuan give a try that we want to know unless we attempt it." Shui Min grasped Kushina's shoulders, momentarily discussing the situation, fully aware of why the Ninetales chakra had flared up. "Now let us go see our esteemed Ninetales together." Beixuan placed his hand on Shui Min and Kushina's shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, their consciousnesses materialized within the Ninetales sealing space. "Kushina, your tastes are quite peculiar. Shui Min, you might find this burdensome in the future." Beixuan could not help but tease upon witnessing the Ninetales bound in chains. "What? This is the sealing technique of Lady Mito. It merely employs my adamantine sealing." Shui Min's cheeks flushed momentarily, while Kushina transformed into a furious crimson pepper, pointing at Beixuan and shouting, "You have the strange obsession." The Ninetales, noticing the trio, glared fiercely, yet its mouth was bound by chains, rendering it unable to speak. Kushina's temper had indeed become increasingly volatile. However, she at least loosened the chains around the Ninetales' mouth to converse. "I must say, you're not suited to be the Ninetales Jinchuriki, whether it be Shui Min or anyone else. But from this moment forth, I wish to convey that the Ninetales can become a friend." Beixuan approached the Ninetales, meeting its astonished gaze. "This is our first meeting, yet I have observed you many times throughout a child's growth." Beixuan smiled as he stood before the Ninetales. "How do you know my name?" The Ninetales remained silent, studying Beixuan with an expression devoid of the usual hatred and rage. It sensed a feeling from Beixuan that it had never encountered in humans before: benevolence. A kindness towards the tailed beast. Beixuan did not respond, but instead crouched down, gently touching the ground. The golden light wall composed of sealing techniques unfurled, shielding Shuai Min and Kushina behind him. I learned about you from a story of a boy growing into the strongest. You are quite the proud fox, huh? Beixuan chuckled heartily, though he eventually fell silent, gazing intently at the nine tails. Oh, did my future meet its demise? I never imagined a tailed beast could perish. Ha! To Beixuan's surprise, the nine tails chuckled in response. What are you laughing about? I haven't said anything yet. The nine tails' laughter caught Beixuan off guard. Causing him to forget the myriad of points he had prepared, he stared, bewildered, at the nine tails, recalling that it did not possess memory-reading abilities. Moreover, was it possible for anyone in this world to read his memories? Hey kid, if you know me so well, you must be aware that I possess the ability to sense others' good and evil. Although I do not recognize you, your gaze feels oddly familiar, as though we have known each other for ages. However, I shall never admit to being a proud fox. Are you not concerned that this may be an illusion conjured by my jinjutsu? And how do you know that your future has met its end? This matter has no relation to good or evil. Beixuan approached, sitting beneath the suspended nine tails and gazing up at it. Humph, can you get that brat outside to loosen these chains for me? And why are you beneath me? The nine tails, ignoring Beixuan's question, thrashed about in agitation, glaring down at him. Just a moment. Realizing that this manner of conversation was not ideal, Beixuan flew to a level equal with the nine tails and placed his palm upon it. As chakra flowed from Beixuan's hand, the chains of the adamantine ceiling began to loosen until they completely faded away. The nine tails landed on the ground as soon as the chains were gone. At that moment, Kushina, who had been waiting somewhat impatiently in the ceiling space, suddenly changed her expression. Why adamantine ceiling has been undone? It's Beixuan. What is he doing? Kushina looked fearfully at the indistinct light wall of sealing techniques, her body trembling involuntarily. Although this was the back mountain, it was still within the village of Konoha. Kushina, trust Beixuan. He never undertakes actions without certainty. Upon hearing the words, Minato broke into a cold sweat. Yet he simply supported Kushina's shoulder, gazing at the sealing technique's luminous barrier. Although Minato was perplexed as to why Beixuan had erected a barrier to obstruct him and had even unsealed the nine tails, he maintained unwavering trust in Beixuan. Within the confines of the sealing technique's barrier, the nine tails, now upright and seated cross-legged before Beixuan, questioned, "You have undone the seal. Are you not afraid I might escape and annihilate Konoha?" The QB regarded Beixuan with a mocking glint in its eyes, yet despite its words, it harbored no hostility. You cannot defeat me. Tisish, so my future demise is due to saving you? Or is it related to that child you mentioned? Though reluctant to concede, the unique aura emanating from Beixuan undeniably surpassed his own, even surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths, though it seemed somewhat incomplete. Setting aside those thoughts, the QB expressed curiosity. I am intrigued as to how you are aware of your future demise. It cannot be that you can truly perceive my thoughts, can you? Beixuan, brimming with curiosity, pondered the myriad abilities of the nine tails. No, it is merely that you gazed at me with a sense of regret, tinged with a hint of sorrow, while I possess no recollection of our acquaintance. You're the first human I have encountered who looks at me devoid of malice and fear, filled instead with benevolence. Moreover, it seems I cannot overcome you, so I'm willing to sit down and converse. As for your claim of using jinjutsu to sway my judgment, haha. While I may be susceptible to illusion, discerning right from wrong is instinctual for me. Not even the Sage of Six Paths can deceive my perception. The QB regarded Beixuan with a perplexed expression, seemingly deep in thought. I see. However, since you are willing to converse, I had anticipated a confrontation with you. It seems I have been spared considerable effort. I am Beixuan. Although there are many matters I cannot disclose, QB, you shall encounter a human in the future who will wholeheartedly accept you. You will become companions, willing to entrust your lives to one another. This individual is, in fact, the child spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths, destined to be born of Kushina and Minato, inheriting Ashura's chakra. With that, Beixuan fell silent, observing the nine tails. He had never revealed the future he knew to either Tsunade or Minato. Yet today, he could not help but share it with the QB. It was not that Beixuan sought to conceal anything from Tsunade. He would still risk his life to save her should she be in danger, but this future was not a pleasant one. This future also bore the weight of pressure. Even someone as formidable as Beixuan dared not pause in his pursuit of strength, for the Otsutsuki clan was more than just the Otsutsuki clan. They harbored an unseen deity among them. Such burdens did not require Tsunade to shoulder alongside him. Beixuan understood that if she were to learn of the impending changes, she would no longer be the carefree woman she once was. Most likely, she would press forward, striving to assist Beixuan. This was not the outcome Beixuan wished to witness. Tsunade should simply relish life, indulging freely. Shall we fist bump, Beixuan? I trust you are familiar with this gesture. The Kyuubi extended a paw towards Beixuan, awaiting his response that, "Oh, am I not your Jinchuriki?" Beixuan gazed at the outstretched paw, feeling a peculiar sense of anticipation. This was a unique gesture from the original story. "Very well, but in doing so, I shall glimpse into your heart, and you may absorb some of my negative emotions. However, I believe these sentiments will serve as a delightful feast for that entity within you." Beixuan was taken aback by the Kyuubi's perceptiveness, realizing it could sense the malevolent spirit within him. The dark spirit within Beixuan was not merely within him. It resided within the cursed blade. Shinrin, Beixuan found the daily infusion of life force to be a nuisance, allowing the spirit to enter his body to absorb it instead. The life force generated by the blue-silver royal soul bone was ample enough to sustain several malevolent spirits. Then, shall we? Why not? Thus, two beings, having never met before, greeted each other as old friends, their fists meeting in a harmonious clash. This what Naruto witnessed. It seems the Kyuubi has endured quite a lot. Is this your burden? Truly terrifying. Man and fox delved into fragments of each other's hearts, while the dark spirit within Beixuan revealed itself, consuming the black and red chakra emanating from both the Ninetales and Beixuan. Outside, the cursed blade, Shinren, began to tremble, emanating a gentle purple light. Soon, the spirit finished its feast, retreating back into Beixuan, and the two released their fists. "Now, tell me your plans, Beixuan, yet I did not expect you to have so thoroughly thrashed that filthy raccoon." "Ha-ha!" The Kyuubi could not contain its laughter after retracting its paw. The barrier shielding Minato and Kushina slowly dissipated, revealing the figures of the Ninetales and Beixuan. Minato immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Kushina, eyeing the Kyuubi warily. "Tisich, for Beixuan's sake, I have no interest in attacking you two." Seeing their apprehension, the Kyuubi smirked, realizing that apart from Beixuan and that future child, humans remained rather unappealing. "Relax, Kyuubi is now one of us." Beixuan approached the pair, smiling as he spoke. "Did you perhaps employ an exceptionally powerful Jinjutsu to control the Ninetales, or is it some unique sealing technique? Do enlighten me." As Beixuan drew near, Kushina leaned in, her voice a mere whisper, yet audible to all present. "That Lord Kyuubi, Kushina merely enjoys jesting. My sincerest apologies." Minato, visibly embarrassed, covered Kushina's mouth, momentarily grappling with how to address the Kyuubi before expressing his regrets. "I'm not so petty. Just do not use that technique to bind me again." The Kyuubi cast a surprised glance at Minato, noting how his faint hostility transformed into goodwill the moment Beixuan referred to the Ninetales as an ally. "Rest assured, Lord Kyuubi, Kushina will not repeat her actions. The current Lord Kyuubi is now a companion of Kushina. Should you have any needs, feel free to communicate with either of you." As he spoke, Minato released his hold on Kushina's mouth and gently squeezed her hand. "My apologies, Kyuubi, was it? I should not have spoken out of turn," reflecting on her past mischief of binding the Ninetales when she fell down. Kushina's face turned crimson, realizing no one had ever suggested she become the Kyuubi's companion. The wicked whirlpool Kushina, I shall not forgive you so easily." Drawing from Beixuan's memories, it seemed he frequently employed this moniker for others, particularly recalling a certain white-haired individual who used it to address the Uchiha clan. With no fondness for the Uchiha clan, the Kyuubi unexpectedly found enjoyment in uttering this phrase. "What? Kyuubi, I have already apologized. Why call me the wicked whirlpool Kushina?" "Kushina. All right. Lord Kyuubi is now a companion." Upon hearing the Kyuubi's address, Kushina was once again incensed, clinging to Minato as always. Well then, with matters resolved, let us depart. I believe you two will surely become friends. Ha ha ha. X2 then. Farewell, QB. Beixuan waved as he grasped Kushina and Minato's shoulders, vanishing instantly from the ceiling space. However, a sly smile crept onto the QB's face as it remained seated in place, upon their return to reality. Kushina immediately placed her hand on her abdomen, her expression one of disbelief. The seal is truly gone. The Ninetales has not emerged. Beixuan gazed at Tsunade's foolish expression and sighed. For Tsunade, it seemed unlikely that she would ever gain the acknowledgement of the Ninetales. In her mind, the Ninetales was merely the culprit preventing her from living a normal life. However, this also indirectly highlighted Naruto's terrifying nature, although it could be attributed to the influence of Ashura's chakra. Beixuan pondered that if he were subjected to such treatment, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a state of agitation, but he envisioned channeling yin-yang chakra into the Rasengan, imbuing it with natural energy to launch a firecracker for Konoha, allowing the entire village to experience the sensation of flight. Presently, despite Tsunade not having received the Ninetales acknowledgement, she should be able to utilize the ordinary gold Naruto mode, as the Ninetales no longer restricted her access to his chakra. That is merely because I, the old man, do not wish to quibble with her. Otherwise, this little brat would never dream of using even a morsel of my chakra. As Beixuan contemplated Tsunade, the voice of Kurama reverberated from within him, a sound that both Tsunade and Minato could hear. What the hell? How did you come to be within me? Wait, you merely transferred your consciousness and borrowed my chi to form a new body. Yet I feel absolutely nothing. Beixuan, astonished, examined his body. Logically speaking, he should have felt something when the Ninetales entered his form. With his mastery of life and death, Beixuan possessed an extraordinary awareness of his body. Yet the Ninetales' entry was not through the infusion of chakra, but rather an intertwining of consciousness during their contact. Simultaneously, it latched onto the chi within Beixuan, assimilating into his power, akin to the chi already residing within him. How did the great fox end up in you? No, the great fox is still with me. Tsunade was equally bewildered, carefully sensing that the Ninetales remained in its original position, merely appearing to be asleep. My methods are beyond the comprehension of mere humans like you. However, Beixuan, you have managed to master yin-yang release. No, the principles by which this power was formed are even more potent than yin-yang release. The Kurama, composed entirely of chi within Beixuan, incessantly drew on the chi within to replenish his form, while the blue-silver emperor's soul bone ceased supplying vitality to the evil spirit, redirecting it towards Kurama's body instead. To invade my space without so much as a greeting. How rude of you, Kurama. Nonetheless, Beixuan continued to channel chi towards Kurama while unsealing the yang seal on his forehead, entering sage mode. The infusion of the Ninetales' power was now accompanied by an exceptionally pure form of natural energy radiating golden light. Ha ha ha, I am a tailed beast. Courtesy is a concept I have never encountered. However, this energy is far more entertaining than chakra. Fear not, I shall not take advantage of you. Once this body is fully formed, I shall allow you to experience being a special Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. You seem to revel in that chakra connection. No. In other words, this body is likely mastering chi mode. Manifesting such a thing on your own is quite challenging. As he spoke, Kurama enveloped himself in a familiar golden glow. Have you paid the copyright fee to play? Beixuan gazed speechlessly at Kurama, whose claws shimmered with shifting golden light, silently critiquing while forgetting that he had once stubbornly pursued transformation to showcase his prowess. I must concentrate on consolidating this body. Allow that little brat to utilize her chakra freely. After all, the negative emotions have nearly been consumed by my neighbor. Hey, this chi is becoming increasingly impressive. I wonder how you managed to achieve this. Just then, Beixuan felt a darkness envelop him as his thoughts were drawn back to the external world. With a grim expression, he pressed his hand against his dantian. Although he could choose not to emerge, Kurama's unabashed behavior was truly infuriating. Beixuan, are you all right? Minato inquired, observing Beixuan's unsatisfied visage, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Surely, there isn't any trouble with the Ninetales. After all, It was Beixuan's body for which the voice had emanated. No worries, just irritated by a rude fellow. Let's head home to Bei the way. Has Fugaka caught up with Mikoto? He should have, right? Tsunade, being more familiar, remarked, Did he not just return? Are you asking me? Curious, are you? The group did not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly, but instead strolled leisurely towards the Senju clan's territory alongside the now relaxed Tsunade. The existence of the Nine Tails had caused Tsunade much distress and pressure, but all that had dissipated. Simultaneously, she looked forward to embarking on missions and adventures with Minato, for since arriving in Konoha, she had never ventured out. Furthermore, she had often been under the watchful eye of the Umbu. Although they had ultimately been driven away by Bei Xuan, that lingering sense of surveillance would occasionally return. But now, there was nothing to be concerned about. After exhausting all her pocket money, Tsunade returned home to find the courtyard empty, a question mark forming on her forehead. Rain country. Jiraiya quietly watched the heavy rainfall outside the window. His gaze filled with longing. Jiraiya-sensei. We're back. An excited shout interrupted Jiraiya's reverie. He turned, his expression complex as he regarded the now much-grown trio. Initially, Jiraiya had only intended to teach the three for 3 years, as he had other disciples besides them. However, upon receiving a message from Beixuan, he decided to stay for an additional 2 years. Although Jiraiya was unaware of how Beixuan had learned that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, he chose to heed Beixuan's advice and remain to continue guiding the trio. However, the content of his teachings had expanded to include more philosophical matters. Jiraiya-sensei, are you leaving? The cheerful Konan entered the house and immediately sensed Jiraiya's complex emotions. Ahaha. Well, you should already know that your teacher is a ninja of Konoha, right? I feel a bit guilty about your brother's situation. So, Jiraiya scratched his head, unsure of how to convey his departure to the trio, who had seen through him, but a moment of silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of Conan's tears falling onto the floor, muffled by the rain outside. Sigh. Unable to bear the sight, Jiraiya gently ruffled Conan's hair and placed a folded paper flower before her. Konan, you're the most thoughtful and understanding among the three. Your teacher, after all, is a ninja of Konoha and must return now. Moreover, your brother is likely missing his teacher too. This flower was folded by me. Although it pales in comparison to your craftsmanship, this was the first flower I successfully folded. Jiraiya smiled at Konan, whose face was streaked with tears, lifting the flower slightly. Sniffling, Konan reached out to accept the paper flower, prompting Jiraiya to gently embrace all three. Yahiko, the path to peace is arduous, but you must persist. Nagato, the use of power is determined by one's heart. Do not allow strength to cloud your vision. Konan, I entrust those two troublesome beings to you. I believe you will take good care of yourself and them. After briefly imparting his wishes to the trio, Jiraiya picked up his belongings and walked slowly into the rain. Soon, within the torrential downpour, only his silhouette could be seen, waving goodbye to the three. Meanwhile, the three in the small house silently watched the figure gradually disappear into the rain, tears in their eyes. So, you all have unsealed the Nine-Tailed seal? You really have some guts. If the person sitting in the Hokage office finds out, it would surely be a cause for alarm, Tsunade remarked, chewing on the snacks that Bei Xuan and the others had brought back. Her face filled with exasperation. That is no ordinary creature. That is the Nine Tails, which even my great-grandfather deemed too powerful to remain unsealed. Only Bei Xuan would dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Let him be tense. It's not like he is the Jinchuriki. Bei Xuan rested his chin on his hand, quietly observing Tsunade eat, unconcerned. TSK, speaking of this couple, has Shinsuke shown any inclination yet? Tsunade glanced at the egg-fried tomato duo nearby, who were feeding the fish, and inquired of Bei Xuan. Never mind. If you expect Shinsuke to expand his branches, it's better for the two of us to have a few more children. I'll keep an eye on this fool. As Bei Xuan closed his eyes to sense the intricacies of the ninja technique, a violet orb opened upon the training grounds of Konoha, surveying the area before finally fixing its gaze upon the figures of Shunshu and Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Shunshu was entangled in a swirling stream of water, incessantly drilling into the shell of a water arrow turtle, while Uzumaki Naruto stood by, offering encouragement. Alas, what a waste. Bei Xuan dispelled the technique, and shook his head at Tsunade. He found it utterly perplexing why Shu, in his presence, would go to such lengths to shirk responsibility, while Naruto was diligently practicing his ninjutsu. Jiraiya would soon return. Perhaps he could take Shunshu under his wing for a time. Tsunade buried her face in her hands, disheartened at the prospect of Shunshu becoming entangled with Jiraiya. Yet, it seemed there was little she could do, as Shunshu only appeared to have a spark of understanding when gallivanting with Jiraiya. Unfortunately, after meandering on the battlefield with Minato, he returned to his previous obliviousness, having learned not a shred of Minato's charm. Considering the passage of time, it was nearly right for the missing person to reappear, allowing Minato to ascend to the position of Hokage, which would surely alleviate some of the Third's concerns. After all, Jiraiya was also a disciple of the Hokage. If it were anyone else engaging in such behavior, they would be deemed a rogue ninja rather than merely missing. In the original narrative, the second pillar had ventured out of the village without prior notice or approval, resulting in Konoha labeling him a deserter, ultimately leading Tsunade to issue a manhunt. Konoha maintained stringent control over its shinobi. Without proper authorization or orders, leaving the village was no trivial matter. Even Bei Xuan, when he had to visit the grass village to retrieve something on Kakashi's third birthday, had reported to the third Hokage beforehand. It wasn't that one could not leave the village without reporting. Rather, it was to avoid unnecessary troubles, as Beixuan had to remain grounded in Konoha, especially with Minato, yet to become Hokage. To act recklessly with his formidable abilities would certainly hinder his cultivation of the Golden Light spell, which contradicted the essence of his training. While engaged in casual conversation with Tsunade, Beixuan suddenly noticed a flash of light beside him. Turning to look, he found Kushina had transformed into a small golden figurine. Your Golden Light spell? No. Wait, this is the Nine-Tails chakra. Goodness, this lady is utterly reckless. Tsunade, upon witnessing the golden radiance enveloping Kushina, was momentarily stunned before abruptly rising from her seat, staring in bewilderment at the luminous display surrounding Kushina.